Chapter 001, Unveiling the Space Bestowed by Ancestors. Ah, it hurts. Bai Zhi gazed at the droplets of blood oozing from her fingertip. Her expression one of frustration as she looked at the elderly man with white hair before her. Ancestor, why did you cut my finger? It hurts so much. As her words fell, the old man vanished. Bai Zhi rubbed her eyes, puzzled. Ancestor, ancestor, where have you gone? Turning around, she realized she was in a peculiar place. The distant verdant grass and azure sky stretched endlessly, and the air was remarkably fresh, reminiscent of a paradise untouched by time. Bai Zhi suddenly recalled the ancestor's words when he had sliced her finger. Zhi girl, hasten to convert all your wealth in this lifetime into tangible resources. As a young lady of a prestigious family, she often indulged in reading novels and following her favorite celebrities. The ancestor's words abruptly reminded her of the time travel novels she had perused. The quintessential attribute of the female protagonist was a personal space, capable of holding both people and objects. Could this be her own space? She mused, attempting a test. Enter. With a leap, she found herself back in her own bedroom. Joy surged within her as she repeated, exit, and returned to that enchanting place once more. Bai Zhi, brimming with excitement, roamed around, unable to discern the boundaries. It felt akin to an endless expanse of grassland, upon which stood a magnificent villa, surrounded by several storage warehouses. Both the warehouses and the villa were starkly empty. Seized by inspiration, she exited the space and returned to her bedroom, gathering all the furniture and appliances to store in her villa within the space. Indeed, it could contain everything. Confirming the space's capabilities, she reflected on the dreams she had experienced in recent days. It seemed she was destined to traverse time. The ancestor's unmistakable prompt to convert her modern assets into resources was indeed prophetic. With this thought, Bai Zhi promptly made a call to list her house for sale. She then utilized her 8-digit bank account to procure supplies. Upon inspection, she discovered her space boasted land, a house, and a water source. Thus, she could raise animals and cultivate crops within it. She was destined to inhabit the 1970s, an era marked by scarcity. Therefore, her purchases had to align with that period's standards. Essentials for sustenance and daily life flour, sorghum flour, cornmeal, brown rice, millet, and cooking oil could not be overlooked. Bai Zhi's parents had departed early, leaving her a considerable inheritance. Although she had not managed it well over the years, she had not squandered it entirely. She had believed her life would pass in a dull and monotonous manner. How fortunate to catch the wave of time travel. Bai Zhi was a decisive individual, quick to act. In just half a month, she had sold a villa and 3 apartments, depleting her entire 8-digit sum. After ensuring her daily needs were met, she also stockpiled some valuable gold and jade. She remembered that post-1980, the domestic economy would open up, flourishing in prosperity. Thus, the gold and jade would always find their worth. Entering the space once more, she beheld the neatly stacked supplies, a smile gracing her lips. However, the day loomed ominously. Bai Zhi felt a sense of unrest. The blood jade left by her ancestor flickered with a faint glow. Bai Zhi repeatedly caressed the jade, murmuring, "Ancestors, is today the day?" Yet there was no response from the ancestors. Bai Zhi did not dwell on it for long. Glancing at her watch, she decided to purchase flowers and some food to visit her parents, whom she had not seen in quite some time and missed dearly. She pondered whether the identity she had traversed into had parents, and what her familial relationships were like. As she considered this, the car had already come to a halt at the foot of the cemetery hill. She stepped out, clutching her offerings. Raising her gaze to the steps, she began her ascent, one stair at a time. Today, her body felt exceptionally heavy, and the weather was particularly dreary. She could almost sense the surrounding sheet, as if it were poised to engulf her. Had she not faced her ancestors, was she truly afraid of ghosts? Fearless, she finally arrived at her parents' tombstone. Setting down her burdens, she prepared to light incense, when suddenly the scene before her began to swirl, an enormous dark cloud descending upon her. Bai Zhi barely had time to comprehend the unfolding events. Her body felt as if it were becoming weightless, as though she were separating from her physical form. Desperately, she sought to grasp her surroundings, but her eyelids felt unbearably heavy, as if weighed down by 1,000 pounds. Voices suddenly surged in her mind. "My dear girl, my little girl, why are you so foolish? That scoundrel is unworthy of you. This devotion is not worth it, not worth it. Sister, my foolish sister, please wake up. Were they calling for her? Bai Zhi longed to move, yet her body remained unresponsive, her eyes still sealed shut. A blinding white light erupted before her. Images began to flood her mind, as if she were watching a film, portraying the story of another girl. Bai Zhi, the Bai Zhi of the 1970s, the Bai Zhi of the 21st century. The same name, the same face. Yet, this tale bore a striking resemblance to a novel she had once read. The original Bai Zhi's father was the captain of a production team, with 2 sons and 1 daughter. During the birth of the sons, times were tough, however. Upon the arrival of the daughter, the family's fortunes abruptly shifted. A treasure was discovered within the belly of a deceased cow, yielding considerable wealth. Subsequently, the family's fortunes flourished first. The older brother secured a position at a statron factory, followed by the second brother becoming the accountant for the production team. Their father rose to become the captain of the production team, and the family's life became increasingly prosperous. Everyone believed it was the little girl who had brought such blessings, thus they cherished her dearly. The original Bai Zhi had been overly sheltered by her family, naive and ignorant, ultimately falling prey to a scoundrel. She pursued him relentlessly, disregarding her family's objections, even eloping with him, only to meet a tragic end at the hands of a mistress. Her father had painstakingly plotted her future, intending to marry her to Lu Ting. Lu Ting was a young man whom Bai Zhi's father had rescued from the mountains. Despite his unfavorable background, he was diligent and honest, devoted wholeheartedly to the original Bai Zhi. Now that she was gone, Lu Ting remained unmarried for life. Reflecting on this novel, Bai Zhi felt a tumult of emotions. Lu Ting, though taciturn, had been genuinely good to the original Bai Zhi. The original protagonist believed that his affection was not born of love, but rather a sense of gratitude, compelling him to treat her kindly and to marry her. At that time, there was much debate surrounding whether Lu Ting truly loved Bai Zhi. Half of the readers asserted that he did, while the other half contended otherwise. Bai Zhi leaned towards the belief of love. After all, how could a man sacrifice so much without it? Yet, the rough man whom the original protagonist looked down upon eventually became a prominent figure. As the economy opened up, he was able to rescue himself from liberation, venturing into business and transforming into a titan of technology. Chapter 002. The youngest daughter of the production team leader. Upon arriving here, Bai Zhi had nearly unraveled the complete identity of the original owner of this body. She was none other than the cannon fodder female, supporting character from the novel she had been reading. As she contemplated this revelation, Bai Zhi sensed a gentle touch on her hand. With tentative effort, she attempted to open her eyes. Her eyelids felt heavy, and after much struggle, she finally managed to pry them open. The light was somewhat blinding. Instinctively, she raised her hand to shield her eyes. As she turned her head, a sharp pain flared through her skull. "My little girl, you're awake. Oh my youngest daughter, you've finally woken up. You scared your mother to death." Bai Zhi's mother, Zhou Lan, exclaimed with excitement as she helped her sit up. Someone on the other side closed the window, and the indoor light became less harsh. It was then that Bai Zhi caught sight of her mother's face. She stared blankly at her. Her complexion was somewhat yellow, likely a result of long exposure to the elements. Her face appeared not only sallow but also rough, speckled with numerous blemishes. Nonetheless, Bai Zhi recognized her. It was indeed her mother. Though aged, she was unmistakably her mother, and the dialect she spoke echoed the familiar tones of her childhood. It had been nearly 3 years. Throughout the 3 years since her parents' departure, not a single day had passed without thoughts of them flooding her mind. Tears streamed down her cheeks uncontrollably as she threw herself into Zhou Lan's embrace. Bai Zhi wept bitterly, feeling as if her head might burst with pain. She instinctively touched her forehead, only to discover a wound there. She seemed to have injured herself in a desperate attempt to force her parents to accept that scoundrel, leading her to collide with a pillar. Looking at her mother, whose hair now bore streaks of white, Bai Zhi's heart ached. Her actions must have deeply hurt her mother. As she gazed at Zhou Lan, large tears continued to cascade down her face. Zhou Lan tenderly wiped away her tears. "Oh, my little girl, please don't cry. Mother won't pressure you, I promise. If you don't wish to marry Lu Ting, then you needn't tea. No need at all." She refrained from mentioning the scoundrel Zhang Jiandong. Bai Zhi clung to her mother's arm. I'm so sorry, Mama, for not listening and causing you distress. I'm truly sorry. The sudden outburst from her daughter startled Zhou Lan, who glanced at her second daughter-in-law, Wang Mei. Go fetch your father. Wang Mei, casting a glance at her younger sister-in-law on the bed, muttered quietly, does she really think she is a vegetable, being so dramatic? Zhou Lan, noticing Wang Mei still lingering at the door, raised her voice. Are you deaf? I told you to get your father. Why are you just standing there? Have I fed you too much for you to be so sluggish? That familiar tone made Bai Zhi hold her mother even tighter. However, her actions only frightened Zhou Lan further. Oh dear, has my little girl's head been damaged from a fall? Why is she crying incessantly and repeatedly apologizing? Where's that old man? Why hasn't he arrived yet? Bai Zhi's head was indeed injured, and after a brief period of weeping, she lost consciousness once more. Bai Igua arrived a moment too late. Zhou Lan nearly slapped him in frustration. Why have you come so late? Our youngest daughter just woke up and was crying in my arms about wanting to marry that Zhang Jiandong. Bai Igua's face, lined with worry, was a tapestry of concern. Zhou Lan shook her head. No, she wasn't saying that. She was just crying and repeatedly apologizing, claiming to have hurt my heart. Oh dear, it's truly frightening. Surely her head must be injured. Bai Igua, filled with concern, gazed at Bai Zhi, who had once again succumbed to slumber upon the bed. Perhaps I should seek out a barefoot doctor to examine her, he suggested. You go find a barefoot doctor and have Wang Mei call back the second son. The situation with the youngest daughter is rather grim. If it comes to that, we might need to summon Granny Qian, he added. Upon hearing this, Bai Igua shot her a disapproving glare. Do not engage in such antics that may draw attention. That would only lead to reprimands. Our youngest daughter is fortunate and resilient. She must not come to harm. Zhou Lan clasped her hands in supplication. May our ancestors protect her, and may the deities safeguard her. Please, let nothing befall my precious daughter. Her fervent prayers only served to heighten Bai Igua's anxiety. He pushed the bicycle out into the yard and headed towards a field, while Zhou Lan dared not stray far, remaining vigilantly at Bai Zhi's bedside. She peered outside and noticed Wang Mei still lingering about. Second daughter-in-law, prepare the tomato and pork soup, Zhou Lan called out. Wang Mei, gathering green bean husks beneath the eaves, glanced towards the inner room and comprehended the request. Tomato and pork soup? She hasn't even a right to drink that. Wang Mei thought bitterly. Does this foolish woman not realize how unworthy that girl is of such attention? As she gathered a few more husks, Zhou Lan burst out. You lazy woman, what are you doing? I summoned you. Prepare the soup. Are you deaf? You seem to wish for my daughter's demise. While everything good falls to you, do not even think about it. I might forgive you this time for the sake of the second son, but mark my words, should it happen again, I will not hesitate to punish you. With that, she struck her again with her shoe. Wang Mei dodged, only to stumble beneath the eaves and fall to the ground, scattering the green beans everywhere. Zhu Lang, witnessing the mess, was instantly consumed by rage. You clumsy fool, look what you've done. Pick up every single bean, do you hear me? Trembling, Wang Mei wiped her tears and protested. Mother, why do you unjustly accuse me? I have done nothing wrong. Zhou Lan, poised to step forward, halted abruptly, pointing accusatorily at Wang Mei. Speak another word. When your father returns, we will settle this matter once and for all. Initially, she had hoped for familial harmony and thus tolerated Wang Mei's presence. But the latter's lack of gratitude and audacity to speak back only fueled Zhou Lan's frustration. The more she indulged, the more outrageous Wang Mei became. Wang Mei, trembling with fear, bent down to pick up the scattered beans, feeling pitiful and vulnerable. What does she mean by this? Could she have discovered something? That cannot be. She implored herself, striving to maintain her composure. After all, she was the bearer of the family's first grandchild. What could Zhou Lan possibly do to her? Zhou Lan entered the kitchen to prepare the meat soup for the youngest daughter. In no time, the savory aroma wafted through the yard. Bai Igua had indeed summoned the barefoot doctor, who, upon examination, assured him there is nothing serious. She merely requires rest and should avoid getting her forehead wet. Daily dressing, changes will suffice. Is she truly unharmed? Zhou Lan inquired anxiously. Indeed, She is, the doctor confirmed. Yet, Zhou Lan remained restless, recalling how her daughter had recently awakened, speaking incoherently. Could she have injured her head? The doctor pondered briefly. In that case, a visit to the county hospital for further examination may be necessary. Zhou Lan, feeling a sudden weakness in her legs, plopped down onto the ground. Bai Zhi was swiftly helped her up, handed some money to the barefoot doctor, and then escorted her out. On the bed, Bai Zhi awoke once more. Faintly, she caught the words of the barefoot doctor and sensed her parents' concern. Thus, she forced herself to awaken again, struggling to call out, "Mom, I'm hungry." The aroma wafting through the air was intoxicatingly familiar, reminiscent of the tomato and tender pork noodles her mother used to prepare for her during childhood. Just as Zhou Lan had been engulfed in despair, she suddenly sprang to her feet. "My dear girl, you're awake? Are you all right? What did you just say?" "Mom, I said I'm hungry. I can smell the tomato and tender pork noodles you made. I want to eat them. I'm so hungry." "All right, Mom will feed you." "Just a moment," Zhou Lan exclaimed. Her spirits lifted as she rushed to the kitchen, returning with a bowl of noodles and the tender pork for Bai Zhi. As Bai Zhi savored the dish, the familiar flavors burst in her mouth, transporting her back to her childhood. What was happening? Hadn't she traversed into a book? Why were her parents still the same, retaining their culinary skills? But what about her two brothers? She was an only child, devoid of siblings. Confused, she decided not to dwell on it, devouring the pork and noodles her mother had prepared, even finishing the broth. Zhou Lan, who had been worried just moments ago, now beamed with joy. "Wonderful, truly wonderful. My dear girl is still herself, knowing she is hungry and wanting to eat. Her favorite, tomato and tender pork noodles." Once she finished her meal, Bai Zhi felt rejuvenated, her mind less burdened. She sought to rise, but Zhou Lan insisted she rest a little longer. "I want to go outside and take a look." Though Zhou Lan hesitated, she eventually helped her out. As Bai Zhi stepped into the courtyard, a boisterous child suddenly lunged at her, exclaiming, "I want to eat tomato and tender pork noodles too, Grandma. I want to eat." The chubby little boy nearly toppled Bai Zhi with his weight. Zhou Lan, grabbing him by the ear, scolded, "You glutton! Just look at you, all that fat. You can't be eating more meat. Your little aunt just fell ill, don't you know?" Bai Zhi observed her nephew, his small face scrunched in anger, cheeks flushed from the reprimand. This was her second brother-esque child, Tycoon, whom she remembered well, an annoying little rascal who climbed trees to steal birds' nests and waded in rivers to catch crabs. Seeing him resist, Zhou Lan was about to pull his ear again when he covered it, glaring fiercely at her. Zhou Lan, now infuriated, seized a broom from under the eaves and swatted at him, hurling a stream of invectives. Bai Zhi was taken aback, for her modern-day mother was a refined matriarch, exuding grace and decorum. This mother, however, resembled a rural shrew, cursing without restraint. Yet this was consistent with the mother she remembered. As Zhou Lan dragged Tycoon back, a sullen Wang may follow behind. After all, someone had to maintain authority in the household. Without some measure of respect, how could one manage? Wang Mei entered the courtyard and made a beeline for Bai Zhi, grasping her hand with a humble plea. "Xiao Zhi, you care the most for Tycoon. Please clarify things with Mother. Tycoon is just a child, merely craving a morsel of food. Mother has already scolded him. Why must she persist in this matter? It has been mentioned in the book that this second sister-in-law is no virtuous person. The original owner's elopement with that scoundrel was entirely her instigation. This time, the original owner's desperate plea was also her machination. She excels at feigning benevolence, pretending to care for you like a sister, while secretly plotting against you. Just moments ago, when Tycoon came asking for meat, it was most likely her doing. Bai Zhi forcefully shook off Wang Mei's hand, declaring, "It is not Mother, nor I, who is being obstinate, but you." Wang Mei had never seen Bai Zhi like this. She was momentarily taken aback. "Xiao Zhi, what are you saying? I cannot comprehend. What has happened?" The once frail and naive sister-in-law now seemed so astute. The underlying meaning in her words was clear. Yet she had once trusted her implicitly. Bai Zhi smirked coldly. "Second sister-in-law, Tycoon is still young. If you wish to raise him to be the village's rogue, by all means teach him poorly. Mother has always treated us equally. Is Tycoon's robust physique a sign that Mother has been deprived of food?" Her words left Wang Mei dumbfounded. Zhou Lan swiftly struck Wang Mei's back, exclaiming, Isn't what your sister said accurate? Wang Mei instinctively shrank back, trembling as she looked at Zhou Lan, her tear-filled eyes glancing at Bai Zhi, pitifully wiping the corners of her eyes. Mother, sister, it is my fault. All of it is my fault. I am sorry. As her words fell, a resonant voice broke the tension. Mother, what now? Bai Zhi lifted her gaze towards the entrance, where a man with black-rimmed glasses stood, looking quite distressed. This was the second brother, a gentle and family-oriented man who adored his second sister-in-law, respected their mother, and cherished his little sister. He had always sought to find a balance among the three. Zhou Lan cast a glance at Wang Mei, her eyes conveying a message. You scheming witch, do you think your support has returned? The real drama is yet to unfold. She marched directly to Bai Tiangang, declaring, Elder brother, you have returned just in time. Today, I shall make you witness the true nature of what Wang Mei has done. Fear crept onto Wang Mei's quivering face as she instinctively clutched her clothing, her legs trembling as she walked into the main hall. Zhou Lan entered the hall and directly took a cane from the incense table. Seeing the situation unfold, Bai Tiangang exclaimed, Mother, what grave matter requires such family discipline? Zhou Lan pulled Bai Zhi to sit on a nearby long bench. Wait and see if such discipline is indeed necessary. Wang Mei, taking the initiative, fell to her knees in the middle of the hall with a thud, weeping, Mother, it is all my fault, entirely my fault. Punish me as you wish. But may I be allowed to say a few words? I have been married into the Bai family for 10 years, and Tai Dan is 6. Throughout these 10 years, I have risen early and retired late, exerting every effort to care for this family. I have tried, yet I have my shortcomings and mistakes. Can you not show me some leniency? Bai Zhi couldn't help but scoff. This second sister-in-law truly knows how to play her cards. This scene was strikingly reminiscent of what was described in the book. In a similar vein, as she recounted the past, she elicited sympathy from her elder brother, who then chose to protect her. Their mother, ever striving for family harmony and concerned about her reputation, wished to avoid becoming the subject of ridicule in the surrounding villages. With a word from her brother, the matter was left unresolved. The original owner of this narrative was easily manipulated, often speaking in defense of her sister-in-law, ultimately leading to her sister-in-law's immunity while she herself found trouble. Today, she resolved to rewrite her fate as a mere pawn and vowed not to court disaster. Rising from her seat, she approached Zhou Lan. Wang Mei's eyes sparkled with joy, evidently anticipating her support. However, she chose otherwise. Bai Zhi tugged at her mother's sleeve. Mother, what wrongdoing has my sister-in-law committed to incite such anger? As she spoke, she boldly leaned toward their mother. Zhou Lan was taken aback, as was the elder brother. Both rushed to her side. You, little sister, have not yet recovered. Do not linger here. Return to your room. Bai Zhi waved her hand dismissively. Brother, my sister-in-law has treated me so kindly. If mother intends to punish her, I cannot allow that. I must protect my sister-in-law. Wang Mei, overhearing this, was filled with delight. Wiping her tears as she exclaimed, Indeed, I regard her as my own sister, mother. Zhou Lan, supporting Bai Zhi into a seated position, pointed at Wang Mei. You consider her your sister, yet you incite her to take her own life. Is this the conduct befitting a sister-in-law? The gravity of this accusation rendered Bai Tiangang aghast. The thought that his younger sister might contemplate suicide due to Wang Mei's provocation was utterly shocking. Wang Mei, with tear-filled eyes, shook her head. No, it is not as you think. Suddenly, she turned to Bai Zhi. Little sister, tell mother, did I ever encourage you to take such drastic measures? I merely advised you. I spoke of Lu Ting's virtues, that he is worthy of marriage, while that Zhang Jiandong is no good. Bai Zhi, with great effort, stood up, her innocent, shimmering eyes filled with sincerity. Sister-in-law, that is not what you said. You mentioned that our parents love me the most. If I feigned suicide, mother would allow me to be with Zhang Jiandong. Her words struck Wang Mei with the force of a thunderclap, plunging her into despair. She gazed at Bai Zhi, unable to comprehend. Little sister, this is not how it is. Indeed, you once spoke to me in that room, and you even mentioned having a pain gene. That medicine would alleviate the pain. I, who fear pain the most, why did you not clarify this? Bai Zhi pointed to the small room in the west. then gently touched her forehead, exuding an air of innocence. Wang Mei, overwhelmed, collapsed to the ground, realizing she had been outsmarted. Bai Zhi had turned her misfortune into cunning. Bai Tianzhong, filled with fury, glared at Wang Mei. Is this how you fulfill your role as a sister-in-law? Is this how you cherish her as a sister? You would go so far as to push her towards death. Wang Mei had felt emboldened before Zhou, believing her husband would support her against their mother. Yet now, he was harsh and scolding her. Her mind was a blank slate, unable to produce a single word. Zhou raised a rattan whip. And you, elder brother, what say you? Does she deserve such discipline? As the day waned, disappointment enveloped him, and he closed his eyes. This household was governed by his mother. So he resignedly declared, "Mother, do as you see fit." With that, he strode out, dragging the iron egg along with him. Meanwhile, Bai Laodad returned, casting a cold glance at Wang Mei before addressing Bai Zhi. "Zhi, come here. I need to speak with you." Bai Zhi obediently replied with a soft while reassuring Zhou, "Mother, please don't be angry. It's all right. I'm not dead, nor am I marrying Zhang Jiandong anymore." Zhou, already irked, became even more incensed at Bai Zhi's casual remark about her survival. The rattan in her hand swung mercilessly towards Wang Mei, who cried out in distress. Zhou continued her assault even after closing the door. Bai Zhi approached her father, calling out, "Dad." Bai Laodad surveyed the room, sensing his wife's temperament, and asked, "Does her head still ache? If it's unbearable, we can visit the county hospital." Bai Zhi smiled reassuringly. "Dad, it only hurts a little. My mind is clear, and I'm perfectly fine. Are you truly unscathed?" He probed. "Indeed," she affirmed. "But your mother mentioned you were speaking nonsense." Bai Laodad expressed his skepticism, scrutinizing her for signs of distress. He sensed something was amiss, yet couldn't pinpoint it. However, she appeared to be in good spirits, speaking without taking a breath. Although her complexion seemed a tad off, it was natural for someone who had suffered a concussion. Bai Zhi lowered her gaze, explaining, "When I fainted, I had a dream where I was all alone, and it frightened me. I felt so lonely." Hearing this, Bai Laodad's heart tightened. "Silly child, those were merely dreams. Your mother and I are in good health, and will be here to witness your marriage and the birth of your children." Bai Zhi nodded earnestly, After their exchange, the door to the main room opened, and Wang Mei tremulously retreated to her own quarters. This lesson should teach her to be more prudent. Her thoughts had been malicious, even inciting the original owner to take her own life. Thus, the original owner's fate was sealed. Bai Laodad glanced at the eastern room where the second son resided and lowered his voice. "Later, take some medicine to your sister-in-law. After all, we are family. If you bring her the medicine, she will bear no grudges." The people of this era were simple, believing in harmony and prosperity. Yet, they remained oblivious to the fact that not everyone would respond to kindness with gratitude. Before Bai Zhi could respond, Zhou shot a glare at Bai Laodad, exclaiming, "What are you delivering?" Wang Mei's heart was so wicked that if Bai Zhi took her the medicine, she might still be plotting revenge against her. Indeed, mother was astute. In the Hongqi Commune's 3rd Brigade, she was a formidable figure no one dared to provoke. Bai Laodad chuckled. Yes, whatever you say is correct." Bai Zhi hurriedly retreated to her room, not wishing to witness her parents' affectionate display. After a light meal and a brief rest, Bai Zhi finally felt her spirit fully merge with the original owner's body, granting her renewed vigor. Back in her room, she did not sleep, but rummaged through the original owner's belongings. Upon discovering items related to Zhang Jiandong, her expression darkened. What a scoundrel! During the rural work assignment, he had flirted with the original owner merely to exploit the connections of the Bai family, seeking to return to the city sooner. He even resorted to using love as a means to deceive her. Upon the return of the original owner and her companion to the city, in pursuit of his career, became involved with the factory director's daughter, even going so far as to cast the original owner aside, allowing that mistress to push her beneath the wheels of fate. The mere thought of that greasy visage filled her with revulsion. In a fit of disgust, she hastily packed all her belongings and discarded them into a corner. Surveying her surroundings, she noted the stone walls adorned with remnants of old newspapers. The bed was crafted entirely of solid wood, accompanied by a mirror cabinet. She was perhaps the first in the Red Flag Commune's 3rd team to possess such a piece. This was a style her elder brother had seen in the city, and their father had painstakingly crafted it from within himself. Though the conditions of the room were modest, it emanated love from every corner of the family. There was also an extravagant writing desk, draped with a vibrant red peony bedspread, neat and immaculate. As she glanced at the books atop the desk, she found them to be entirely new. As her fingers brushed against their spines, a flood of memories surged forth. Bai Zhi, these books are for you. I don't want them. Take them, study well, and perhaps in 2 years, you could enter university. You're so intelligent. You will surely gain admission to a fine institution. Lu Ting, my father saved your life. Repay him, but do not seek me out. I cannot marry you. My heart belongs only to Zhang Jiandong. We are the youth of a new era, and we should live freely, understand? The original owner was indeed resolute in her rejection of Lu Ting. She had no desire for those books, and the reason they resided on her writing desk was known only to her parents. As she contemplated, she flipped through a page or two, her brow slightly furrowed. It had been years since she had discarded her studies. The prospect of returning to academia seemed rather unlikely. Tears welled in her eyes as she turned a few more pages, internally lamenting. Ancestor, you bestowed upon me the Blood Jade. Could you not enlarge this boon a little further? Allow me the chance to attend university. Suddenly, a peculiar sound chimed. Startled, Bai Zhi glanced around, yet found nothing amiss. Had she begun to hallucinate? In an instant, a charming virtual figure appeared before her, speaking in a childlike voice. Master, I am your Blood Jade Space spirit, Xiaojio. Upon hearing your call, I jumped out. Space spirit? What an adorable voice. Bai Zhi exclaimed. Xiaojio, did I summon you? Can you possibly enhance my boon even further? How delightful. Xiaojio giggled. Of course. Do you find studying a bit challenging? If you upgrade the space, you can start learning enhancement cards. You will acquire skills such as photographic memory and instant comprehension. Gaining admission to a university will be utterly effortless. Listening to this, Bai Zhi nearly leaped for joy, but restrained herself from making too much noise. For someone like her, who struggled academically, the prospect of enhancement cards was irresistibly enticing. She then pondered how to upgrade the space. Earn points, Xiaojio replied. Points? How do I earn them? With a graceful wave of her delicate hand, Xiaojio conjured a virtual touchscreen before her. This is your personal center, and your initial score stands at 10 points, with 100 points required for an upgrade. To ascend, one must venture to the task center, accept tasks, and complete them to earn the corresponding points. Once your total reaches 100, an upgrade will naturally follow. The higher the level of your space, the more functionalities will be unlocked in the future. Beyond the study enhancement cards, there are mind-reading cards and fortune cards, among many others awaiting your discovery. In her previous life, Bai Zhi possessed vast wealth, and aside from the trifles of eating, drinking, and sleeping, she merely sought amusement, a life devoid of substance and rife with loneliness. Transposed into this new existence, she found herself blessed with parents, an elder brother, sisters-in-law, and a dear nephew, albeit in a modest household. Now, she has the opportunity to engage in even more tasks. She finds this life utterly fascinating. She relishes it. Xiaojio, I understand. Bai Zhi accessed the task center, only to find a single task presented, and it bore a certain level of difficulty. To open the water channel in the Bai Gui village of the Hongqi commune. Open a water channel? What could a frail woman like her possibly accomplish in such a venture? Xiaojio, why is there only one task? And such a challenging one at that? Master, at your current location, this is the sole task available. While it may seem daunting with your intellect, I am confident you can manage it. Bai Zhi cherished the sweetness of Xiaojio's words, which brought her joy. Shall I hire someone to handle it for me? Is that feasible? Xiaojio hesitated momentarily. If it is possible, then certainly it is. However, her words were ambiguous. Even if she suggested it could be done, upon deeper contemplation, Bai Zhi realized it was impractical. In these times, merely securing a meal was a challenge. Suddenly seeking to hire someone for a water channel would undoubtedly attract attention and suspicion. With that thought, she dismissed the notion. There was no rush. She had just arrived, and she still needed to familiarize herself with the people and affairs here. Bai Zhi intended to inquire further of Xiaojio when a knock at the door interrupted her. Quickly, She exited and lay down upon her bed. The door swung open, revealing a tall figure who blocked the light streaming in, casting a shadow over the room. Curiously, she lifted her gaze. Although he stood against the light, she could still discern his features. Lu Ting, her childhood companion, an earnest and rugged man. He regarded her with concern. "Sister, does your head still ache?" His voice was low and gentle. Bai Zhi replied slowly, "It no longer hurts. I am fine." With a simple Lu Ting produced a package from his pocket, saying, "This is for you." He then turned and left. Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Was he leaving just like that? Aren't he going to stay and chat? She opened the package he had brought, and a delightful aroma wafted forth. To her surprise, it was milk biscuits, a rare treat. Iron Egg, drawn by the enticing scent, approached eagerly, eyeing the biscuits in her hand and timidly calling out, "Annie." Though Iron Egg was boisterous and showed her little respect, he remained her nephew, bound by blood. It seemed his second sister-in-law had not instilled proper manners in him, leading to his mischief. Bai Zhi unwrapped the paper and generously offered 5 or 6 cookies to him. In an instant, Tai Dan's eyes sparkled with delight. "Aunt, you're the most beautiful. You are the best." Bai Zhi teased. "Do you like your aunt?" "I do," Tai Dan exclaimed, clutching the cookies. Just as he was about to run off joyfully, Zhou Lan approached and firmly pressed him down, attempting to snatch the cookies from his hands. "Xiaozhi, these cookies were given to you by Lu Ting for your health. Why are you giving him so many?" Tai Dan clung tightly to the cookies, puffing out his cheeks defiantly. "They were given to me by my aunt. My aunt gave them to me." Bai Zhi, fearing that her mother might forcibly take them, quickly got off the bed and pulled Zhou Lan aside. "Mom, I gave them to him. I received a large package from Lu Ting. I have more than enough. Really, it's plenty." Bai Zhi did not particularly cherish these treats, as she had plenty in her space. However, in the eyes of Zhou Lan and others, those cookies were more precious than gold. Wealth and tickets wouldn't necessarily buy them. Zhou Lan always reserved any delightful food for her younger daughter. Now, witnessing the ungrateful Tai Dan taking so many cookies from her daughter, she was incensed. "Mom." Bai Zhi noticed her anger and gently tugged at her sleeve, leading her into the room. In a hushed tone, she said, "Mom, Tai Dan is my nephew. We share the same blood. He is just a child, and it's all because of my second sister-in-law's poor teaching. If we take the time to guide him, Tai Dan will behave. Please have a little patience. Harmony in our family is most important." Zhou Lan looked at Bai Zhi, her eyes filled with tenderness. "Oh, my dear youngest daughter, you are still so kind and so good. How can I rest easy knowing that a mere child can bully you? You watch. Next time he won't dare to bully me again. I guarantee he'll be calling me aunt with great enthusiasm. Such children are the simplest. A bit of milk will win their hearts. With just a few treats, one can earn their affection. After all, in these times, food is scarce, and a belly empty of nourishment makes one desperate." He would even relish coarse, tasteless items. How could he resist the allure of creamy, fragrant cookies? Zhou Lan, with her fiery temperament, was too quick to anger to consider such things. Listening to her youngest daughter, she began to see reason. Tai Dan was such a good boy in his early years. But your second sister-in-law has spoiled him terribly. I will personally teach Tai Dan from now on. I won't let your second sister-in-law have any influence over him. Bai Zhi nodded in agreement, glancing outside the courtyard, but she did not see Lu Ting. Zhou Lan waved her hand in front of her. "What are you looking at?" "Nothing." Bai Zhi quickly concealed her emotions and turned to head back inside. Zhou Lan followed her, quietly saying, "Lu Ting was not at all angry when he heard about this. He even went to the city to inquire about it, and specifically bought these cookies for you. Lu Ting is truly a good person. He cares deeply about you." Bai Zhi responded with a simple "oh." She had been on the verge of despair over a scoundrel, yet he showed no signs of jealousy whatsoever. Chapter 006. In the dead of night, someone attempts to climb through the window. Could it be that Lu Ting is genuinely kind to Bai Zhi, merely out of sense of gratitude? Upon reflection, in this era, where merely having sufficient food and clothing is a challenge, seeking a spouse often translates to finding a partner to share life as burdens. Prioritizing familiarity over romantic affection. It appears that in some instances, couples meet for the very first time on their wedding day. This is the plight of those coerced into arranged marriages. Yet, There are fortunate souls who encounter kind partners, though they are a rarity. Zhou observed that Bai Zhi remained silent, suspecting her daughter was still preoccupied with that scoundrel. Gently gripping her hand, she implored, Xiao Zhi, you mustn't dwell on that cat any longer, do you hear me? You nearly took your own life for him. And did he even bother to visit you? No. He is a bounder. Just the other day, your uncle spotted him flirting with another woman in the city. Truly. Can you believe it just once? At the mention of Zhang Jiandong, Zhou Lan ignited like a firecracker, her grip on Bai Zhi tightening unconsciously. The pressure caused Bai Zhi mild discomfort, prompting her to nod vigorously. Mother, I have not thought of Zhang Jiandong at all. I have truly seen through him. I swear I will not marry him. Nor do I wish to see him again, I promise. Zhou Lan remained slightly skeptical. You wouldn't deceive your mother, would you? You're being honest? Indeed. More genuine than gold. Zhou Lan finally relaxed her hold and nodded in approval. That is good, that is good. Bai Zhi, fearful that they might once again orchestrate a match with Lu Ting, declared, Mother, I will not marry Zhang Jiandong, nor anyone else. I simply wish to stay by your and father's side. I also aspire to attend university, to bring honor to the Bai family. Zhou Lan stood Dungbao, gazing at Bai Zhi with unblinking eyes, rendered speechless for a moment. Bai Zhi picked up a textbook from the table. See, this is the book required for university entrance exams. I am currently studying. I genuinely wish to pursue higher education. There are countless men in university far superior to Zhang Jiandong. Aren't there, mother? Zhou Lan nodded repeatedly, her eyes glistening with emotion. Yes, yes. Attending university. My daughter has truly matured indeed. Bai Zhi embraced Zhou Lan. Life inevitably comes with hardships that foster growth, doesn't it? I have experienced enough hardship now, and I have grown. I will no longer cause you worry. Zhou Lan's wrinkled hand rested gently on her back, offering a light pat, the corners of her mouth lifting in a smile. Good, good, my daughter is finally sensible. Indeed a wonderful thing. Bai Zhi sighed in relief, thankful that an arranged marriage was off the table. While the prospect of marrying a future technological magnate seemed promising, she could not simply surrender herself unthinkingly. Just as the mother-daughter bond deepened, a sharp voice pierced the air. Sister Zhou, hurry, your eldest grandson is fighting with someone, threatening to shove them into the muddy fields. Hurry. Hearing this, Zhou Lan swiftly grabbed a broom from beneath the eaves and dashed outside, with Bai Zhi curiously trailing behind. Just outside their courtyard, Tai Dan was aggressively pushing a small, scrawny child. The diminutive boy retaliated with fervor, shouting by Tai Dan, Your aunt is a vixen. That shameless Zhang Jiqing doesn't want her, and she threatened to take her own life. How disgraceful, you old hag. Shut your mouth. My aunt is not a seductress. In a fit of rage, Tai Dan sprang to his feet and, with all his might, pushed that scrawny monkey into the field. Soon, Aunt Yang emerged from her home, shrieking as she rushed forward, intending to kick Tai Dan into the field. However, before she could act, Zhou Lan was quicker, removing her pitch-black shoe sole and delivering a sharp slap to Aunt Yang's face. You dare to kick my grandson, she exclaimed. I will not let you off lightly. Old hag Zhou, is my grandson wrong? Isn't your daughter the one who had an affair with Zhang Jiqing, only to be abandoned by him and attempt suicide? My daughter did not. Zhou Lan was thoroughly incensed. She wielded the shoe sole mercilessly against Aunt Yang's face, causing the latter to scream in distress. Bai Zhi, witnessing the commotion, grabbed an axe and dashed to the edge of the field, pulling Tai Dan along. Quickly, Tai Dan, let us go home with your aunt. We've won. Let us know when to withdraw and not stoop to their level. Seeing Bai Zhi emerge, Aunt Yang raised her voice. By Yao Mei, Zhang Jiandong has abandoned you. Hasn't he? Bai Zhi stood her ground, her gaze icy as it locked onto Aunt Yang, surveying the onlookers around her. She declared, I have nothing to do with Zhang Jiandong. He is beneath contempt. Why would I care for him? The injury on my forehead was an accident. Anyone who spreads rumors about me and Zhang Jiqing will face dire consequences. As she spoke, she forcefully thrust the axe into the ground before Aunt Yang. If she weren't feeling unwell and lacking strength, she could have thrown it closer to her feet. The axe stood upright in the earth, a formidable sight that astonished the spectators. This by-family girl hardly resembled someone who had been cast aside. Her strength was remarkable, enough to drive such a heavy axe into the soil. Everyone was so startled that their jaws nearly dropped, and they turned to flee. Aun Young, trembling, struggled to rise from the muddy ground, retreating home with the scrawny monkey. Tycoon was ecstatic, clapping his hands. Aunt is amazing. She chops people. Anyone who dares speak ill of my aunt will face her wrath. Chop, chop. The little one mimicked wielding an axe, swinging his arms in excitement. After all, they were family. Regardless of their quarrels at home, they remained united against outsiders. Bai Zhi smiled warmly at Tycoon. The cookies I feed you are not in vain. You will be my capable little soldier, ready to protect me. Understand? With squinted eyes, Tycoon returned her smile and, imitating a soldier, saluted, "Yes, Aunt." Zholan gazed at Bai Zhi, incredulity washing over her as she looked at the axe. She pinched herself, wondering if this was a dream. How had her daughter become so fierce? She was practically a reflection of herself, so different from the delicate girl of the past. Lost in thought, Zholan was roused by Bai Zhi's playful voice. "Mom, can you pull the axe out? I used all my strength to throw it, and now I can't budge it." Zholan stared at Bai Zhi for a moment before effortlessly extracting the axe with one hand. Feeling fatigued, she hurried back inside to rest. As Bai Zhi departed, she glanced at the distance. Evening had arrived, as every household returned home to prepare their meals. The air was filled with curling wisps of smoke, an aroma of domestic warmth. She had only been unconscious for a few days, yet the news had already spread throughout the village. Who could be the one to have circulated such information? Today, the second sister-in-law had been beaten and lay in bed, unable to disseminate any rumors. So who was it? Bai Zhi strained to recall the memories in her mind, but her injured head throbbed painfully, and the effort only intensified the discomfort. Thus, she chose to abandon her thoughts and retreated to her room. As night fell, everyone had settled into slumber. Bai Zhi found herself wide awake, having slept too much during the day. She tossed and turned in bed, unable to find rest, and decided to light a lamp to read. Just then, she heard a rustling sound outside. Instantly alert, she retrieved an electric baton from her space. Was it a thief? A knock sounded at the window. Bai Zhi approached cautiously, gripping the baton tightly. When the outsider noticed the lack of response, they lowered their voice to call out. "Xiao Zhi, it's me, Jiandong. Zhang Jiandong." What a surprise. Chapter 007. Beating the scoundrel half to death. The mere thought of Zhang Jiandong's greasy, repulsive face made her recoil. She had no intention of seeking him out, yet here he was seeking her. How fitting, climbing up to a girl's window in the dead of night. He must be out of his mind. Outside, Zhang Jiandong, not hearing her reply, called again, "Xiao Zhi, why are you ignoring me? Are you angry with me for not coming to see you? But I'm here now. There has been so much going on in the fields. I've been working myself to exhaustion. Xiao Zhi, you know I'm not cut out for farm work. Yet even when I'm in the fields, my heart soars to you. Look, it's already midnight, and I haven't rested, yet I came to see you. Aren't you touched? Open the window, and let me see your injuries so that I can be at ease." Bai Zhi truly wanted to know how he managed to do this. While spreading rumors about her in the village, he stood beneath her window, uttering such sweet nothings. It was enough to make her stomach churn. She glanced toward the other room. Her parents seemed to have already fallen asleep. However, they were light sleepers. A sudden spark of inspiration flashed in her eyes. She called out, "Jiandong, when will you marry me? The villagers are saying we're having an affair. Do you no longer want me?" Hearing her voice, Zhang Jiandong grew excited. "Xiao Zhi, open the window so I can see you. You have no idea how sleepless I've been for your sake these past few days. I want to marry you. Tomorrow we can go to the village secretary to register, and then we'll get our marriage certificate. How does that sound? Registering?" Such are the words of a deceiver. In the stories, he had sweet-talked the original owner, never registered their marriage, and then returned to the city, abandoning her for the factory director's daughter. Nevertheless, Bai Zhi feigned delight and opened the window. "Brother Jiandong, come in quickly." Facing Zhang Jiandong's loathsome, greasy visage, she had to suppress her revulsion. As he climbed through, Bai Zhi deliberately closed the window behind him and secured the latch. Zhang Jiandong brushed off the dust from his clothes and began to act clumsily around Bai Zhi, who deftly evaded him. She moved to the tea table, saying, "You sit, and I'll pour you some tea." Approaching the writing desk by the window, she pretended to pour tea, but suddenly struck the window with a book, letting out a frightened gasp while Mom and Dad. In an instant, old man Bai and second brother Bai rushed out, not even bothering to turn on the lights. Zhang Jiandong, momentarily stunned, sprang to his feet and looked at Bai Zhi, exclaiming, "Xiao Zhi, what are you called?" Bai Zhi flung open the door, tugged at her collar, and screamed in terror, "Dad, Mom, save me. This scoundrel Zhang Jiandong wants to." Before he could react, he was swiftly bound by old man Bai and second brother Bai. Meanwhile, Zhou, with remarkable agility, adjusted Bai Zhi's clothing and hair, urging, "Quick, go sleep in Mom's room. I'll handle this." She pushed Bai Zhi in her own room and then raised her voice, shouting, "Quick, catch the thief. A thief has entered our home. Come help catch the thief." At that moment, Bai Zhi suddenly realized her mother's cleverness. This was for her reputation and also to deal with Zhang Jiandong. She crouched by the window, peeking through the curtain to observe the scene outside. She saw old man Bai and second brother Bai dragging Zhang Jiandong out, while Zhou swiftly grabbed a pillowcase hanging on a line and placed it over Zhang Jiandong's head, then began to strike him. Neighbors, drawn by the commotion, rushed in, joining the fray with kicks and punches. Zhang Jiandong's cries filled the air, yet he had no opportunity to speak. Thieves! In these times, they were the most despised. During the era of labor points, everyone worked hard to earn their own sustenance, while thieves shirked their duties and invaded others' homes. Thus, the entire village harbored a deep-seated hatred for thieves, uniting against them in solidarity. The scene devolved into chaos. Bai Zhi feared they might inadvertently kill him. Tai Dan quietly approached her, whispering, "Little aunt, if you kill that bad uncle, it would save you from his deceit. He has been spreading rumors about being a bad uncle in the village." Bai Zhi's beautiful eyes widened. She had considered many possibilities, yet never did she suspect it would be Zhang Jiandong. What was he plotting? To ruin her reputation, only to stand before her and say, "Xiao Zhi, see? Your reputation is so tarnished, yet I still married you. How deeply I love you, do you understand?" The foolish girl would surely be moved to tears. With this thought, any trace of sympathy she had for Zhang Jiandong vanished, and she felt an urge to join in the kicking. Yet she understood her mother's intentions clearly. She was simply there to enjoy the spectacle. After a prolonged beating, Zhang Jiandong lay motionless on the ground. A neighbor, Aunt Neo from next door, stepped forward and tugged at him, asking, "He won to be dead, will he? If he is, it serves him right. Didn't they kill a thief in the patriotic commune of Team 7 a while back? In these times, killing a thief is quite common." Old man Bai tugged at his sleeves, suggesting, "Just take him out and throw him away. This rascal dared to steal from my home." Some curious onlookers inquired, "Oh, did this thief really break into Bai Yaomei's room?" Once the external facade was complete, they began to turn on one another, eager to witness the misfortunes of their neighbors. The implications of her words were abundantly clear. Fortunately, Zhou had prepared herself early on. As the matron inquired, Bai Zhi emerged in a daze from her mother's room, asking, "Mother, what are you doing? Were you calling for me?" She stepped out into the eaves, with the iron egg still dangling from her arm. The nosy woman, who had been ready to gossip, forced a laugh. Zhou shot her a fierce glare, stating, "My daughter has a head injury, and I am looking after her. She is sleeping with me. This scoundrel broke into my daughter's room, but unfortunately he stumbled into the lion's den. My husband's room." Zhou voice boomed, silencing anyone who dared to speak or express curiosity. With a yawn, they all began to prepare to leave. What a peculiar coincidence. Just as Zhang Jiandong was about to step outside, he woke up, struggling to raise his hand and uttering, "Please don't hit me." That voice sounded so familiar. Someone promptly pulled the pillowcase off Zhang Jiandong's head, revealing, it's Zhang Jiqing. Sensing the situation was amiss, Zhou took the initiative. "Zhang Jiqing, you scoundrel. You are a cultured youth, yet instead of learning something worthwhile, you chose to become a thief. No wonder my husband said you've been complaining of fatigue and avoiding work." Zhang Jiandong managed to raise his hand, but his words were abruptly cut off by another slap from Zhou, preventing him from tarnishing Bai Zhi's reputation. Zhang Jiandong was knocked unconscious once more by her forceful strike. The village elders wore expressions of disappointment among the educated youth. This ruffian was a disgrace. Chapter 008. Is her mind working properly? By loud outside, everyone please disperse. I will take this person back to the youth station and write a report to the village secretary. You all may leave. Let tonight's events be forgotten. After all, if it comes to light that we are responsible for his injuries, it would be troublesome. The Bai family, in truth, lived quite prosperously, causing envy among others. However, they had little choice. Bai Laodad was literate and articulate, while Bai Lauer served as the accountant for the commune. Bai Dazong worked as a worker in the textile factory in the county. The envy was palpable, though it could only be expressed quietly, as they could not read a single character themselves. Finally, the crowd dispersed. Bai Laodad secretly exhaled a sigh of relief and glanced at the unconscious Zhang Jiandong, conducting a brief examination. Thankfully, he had only sustained superficial injuries, with no broken bones. This wretched fellow, were it not for the sake of Xiaozhi's reputation, I might have been tempted to end his life. Bai Lauer quickly soothed his father. Dad, don't be upset. Fortunately, our youngest sister is now awake and has not acted foolishly again. Let's deal with this situation promptly. Very well. Bai Laodad and Bai Lauer lifted Zhang Jiandong onto a cart and transported him back to the youth station. After Zhou Lan watched them leave, she returned to the main house. Bai Zhi inquired, Mother, you didn't kill him, did you? Your father checked. He only has some external injuries and no broken bones inside. Everyone knows their limits. If someone were to die, it would bring misfortune. Zhou Lan gulped down a large quantity of water, took a deep breath, and continued. After this incident, Zhang Jiandong will likely no longer remain in our brigade. Xiaozhi, do not blame your parents. This is all for your own good. Zhang Jiandong is truly worthless. He has wasted his education. Bai Zhi gently patted Zhou Lan's back and said, Mom, please don't be upset. This matter has come to a close. He has left, and that is that. In an abrupt motion, Zhou Lan seized Bai Zhi's hand. You must tell me the truth. What exactly transpired last night? Although she dotes on her youngest daughter, her trust had been misplaced, and she felt the need to educate her. Bai Zhi had never experienced such an intense glare from Zhou Lan. Feeling intimidated, she lowered her head and replied, Mom, nothing happened. He just came to see me and attempted to be inappropriate, but I did not allow it, which is why I called out. You didn't allow it? Zhou Lan questioned skeptically. I truly didn't. Otherwise, why would I have called you and Dad? Bai Zhi asserted earnestly. Zhou Lan tightened her grip on Bai Zhi's hand. My dear daughter, I believe your words. I hope you will remain this vigilant in the future and not be deceived by those scoundrels, understand? Mom, rest assured, I have truly seen through him. Just then, Tai Dan informed me that the one spreading those rumors in the village was none other than Zhang Jiandong. Zhou Lan suddenly rose to her feet, nearly grabbing an axe to chase him down. Bai Zhi quickly soothed her, please don't be angry. His actions have only solidified my resolve to see his true nature. Zhou Lan gazed at Bai Zhi, her eyes filled with concern. My little daughter, you must be cautious. Bai Zhi nodded obediently. Mom, my only goal now is to prepare for university. I have no other aspirations, truly. Whether or not you get into university is of little consequence, as long as you do not oppose us. Your elder brother will arrange a position for you in a state-owned factory. It will be fine, understood? Based on Bai Zhi's knowledge, many state-owned factories have become privatized, resulting in a significant number of unemployed workers. Hence, securing a position in such factories was not the best choice. The optimal path was to venture into business or pursue higher education. Bai Zhi confidently declared to Zhou Lan, Mom, I wish to attend university, not work in a state-owned factory. Trust me, I could get into university. Zhou Lan smiled, assuming Bai Zhi was joking. As night fell, she patted her shoulder. Go to sleep now. Bai Zhi felt a sense of fulfillment after dealing with the scoundrel, embraced by her mother's profound love. The following day, news spread throughout the Red Flag Commune's 3rd Brigade. Zhang Jiandong, who had neglected his studies, had turned to thievery. He had stolen from the home of the brigade leader, who personally wrote a report, and several members corroborated the account with their fingerprints. No amount of clever talk from Zhang Jiandong would change the undeniable truth. Subsequently, The village secretary submitted the report, and the organization made a decision to assign him to the harsh northwestern frontier for development work. On the day Zhang Jiandong was taken away, Bai Zhi went to see him. He looked at her with a pained expression and asked, "Xiaozhi, you know I'm not a thief. How could I be? You're the only one who can help me now." Bai Zhi stared at him with indifference, asking, "Did you spread the news about my head injury outside, claiming that I would resort to self-harm because you no longer wanted me? Is it you who has tarnished my reputation?" Zhang Jiandong shook his head vehemently. "I did not say that. I truly did not say anything of the sort. Xiaozhi, I feel so miserable. I don't want to go to the northwest. Please help me. Look at my injuries. How can you bear to see me like this? I love you so much. You are my entire life." Bai Zhi scoffed coldly. "Do not deceive me any longer. Do you really think I am that foolish? You approached me solely because of my father's and brother's connections, hoping to be reassigned to the city. You believe me to be naive and easy to manipulate, don't you?" Zhang Jiandong was momentarily stunned, staring blankly at Bai Zhi, unable to respond for a long while. Had her head injury truly made her more perceptive? Thus, that night was no mere coincidence or accident. She had deliberately set a trap for him. Seeing his silence, Bai Zhi smiled bitterly. "You truly have deceived me. Zhang Jiandong, does your conscience not ache?" The original owner had loved him so dearly. Zhang Jiandong narrowed his eyes as he gazed at Bai Zhi. "Was that night your scheme? Scheme? How could I possibly orchestrate anything against you? I love you so much that I would forsake my life for you. All of this is simply fate. You brought this upon yourself." The original owner genuinely loved him, while he did not reciprocate. She was aware of this fact. Zhang Jiandong was indeed a selfish man. He cared not for the original owner's feelings, fixating only on whether she had deceived him, growling, "You did it on purpose. You meant to do this." Bai Zhi feigned innocence, blinking her large, glistening eyes. "Brother Jiandong, I will not see you again in this lifetime." What a scoundrel! A repugnant scoundrel. Zhang Jiandong, unable to accept her words, grasped the iron railing and shook it furiously. "Bai Zhi, you heartless woman, come here and clarify this matter." Bai Zhi dismissively waved her hand. "To the devil with you. This lady here is indeed heartless. What of it? It is scoundrels like you who are truly scheming." Bai Zhi lifted her gaze and spotted Lu Ting in the distance. He was clad in a simple white tank top, exuding a strong and masculine presence. As he noticed her looking at him, he approached. Before she could speak, he handed her something here. "What is this, Brother Lu?" Bai Zhi asked curiously as she accepted the item. "Your favorite white rabbit milk candy." Lu Ting fixed his gaze on Bai Zhi, wondering if he had imagined things earlier. Had she truly not changed at all? But just moments ago, it seemed as though he had seen a different person altogether. Bai Zhi paid no heed to Lu Ting's scrutinizing gaze. She tore the candy wrapper and popped a piece in her mouth, beaming as she said, "Brother Lu, you need not buy me so many treats. I fear I might become too indulgent." "It's all right, have more." Bai Zhi was quite intrigued. This white rabbit milk candy could not be acquired without a sugar ticket and was rather expensive. Lu Ting was merely an ordinary worker now, clocking in and out each day. Where would he procure sugar tickets to buy such items? The black market? Could it be that this future technological mogul had begun trading in the black market? The year is now 1975, with 3 years remaining until economic reform. Is he laying the groundwork for himself in advance? Bai Zhi pondered, contemplating her own visit to the city one day, as she had ample supplies at her disposal. Lu Ting turned to the bicycle and said, "Sister, are you heading back? Shall I take you?" "Sure," Bai Zhi replied, promptly taking a seat on the rear of Lu Ting's bicycle. This childhood companion treated her with genuine kindness, and thus she felt comfortable with him. Perhaps she had gotten a bit too close. Lu Ting suddenly felt a tinge of embarrassment, his face flushed. He quickly turned his head to pedal, taking her home. On their way back, Lu Ting abruptly said, "Don't feel sad." Sad? What could she possibly be sad about? Bai Zhi reflected for a moment before realizing. Did he think she would be upset over Zhang Jiandong's departure? It was understandable. He was unaware that she had chosen not to marry him and did not know that she had been the one to drive him away. He likely assumed it was her parents who had intervened. Bai Zhi gazed at the azure sky and remarked, "Perhaps one must experience loss to learn valuable lessons. This time, I've suffered greatly. Naturally, I have come to understand who truly cares for me and who does not. Lu Ting simply responded with a grunt. Bai Zhi had little else to say. Lu Ting seemed lost in thought. The bicycle hit a stone, causing her body to sway, and, out of instinct, she grasped his slender waist for support. Lu Ting's gaze darkened momentarily, his palms sweating on the handlebars. The faint scent of Bai Zhi lingered in his nostrils, intoxicating him. As he pedaled, he suddenly felt drained, parched, and tense throughout his body. It was almost overwhelming. Bai Zhi suddenly released her grip, saying, "Brother Lu, please be careful while riding. Avoid hitting stones." He acknowledged. Yet as he rode, he spotted another stone ahead, tempted by a reckless urge to collide with it. However, reason prevailed over this wild impulse. The bicycle came to a halt at her doorstep. As Bai Zhi approached, she heard muffled voices from within. Upon catching a glimpse, she noticed Sister Hua hurriedly exiting her yard, her expression darkening. "Sister Hua, why are you running?" Bai Zhi inquired. Sister Hua turned, forcing a strained smile. "It's nothing." Bai Zhi's expression hardened as she glanced inside, seeing her second sister-in-law, Wang Mei, awkwardly moving towards the house, her gait still unsteady, likely due to lingering pain. Bai Zhi furrowed her brow and approached Sister Hua directly. "What did my second sister-in-law say to you?" Sister Hua shook her head vehemently. "Nothing. I just thought she seemed bored, so I want to chat with her." Bai Zhi's piercing gaze scrutinized Sister Hua, as if she could devour her with mere eyes. Sister Hua felt a chill run down her spine and stammered, "Sister Bai, I think I should be going now." As she attempted to leave, Bai Zhi suddenly seized her wrist. "Sister Hua, allow me to remind you of something." What is it?" "Last year, the production team's storage lost a jar of oil. Who do you think stole it? If the village secretary finds out, what do you think will happen?" Bai Zhi has read this novel, though some plot points may have slipped her memory. Yet, when she encounters familiar faces, fragments of recollection resurface. She recalls that the man from Sister Hua's household was the custodian of the production brigade storeroom. Last year, a pot of oil went missing and the custodian, in a fit of feigned investigation, failed to uncover the thief, leading to the matter being swept under the rug. Sister Hua believed everything was resolved and, when preparing to eat, inadvertently revealed her bounty to her sister-in-law. To placate her sister-in-law and ensure her silence, she gifted her a plethora of valuable items. This exchange blossomed into a close friendship. Now, reflecting on this incident, it seems their superficial bond is on the verge of collapse. If her sister-in-law hasn't learned her lesson from a few scoldings, Bai Zhi cannot be blamed for her lack of courtesy, as anticipated upon hearing the news. Sister Hua's eyes widened in disbelief. "Your sister-in-law mentioned this to you?" Bai Zhi blinked innocently. "How would I know if no one had told me?" Sister Hua, incensed, clutched her shirt tightly and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "That Wang Mei, how can her tongue be so vile? It's one thing for her to bully you, but to tarnish the reputation of my man. How has she bullied me?" Bai Zhi retorted. "She just told me that you weren't sleeping in your mother's room that night. You were in your own room. Zhang Jiandong was rummaging through your space, and she heard you two engaging in whatever it was." With this revelation, a loud crash echoed through the air. Bai Zhi jumped, turning to find Lu Ting had not left. He had clearly overheard Sister Hua's words. His expression darkened, and with a powerful punch, he struck an old, gnarled tree nearby, causing it to sway precariously. Sister Hua recoiled, whispering to Bai Zhi, "Your sister-in-law speaks recklessly. You mustn't take her seriously." "I certainly won tea." Bai Zhi chuckled. "Since we both know your sister-in-law is speaking nonsense, and you don't take it seriously, I won tea either, and I won tea spread it further." Truly, it was beyond salvage. Her mother had invested so much effort in her plans, only for Wang Mei to conspire against her from behind. Infuriated, Bai Zhi felt an itch in her teeth and swiftly made her way home, unaware that Lu Ting followed closely behind. Upon noticing Bai Zhi's return, Wang Mei hastily shut the door and bolted it. Bai Zhi knocked on the door. "Wang Mei, come out." Behind the door, Wang Mei trembled slightly. "Sister, I'm in pain. I can't get up." Fuming, Bai Zhi kicked the door repeatedly, but Wang Mei remained steadfastly silent, showing no intention of opening it. Just as Bai Zhi pondered her next move, Lu Ting approached with an axe in hand. To her shock, he swung it down, shattering the window of the second brother's room. Wang Mei screamed from within, "Lu dog, what are you doing? You ungrateful wretch! What is your aim in smashing my window?" Bai Zhi stepped closer to the window, asserting, "It was I who did it, not Lu Ge. Sister-in-law, why are you hiding? What are you so guilty about? Do you intend to hide in there forever?" Chapter 010. A dual assault. Wang Mei struggled to maintain her composure, declaring, "I have nothing to feel guilty about. There is no evasion, dear sister. Do not assume that just because the family indulges you, you can act without restraint. What do you think of your second brother? Today you shatter our window. What will you do tomorrow? Will you split our door as well?" Bai Zhi snatched the axe from Lu Ting's hands. "If you don't open the door, I might just have to chop it down." Wang Mei trembled in fear. "Dear sister, what on earth are you causing commotion for? How have I offended you? Do you wish for my demise? I would give my life for you, I would." As she spoke, she flung open the door and began to wail, her cries deliberately loud enough for the neighbors to hear, to paint a picture of the Bai family mistreating her. Bai Zhi was unperturbed, brandishing the axe. Wang Mei, who had been shouting, immediately curled up in silence, afraid to make a sound. The entire Bai family doted on this little sister. Even that Lu dog was no exception. As she swung the axe, he glared at her from behind, his gaze as if he could devour her whole. She tightened her grip on her pants, steeling herself. Even if he heard, she would resolutely deny everything. Why should the entire family spoil her? She felt like an outsider. Yet, she waited and waited. The surroundings were eerily silent. Not a whisper to be heard. Where was Sister Hua? Hearing her cries, why hadn't she come to help? Bai Zhi saw through her thoughts. Are you still waiting for Sister Hua to come and shout for help, so others can witness how I bully you? Wang Mei, your calculations have failed. Wang Mei looked up at Bai Zhi. Ever since she bumped her head, this Bai Zhi seemed to have transformed into another person, shedding her former timid demeanor. And then there was Lu Ting, such a sycophant. He had quietly shut the yard gate at some point. Now, Wang Mei felt as if heaven had turned against her and the earth had forsaken her. Despairing, she sank to the ground, gazing at Bai Zhi. "Dear sister, you simply cannot stand me. You wish to drive me out of this home. If I leave, so be it." With that, she stood up, stumbling toward the exit. Lu Ting suddenly stood in her path. When this rascal was not smiling, he towered like a bear, exuding a menacing aura. Wang Mei lechwubelt. Yet she refused to concede. "Bai Zhi, what do you truly want? If I leave, does that fulfill your desires? Must you treat me like a mere cat or dog to feel satisfied?" Bai Zhi regarded Wang Mei, the one who plays the victim. "Should not these questions be directed at you? What did you and Sister Hua discuss earlier? What did Sister Hua say to you?" Wang Mei, listening intently, widened her eyes, her excitement palpable. "Dear sister, you are truly naive. We are family. How could I wish you harm? Others delight in our family's misfortune. The more chaos we create, the happier they become. I am your second sister-in-law. How could I not care for your well-being? Second sister-in-law, do you truly care for me? Encouraging me to threaten our parents and then spreading rumors about what transpired between Zhang Jiandong and me that night. This is your version of caring?" Wang Mei jumped up suddenly. "I did not. Sister Hua is lying. She only wants to see our family in turmoil. Dear sister, you must not believe her. Do not believe her." Bai Zhi let out a cold laugh, having experienced death once. "Second sister-in-law, my mind is much sharper than it used to be. Do not deceive me as if I were a fool. Do you dare to swear before your mother that you have never spoken ill of me? Due to traditional beliefs, such matters are still regarded with great taboo." Wang Mei's eyes brimmed with tears as she cried, "That wretched Sister Hua. What nonsense are you spouting to disturb our family? I have never said such things. I simply have not. Enough of your weeping in front of me. Your inability to swear reveals your guilt. Did you think I did not hear a single word?" Bai Zhi exclaimed. Zhang Jiandong had already bid farewell to the guests. She was secretly scheming behind the scenes. This woman truly infuriated Bai Zhi to the point of wanting to strike her. In a fit of rage, Bai Zhi swung her hand, landing a slap on Wang Mei's face. Wang Mei stood stunned, covering her face, gazing blankly at her. "You hit me?" "Bai Zhi, indeed, I did," Bai Zhi retorted, lunging forward to grab Wang Mei's hair. Wang Mei, undeterred, forgot her own injuries and attempted to claw at Bai Zhi's face. However, it was a woman-esque scuffle, and Lu Ting intervened. He seized Wang Mei's wrist, pulling her away from Bai Zhi and shoving her beneath the pear tree. Vong Mai, looking into Lu Ting's cold eyes, screamed, Lu Ting, you wretched dog, on what grounds do you strike me? Bai Zhi charged at her again, mounting Wang Mei and delivering blows. A troublemaker like you will not cease until you are taught a lesson. Her resolve was firm. She would not stop until Wang Mei complied. Bai Zhi struck with considerable force. In her previous life, out of boredom, she had trained in combat. And even in poor health, she could still wield an axe. Wang Mei was thoroughly pinned down by Bai Zhi, unable to fight back. By the time Bai Zhi relented, Wang Mei was battered and bruised. Meanwhile, Tai Dan had returned. Upon entering, he saw his mother sitting beneath the pear tree and noticed Bai Zhi with disheveled hair. He glanced around before suddenly throwing himself into Wang Mei's embrace. Mom, did you hit my aunt? Boo-hoo. I told you not to speak ill of her. But you wouldn't listen. Boo-hoo, does it hurt, Mom? When you do something wrong, you must face the consequences. Let us not speak out of turn next time, all right? Oh my goodness. Is Tai Dan here to support his mother or to pass judgment? This tone brought a smile to Bai Zhi's face. She pulled out a big white rabbit candy from her pocket. What did your mother say about me? She just denied it vehemently. Tai Dan gazed longingly at the candy, his little mouth watering, torn between his desire for the treat and his mother's evident distress. Would it be too ungrateful to enjoy his aunt's candy in light of his mother's plight? Yet, he truly yearned for the candy. Wiping his tears, he looked at the sweet and said, Aunt, can you please not hit my mom? I could forgo your candy. His sobs intensified, tears streaming down his face. His expression seemed to convey, oh, my beloved big white rabbit candy. Though you are delectable, I cannot abandon my mother. I do not wish to be a child without a mother. So for now, I must forsake you. Chapter 011. Aunt, save my mother. Bai Zhi was initially filled with rage. Observing the adorable Tai Dan heir, her anger dissipated in an instant. She offered him a handful of candy, stating, You may indulge in these sweets, and I shall refrain from striking your mother. However, this is contingent upon you managing her behavior. Should she continue her misdeeds or speak ill of me, I shall not hesitate to reprimand her once more. Even if you plead with me in tears, my resolve remains firm. How infuriating! She had spoken all those words in front of Tai Dan heir, who even acknowledged her faults. Yet, she stubbornly refused to yield. White Zhi felt a pang of sympathy for Ergo. How could he endure such a woman? Tai Dan heir's eyes sparkled with excitement as he listened to White Zhi's words, and he exclaimed, Really? Aunt, you wouldn't deceive me, right? As long as I keep my mother in check, you and Grandma won't harm her anymore? I promise. We are family, and no one desires to mistreat their own kin. Having lacked familial ties in her previous life, White Zhi cherished the notion of family. Yet, Wang Mei persistently provoked her limits. Upon hearing this, Wang Mei scoffed, White Zhi, I do not covet your forgiveness. I have done nothing wrong. On what grounds do you strike me? Before she could finish her sentence, she covered her son's mouth. Tai Dan heir, anxious, urged Mom, please stop talking. Just stop. You must recognize your errors. Wang Mei, incensed by her son's apparent defection towards White Zhi and the old lady, felt even more enraged. After merely a few days under the care of the elderly woman, he had turned against his own mother. With a fierce shove, she pushed Tai Dan heir away, exclaiming, I have no son like you. Leave. Go away. As she attempted to depart, Tai Dan heir clung to her leg like a helpless ornament, wailing loudly. Ultimately, being flesh of her flesh, Wang Mei could not bear to part with him. She scooped up her little one and returned indoors. The faint sounds of Tai Dan heir's sobs echoed. Mommy, if I eat candy, it won't hurt anymore. I love you, Mommy and Grandma and Aunt. Such a sensible and heart-wrenching child. Though he could be bothersome at times, he was mostly obedient. As White Zhi turned, she noticed Lu Ting beneath the eaves, and her heart skipped a beat. Oh dear. She had been so engrossed in dealing with Wang Mei that she had entirely failed to notice Lu Ting's presence. In his eyes, White Zhi appeared to be a delicate girl, one who merely indulged in playful whims. Would he have caught a glimpse of a recent display of temper? Feeling awkward, White Zhi pointed toward her room, saying, Brother Lu, I'm going back to read. Please make yourself comfortable. Lu Ting picked up a silk hairpin from the ground and handed it to her. As White Zhi reached out to accept it, he suddenly stepped closer and secured the hairpin in her dark tresses. He seemed somewhat flustered. After fastening it, he turned and fled. Bai Zhi stood frozen in place, momentarily dazed. What did this mean? Why did this act of giving her a hairpin feel so ambiguous? Did he perceive an opportunity now that Zhang Jiandong had departed? Was he deliberately teasing her? Oh, this rugged man, with such a bashful demeanor, dared to flirt with her. How amusing. After watching him leave, Bai Zhi retreated to her room to continue her reading. Bai Zhi initially found the scene captivating, but as time passed, fatigue overtook her, and she succumbed to slumber at her writing desk. In a daze, she stirred awake, only to be jolted by the cacophony of voices and cries from outside. With heavy eyelids, she rubbed her numb hands and began to comprehend her surroundings. Just then, Dan rushed to her window, sobbing, "Annie, woe is me. Father is going to kill Mother. It's all my fault. I told him what Mother said about you. He is furious and threatens to divorce her. Will I be left without a mother?" Dan's cries intensified, his small frame trembling with distress. Bai Zhi could hear the commotion from the adjacent room, loud thuds and the heart-wrenching wails of Wang Mei, accompanied by the deep growls of her second elder brother. Known for his gentle demeanor, he was renowned for his patience and was a model for many young women in the region. His current fury indicated a profound level of anger, one that had evidently crossed a significant threshold. Seated at her desk, Bai Zhi hesitated, contemplating whether to intervene. While she pondered, Dan clawed at her window, his cries growing more desperate. "Auntie, I'm begging you, help me talk to Father." In a sudden act of desperation, Dan knelt before her, startling her with his display of vulnerability. At merely 6 years old, he evoked a deep sense of compassion. Bai Zhi swiftly opened the door. Lifting him from the ground, "What can I do?" "You should seek out your grandmother." In that moment, she glanced towards the commotion, witnessing her elder brother enraged, tearing off his glasses as he prepared to throw Wang Mei out, clutching a burlap sack. It was evident he intended to oust her from their home. Observing the scene and the distraught Dan, she crouched down to his level. "Dear Dan, please do not cry. We are family, unbreakable even by thunder. Perhaps your father merely wishes to discipline your mother, who has been quite disobedient. Trust in your father. He means well, does he not?" Dan sniffled. "Really?" "Indeed," she replied, though she struggled to convince herself of the righteousness in forgiving Wang Mei. The truth was that such a person required a thorough reckoning to learn her lessons. Moreover, it was clear that Wang Mei held a deep affection for her elder brother, a rare gem of a man, not easily found. Bai Zhi recognized the privilege of their family within the Hongqi commune. Their lives were relatively carefree. She was spared from daily labor and could rest at home whenever fatigue struck. Her older brother and his wife lived in factory dormitories, returning home only a few times a year. Most importantly, they contributed financially to the household every month. With tickets and income, they were indeed a fortunate family. If Wang Mei were to leave, it would be an act of folly. Bai Zhi had discerned this reality and thus resolved not to intervene, believing that for the family to find peace, such measures were necessary. In truth, Dan's mother, despite her understanding that her mistakes would lead to reprimand, he still feared that Bai Zhi would not come to his aid. Thus, he had no choice but to cling to his father's leg, weeping and pleading. Yet, Ergo was resolute, turning to Bai Zhi and commanding, "Take Dan away. This woman, I must confront her today." Bai Zhi, glancing at Dan with a hint of sympathy, gently tugged at his hand. "Do not cry. I assure you, your mother will return in a few days. She has merely gone to visit your grandmother for a short while." Chapter 012. Ergo contemplates divorce. "Please, no. I want my mother. She cannot leave. She cannot leave." Dan wriggled free from Bai Zhi's grasp and lunged forward. At that moment, he could absorb nothing but the longing for his mother. After all, there were many children in the village who had lost their mothers, evoking great pity. Thus, insults often included, "You motherless wretch." Dan, being a child of the village, was well aware of this reality. At the height of the family's turmoil, Zhou Lan returned, brandishing a hoe which she struck against the ground. By Dan, "Come here." Dan's greatest fear was undoubtedly his grandmother. At her commanding shout, he obediently approached her. Zhou Lan scooped Dan into her arms and addressed Bai Lao Air, "You may take him away. I will handle things here." Upon hearing this, Wang Mei rolled her eyes dramatically, nearly fainting, extending her hands in a pitiful manner. Tai Dan's mother does not wish to leave. She does not want to be separated from you. Onlookers chuckled. Wang Mei, you should take your son and leave. Once you're gone, how many young women in the village will line up to marry your man? Hurry and depart. My distant cousin is only 19, fair-skinned, and possesses a lovely temperament. I plan to introduce her to your husband. Such was the nature of village life. When calamity struck, the community would band together against a common foe. Yet, when it came to gossip, no one hesitated to stoke the flames, relishing the chaos as it unfolded. A phenomenon later dubbed the onlooker's delight. The cacophony created a palpable sense of crisis for Wang Mei, prompting her to weep more earnestly. Heaven forgive me, I was wrong. I truly erred. I promise, I will never behave this way again. Please believe me, will you? Bai Zhi, however, was disinclined to listen. He simply pushed her aside. The scene at the Bai household was indeed captivating. Soon, everyone in the Hongqi Commune's third team was aware of the unfolding drama. Bai Zhi was seeking a divorce, and Wang Mei had been cast out. The young women who admired him were all aflutter. Bai Zhi was not only kind and diligent in his work, but most importantly, he possessed striking good looks. Even with a 6-year-old son, he remained remarkably handsome. All 3 children of the Bai family were notably attractive, particularly the reclusive Bai Mei, who rarely ventured beyond the confines of their home. As night descended, Ergo finally returned. The entire family awaited his arrival. Their meal long since cooled. He appeared somewhat weary, noticing everyone had gathered to dine. After washing his hands, he sat down at the table. Mother, why did you wait for me? He asked. Yao Mei, you haven't gone hungry, have you? Bai Zhi looked at him. Ergo, I am not hungry. Why are you back so soon? Bai Zhi picked up his chopsticks. Father, mother, let us eat. Zhou did not pick up the chopsticks, but instead gazed at Bai Zhi. What on earth had transpired? You have never been one to exhibit such fury. Do you truly intend to divorce Wang Mei? Yes, I shall divorce her. I cannot manage this woman. The last time you struck her, it did not reform her. Our Bai family can no longer accommodate her. Bai Lao was genuinely enraged. Zhou, with a gloomy expression, inquired what could possibly agitate him so. Realizing their parents were unaware of the situation, Bai Lao looked at Bai Zhi, filled with remorse and pain. What had he married? His younger sister had endured such great injustice without confiding in their parents. Now, guilt weighed heavily upon him. Lu Ting had come to inform him that he had shattered a window at his home. Why would Lu Ting break your window? He has never acted recklessly. Bai Lao, gazing at Bai Zhi, wore a countenance full of regret. Wang Mei and Sister Hua had smeared his sister's reputation regarding that night's events. Lu Ting had heard it with his own ears. Zhou, upon hearing this, slammed her palm heavily on the table. That wretched woman. Lao, you are right. Divorce her. Such a woman is truly unbearable for our Bai family. Bai Lao, inhaling deeply from his leaf cigarette, exhaled a long sigh, lamenting his own misfortune. Zhou, glancing at Tai Dan, who was sleeping soundly on the chair, felt a pang of sympathy. Lao, rest assured, with me and your sister here, Tai Dan will be well taken care of. Without that woman, our Zhou family will continue to thrive. Bai Lao responded with a grunt. Burying his head in his meal, feeling unworthy in front of Bai Zhi, his heart heavy with discomfort. Bai Zhi understood and gently said, Second brother, do not dwell on this matter any longer. Sister-in-law was merely momentarily heated. Do not let it trouble you. She will come to understand. Bai Lao shook his head. Her mind would never be clear. Because of Wang Mei, the family dinner was devoid of flavor. Bai Zhi had not anticipated that Lu Ting would approach her second brother. Was he concerned about her suffering? Contemplating this, Zhou entered her room without her knowledge, pondering something. What is it? Nothing, mother. Are you not asleep yet? Zhou sat opposite her. Did you ride back on Lu Ting's bicycle today? Yes, he kindly gave me a ride. His visit to your second brother indicates he fears you may have been wronged. What are your thoughts on this? Bai Zhi looked up at Zhou and replied, Mother, do we not agree that I would pursue university? Why are you bringing up marriage? I'm only 19. Why should I marry so early? Zhou's expression turned stern. Your second brother married at 20, and now he has a 6-year-old child. He is not yet 30, yet look at him contemplating divorce. Those unmarried girls in the village are quite interested in him. I believe it is wise to settle such significant matters early in life. It is easier to manage when you are young. Shall we wait until old age to address these important affairs? Mother, is Lu Ting the only one in your sight? Your father and I have watched him grow up. We know him well. Although his background may not be ideal, he possesses considerable resources. I have heard his father conducts substantial business in America with considerable wealth. Lu Ting has a good temperament. You would not suffer if you married him. Zhou repeatedly praised Lu Ting, growing increasingly fond of him, wishing she could hasten the day he wed Bai Zhi. The bitter smile of Bai Zhi revealed her deep understanding. Mom, I know everything. Having read the entire book, what could she possibly be unaware of? Lu Ting was indeed her father in America, which made his life exceedingly challenging. Yet, he did not acknowledge that father. He was a formidable figure in his own right. His wealth, presumably earned through his own endeavors rather than bestowed by his father. The black market. As this thought crossed her mind, Bai Zhi said, Mom, I wish to go to the city tomorrow. What do you intend to do in the city? I want to purchase some study materials. Let Ting bring them back for you. Why would you, a young lady, go alone? Zhou, who had always cherished her daughter, was apprehensive. She had never ventured far beyond the mountains and had heard tales of the city's chaos. Human traffickers, frauds, and ruffians. With her daughter's striking beauty, how could she not encounter danger? Bai Zhi gently shook Zhou arm, saying, Lu Ting would not choose to harm me. And besides, I wish to buy some feminine products, like facial creams. Please allow me to go. She pleaded sweetly. Zhou found it hard to resist. All right, your mother agrees, but you must go to bed early. Bai Zhi, filled with joy, hugged Zhou and kissed her cheek, leaving Zhou momentarily stunned, unable to react as she pushed her daughter away and retreated into the house. Old man, Bai was calculating accounts under the oil lamp. Zhou approached him with her shoe soles, speaking softly. What do you think about Zhi's situation? Old man, Bai pondered for a moment and replied, Let Zhi handle it. He is prudent. Zhou, threading her needle, continued, Our youngest just told me she plans to go to the city tomorrow. Old man Bai set down his pen, exclaiming, What would a young lady do in the city? There are far too many bad people. She claims she is buying study materials and wants to attend university. Do you think it's true? Zhou inquired, leaning closer to old man Bai. He adjusted the oil lamp to illuminate her face better, saying, Everyone must endure some hardship to grow. Trust me, I've noticed she has been studying diligently these past few days. It is likely genuine. However, she cannot go alone. I will speak to Lu Ting tomorrow and ask him to accompany her. Zhou looked up. That won't do. If her daughter finds out, she will be upset. She has read too many books and is quite independent in her thinking. She does not favor Lu Ting and has no intention of marrying him. Old man Bai chuckled. Why rush? She will eventually take a breath. Spending more time with Lu Ting, she will surely come to recognize his merits. Zhou reflected, Perhaps you are right. We should encourage Lu Ting to visit our home more often. He is diligent, which I appreciate. Each time he comes, he either brings a few pounds of meat or your favorite wine. Old man Bai appeared quite satisfied with this notion. Meanwhile, in the Wang family, Wang Mei's maternal home was not located in Hongqi Commune, but rather in the 1st Brigade of Hanyuan Commune, in Yao Yao Village. It was already midnight, yet Wang Mei was still being scolded by her mother. Wang Ma poked her forehead, saying, What is wrong with you? Do you think marrying Bai Zhi off will elevate your status at home? With swollen eyes from crying, Wang Mei lamented, I simply cannot stand her. In the household, all delicacies were reserved for her, leaving me with nothing. Look at Iron Egg's physique. He is hardly lacking anything, is he? Within the Hongqi Commune, Iron Egg is indeed the plumpest child. Do not speak such absurdities. The depths of human greed are unfathomable. The more one desires, the more one covets. Wang Mei, feeling increasingly aggrieved, lamented to her mother, What shall we do now? Tiangang has forsaken me. You have no idea how many people mocked me when I left the village, all discussing how I would seek out Tiangang to marry him. Tiangang is my man. How dare those little hussies attempt to usurp him? Bai Laer, in front of so many, returned her to her mother's house. And yet he is still referred to as your man? I foresee that the village might soon deliver you divorce papers. Wang Ma's words pierced Wang Mei's heart like daggers. She wept even more profusely. Mother, what shall I do? Wang Ma, pressing her brow, admonished, "After this loss, will you still disregard my counsel? You cannot fathom the way your sister-in-law glared upon your return. If you truly sever ties with the Bai family, your life will be irrevocably ruined." "Mother," Wang Ma cried even harder. Unable to bear it any longer, Wang Ma insisted, "All right, heed my advice. Henceforth, do not target Bai Yao Mei. There's certainly something budding between Bai Yao Mei and that Lu child. I know your mother-in-law well enough. Lu's father is a wealthy man from the United States. Lu possesses riches. If you can win over Bai Yao Mei and your mother-in-law, you will enjoy more delicacies in the future. Why must you be so short-sighted?" Wang Mei, indeed, was too focused on the immediate morsels of bread and meat, oblivious to the larger picture. She wiped her tears away, filled with regret. "No wonder Iron Egg does not favor me. I have been foolish, mother. I shall heed your words. Whatever you advise, I shall follow. As long as I can return to the Bai family. My man is so wonderful. I absolutely cannot allow those little temptresses to take him away. You know what is right? Hurry and sleep." Wang Ma, a skilled matchmaker, was quick-witted. It was with her silver tongue that she secured a match for her daughter with the Bai family. Had she married another man, she would not enjoy such a fortunate life now. Truly, one can be so naive, failing to appreciate a good life while creating unnecessary tumult. In the early morning, Bai Zhi tidied herself up to head into the city. Bai Laodad first rode her to the town on his bicycle, then she took a bus to the county seat. Just as she departed, Lu Ting followed closely behind. She had intentionally packed a basket and prepared several items. Upon arriving at the bus station in the county, she made her way to the public restroom. The county was notably cleaner, with buildings rising 3 stories high and bustling with people, creating a lively atmosphere. In the restroom, Bai Zhi first darkened her face, applied 2 large beauty spots, donned a floral headscarf, and retrieved various items from her space to fill her basket. It felt heavy, almost as if it would crush her small shoulders. She did not head to the library, but instead ventured to the black market. The book had detailed instructions on the black market's location, allowing Bai Zhi to navigate several turns until she found the entrance. Guards were stationed at the door, and upon her arrival, they extended their hands. Bai Zhi understood the unspoken exchange and slipped them some money, smoothly gaining entrance to the market. The black market typically lurks within concealed alleyways. Whether one is buying or selling, there is always a fee to be paid. In the event of a surprise inspection, someone will provide advance notice, allowing everyone to scatter into the alleys. As Bai Zhi entered, she was immediately approached. "Sister, what do you have? What do you need?" Bai Zhi adeptly switched to the local dialect. "Eggs, oil? Come, take a look this way." She led him deeper into a more hidden alley and unveiled her cotton cloth. The buyer was visibly impressed, exclaiming, "Wow, girl, you have some rare goods here. How much for this block of brown sugar?" "This whole piece is 50 cents. Bai Zhi had stockpiled large chunks of brown sugar. The buyer clearly favored it, promptly purchasing a piece along with a pot of oil for $2. Her first earnings amounted to $2.50. Though Bai Zhi's family lived comfortably, their meals often consisted of simple fare. Seizing the opportunity presented by her visit to the black market, Bai Zhi planned to procure some meat from her secret stash for a delightful feast. After selling to her first customer, she sought out the next. The strap of her basket was digging into her shoulder. After carrying it for half the day, her shoulder was reddened, yet she felt no fatigue. Instead, she was invigorated and motivated to continue. Consequently, she gathered a considerable amount of goods. In the end, with the $10 she earned, Bai Zhi joyfully made her way to the library. She initially intended to purchase books on water and wood engineering, but after flipping through several, they felt as incomprehensible as ancient texts. Ultimately, she settled for a few study materials. On her way back, she took a moment to adjust her makeup before heading home. Unexpectedly, at the station, she encountered Lu Ting, who casually remarked as he passed her basket, "Heavy, isn't it?" "Not at all." Bai Zhi's heart raced. The coincidence struck her as peculiar. Chapter 014. The little sister is too soft. Lu Ting held his purchase ticket, asking, "Are you getting on a train?" It was then that Bai Zhi snapped back to reality and slowly followed him aboard. Surely, he hadn't seen her at the black market. Had he? She bit her lip and stole a glance at him. As usual, he maintained his serious demeanor, sitting upright and composed. He did not inquire about her purchases or activities, simply sitting quietly beside her. Bai Zhi recalled the character in her books. He seemed to embody that archetype, someone who would support her endeavors without excessive words, merely offering silent companionship. She let out a quiet sigh of relief and asked Lu Ge, "What a coincidence. What brings you to the city?" "Just handling some business." "Oh, why not come to my house for dinner tonight?" At her invitation, Lu Ting turned in surprise. "You're inviting me?" "Yes," Bai Zhi affirmed with a firm nod. Lu Ting acknowledged her with a nod, a flicker of joy hidden within his gaze, unnoticed by Bai Zhi. The roads of the 1950s were not like the highways of later years, smooth and wide. Instead, they were narrow and riddled with potholes, constantly jarring. Occasionally, when confronted with oncoming traffic, a vehicle would inch to the edge of the road, as if it might tumble off a cliff at any moment. Those who managed to navigate successfully were fortunate. The driver pressed the accelerator, and the car surged forward with great speed. As they approached a turn, he deftly maneuvered the steering wheel. In an unexpected moment, Bai Zhi found herself tumbling into Lu Ting's embrace. His chest was remarkably broad, making her appear diminutive in comparison. It was no wonder that Wang Mei shivered at the sight of him. He was indeed as imposing as a mountain, with a physique as solid as iron. Lu Ting grasped Bai Zhi's arm firmly and, in a low voice, inquired whether she was all right. She straightened her posture, assuring him she was fine. However, the driver executed another sharp turn, causing Bai Zhi to once again land in Lu Ting's arms. This time, he was prepared, as she was flung towards him. He swiftly caught her arm. A delicate fragrance wafted from her, just barely perceptible yet intoxicating. He noticed her fair wrist reddening under his grip, prompting him to instinctively release her. She was exceedingly soft and delicate, akin to tofu. Even when Bai Zhi did not fall into his embrace, they remained uncomfortably close. His large hand enveloped her arm as if he might crush it. His warm breath enveloped her, and she could distinctly see his Adam's apple moving rhythmically. The air around them felt increasingly thin, rendering her breathless. Instinctively, she withdrew his hand and tilted her head back, brushing against his chin. The friction of their skin ignited a spark between them. Bai Zhi, having never experienced such intimacy, felt as if she had been electrified. Her mind became hazy. Her cheeks flushed. She instinctively gripped the handle of the front seat, attempting to conceal her embarrassment. Lu Ting sat there, rigid, his entire being tense. The lingering scent of Bai Zhi continued to assault his senses, overwhelming his mind and body. A series of peculiar reactions rendered his thoughts momentarily blank. When he turned to glance at her, he noticed her ears had turned crimson, igniting a flicker of light in his eyes. A sweet sensation began to seep into his heart, causing his lips to curve upward involuntarily. He clutched his pant leg, alternating between tightening and loosening his grip as a means to alleviate the peculiar feelings brewing within him. This sensation was unlike anything he had ever encountered before. Previously, he merely regarded her as the little sister he ought to care for because of her kindness towards him. He recalled the first time he arrived at the Bai household at the tender age of 15, dirty and reeking, met with disdain from everyone. Yet Bai Zhi, clad in a white floral dress, approached him with a piece of bread, saying, "Hey, big brother, eat quickly. Don't be afraid. My dad is here, and he will protect you." She offered him food, and her uncle provided him with shelter from the storm. Thus, he was spared much suffering. The Bai family's kindness to him was immeasurable. Even though Bai Zhi did not harbor affection for him, her uncle had entrusted him to care for her for a lifetime, a duty he accepted willingly. As they both reminisced and sought to soothe their thoughts, the car had already reached the small town. Lu Ting assisted her with her basket and gently guided her as she alighted from the vehicle. Just as Bai Zhi pondered how she would return, Lu Ting approached with a bicycle, ready to ride. Bai Zhi reflected on the recent events, hesitating for a moment. Lu Ting rode up to her, the distance to the car still quite substantial. She glanced at him, contemplating, before finally deciding to join him. After all, he was her elder brother. What was there to hesitate about? Lu Ting rode steadily this time, avoiding the stones and refraining from sudden bursts of speed. When they arrived home, it was just past 11. Bai Zhi took the basket from him and said, "Lu Ge, please sit inside." "Are you going to cook?" She nodded in response. Bai Zhi was aware that the original owner of her body was adept at cooking. Despite being doted upon by her family, she still felt compelled to share the burdens with her parents. They all had work to attend to. How could she remain idle at home, waiting for her elderly parents to return and prepare the meals? Bai Zhi also possessed culinary skills, having attended a cooking class during her dull modern life. Although she was uncertain if she could manage the fire, nevertheless, she believed she could experiment. As she pondered, she noticed Lu Ting heading toward the firewood room. Was he intending to assist her in kindling the fire? That would be splendid. It meant she wouldn't have to worry about revealing her capabilities. Bai Zhi first ventured into the fields to gather some vegetables. It was June, and the harvest was plentiful. She picked a few tomatoes, along with some green peppers, eggplants, and green beans. While she was harvesting the beans, Aunt Yang from next door happened to see her and exclaimed, "Oh dear, my little lady, those beans aren't even ripe yet. Why are you picking them?" Bai Zhi paused for a moment, replying, "The tender ones taste better." Aunt Yang's tone was laced with unspoken bitterness. Ah, the Bai family truly lives like royalty. Now, in the year 75, restrictions were not as stringent as before, and families were allowed to cultivate small patches of land. The Bai family had a spacious homestead, so they had cultivated a small plot in front of their yard, just enough to grow some vegetables. After returning with her harvest, Bai Zhi washed the vegetables under the cool, refreshing water from the well. It was truly delightful. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Lu Ting had already managed to light the fire. Bai Zhi set about preparing the pork, specifically a cut of belly meat. She had a plan in mind. First, she would stir-fry some twice-cooked pork, then create a fish-flavored eggplant dish, followed by a cold salad of green beans. The tender beans were perfect for such a dish. After frying the pork, she added water to simmer it. Then she began chopping the vegetables, slicing the eggplant into long strips, trimming the ends of the green beans, and finally dicing the fragrant green peppers. The aroma was delightful. Bai Zhi remained focused, diligently preparing the ingredients. Lu Ting, glancing up, fortuitously caught sight of her graceful neck and her lovely figure. He pinched himself, bewildered by his own behavior. Why was he continuously drawn to gaze at her? It was as though something about Bai Zhi held an irresistible allure for him. As he pondered, Bai Dan, noticing Lu Ting's lingering gaze on Bai Zhi, chimed in, "Uncle Lu, does my aunt have some meat on her? Why do you keep staring at her? This mischievous child." His words were shockingly audacious, startling Bai Zhi and almost causing her to cut herself. She turned her head to stare at Dan and said sternly, "Bai Dan, go stoke the fire." Dan scratched his head, "But Uncle Lu is already tending to it. I'm not needed." Lu Ting rose from his seat. "I have something to attend to. You take over." With that, he departed. Bai Zhi craned her neck to observe Lu Ting's retreating figure and inquired, "What did you just see?" Dan, perplexed, replied, "I didn't see anything." "Did you not just say that Lu Ting was staring at me?" "Yes. He was fixated on you, and the fire nearly reached the doorway, almost burning his hand." "Aunt, what is it about you that he gazes at so intently?" As Bai Dan spoke, he leaned in closer, taking a sniff. "It smells delightful. Aunt, you are more beautiful than flowers. That's why Uncle Lu can't take his eyes off you." Bai Zhi playfully pinched Bai Dan's ear. "You have quite a sweet tongue. Am I truly more beautiful than flowers?" "Indeed, you're truly more stunning than flowers. If you don't believe me, just ask Uncle Lu. He knows best, having stared at you for ages." The words of a child often bear the truest essence. Contemplating Lu Ting's shy demeanor as he retreated, Bai Zhi could not help but smile. She retrieved the succulent pork belly from the pot, ready to slice it. Inside the house, her mother's homemade debanjiang and fermented black beans awaited, perfect for stir-frying the twice-cooked pork, an exquisite delight. For the fish-fragrant eggplant, the eggplants needed to be fried first. However, in their humble abode, there was scarcely enough oil for such indulgences. Bai Zhi opted to salt the eggplants first before tossing them into the pan. She finally diced the fattier pork and rendered it in the pan, releasing ample oil, then added the eggplants and stir-fried. Next came the sauce, an essential component of fish-fragrant eggplant. 1 spoon of dark soy sauce, 2 spoons of light soy sauce, 1 spoon of vinegar, 1 spoon of sugar, a pinch of salt, and finally a spoon of cornstarch for thickening, created a fragrant dish that emerged from the pot. Now, Onto the twice-cooked pork. The fatty parts of the pork belly do not render oil easily and can stick to the pan, thus they must be sliced thinly, and the pan needs to be scorching hot. The meticulously selected pork belly, a beautiful blend of fat and lean, was enhanced by her mother's secret to banjiang, the aroma wafting for miles. Tai Dan, stoking the fire, had swallowed his saliva several times, stretching his neck. "Aunt, there's so much meat today. I want to eat a piece first. I'm so hungry." The boy, once despondent, now seemed full of life. Bai Zhi offered him a piece. Tai Dan nearly leapt from his seat. Aunt, this is so delicious. Better than what my mother makes." Indeed, Wang Mei's culinary skills left much to be desired. Yet, she preferred to linger at home, doing chores and cooking rather than working outside. Upon mentioning his mother, Tai Dan appeared to recall his unfortunate situation. His father was divorcing his mother. Suddenly, the meat lost its allure, and he began to sob as he sat by the stove. "What's wrong? Did you burn yourself?" Tai Dan wiped away his tears and shook his head. "Aunt, when I went out to play today, the other kids said my dad is divorcing my mom, and I will have a stepmother who will be cruel and will hit me and scold me. Will my mom not come back?" Bai Zhi dished up the food and stoked the fire, saying, "Which naughty children are spreading such rumors? I'll fetch an axe to deal with them. There's no such thing as a stepmother who eats children. Moreover, you still have milk and a little aunt. Do you not realize? Yet I, a child without a mother, am akin to a blade of grass." Tai Dan, crying pitifully, possesses a demeanor that tugs at the heartstrings. Bai Zhi gazed at Tai Dan with a headache, choosing to remain silent, allowing him to weep. After a lengthy bout of crying, Tai Dan, noticing Bai Zhi's indifference, wiped his tears and declared, "I want to grow up quickly, and I won't need my father anymore." Bai Zhi couldn't help but chuckle as she carried the dishes outside. 2 large plates of green pepper pork, a generous serving of fish-flavored eggplant, Tai Dan's favorite tomato, scrambled eggs, along with a bowl of cabbage soup and sweet potato rice, formed a truly sumptuous lunch. When Zhou entered and saw the table adorned with such colorful and aromatic dishes, she was astonished. "My dear daughter, where did you acquire such meat? And so much pork belly?" Her heart ached. However, if her daughter desired to eat, it was only right. "I bought it from the black market today," Bai Zhi replied, deliberately lowering her voice. Bai Laodai's expression changed drastically as he nervously queried, "How could you go to such a place? If you wanted something, you should have had Lu Ting go buy it." "Lu Ting?" Bai Zhi's gaze immediately fell upon him. "Oh, it was no coincidence that I ran into you in the city today, was it? You were following me on purpose?" Lu Ting did not deny it and nodded, stating, "Uncle was worried about you encountering bad people, so he asked me to accompany you." Bai Zhi glanced at her parents, exclaiming, "I am no longer a child. Why are you always so worried about me? Does Brother Lu have nothing else to do?" "I'm fine. I was just passing by," Lu Ting replied, unable to meet Bai Zhi's gaze. Her eyes sparkled like exquisite glass, resembling a galaxy filled with countless stars, and he felt himself drawn into their depths with just a fleeting glance. Bai Laodai nodded. "Lu Ting has been part of our family since he was 15, and after establishing his own household, he is essentially your brother, so there is no need for formalities." He said it nicely, referring to him as brother, but in less flattering terms. He was merely a child bridegroom. However, he was shy, spoke little, and stood tall like a mountain, undeniably handsome with sharp brows and star-like eyes, his features well-defined. His ancestors had once belonged to a prestigious family. Despite their fall from grace, he still maintained an air of nobility. Bai Zhi mused as she discreetly stole a glance at him, only to find he was also looking at her. Their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze. Lowering her head, Bai Laodai, seizing the moment, picked up his chopsticks and declared it was time to eat. It had been a long while since he had savored his daughter's cooking, and the aroma made his mouth water. He served himself a piece of meat that was a perfect blend of fat and lean, eager to sample his daughter's culinary skills. Zhou, abstaining from eating herself, served a piece to Lu Ting, saying, "Tinghua, you have worked hard today. Enjoy some meat." Lu Ting glanced at the petite Bai Zhi and, surprisingly, offered the meat to her instead. Instantly, Bai Zhi was enveloped in the warm atmosphere of her family, her eyes swelling with emotion. She did not wish for them to be so courteous. She understood that this meat was a rare commodity, with the elders reluctant to indulge, prioritizing the children instead. Thus, she stood up and placed the meat into Bai Laodai's bowl, saying, "Dad, there is so much meat. If you cannot finish it, do not serve it out." "Mom, you too," she insisted, placing more onto her mother's plate, followed by Bai Lao. Perhaps it was due to the troubles concerning his second sister-in-law that the second brother appeared sullen, seemingly devoid of appetite. He accepted her offering of meat without uttering a word. Bai Zhi, undeterred, picked up another piece, while Tai Dan eagerly lifted his bowl, exclaiming, "Aunt, thank you. Good. Eat well and grow tall." Eventually, she served Lu Ting, saying, "Brother Lu, next time you pass by, feel free to invite me along. No need to be secretive." Surely, the one who had been clandestinely observing her in the black market must be him. Chapter 16. A tangle of chaos. Lu Ting wore a bewildered expression. Secretive? Had he done so? Not at all. He had openly watched her enter the black market and had merely stationed himself at the entrance to ensure he could alert her at the first sign of trouble. However, the term secretive had been employed in a manner that evoked a somewhat ambiguous look from Bai Laupa and Zhou Lan. Embarrassed, Lu Ting buried himself in his meal. After tasting Bai Zhi's culinary skills, everyone wore expressions of astonishment. Delicious. The twice-cooked pork was fragrant, crisp, and not greasy at all, with a refreshing scent of chili mingling with the unique aroma of fermented black beans. Bai Laupa, when praising someone, surprisingly adopted a scholarly tone. Having read a few books made a notable difference. Once the meal concluded, Bai Zhi rose to gather the bowls, but Zhou Lan pressed her hand down, saying, "Dear, washing too many bowls will roughen your delicate hands." "Mother, you have worked all morning. Aren't you tired?" "I have nothing else to do." She had grown accustomed to the leisure, finding joy in the task, deeming it quite amusing. As the two women bickered, Lu Ting had already swiftly collected all the bowls into the kitchen and commenced washing them. Zhou Lan looked at the kitchen with a face full of pride, exclaiming, "Look at Ting. In this entire region, who is as diligent as he? Your father has even inquired whether you would marry him. He promised he would not let you lift a finger." Bai Zhi cleared her throat. "Mother, why do you always act as if I am destined to remain unmarried, practically wishing to pack me off to Lu Ting's house at once?" Zhou Lan chuckled. "I'm not rushing you into marriage. I merely wish to highlight the merits of Ting. Forget about that Zhang Jiandong incident. It is in the past, understood?" Bai Zhi shot her mother a glance, urging her to discern the underlying meaning. She still had a chicken in her basket that needed attending to, as the weather was warm and it could spoil. Upon entering the kitchen, she found Lu Ting already handling the chicken. Seeing her approach, he said, "I'll take care of this. You should rest." "All right, thank you, Brother Lu." Bai Zhi did not leave, but watched as he worked. He ignited some rapeseed oil, then using tongs, held the chicken by its head while singeing its feathers over the flame, rendering the skin a crisp yellow that glistened with oil. Afterward, he rinsed it in the water well before deftly chopping it into pieces. His movements were swift and precise, entirely uncharacteristic of someone who played the violin. The narrative had established that the Lu family hailed from a prestigious lineage in Haishur. His parents had entered into an arranged marriage. However, he received a commendable education from a young age, embodying the essence of an elegant young prince. Yet, his father had abandoned them, leaving his mother to raise him alone. Tragically, she passed away when he was merely 10 years old. Following this, with the onset of a tumultuous movement, he was cast into this place, nearly facing death. If it weren't for old Bai, he might have truly perished in some forgotten corner. Bai Zhi pondered these thoughts deeply. Suddenly, Tai Dan dashed out from the house. "Annie, I want a hug." The plump little rascal nearly caused her to faint on the spot. She stumbled back numerous steps, but someone was supporting her waist from behind, preventing her from falling. Immediately, a cacophony of curses erupted from Zhou Lan by Tai Dan. "You little wretch, are you trying to knock your aunt to her death?" As Zhou Lan scolded, she kicked off her shoes, ready to swat him. Tai Dan, frightened, clung tightly to Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi attempted to speak, but Zhou Lan's arrival interrupted her. Terrified, Tai Dan kept spinning with Bai Zhi. Lu Ting had not left. He remained behind, protectively shielding Bai Zhi. However, that mischievous child truly could stir up trouble. While spinning, Bai Zhi accidentally tripped over Tai Dan's foot, and then the three of them, Bai Zhi, Tai Dan, and the ever-watchful Lu Ting tumbled into a heap on the ground. Bai Zhi's eyes widened in shock as she looked at Lu Ting, who was being pressed beneath her. Lu Ting, are you all right? Zhou had already sprinted over, yanking Bai Taidan up, giving his bottom a swift smack, and quickly helping Bai Zhi to her feet. Tinghua, is your hand all right? In such a critical moment, why were you thinking about my little sister? Did you dislocate your hand? Zhou glanced at Lu Ting's dangling arm, her concern palpable. It must have hurt. Sweat glistened on Lu Ting's forehead. Seeing the situation, Zhou was immensely worried. Bai Zhi also sensed something was amiss. Come on, brother Lu. Let me take you to the health station to see a doctor. You must have dislocated it. Lu Ting, grasping Bai Zhi's left hand, hoarsely replied, I'm fine, really. I can manage on my own. That's out of the question. Hurry, my girl, ride your father's bicycle. Bai Zhi looked at the old-fashioned bike under the eaves, her mind flooded with questions. Riding that contraption was already a challenge for her, let alone taking Lu Ting to the health station. After a moment's thought, she grasped his left hand, suggesting, let us walk. It's not far. It's hot. We need a fan and a straw hat. Zhou promptly retrieved 2 straw hats and a fan. Bai Zhi noticed Lu Ting's forehead was drenched in sweat. She fanned him, but it seemed ineffective, so she took out a handkerchief to wipe his sweat. Lu Ting, does it hurt a lot? Dislocation is indeed excruciating. Not only did Mother want to reprimand Taidan, but she felt the urge to chastise him as well. That little rascal was truly bothersome. Lu Ting turned to Bai Zhi, and to her surprise, he smiled, his eyes soft with warmth. It doesn't hurt, really. Bai Zhi frowned. Are you kidding? Why did you rush to protect me? It's just mud. It doesn't hurt at all. I was worried you'd get hurt. Your head wound just healed. Lu Ting, avoiding her gaze, softly replied. Bai Zhi supported him, close enough to hear clearly. He was so foolish, caring for her while neglecting himself. No wonder the original owner often scolded him. Truly, he was naive and clumsy. Bai Zhi refrained from scolding him. How could she bear to reprimand such a handsome older brother, especially now, as he injured himself to protect her, dislocating his hand in the process? She could only express her concern, gently blowing on his dislocated hand. Does that feel better? As Lu Ting gazed at her petite, anxious face, warmth spread through his heart. The path, which was initially quite short, seemed to stretch on interminably. Bai Zhi, perplexed, couldn't comprehend why it took so long. Moreover, she only just realized that it was his hand that was injured, not his foot. Why then was he walking so slowly with his long legs? Slower than her. A girl. She pondered for a moment and concluded that the pain must have exhausted his legs, rendering them unable to move swiftly. As they reached a secluded area within the lush bamboo grove, Lu Ting suddenly inhaled sharply. Bai Zhi immediately inquired if he was in great pain. A little. She blew on his hand again and fanned him gently. Then, she moved to his left side to support him. Yet, she felt something was amiss. Would dislocating a hand truly make someone faint with pain? Why did Lu Ting lean so heavily against her? She was struggling to keep her footing. The author chuckled mischievously. For our naive Bai Zhi was oblivious to the fact that the honest and straightforward Lu Ting had been influenced. Chapter 17. A curious dream. It was sweltering. In the height of summer, a tall young man leaned against her, and she felt utterly exhausted, unable to move her feet any longer. Bai Zhi glanced at the stones ahead. Lu Ge, shall we take a break? I can hardly walk. The last few words were difficult for her to utter. She, uninjured, claimed to be unable to proceed, while the injured Lu Ting remained silent. Lu Ting observed the beads of sweat forming on her forehead. He released her hand and suggested, why don't you head back first? I can manage to get to the health station on my own. Absolutely not. I caused your hand to be like this. I can't let you go alone. Lu Ting took the fan from her hand and began to fan her. Does that feel better? Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback, watching Lu Ting's concerned expression as he tended to her. She turned her head away, feeling somewhat flustered. His character was undeniably hard to resist, so tender and selfless, showing affection without expecting anything in return. She had dislocated his hand, yet he bore no resentment and even worried about her comfort. It was no wonder he had garnered a significant following. Admirers of him outnumbered those of the main character. Lu Ge, she called softly. Yes, I'll fan you instead. As she reached out for the fan, Lu Ting dodged her grasp, stating, "My hand is stronger. This will be more refreshing." In truth, the dense bamboo grove was quite pleasant, not overly hot, but rather cool and serene. Bai Zhi glanced at his slightly swollen hand and realized there was no time to waste. "Let us hurry to the health station. If we delay, your hand may worsen. Can you manage to walk? Should I carry you?" "What? A person with a dislocated hand wanting to carry someone?" Bai Zhi shook her head vigorously. "No, I have my own arms and legs. Please don't be so kind to me, okay? I want to treat you well." Bai Zhi looked at Lu Ting and thought to herself that he was rather foolish, truly foolish. The journey, though brief, has traversed a long path and has finally reached its conclusion. Dr. Wong of the health station, adorned with glasses bound by twine, leaned close to Lu Ting. Scrutinizing his injury for a considerable time, his lips pursed in concern. "How did you sustain such a severe injury? It appears to be fractured, possibly dislocated." Bai Zhi, please fetch me the medicinal alcohol." "Certainly, Uncle Wong," Bai Zhi promptly replied, bringing the tincture forth. Dr. Wong poured it into his palm, rubbed it over Lu Ting's elbow a few times, and then spoke in a low tone, "Brace yourself. This may hurt a bit." Lu Ting sat upright, his expression unyielding, merely responding with a muted hum. Bai Zhi remained before him, saying, "Elder brother Lu, if you hold my hand, it will bring you a sense of security." Taken aback, Lu Ting glanced at her outstretched hand and slowly grasped her delicate fingers. Just as he was lost in the moment, Dr. Wong seized the opportunity and with a swift motion, elicited a low groan from Lu Ting. Bai Zhi witnessed the twitch at the corner of his eye and the beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yet, he held her hand gently, exerting no force, valiantly suppressing his discomfort. Bai Zhi instinctively patted his shoulder. "Elder brother Lu, if it hurts, do not hesitate to express it." However, Lu Ting looked up at her, his gaze filled with tenderness, and softly declared, "It does not hurt." Dr. Wong observed their intertwined hands and said, "All right, apply this medicinal alcohol twice a day, and refrain from exerting your hand for the next few days. Bai Yaomei, take good care of him." Bai Zhi felt a pang of guilt for Lu Ting's injury, oblivious to Dr. Wong's watchful eyes. As Bai Zhi turned to fetch the medicinal alcohol, she noticed Lu Ting still holding her hand. She gently tapped his hands back. "I will get the medicine. Please wait for me." "All right," Lu Ting replied, slightly turning his head, his eyes betraying a mix of anxiety and a hint of joy. Bai Zhi turned to see Lu Ting, as if savoring a moment, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips. At that instant, his hand felt truly unburdened. Bai Zhi's heart lightened as she prepared to pay for the tincture. However, Lu Ting was a step ahead. "Elder brother Lu, it was my actions that led to this injury. How can I allow you to pay? I shall cover it." "No need," Lu Ting insisted. Dr. Wong observed the exchange. Sighing, "What is the meaning of this? You two will eventually become a family. Why bicker over who pays?" Lu Ting shot a glance at Dr. Wong. "Uncle Wong, the money stays here. We are leaving." Dr. Wong, realizing he had overstepped, chuckled. "Very well. Should you need anything, just come to me." "Understood," Bai Zhi replied, leading the way as Lu Ting hurried to keep up. "Bai Yaomei," he called. "Do not take his words to heart. I know you are preparing for university. Your primary focus should be on your studies." Bai Zhi paused, turning to him. "Elder brother Lu, thank you for understanding." Lu Ting's eyes brimmed with affection. "Whatever you desire. I shall support you." "Foolish. Truly foolish. So foolish it tugs at one's heart." Bai Zhi pondered before adding, "Elder brother Lu, do not let our family's kindness weigh heavily on your conscience. Not all, not even close. I am willing to give unconditionally, to lay bare my heart and soul." The character truly evokes a sense of sympathy. The journey home was considerably expedited. Zhou had been waiting at the door. Upon seeing the two return, she eagerly inquired, "Tinghua, how is your hand? Has it healed? Does it still hurt?" "Aunt, it no longer hurts. It is already healed. I brought my sister back, but I have matters to attend to in my room, so I shall take my leave." Zhou glanced at Bai Zhi and urged her, "Go see him off." Lu Ting immediately waved his hand. "Aunt, there is no need for that. My sister brought me back, and I shall return her. When will this ever end? I assure you, I am perfectly fine." "Then, brother Lu, do take care of yourself," she replied before stepping into the courtyard. Zhoulan fixed her gaze on Bai Zhi. Did you pay for the medical expenses? I did. Then how did you come back? You were so close, and you didn't even support him? His hand, doesn't hurt anymore. He didn't require my assistance. Zhoulan tapped her forehead lightly. Dislocated joints can be excruciating. Do check on him again tonight. Oh, Mom, I know. Bai Zhi responded, surveying the area. Where's Bai Dan? He went out to play. Did you hit him? I gave him good smack. Children are mischievous. It's normal. Mom, please don't be too harsh. Physical punishment isn't particularly effective. If you're so adept at educating children, why not have one of your own to teach? Mom, why are you urging me when you should be pushing brother and sister-in-law? Bai Zhi retorted before closing the door, preparing for an afternoon nap. Had she not shut the door, Zhoulan might have poked her forehead again. In the sweltering June heat, Bai Zhi felt drowsy once more. In the rural setting of 1975, kerosene lamps were still in use, and there was no electricity. Thus, any cooling relied solely on tranquility. Overwhelmed by the stifling summer, Bai Zhi finally resorted to retrieving a large chunk of ice from her space, placing it in a big wooden basin for washing vegetables, and setting it in front of her bed to enjoy a deep slumber. With the eyes providing relief, she quickly drifted into dreams. In her hazy state, Bai Zhi seemed to perceive a silhouette. She parted the delicate veil and discerned the figure before her. It was a male form, a robust chest, muscles defined and glistening with sweat, emanated an overwhelming sense of masculinity. Chapter 018. The desire to have me as a stepmother. As Bai Zhi gazed, she found herself swallowing hard, her hand gradually ascending to the sculpted chest, caressing the defined muscles. She even poked with her finger. It feels remarkably tangible. The scene shifted. It seemed someone was caressing her face. She barely opened her eyes, striving to make out the person's features. To her astonishment, it was Lu Ting. His eyes were filled with a dreamy allure as he whispered her name. Xiao Zhi, in a mesmerizing tone. His enchanting voice, coupled with his dreamy gaze and the gently swaying veil, created an intoxicating atmosphere. Lu Ting's long, elegant fingers traced her brow and glided down her proud nose, finally resting upon her lips. He repeated her name softly in her ear, Xiao Zhi, each utterance resonating in her heart, creating ripples in the still waters of her emotions. Suddenly, a loud and forceful knocking on the door jolted Bai Zhi from her reverie. She shot upright, staring at the wall obscured by newspaper. A realization struck her. She had just experienced a spring dream. How could she possibly dream of Lu Ting? Bai Zhi picked up the water cup from her bedside and hastily took a sip. A mere dream could leave her parched. Bai Dan, noticing Bai Zhi and Dai Feng, knocked even more insistently. Observing the melting ice in the large basin, she finally opened the door. Bai Dan, could you not knock so loudly? Bai Dan grasped her hand, exclaiming, little ant, lazy pig, don't sleep any longer. Let us go out and play. Where shall we go? I wish to read, Bai Zhi replied, still drowsy and languid from her slumber, lacking any inclination for play. Come on, let us go to the foot of the mountain. It's quite cool there. Aren't you the one who despises the heat? Bai Zhi glanced at the blazing sun outside. The ice had indeed melted, and the heat was palpable. The foot of the mountain was, as promised, refreshingly cool, with a mountain spring flowing in shade provided by the trees. Having grown up in the city, Bai Zhi had never ventured to the small riverbank before, and she felt a surge of excitement. She changed into a long-sleeved shirt and a pair of long pants, cheerfully accompanying Bai Dan to the river. Wearing a straw hat, they had to pass through the fields, where they could see the workers toiling in the distance. The original owner of the book had never worked in the fields, and Bai Zhi, having been there for some time, had yet to do so herself. Feeling a bit embarrassed, she lowered the brim of her hat. However, everyone was already accustomed to her presence, well aware that the youngest daughter of the Bai family was incapable of labor and was merely beautiful. In these times, beauty held little value. Thus, at 19, there had been no suitors knocking on her door. This was partly due to her father, Bai Lao Dai, having his eyes set on Lu Ting, and partly because Bai Yaomei was too delicate. Unexpectedly, her second brother, who was an accountant, was also working in the fields, husking corn. To her surprise, she spotted Wang Mei. She too was husking corn. Bai Zhi quickly glanced at Bai Dan, who had not noticed his mother. He was eager to reach the small river at the foot of the mountain to catch fish and play in the water, leaving Bai Zhi far behind. Bai Zhi pretended not to see. Her second brother was not treating Wang Mei kindly, yet she did not throw a tantrum and simply followed him. It seemed her second brother had been displeased lately, possibly due to Wang Mei, who had been so bothersome. Lost in thought, someone called out to Bai Zhi, "Little Zhi." She turned to see a fashionable young woman with braided hair. The face was somewhat familiar. This young woman was a typical northern girl, tall and strikingly different from the petite, delicate appearance typical of southwestern girls. Northern girls possessed a robust beauty with delicate features and graceful figures, whereas the girls from the southwest were often charmingly petite. Thus, Bai Zhi felt considerably shorter in her presence. After pondering for a while, Bai Zhi finally recalled that this girl was Du Cece, a female educated youth who had come to the Hongqi commune for 3 years as part of a rural work initiative. In Bai Zhi's memories, the original owner had a very positive relationship with Du Cece. When the original owner was with Zhang Jiandong, Du Cece had played a significant role in facilitating their communication and delivering letters. With this thought, Bai Zhi found her impression of Du Cece was not particularly favorable. Du Cece observed the cold demeanor of Bai Zhi, and the smile on her face gradually faded. "Xiao Zhi, are you upset with me? Are you angry that I didn't come to see you after your incident?" Bai Zhi forced a smile and replied, "No, you have your own matters, I suppose." Du Cece grasped Bai Zhi's hand, saying, "I wanted to visit you, but your family currently detests the educated youth, so I dared not go to your home. You seldom come out, and today it was a challenge to finally see you." Bai Zhi subtly withdrew her hand from Du Cece's grip. "Cece, you are still working, right? Tend to your duties. I have some matters to attend to and must take my leave." Du Cece clung to Bai Zhi's hand and, glancing around, quietly inquired, "Isn't your second brother about to divorce your second sister-in-law? Why has she returned and is still clinging to him?" Bai Zhi retorted, "The divorce hasn't happened yet. My sister-in-law remains my brother's wife. Their being together is not surprising, is it?" Du Cece sensed Bai Zhi's unusual demeanor. "Xiao Zhi, you must be angry with me. You're not usually this fierce." "It's hot," Bai Zhi replied curtly before throwing out a parting remark, preparing to leave. "Du Cece stubon ni folod, pleading, Xiao Zhi. Please don't go. I have something important to tell you." Just then, Bai Dan rushed over, puffing his cheeks and urging, "Aunt, are you leaving or not? Stop talking to her." Du Cece looked at Bai Dan. "Dan, I have something significant to discuss with your aunt. Could you wait a moment?" With that, she produced a piece of candy. Bai Dan, who usually adored such treats, surprisingly did not even glance at it. "My grandmother says not to eat things given by others. It could be poisoned." Du Cece's smile faded. Bai Zhi spoke again. "Du Jiqing, whatever it is, let us discuss it another day. I truly have matters to attend to." After saying this, she took Bai Tian's hand and departed. Du Cece, frustrated, stomped her feet. Nearby, someone mocked her, "Oh, Du Jiqing, you've hit a wall. Haven't you? You thought that by befriending Bai Yao Mei, Captain Bai would assign you easier tasks? Dream on." Infuriated, Du Cece seized a nearby weed and threw at the speaker, shouting, "What is it to you? Shut up." In this village, people were prone to bullying the weak and fearing the strong. Whoever was fierce became the tyrant. Thus, when Du Cece yelled, no one dared to respond. Meanwhile, Bai Dan, having led Bai Zhi away, turned back several times to ensure Du Cece was not pursuing them before exclaiming, "Aunt, you shouldn't play with that educated youth sister anymore." "Why not?" Though Bai Zhi also sensed a hidden agenda, she was puzzled by Bai Tian's words. "Her intentions are dubious, and she wishes to become your stepmother." Bai Zhi looked at Bai Dan in shock. "Become your stepmother?" Bai Zhi understood that many girls in the village were fond of her second brother, and upon his announcement of the divorce, numerous individuals sought to curry favor with him. Du Cece was one of them. She was a city girl, and it was surprising that she took an interest in her second brother. Chapter 019. The key person in the mission. Even those who were not maternal in nature shared similar thoughts as Zhang Jiandong. They were solely concerned with their own futures, aiming to achieve their goals before discarding her brother like a used item. There was scant description of Du Cece in the text, with only a few mentions. Thus, she now finds herself perplexed by her own thoughts. Nevertheless, The words of Tai Danner seemed to carry a significant weight. Observing Bai Zhi's skepticism, Tai Danner earnestly asserted, "Everything I say is true. She has been coaxing me and even spoke ill of my mother." Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi's expression darkened. However, she had faith in her second brother, certain that he would not be beguiled by these little vixens. He undoubtedly comprehended the life he truly desired. Bai Zhi took Tai Danner's hand and said, "All right, don't be upset. Let's go play in the small creek. If we can gather some clams, we can have chicken stew for dinner. What do you say?" Yes. The mention of meat made Tai Danner almost leap with joy. After all, in these times, sustenance was scarce, and everyone craved a morsel of meat. Bai Zhi was no exception. The unpleasantness brought by Du Cece was quickly cast aside. Hand in hand, Bai Zhi and Tai Danner made their way to the creek at the foot of Damai Mountain. Bai Zhi removed her shoes and stepped into the water, which was refreshingly cool, instantly alleviating the summer heat. Tai Danner joyfully began to gather small stones, exclaiming, "Aunt, look, there's a big crab here, and here a lobster." The little rascal was brimming with excitement. Bai Zhi, fearless and undeterred, immediately began to catch crabs and lobsters with her bare hands. They were wild, not farmed, and the thought of their flavor made her mouth water. As they played, a few other children from the village arrived, with companions to play with. Tai Danner naturally forgot about her aunt, immersing herself in fun with her friends. Bai Zhi glanced at the sun and decided to gather her bounty to head home. Eager to prepare dinner, when her parents and brothers returned from work, they could enjoy their meal and rest early, as they were in the midst of a busy season. The mature corn had to be harvested, dried, and the kernels separated from the cobs. There were no threshing machines in those days. Everything was done by hand. Walking along the deserted path, she suddenly heard a soft beep. It was the system notification from her spatial spirit, Xiao Jiao. Immediately, Xiao Jiao's babyish voice chimed in, "Master. Master, alert, alert. You are about to encounter a key figure in your task. Please seize the opportunity." A key figure in a task? Bai Zhi had not been particularly interested in any tasks and was prepared to relax. However, the emergence of a key figure signified an opportunity. She was determined to seize it. "Xiao Jiao, you are truly adorable. I receive your message." "Thank you for the compliment, Master." Xiao Jiao also thinks of herself as quite charming, the little creature replied, unabashed. Bai Zhi continued onward. A low growl echoed nearby. "You wretched cripple. How dare you steal my things? I will make you pay." Approaching the scene, Bai Zhi saw a man resembling a homeless beggar, curled up and being assaulted. He clutched something in his hands, shoving it into his mouth. The assailant ruthlessly snatched the item from him and crushed it underfoot, declaring, "You steal my possessions and dare to eat? What a joke." With a brutal stomp, he ground the food into a mushy pulp with the dirt beneath. The man, unwilling to accept defeat, kicked the ground a few times before finally turning to leave. The beggar gazed at the bread trampled beneath him, his dark hands trembling as he reached out, attempting to gather the crushed pieces. However, they had already turned to dust and were impossible to salvage. Witnessing this, Bai Zhi felt a pang of compassion. She was inherently benevolent, having quietly supported numerous children and aided many impoverished families during her modern life. Observing the scene before her, she promptly retrieved some money from her pocket and offered, "Do not bother trying to collect it. Take this money and buy more." The beggar glanced at Bai Zhi and shook his head. "I do not want money. Do you have any food? I have not eaten for 3 or 4 days. Aren't you from our Hongqi commune?" Bai Zhi noted his accent, reminiscent of that from Shanxi province. The beggar nodded. "I'm not." Bai Zhi, seeing his destitution, found it hard to fathom how he could be the key figure in her current mission. Not wishing to dwell on it, she said, "What I have in this bucket is raw and inedible. Would you like to come home with me? I can get you something." The beggar looked at the beautiful girl before him, moved by her kindness. He immediately clasped his hands in gratitude, bowing repeatedly. Thank you. You are truly kind. Good people will be rewarded." Bai Zhi smiled. "How did you end up in our Hongqi commune? I was arranged to work here, but it shouldn't be like this." Bai Zhi observed his feet, realizing they were indeed injured and deformed from being beaten. She instinctively reached out to assist him, but he recoiled from her hand. "No, I am dirty and smell." Reflecting on her original memories, Bai Zhi recalled her first encounter with the 15-year-old Lu Ting, who had been similarly filthy and reeking. He trembled in fear at close proximity, a vivid testament to the scars and shadows left by their pasts. Watching him struggle to walk, Bai Zhi contemplated for a moment, then turned and broke off a sturdy yellow, thorny twig, offering it to him. "Hold on to this. I will help you along." The man gazed at the twig with a bittersweet smile. Suddenly, he burst into tears, his body shaking violently. Bai Zhi wished to comfort him, but was at a loss for words. "Uncle, there is no one else here. It is all right to cry. Once it is over, everything will be behind you, and the future will be brighter." Considering his age, he should indeed be addressed as uncle. After hearing her words, the man, no longer concerned about his dignity, wept openly by the roadside. His cries conveyed years of suppressed grievances and pain, deeply resonating with those who heard him. Once he had released his emotions, it seemed he was ready to turn a new leaf, grasping the yellow twig in Bai Zhi's hand, limping forward with shaky determination. Upon reaching her home, Bai Zhi first served him a bowl of leftover vegetable soup from lunch, then retrieved some flatbreads her mother had made earlier. "Uncle, please make do with this for now. I will soon prepare dinner, and there will be more to eat shortly." The beggar looked at Bai Zhi, placed the bowl and flatbreads on the ground, and once again clasped his hands in a gesture of reverence, preparing to bow to her. He is considered an elder, while she is a junior. How could she withstand this? She quickly grasped his arm, exclaiming, "Uncle, please do not do this. I worry it will shorten my lifespan." The uncle could only raise his thumb in acknowledgement, tears welling in his eyes as he nodded. Chapter 20. The family's indulgence. Bai Zhi pointed to the bowl, saying, "Please eat. I'll go boil some hot water for you to bathe and change your clothes. My father is the captain of the 3rd team at the Hongqi Commune, so you can rest assured here." The uncle broke into a grin, his teeth gleaming white, suggesting that he must have once been a person of distinction. Bai Zhi turned and headed to the kitchen. The uncle sat beneath the eaves, devouring his meal ravenously. Just then, Zhoulan returned home. Typically, she would be the first to arrive. Bai Lauda and her second brother would assist the workers in cleaning up after their labor and tallying their day's work points, causing them to return later. Upon entering, Zhoulan noticed a stranger in her courtyard and instinctively raised the hoe she was carrying to strike. The uncle, startled, exclaimed, "Sister! Sister, I am Mao Jianhua, a comrade sent here for re-education. Your daughter mentioned that you are the Captain S family. That is why I dare to take refuge here. Please, remain calm." Hearing the commotion, Bai Zhi rushed out, calling, Mom, please calm down. It's true. It's true. Here is his re-education notice." Zhoulan, who could not read, trusted her youngest daughter's word. "If you say so, then it must be true." She lowered the hoe, admonishing, "Young girl, you must not bring strangers into our home without caution." Bai Zhi was about to explain when Mao Jianhua interjected, "Your daughter has a kind heart. She saw me being attacked and came to my rescue, even sharing her food with me. She is the most compassionate girl I have ever met." Zhoulan shot him a glare, saying, "My daughter is wonderful. That is her nature. Do not look at her like that, or I will poke out your eyes. Do you understand?" Mao Jianhua immediately lowered his head, replying, Yes, I won't look." He then limped toward the courtyard gate, struggling to sit down. Bai Zhi tugged at her mother's sleeve, recounting the scene she had just witnessed in detail. After hearing her daughter, Zhoulan felt a twinge of sympathy. "Young girl, some seemingly pitiful individuals can be dangerous. We must remain vigilant." Bai Zhi clenched her fist, declaring, "Mom, I am not afraid. I am strong. If a rogue approaches, I can surely turn him into a panda. Where is Bai Taidan? It is getting dark, and this rascal has yet to return home. Leaving you alone is quite unsafe." Zhoulan voiced her concern. Bai Zhi understood her mother's apprehension. She turned to the kitchen, bringing out the dishes she had prepared. There were steamed crabs, stir-fried lobsters, and chicken, which she had only partially cooked, adding a generous amount of green beans, potatoes, and dried bamboo shoots. She refrained from cooking too much, fearing it would burden her parents unnecessarily. She indulged in this modest luxury, knowing they would want her to live well and strive to earn money for her sake. Thus, the chicken was limited, but the vegetables infused with its flavor made them just as satisfying as meat. For dinner, they had thin porridge made from sweet potatoes, the one stored from last year's harvest. Zhoulan looked at the table filled with food and exclaimed, "Oh, can we eat this crab, my dear?" "Yes, we can," Bai Zhi replied. Moreover, It is exceedingly fragrant. This is something I discovered together with Tai Dan in the riverbank. Bai Zhi glanced at Uncle Mao, who was seated by the entrance. Mother, please allow him to come in. He has already eaten. Why should you let him in? He's been assigned here. And the production team has housing for him. In a couple of days, he can work alongside us, earn labor points, and have food to eat. Bai Zhi acknowledged with an O, recalling Xiao Jiu's reminder. She approached Uncle Mao and asked, "What did you do before?" Upon mentioning the past, sorrow filled Uncle Mao's eyes. I engaged in activities that should not have been undertaken. She recognized that what they deemed as inappropriate was, in truth, a distortion born from prejudice. Bai Zhi sat opposite him and reassured, "Let us turn the page on the past. The members of our Hongqi Commune's third team are all well. No one will bully you again. Everything will improve. Your leg is not in good condition. I will speak to my father to see if we can find you some other work." The year is 1975, and by the latter half of 1976, all of this will be over. They too will receive vindication and will no longer be oppressed. Mao Jianhua smiled. "You are so kind. Everyone must be doing well. My mother may have seemed a bit harsh earlier, but do not take it to heart." "Haha, was that really harsh?" "Not at all. She is merely worried about you, which is understandable. If I were her, I might be even more anxious about a stranger, a man I have never met before." Mao Jianhua's face bore the marks of time, accompanied by a scruffy beard. While the two engaged in idle conversation, Bai Laodai and Bai Lauder returned. Bai Zhi waved, "Father." "Second brother." Not seeing Wang Mei, she inquired, did second brother not allow her to come back? It seemed that second brother truly intended to confront her this time. Upon seeing his youngest daughter, Bai Laodai's face lit up with joy, but when he noticed Mao Jianhua, his expression shifted dramatically, almost simultaneously with Bai Lauder. He hurried over to Mao Jianhua, his body tense with vigilance. "Who are you? Why are you so close to my daughter? And why are you wearing my eldest brother's clothes?" Bai Lauder approached, ready to take action, gripping Mao Jianhua's wrist tightly. "My younger sister is innocent. If you dare deceive her, I will chop you up and feed you to the dogs." Bai Zhi observed her father and second brother, torn between laughter and tears. She quickly produced a letter, exclaiming, "Father, please calm down and take a look at this. Uncle Mao is a member assigned here from Shanxi province, and I happened upon him by the roadside. Seeing him in distress and filthy, I brought him back to eat something and take a bath. Father, look at my fist." She swung her fist toward a nearby wooden post. This startled Bai Laodai and Bai Lauder. "Oh dear, youngest daughter, what are you doing? Does it not hurt? Look, it's already red. You silly girl, doesn't tea it hurt?" Bai Zhi felt no pain whatsoever and laughed. "It doesn't tea hurt. My fists are strong. I have practiced at home." "Indeed, you have practiced." Bai Laodai took the letter and scrutinized it closely, narrowing his eyes. Repeating the name Mao Jianhua, he asked Mao Jianhua, "Is it truly you, Mao Jianhua? I have not changed my name nor my surname. I am indeed Mao Jianhua." Mao Jianhua looked at Bai Laodai with confusion. Old Bai chuckled heartily as he playfully tugged at Mao Jianhua's beard, exclaiming, "Ah, class leader Mao, it appears you still possess that penchant for a rather unruly beard." Mao Jianhua paused, scrutinizing Old Bai from head to toe, then glanced at Bai Lauder and Bai Zhi. After a moment of contemplation, realization dawned upon him. "You are Bai Aigua." Old Bai laughed so hard that tears welled in his eyes. "Indeed, it is I, Bai Aigua. Class leader Mao. What a delightful coincidence. My youngest daughter has brought you back into my life. Such fate." Mao Jianhua regarded the capable and swift Zhou Lan in the courtyard, then turned his gaze to the lovely and kind-hearted Bai Zhi, and finally settled on the dashing Bai Lauder. Emotion choked him. His own family had disbanded, leaving him with nothing but emptiness, while his former classmates enjoyed such blissful lives. Tears brimmed in his eyes, and he felt a deep sense of shame before his old companions. He wished for nothing more than to find a hole in the ground to hide himself. Chapter 021. A priceless ancient book. Old Bai understood the challenges faced by these capable individuals. It is the shift in society that has brought about your struggles, not your own shortcomings. Class leader Mao, do not be disheartened. Look at me, toiling away in the fields. What significance does it hold? You have received a higher education. Although you may face some difficulties now, opportunities to serve the nation will arise again in the future. Trust me, truly. Old Bai comforted him with a reassuring pat on the shoulder. Bai Zhi listened intently to the conversation between the two elderly gentlemen. They were not merely old classmates, but rather they shared a profound bond. Her father was undoubtedly aware of the significance of their reunion. Could he genuinely assist her in accomplishing her task? Perhaps in opening a water channel to alleviate flooding issues? It was now June, and by July and August, the flood season would arrive. The emotional reunion stirred excitement in both Old Bai and Uncle Mao as they sat down to drink and discuss life, delving into the current state of affairs. Zhoulan handed Bai Zhi 2 aluminum lunchboxes. "What is this, mother?" Bai Zhi inquired softly. Zhoulan replied, "Tinghua has injured his hand. How can he cook? You have prepared such a large meal that we cannot possibly finish it. Go, take it to Tinghua. Also, help him with his laundry and tidy up his room. He is a clean child, and with his hand injured, he cannot manage these tasks. You must lend a hand." "Mother," Bai Zhi looked at Zhoulan. "Are you trying to arrange a marriage for me with him?" Zhoulan lightly swatted her arm. "What nonsense! He had an accident because of you. Should you care for him?" Bai Zhi pouted. "Fine." She lifted the heavy lunchbox and headed towards Lu Ting's home. After pondering for some time, she finally recalled where Lu Ting lived and the way to get there. The rural paths were rather winding. The Hongqi commune was extensive, and their team was not small either. Bai Zhi thought to herself that she must learn to ride the old-fashioned bicycle, the Erba Dabong, as it would make traveling much easier. Unlike modern bicycles, it featured an additional bar in the middle, requiring her to master the technique of pedaling with one foot while providing assistance with the other. As she practiced balancing, she grew anxious about spilling the lunchbox's contents, so she decided to test her skills at the entrance of the house. It seemed that the original owner had already known how to ride. As soon as she took hold of the bicycle, muscle memory kicked in, and she effortlessly rode away. Zhoulan stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned, then called out in a loud voice, "Yao Nu, the lunchboxes, the lunchboxes." Bai Zhi promptly returned, dismounting from the bicycle. "Mom, please don't be too excited. I was just trying to see if I could ride this." She reached for the lunchboxes. Zhoulan observed Bai Zhi's peculiar behavior and remarked, "You're the first in our family to ride this bike. How could you forget? Hurry up, or the food will get cold. You little rascal." "Goodbye, Mom." Bai Zhi joyfully pedaled towards Lu Ting's house. Spotting others along the way, she would ring the bell. With a radiant smile, she greeted the village elders, responding sweetly. "Uncle Tian, Aunt Lu." Bai Zhi was exceptionally beautiful, even more so than the educated youth from the city. She possessed the quintessential features of a southwestern girl: large eyes, a petite face, and lips as vibrant as cherries. Additionally, her infrequent outings contributed to her fair complexion. With her lively and demure appearance, she garnered the affection of everyone in the village, particularly the rough men who were utterly captivated. Who wouldn't adore such a delicate and charming little wife? Upon reaching Lu Ting's doorstep, she leaned her bicycle against the wall, just as the courtyard door swung open. Lu Ting looked at Bai Zhi in surprise. "Yao Mai, you haven't started cooking yet, have you?" Bai Zhi handed him the 2 lunchboxes. As Lu Ting caught a whiff of the enticing aroma, he inquired, "Did you make these? You slaughtered a chicken at noon. You should eat at least a couple of pieces. Give it a try." Noticing that he didn't invite her inside, Bai Zhi contemplated returning home. It was quite late, after all. However, recalling her mother's admonition and glancing at his elbow, which was still somewhat red and swollen, she considered that it might be inconvenient for him to apply medicine on his own. Thus, she resolved to stay. Realizing her intention, Lu Ting, the big oaf, suddenly reacted and said, "Yao Mei, please come in and sit." Bai Zhi couldn't help but chuckle at his silly demeanor as she surveyed the courtyard, where the gardenias bloomed beautifully, filling the air with their delightful fragrance. The original owner of this body had a fondness for gardenias, and she found herself drawn to them as well. Coincidentally, she was born in the season when gardenias flourished, hence her name, Bai Zhi, with the surname Bai. The white gardenias mirrored her own fair complexion, making her name remarkably suitable. Bai Zhi often felt a profound connection to the original owner, as if she were one and the same, sharing traits with her parents and the original self. Lu Ting emerged with a pair of scissors, cutting a large bouquet of gardenias to place on her writing desk, filling the room with their fragrant essence. Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback by his thoughtful gesture. Ludiga, thank you. Please eat your meal quickly. It will get cold. I'll just look around. All right, she replied, appreciating the flowers. Lu Ting had cultivated an entire garden filled with blossoms, revealing the depth of his meticulous nature, though he often kept it hidden. Indeed, he was a man of great diligence. The interior of his home was neat and clean. Moreover, what is truly astonishing is that he possesses a bookshelf, adorned with various tomes, yet wrapped in yellow paper. In earlier times, these books might have faced the threat of being burned, hence he encased them in paper. She inquired, Brother Lu, may I have a glance at these books? Certainly, feel free to peruse them, Lu Ting replied, as he single-handedly retrieved a ladder. The original owner seldom ventured into Lu Ting's abode, making Bai Zhi particularly curious about the volumes upon the shelf. She promptly ascended the ladder to seize a book, while Lu Ting observed from the dining table. The earnestness on Bai Zhi's face was truly captivating. She was a stark contrast to her former self, a superior version. Upon unwrapping the yellow paper and beholding the contents, her eyes widened in astonishment. Brother Lu, where did you acquire these books? They are all remarkable. Some are even ancient texts, exceptionally precious. Do you like them? Indeed, they are splendid. Our traditional Chinese literature is profoundly rich. These are treasures worth their weight in gold. Bai Zhi gazed at the books, her eyes sparkling with delight, momentarily overlooking the musty scent and dust that enveloped them. I shall give them all to you. All for me? Bai Zhi stared at Lu Ting in disbelief, only to quickly grasp the gravity of his words. After all, he was the simple-minded Lu Ting. It was hardly surprising that he would gift her everything, considering he felt that the Bai family had bestowed upon him a second chance at life, and thus, it was only fitting that he entrusted his life and everything to Bai Yaomei. However, Bai Zhi responded, if you give them all to me, I must take care of them. Brother Lu, I am rather lazy. Leave them here, and I will come by occasionally to take a look. Lu Ting, upon hearing this, could not help but smile. Then she will come often. All right, come whenever you wish, Lu Ting replied, returning to his meal. Bai Zhi was lost in the sea of books, utterly oblivious to Lu Ting's gaze upon her. The books were indeed treasures. Many were original ancient texts, truly invaluable. As an outsider, she could only imagine the joy an expert would derive from embracing these volumes. The flickering candlelight cast a delicate halo upon Bai Zhi's face, rendering her as ethereal as a celestial being descended from the heavens. Lu Ting dared only a fleeting glance before averting his gaze, adhering strictly to decorum. Bai Zhi, feeling a slight strain in her neck, finally looked up and asked, Brother Lu, have you read all these books? Yes, nearly all of them. Bai Zhi was mildly astonished. No wonder he exuded a composure that belied his years, imbued with a profound scholarly aura. He was indeed a unique, rough-hewn gentleman, rugged in appearance yet refined in heart. Lu Ting handed her a cup of tea, advising, it is easy to strain your eyes from prolonged reading at night. Have some chrysanthemum tea. Bai Zhi accepted the teacup, observing a whole chrysanthemum unfurling gracefully beneath the surface, truly a sight to behold. She took a sip, pleasantly surprised to find a hint of sweetness from the added sugar. It was delicious. Bai Zhi, unable to resist, finished the tea. Glancing at the time, she prepared to depart. Suddenly, Lu Ting rushed out after her, calling, Yaomei, wait a moment. Lu Ting entered the room and emerged, clutching a bundle with an expression of mild embarrassment. My clothes are torn. Could you possibly mend them for me? There's no rush, just whenever you're able to fix them. Bai Zhi approached him, inquiring, where is the damage? Right here, he replied. Upon inspecting the garment, Bai Zhi noticed a small rip. I'll mend it for you right now. After all, it's still early, and your place is quite cool. Lu Ting's abode was a solitary structure nestled on a hillside by the river, offering a serene and refreshing atmosphere. The gentle river breeze wafted through. A perfect retreat not chosen for tranquility alone, but rather due to his unique circumstances. He had been mistreated and thus sought refuge far from others. This house was a result of his father's thoughtful efforts to secure a plot for him, and the possessions within were also salvaged with care from the city. His father understood well the depth of their resources, recognizing that in these times, wealth held paramount importance. This was part of why Lu Ting had caught Bai Zhi's attention. He was affluent not only in material wealth, but also in spirit. In these times, every young woman knew how to sew. Bai Zhi had acquired this skill out of sheer boredom in the modern world, preferring to live life poetically rather than indulgently. She often asserted her desire for both poetry and distant horizons, from the minutiae of her surroundings to the broader aspects of her psyche. She had even taken classes in shoe embroidery, so mending a tear was certainly within her capabilities. The position of the tear was peculiar, located right in the center of the chest, where it would inevitably reveal a glimpse of skin. Bai Zhi chose green thread for the repair, stitching it into the shape of a four-leaf clover. Lugu, this is a four-leaf clover, symbolizing luck. May your life be increasingly fortunate, she said, hoping for his happiness, especially in the shadow of past struggles. Lu Ting repeatedly rubbed the four-leaf clover, a subtle smile gracing his lips. As darkness fell, he offered, "Let me escort you home." "I came by bicycle. I can manage on my own," she replied. As she prepared to leave, she reminded him, "Lugu, be sure to apply the medicinal alcohol. If it's difficult for you, I can assist." She hesitated at the threshold. Without delay, Lu Ting retrieved the medicinal alcohol. Bai Zhi deftly poured some in her palm, warming it before applying it to his elbow, her touch firm yet gentle. Her delicate fingers contrasted starkly against his sun-kissed skin, drawing Lu Ting's attention. His throat tightened, his mouth dry as the fragrance of gardenias mingled with a uniquely feminine essence wafted towards him, stirring his imagination. Bai Zhi remained focused on the task at hand until a fleeting glance revealed the contours of his chest beneath his cotton vest, with hints of defined muscles that triggered thoughts of a dream. Startled, she withdrew her hand. "Lugu, it's done. I should be on my way. I'll accompany you," he insisted, hurriedly trying to catch up, but ultimately he could not keep pace. Bai Zhi had already pedaled her bicycle across the river. The path seemed rather uneven, causing her ride to be somewhat unstable, which made him worry she might fall. However, after she had traveled a considerable distance, she finally steadied herself, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. As he recalled her charming and adorable visage, a deeper smile graced his lips. The bicycle sped along, and the cool breeze caressed his cheeks, seemingly dispersing the warmth that enveloped Bai Zhi. She rode far and wide, and upon nearing home, she dismounted and pushed her bicycle back, attempting to compose herself. Having been single all her life, her heart had never fluttered before, and she had never harbored any interest in the male form. Yet, for reasons unknown, perhaps due to this peculiar dream, she found herself thinking of Lu Ting's physique and his alluring demeanor, causing her heart to race. Most alarmingly, this dream had sprung from her own imagination. What a predicament! Was she genuinely developing feelings for a mere figment of her imagination? No, he was not a mere fantasy. He was a living, breathing person. This world was not a realm of paper figures, but a vibrant existence teeming with life. Upon reaching her doorstep, she had already managed to steady her emotions. Once inside, she found Iron Egg in a tantrum, demanding his mother, while her second brother, having indulged in a bit of drink, had lost his usual temper. "If you want her, go find her. Never return to the Bai family." Iron Egg puffed up his cheeks, declaring, "I don't want you anymore. I want my mom. I'm going to find her." As he flung open the door, he spotted Bai Zhi. Tears streamed down his face, and he clung to her leg, sobbing, "Annie, my dad doesn't want me anymore. Let me go find my mom. I hate him. I really hate him." Bai Zhi glanced at her slightly inebriated second brother and then at the pitiful Iron Egg, who clung to her like a little koala. She lifted him into her arms and carried him to her room. Inside, she retrieved a large white rabbit milk candy, believing that the sweetness would uplift her spirits and, in turn, cheer up Iron Egg. "Don't cry, be good," she coaxed. As Iron Egg savored the candy, wiping away his tears, he sniffled and asked, "Will my mom really not come back?" "Iron Egg, everyone makes mistakes, and mistakes must be met with consequences. Your mother is no exception. So, she won't be coming back for a while. It's uncertain when she might return. If you wish to see her, you must take care of her and communicate openly with her." She was unsure of her second brother's thoughts. Chapter 023. Uncle Lu cherishes you. Bai Zhi had no intention of intervening in this matter. Her words were merely intended to comfort Iron Egg, hoping to alleviate his sorrow. Iron Egg sniffled a few times, his little lips pouting. Dad wanted to marry that bad sister and make her my stepmother, right? You mean do Cece? No, she doesn't actually wish to be your stepmother. She merely wants to return to the city. Wiping the tears from his face, she offered him reassurance. Upon hearing this, Iron Egg's eyes widened in realization. So, she is deceiving my dad? Indeed, how could a city girl possibly be interested in your father? Don't dwell on it. Iron Egg was quite easy to console, and soon enough, he stopped crying, obediently sitting beside her while enjoying the candy. Observing the child, whose eyelashes were still damp, savoring the candy and laughing joyfully, even craning his neck to see what delectable treats lay within her small box, Bai Zhi's affection for the little one was evident. She retrieved several more cookies, prompting the boy, Bai Dan, to exclaim in delight, "Annie, marry Uncle Lu. He cherishes you immensely. You are more precious than meat. If you wed him, you shall surely have candy and cookies every day." Bai Zhi frowned slightly and replied, "Your mother disapproves of me and wishes for my departure. Are you a little soldier dispatched by her to hasten my exit?" Upon hearing this, Bai Dan leaped from the bed, shaking his head vigorously, his expression serious. "Andy, no, I'm not my mother's soldier. I do not wish to drive you away. You are the best Andy, and you treat me wonderfully. I adore you." Unable to contain her laughter, Bai Zhi said, "All right then, finish your snacks and brush your teeth before retiring for the night." Bai Dan shook his head stubbornly. "Annie, if you do not harbor any anger towards me, then I shall leave. I do not bear any ill will towards you, child. Why would I be angry with you?" He approached her, wrapping his arms around her, nuzzling against her. "Auntie, my mother is unkind. She speaks ill of you and wishes for your departure. I shall educate her." I know," she replied. "Auntie, I truly like you. I am aware. Auntie, I wish to sleep with you. That is not permissible. You're growing up. You must sleep with your grandmother or your father." "No, stinky father wants to find stepmother. I do not want a stinky father." Before he could finish his sentence, Zhou called from outside, "Dan, come wash up." "Auntie," he exclaimed, "once I am clean, may I sleep with you? Please?" "No." Bai Dan began to pout, his charm almost unbearable. Zhou voice boomed again, "Bai Dan." The authoritative tone sent the plump child scurrying out in fear. That night was warm. She needed to bring out ice to cool the air. With such a lively child around, cooling off seemed futile. Moreover, children are like little furnaces. Sleeping with him would only invite more heat. After his bath, Bai Dan rushed into Bai Zhi's room, fresh from washing, without even putting on his pants. Zhou swiftly smacked his soft, white bottom, scolding, "You have no shame? Put on your pants immediately." Realizing his lack of clothing, he exclaimed, "Grandma, my pants. I'll put them on right away." Zhou, without a hint of patience, tossed the pants to him. Bai Zhi observed her mother tending to the child, then preparing to wash the family's clothes. She stepped forward, saying, "Mom, let me do the washing. You should rest." Zhou pushed her away, insisting, "What are you talking about? A young lady's hands must not become too rough. Go take a bath and toss your dirty clothes in this basin. I will wash them, and then you should go to sleep." "Mom," Bai Zhi attempted to plead, but Zhou was unyielding, focused on her tasks. A quintessential rural woman, she toiled during the day and managed household duties at night, washing a mountain of clothes, tending to the peanuts in the garden, rotating like a top without pause. Bai Zhi watched quietly, her heart heavy with unspoken empathy. After she finished her bath, she took it upon herself to wash her clothes. Regardless of her mother's attempts to intervene, she was unable to prevail, especially since there remained a multitude of garments awaiting her attention. Meanwhile, Uncle Mao and her father were already deep in slumber, snoring softly. Her elder brother was engrossed in a book, a pastime he cherished whenever he found a moment to spare. The little one by Dan was rolling about on Bai Zhi's bed. By the time everything was tidied up, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Finally, they extinguished the oil lamp and settled down for the night. Bai Dan was carried away amidst the scolding of Aunt Wan. Only then did Bai Zhi retrieve a large block of ice from her space, placing it in a wooden basin at the foot of her bed. With the presence of the ice block, the room felt significantly cooler. Listening to Bai Tian's cries, she slowly drifted into slumber. Life was rich and fulfilling, leaving little room in Bai Zhi's mind for other thoughts, and she fell asleep almost instantly. In the morning, she awoke to the crowing of the rooster, the air filled with the scent of firewood. Her mother was already up, preparing breakfast. In fact, people in the countryside typically did not have the habit of eating breakfast. Yet the Bai family did, albeit quite simply. Corn porridge was served, which, despite being called porridge, contained only a few grains of rice, with the bulk being corn. The broth was light and subtly sweet. Her mother had also fried some tasteless coarse flatbreads. A bowl of pickled vegetables accompanied a piece of flatbread, and a few sips of corn soup completed their uncomplicated breakfast. After the meal, her father, mother, and elder brother busied themselves with work. Her father reminded her, "Dear daughter, since you have no pressing matters today, please take Uncle Mao to report to the village secretary and help him tidy up his belongings and organize his space." "Understood, father. You go ahead with your tasks." Bai Laojiao looked at his old classmate and added a few more words. "My daughter is your daughter too. Do not hesitate to ask her for anything. As for your work, I shall advocate on your behalf." Uncle Mao Jianhua, his eyes slightly reddened, grasped Bai Laojiao's hand tightly. Filled with gratitude, "Old classmate, thank you, thank you." With that, Bai Laojiao hurried off to attend to his own affairs. In a bid to please Bai Zhi, Bai Taidan decided not to run off today, but instead offered, "Little aunt, let me help you take Grandpa Mao to the village office." "All right." Our little Taidan is quite understanding and knows how to lend a hand. However, Bai Taidan sighed softly, reflecting, "Mother's debts must be repaid. I should treat you kindly to make amends for my mother's wrongdoings." "Did your grandmother speak to you about this?" "You picked it up quite quickly. My mother has her issues. She bullies my little aunt, so I must side with reason over kinship." This little one was quite perceptive. On the surface, he appeared to favor objectivity, yet he was ultimately supporting his mother. Nevertheless, Bai Zhi comprehended his intentions. Turning to wash the dishes, she discovered that Uncle Mao had already beaten her to it, having washed the dishes himself. He smiled. "Little Zhi, I have little else to offer, so I just helped wash a few dishes." "All right then. Thank you, Uncle. After you finish, take a rest. We will head to the village office shortly." Bai Zhi took a broom from under the eaves and began sweeping the yard. As she swept, Bai Taidan assisted by holding the dustpan to collect the debris. The demeanor of that young man, so obsequious, is truly endearing. Bai Zhi is well aware of the implications. It is a subtle request for her assistance in persuading his father to bring his mother back. Although he does not articulate it directly, she feigns ignorance. After all, her second sister-in-law has her own significant issues. A little guidance and education is certainly warranted. Once she tidied up her home, Bai Zhi took Mao Jianhua to the village office, armed with letters to discuss matters with the village chief and the party secretary. The village chief, upon glancing at Mao Jianhua, furrowed his brow and inquired, "What is your relationship with Bai Aigua? Why has Bai's youngest daughter brought you here?" As Mao Jianhua was about to respond, Bai Zhi interjected, "Uncle Mao is someone I encountered on the road. He happened to mention something, so I brought him along." Young, the village chief, was known to have a strained rapport with her father, and she feared he might think that Uncle Mao was attempting to leverage connections to bypass the queue. Young village chief regarded Bai Zhi thoughtfully and retrieved a key. Bai Zhi asked, "Which room, Uncle Yang?" "By the river, the former storage room." Hearing this, Bai Zhi's expression shifted slightly as she looked towards the village secretary, Uncle Zhou, who was reviewing documents. "That house is uninhabitable. Isn't it?" she questioned. Uncle Zhou looked up at Bai Zhi and said, "Comrade, Mao can manage alone. But Uncle Mao has mobility issues. Living there alone would be quite inconvenient for him. There is a room beside the drying area. It would be ideal for him to stay there while also overseeing the drying area, wouldn't it?" Upon finishing her statement, young village chief interjected, "The room by the drying area has been allocated to Qiandagae." "Qiandagae?" Bai Zhi thought, recalling that he was young village chief's brother-in-law, a fully capable individual resorting to being a caretaker of the warehouse and drying area. Bai Zhi felt unjustly indignant. He often made things difficult for her father, and now he was using his position to secure an easy job for his relative. Mao Jianhua sensed her indignation and tugged at her sleeve, saying, "Xiaozhi, let us go. That place is quite good, offering shelter from the wind and rain." Bai Zhi felt a pang of sympathy for him. He is a talent of the nation, yet they treat him so poorly. Moreover, With the flood season approaching, would it not be dangerous for Uncle Mao to reside by the river? Flood season? By the river? She pondered, questioning whether the unfolding narrative was preordained. Young village chief, growing impatient, shot her a glance and said, "By Yao Mei, there's no issue. Hurry along and don't linger here." Bai Zhi glared at young village chief, narrowing her eyes. She was determined to find his weaknesses, ensuring he would no longer make things difficult for her father. Exiting the village office, Bai Zhi was seething with anger. Mao Jianhua chuckled. "Xiao Zhi, do not be upset. There is no need for anger. This place is far better than others. Let us go and see my room." Observing the submissive demeanor of Mao Jianhua, Bai Zhi could only hope he would swiftly resolve the channeling issue. With his capabilities, he could garner the attention of the town leaders and secure better benefits. She accompanied him to take a look. It was indeed remote. On this sweltering day, after a long trek, they finally arrived. Upon seeing the dilapidated house, Bai Zhi was instantly infuriated. This was sheer bullying. Yet Mao Jianhua smiled, seemingly unfazed. "Uncle Mao, do you not realize that July and August are flood months, with heavy rains? This house has been submerged several times. Do you truly wish to live here?" Listening to this conversation, Mao Jianhua glanced at the small ditch nearby. It was indeed quite diminutive. If a channel could be excavated, it would undoubtedly resolve the issue at hand. Observing the terrain, he contemplated directing the water towards the fields, thereby preventing flooding in this area. This was certainly his forte. As the thought crossed his mind, he quickly shook his head, pondering the difficulties ahead. "I'm afraid it won't be feasible. Digging a channel requires considerable effort. And who would heed my instructions?" He chuckled, limping towards his dwelling. Bai Zhi surveyed the situation around her and realized that it indeed demanded both energy and financial resources. Mere talent was insufficient. She silently questioned herself. "Little Gio, this task is particularly challenging. I fear I may not accomplish it. What about university?" She understood she must strive diligently. Little Gio reassured her, "Master, the boat will find its way when it reaches the bridge." Bai Zhi could only accept little Gio's comfort. Glancing at the recently unlocked door that had fallen down, feeling a deep sense of sorrow. She had just intended to assist Uncle Mao, but someone beat her to it, Lu Ting. He caught the fallen door panel and remarked, "Uncle Mao, little sister, the dust here is heavy. Bring a bucket of water to wipe this down before dealing with these matters." Mao Jianhua was about to assist when Bai Zhi interjected, "Let me handle it, Uncle Mao. Why don't you take a seat?" "What seat? You all are here to help. I will lend a hand to Xiao Lu." "That works." Mao Jianhua agreed and went to assist Lu Ting. Bai Zhi fetched a bucket of water. Lu Ting was remarkably swift in his actions. He reattached the door and, taking a piece of rag, snatched the bucket from Bai Zhi, dampened it, and soon had the room entirely dust-free. He then proceeded to repair the table, fix the benches, and set up the stove. He truly was a jack of all trades, adept at everything. Mao Jianhua praised. "This lad is truly remarkable, efficient in his work. Your father would greatly appreciate him. I find him quite admirable, my girl. Consider this well." "Cough, cough, Uncle Mao. Have you not yet sobered up?" Mao Jianhua paused for a moment before responding with a hearty laugh. "Ah, I am awake now." The young girl felt a bit shy, and he understood. Bai Zhi observed Lu Ting, who was now sweating profusely, and fetched another bucket of clean water. She dampened her handkerchief and offered it to him to wipe off the dust. Lu Ting noticed the handkerchief adorned with jasmine flowers and was momentarily taken aback. Bai Zhi directly pressed it into his hand, saying, "You need not return it." Lu Ting stared at her in a daze as she made her way towards the mountains. Lu Ting turned to Mao Jianhua and said, "Uncle Mao, my house is just ahead. This roof still needs work, so it can't be occupied for now. Would you like to stay at my place tonight?" Mao Jianhua glanced at Bai Zhi, who was heading up the mountain, and agreed, "Sure. But the girl is going up there. There are snakes in the mountains. You should hurry and check on her." "Understood," Lu Ting replied, hastening to follow Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi intended to explore the mountains for wild vegetables and gather some supplies to start a fire for Uncle Mao. However, Lu Ting accompanied her. With his long legs, he quickly caught up to her, wielding a sickle. "There is plenty to be found up there, but be wary of snakes and thorny vines. You must exercise caution. With you by my side, I have no fear. How did you come alone?" She had no intention of hiking up the mountain. He arrived and found himself compelled to ascend. However, the mountain air was indeed refreshing, shaded by the trees. Bai Zhi inquired, "Brother Lu, the flood season is approaching. Will there be a rise in water levels here?" Lu Ting paused, puzzled by Bai Zhi's concern for Uncle Mao in light of the impending floods. Bai Zhi affirmed, "Village Chief Yang is clearly taking advantage of Uncle Mao's unique circumstances and his difficulties in mobility. It's all right. My room is empty, and Uncle can stay with me. Besides, his roof needs repairs, so he can't accommodate anyone for the time being." As Lu Ting spoke, he used a sickle to cut away some thorny vines nearby. Bai Zhi contemplated this, realizing he had a point. She continued, "Brother Lu, do you know about opening a canal?" Lu Ting responded, "I just heard Uncle Mao mention it. If a canal is opened, water could be diverted to the rice fields, preventing flooding in this area." Bai Zhi deliberately brought this up. Lu Ting turned to gaze at the crops, recalling how they were inundated each year. He nodded. "It is possible to open a canal, but it requires significant financial resources and effort. Currently, everyone is struggling for their daily sustenance, and no one is willing to take on this burden." This was due to the collusion between Village Chief Yang and Secretary Zhou, obscuring the realities from higher authorities. Yet, it was the members of their cooperative who ultimately suffered the consequences. When the crops were flooded, their grain yield would naturally diminish during harvest. Bai Zhi's family was relatively fortunate, supported by her brother and sister-in-law's salaries. However, many other members of the village faced dire circumstances. The memories of the original owner revealed countless families in distress, some even perishing from hunger. Noticing Bai Zhi's silence, Lu Ting asked, "What is wrong?" Bai Zhi shook her head. "It's nothing." Lu Ting perceived her unease, aware that Village Chief Yang and Secretary Zhou occasionally conspired to undermine Uncle Bai. Yet Uncle Bai had his own methods of dealing with them, so she need not worry excessively. Bai Zhi turned her gaze back to Lu Ting, her eyes scrutinizing him. "Brother Lu, how did you know I was thinking about this?" "Just now. Uncle Mao was wronged, and you displayed all your displeasure on your face," he replied. Bai Zhi bowed her head, admitting, "Yes, I'm a bit upset." Lu Ting smiled indulgently. A young lady should not burden herself with such matters. Elders have their own ways of managing their lives. Bai Zhi responded with an "oh" and lifted her head, suddenly noticing a flash of gray in the thicket. She felt a surge of excitement. A rabbit. Lu Ting squinted at the wild rabbit in the bushes, saying, "If we can catch it, we can have meat for dinner. Wait here for me, but be careful." "Okay," Bai Zhi replied, her eyes gleaming with anticipation for the rabbit. Initially, she thought she would miss out on any meat today, but unexpectedly, fortune smiled upon her. The little wild rabbit appeared before her. As Bai Zhi reveled in her good fortune, she watched as the rabbit darted a couple of times before colliding with Lu Ting's foot. The rabbit lay still on the ground. The scene was almost surreal. Bai Zhi was momentarily stunned. What had she just witnessed? The rabbit had bumped into Lu Ting's foot, as if presenting itself to him. Thus, it seemed the one blessed with fortune was not her, but Lu Ting. She had never heard of a man being the fortunate one before. It was utterly astonishing. Lu Ting was equally astonished. He first tested the wild rabbit with his foot before lifting it up, his face a canvas of confusion. He patted it gently to confirm it was not entirely lifeless. Bai Zhi approached him with a stiff smile, saying, "Brother Lu, you are truly fortunate. A wild rabbit has come right to you." However, Lu Ting replied, "This rabbit may be ill. It is not safe to eat." "What? How could it be sick? It was just hopping around." Bai Zhi immediately snatched the rabbit from his hands. Lu Ting did not relinquish it, gazing sternly at her. A healthy rabbit would not collide with a person's feet. Thus it must indeed be unwell and unsuitable for consumption. Bai Zhi looked at Lu Ting in disbelief. "Then check it to see if it is sick." Lu Ting observed the rabbit, which had just been unconscious in his grasp, but was now opening its eyes and struggling, exhibiting no signs of illness. He was utterly perplexed. Bai Zhi forcefully took the rabbit back. "Brother Lu, if you are afraid, don't eat it." "I will." Lu Ting glanced at his hand. Could there really be such a foolish rabbit? He was filled with doubt and suggested, "Sister, let us continue upward. There's a small stream on this mountainside where fish are usually found. Let us see if we can catch any today." Fish. It seemed Lu Ting was indeed blessed with good fortune. There were fish even in the mountain creeks, and he seemed well aware of this, indicating it was not his first encounter. Reflecting on this, Bai Zhi recalled from the original owner's memories that he often returned to the Bai family with either a couple of pounds of meat, a fish, or some wine. Yet, the book made no mention of his good luck. Bai Zhi pondered this carefully and asked, "Brother Lu, did you discover the fish in the stream earlier?" "No, I merely heard about it." "Oh," Bai Zhi thought perhaps it was just a coincidence. Lu Ting continued to lead the way while she followed behind, cradling the small wild rabbit. Observing her hold on the rabbit, Lu Ting began to believe it was indeed unharmed. The mountain air was refreshingly cool. Bai Zhi had made some modest gains. Not only did she have the rabbit, but she also found wild Sichuan pepper. The fragrance was truly extraordinary. She intended to pick some, but, lacking experience, inadvertently pricked her finger on the thorns of the pepper tree. Wincing in pain, she covered her finger. Lu Ting rushed over, taking hold of her hand. "I need to squeeze out the blood first." He pressed for a long while but saw no blood beads. Just as Bai Zhi was about to say something, Lu Ting suddenly took her finger into his mouth, sucking the blood. Bai Zhi was immediately covered in goosebumps and instinctively tried to withdraw her hand. Lu Ting held on tightly, saying, "Don't move. I need to draw out the blood. There are many bacteria in the mountains." Bai Zhi turned her head away, feeling uneasy. Are there really bacteria in the mountains? Or would these plants get bacteria? Something felt amiss to her, and the sensation was distinctly strange. She abruptly withdrew her hand. Seeing her face flush, Lu Ting felt somewhat embarrassed. "I was just a bit too hasty. Please do not take it to heart. It's all right. You can continue picking the Sichuan pepper." She immediately turned toward the small stream nearby. Lu Ting had already killed the wild rabbit, skinned it, and was now washing it clean in the stream. The water in this small creek is truly icy and refreshing. Bai Zhi felt a slight heat on her face, and she promptly splashed some cold water on it, finding a measure of comfort. The rugged man was evidently quite anxious about Bai Zhi. Meanwhile, Lu Ting had gathered a generous handful of Sichuan peppercorns, wrapping them in a large leaf. He then tied a rabbit with a piece of cow tendon grass and declared, "Let us head back." Bai Zhi glanced at the creek and asked, "You mentioned there might be fish here, but I haven't seen any. Would you like to eat some?" She nodded enthusiastically, as she was quite fond of fish. There were plenty in her space, but she hesitated to take them out. Lu Ting surveyed the water and said, "I'll go in and see if I can find some. Will you wait for me?" "Of course. Thank you, Brother Lu." He looked at her with a tender gaze, as if to convey, "I am willing to treat you well." Their eyes met for a moment before she quickly averted her gaze, feeling the intensity of his stare. This creek was not merely a small brook. It was quite expansive, with a notably deep section in the middle. As he ventured further in, Bai Zhi cautioned, "Be careful. It's deep in the center." Lu Ting waved her off and abruptly plunged into the water like a fish. Then the surface became tranquil, with only the ripples from his entry gradually fading away. Bai Zhi's heart raced. There was no sign of Lu Ting's return. She wiped her brow, worried he might drown. Suddenly, Lu Ting burst forth from the water, sending splashes everywhere, proudly holding a large grass carp in his hands. Bai Zhi gazed at him in astonishment. In such clear water, there truly were fish, and such a large, succulent one at that. Bai Zhi was certain of one thing. Lu Ting was indeed blessed with a golden touch, with a fish in one hand and a rabbit in the other. Bai Zhi also carried some wild vegetables and mushrooms, making for a bountiful harvest. Many had ventured into the mountains, but few returned with such a yield. Thus, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting returned laden with their spoils, much to the delight of Mao Jianhua. "Uncle Mao, do you know what this means?" It signifies that your future days will flourish." Mao Jianhua, visibly moved, nodded and remarked, "Since I met you, our lives have improved." "Xiao Zhi, you are truly a little lucky star." Bai Zhi glanced at Lu Ting and said, "Uncle, Brother Lu is the real lucky star. He caught both the rabbit and the fish. I'm quite feeble, having pricked my hand just picking Sichuan peppercorns." Mao Jianhua chuckled. "The prickly peppercorns are indeed easy to handle. Such labor should be for the boys. You focus on transforming this raw meat into delectable cooked dishes." Bai Zhi checked the time and suggested, "Shall we have dinner at my house tonight? I can cook for us." "Great." With the fish and rabbit in hand, she headed home to prepare the meal. On her way, she encountered Bai Tai Dan, who seemed embroiled in a dispute with someone. Observing her surroundings and finding no one else around, she swiftly tucked the rabbit and fish into her space and hurried forward. "Stop! What are you doing?" As Bai Zhi approached, she realized it was Du Cece. Upon hearing her voice, Du Cece stumbled and fell to the ground, letting out a pained yelp. Bai Tycoon, his face flushed with embarrassment, rushed towards Bai Zhi, crying, "Little aunt, this little brat is so aggrieved." Bai Zhi glared at Du Cece with disdain, questioning the character of someone who would target a child. Du Cece, however, feigned victimhood, struggling briefly before rising. "Xiao Zhi, please don't blame Tycoon. It was my own clumsiness that caused my fall." Bai Tycoon chimed in. "It was indeed your own fault." Du Cece smiled. "Yes, it was my mistake." "Xiao Zhi, Tycoon is still young and knows nothing." Bai Zhi merely smirked, thinking her to be quite the hypocrite. Did she truly believe that her eyes were deceived? As she scrutinized Du Cece, she remarked, "Indeed, I witnessed it myself. You fell due to your own carelessness. Be more cautious next time." With that, she turned to leave, leaving Du Cece seething with frustration. What was wrong with Bai Zhi? Why was she not behaving according to expectations? Did she not harbor disdain for Bai Tycoon? Why not seize the opportunity to reprimand him? Could she not discern that Bai Zhi was deliberately undermining her? Bai Tycoon, reveling in his victory, made a face at Du Cece. In a flurry of desperation, she called out, "Xiao Zhi, I need to speak with you." Bai Zhi cast her a fleeting glance. "I have matters to attend to and must hurry home." "Xiao Zhi." Du Cece's tone grew increasingly sharp. Bai Zhi halted her steps, instructing Tycoon, "Wait over there for your aunt." "All right, aunt." Bai Tycoon flashed another mocking grin at Du Cece, inciting her ire. Du Cece looked as though she might devour him, barely restraining herself in Bai Zhi's presence. Upon reaching the shade of a large tree, Bai Zhi stated, "Du Jiqing, I still have to prepare dinner at home. If you have something to say, please do." Du Cece grasped Bai Zhi's hand. "Xiao Zhi, what has happened to you lately? I supported you when you were with Zhang Jiqing, yet now you refuse to assist me?" Bai Zhi paused, studying Du Cece. She understood the implication of her words. Was she suggesting that if Bai Zhi did not aid her, she would divulge the details of her relationship with Zhang Jiqing? The Bai family had been discreet for the sake of her reputation. It was a thinly veiled threat. Bai Zhi's greatest aversion was to be coerced. Such a duplicitous woman had wasted her education, only to engage in deceitful schemes. Noticing Bai Zhi's silence, Du Cece pressed on, "I considered you a friend. You can't treat me this way, Xiao Zhi." Bai Zhi withdrew her hand, laughing coldly. "Du Cece, do you take pleasure in undermining others? What are you saying? That's quite harsh." Du Cece responded, "Hier urgency evident." She could sense that her threats had no effect on Bai Zhi, and her facade began to crumble. Bai Zhi spoke earnestly, "Do not think you can leverage Zhang Jiqing against me. Furthermore, my second brother will not marry you, so do not waste your efforts. This will not absolve you of your responsibilities." Du Cece's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. "Bai Zhi, have you truly made up your mind to sever ties with me?" She finally shed her pretense. "There's no talk of severing ties. We have never been friends. The original owner was naive and fell for your tricks. But I'm not foolish." Du Cece's hands clenched tightly in anger. "Bai Zhi, you'll come to regret this." Bai Zhi cast a cold glance at her and walked away without another word. Furious, Du Cece relentlessly kicked the tree trunk. She would not allow Bai Zhi to have an easy time, absolutely not. Bai Zhi paid her no heed and headed straight home. In her fit of anger, Lu Ting unexpectedly approached. "Brother Lu." He glanced at her. "Is there something you need?" "Brother Lu, I have something to discuss with you." Lu Ting, noticing Bai Zhi in the distance, seemed disinclined to engage and prepared to leave. Du Cece quickly interjected. "Do you know what happened that night between Bai Zhi and Zhang Jiqing?" Lu Ting's foot halted abruptly, a glimmer of malevolence rising in his eyes. "What happened?" His voice was as frigid as winter snow. Du Cece shivered slightly. Alone at night, what could a man and woman do? Lu Ting's gaze darkened ominously, as if he were ready to devour her whole. Though a hint of fear gripped Du Cece, she felt a surge of delight. The Bai family intended for Lu Ting and Bai Zhi to be together, deliberately suppressing this matter to make Lu Ting suffer in silence. Could he bear it? No man would tolerate such humiliation. Just as she reveled in her triumph, Lu Ting suddenly remarked, "You may come to regret this." Du Cece struggled to comprehend his words. Regret what? What do you mean? He cast her a meaningful glance, suggesting she ponder it for herself before turning to leave. Du Cece stood there, momentarily stunned, unable to grasp Lu Ting's intent. Had he lost his mind? That Bai Zhi would be finished. A poor, insignificant girl from a remote village. She considered it an honor to associate with her. How dare she ignore her? If Lu Ting took no action, she would ensure that everyone in the vicinity knew by tomorrow. Meanwhile, Lu Ting had already walked quite a distance, glancing back at Du Cece with an unsettling glint in his eyes. Chapter 027. Perfect understanding on Bai Zhi's side. Upon entering the house, she retrieved a rabbit and fish from the kitchen. Bai Tycoon, catching a whiff of the fishy scent, rushed over, exclaiming, "Wow, more meat today. That's fantastic. Your Uncle Lu caught this from the mountain. Did Uncle Lu just happen to catch it? I've heard many uncles say there's nothing on that mountain. How could Uncle Lu find something so easily? Does that mean we can have him go every day?" Bai Zhi smiled lightly. Luck doesn't work that way. As soon as she finished speaking, Lu Ting picked up the thread. Then tomorrow, Tycoon can accompany me to the mountain to see if there's more to be found. Upon hearing that Lu Ting would take him to the mountain, Tycoon was so elated that he leaped into his embrace. Lu Ting, fond of children, lifted the chubby Tycoon and gave him a playful toss, causing the boy to squeal, "Higher, Uncle Lu, higher." However, Lu Ting did not indulge him for long. After a couple of lifts, he set him down, saying, "You're too heavy. If I toss you any higher, you might fall and hurt yourself." Theoden, alarmed at the thought of falling, shook his head vigorously. "Then I won T asked for more." "Good boy." Bai Zhi glanced at Lu Ting. He truly adored children. In her memories, he had always treated Tycoon kindly. Thus, Tycoon genuinely hoped she would marry Lu Ting. After all, Lu Ting was generous and doted on children, often bringing delightful treats, whether candies or cookies. After amusing Tycoon, Lu Ting saw Bai Zhi preparing to slaughter a rabbit and hurried over to seize the knife, declaring, "I shall handle this." He aimed to prepare the rabbit into smaller pieces for a cold dish. "I will tend to the fish." "Very well," Bai Zhi replied, as she began to clean the fish. First, she removed the fishing line, then scraped away the dark membrane from the fish's belly to prevent any fishy odor during cooking. It was a large grass carp. If boiled improperly, it would absorb an excessive amount of oil. Braising might not infuse it with flavor adequately. After some contemplation, Bai Zhi resolved to prepare fish fillets, using the head and bones to make a broth, while the fillets would be cooked with a touch of sweet potato starch for a tender, silky texture. She decided to acquire some fatty meat to render oil, pairing it with pickled vegetables for a fragrant dish. Without fat, the meal would lack appeal. Yet, Lu Ting was not easily distracted. Wherever she was, he was present. Whatever she did, he watched closely. How would she acquire the fatty meat? Just as Bai Zhi pondered this, Lu Ting produced a chunk of fatty meat from seemingly nowhere, offering it for the fish, which would enhance the aroma significantly. She was concerned about the meat, and he had resolved that issue effortlessly. Bai Zhi stared at him in astonishment. "This is my cured meat, my stock," Lu Ting explained. "Oh, indeed. It is cured meat," she replied, realizing why her parents had always tried to bring them together. His background was indeed substantial. Few could afford to present such a generous cut of meat in these times. With the addition of cured meat, the fish would surely taste even better. Lu Ting quickly finished slaughtering the rabbit and then filleted the fish. The two worked together harmoniously, as if he could intuitively grasp her needs. Before long, Bai Zhi's parents, Uncle Mao, and her second brother returned home. Upon seeing the scene from the kitchen door, her mother signaled to Bai Zhi's father and Uncle Mao, prompting them to refrain from entering. Zhoulan's eyes sparkled with delight. Uncle Mao praised, "Little Lu is truly a commendable comrade. Thanks to his help, my dilapidated house has seen improvement." He and Xiao Zhi ventured into the mountains today, returning with a rabbit and even finding a fish. Bai Zhi's father, puzzled by this, remarked, "The mountains do not yield such bounty easily. I have gone up there with Ting, and we have seldom seen anything, just some wild vegetables and mushrooms. Rabbits and fish are scarce." Uncle Mao chuckled. "Perhaps your luck simply ran dry." Zhoulan interjected, "Our youngest daughter is a harbinger of fortune. Have you forgotten? With her around, Aren't our lives improving? Indeed. Uncle Mao agreed. Bringing back a beggar turned out to be an old classmate. Even in the mountains, she managed to catch rabbits and fish, our little lucky star. Though Uncle Mao was well-educated and a materialist, he did not contest Zhou Lan's words, for he too felt that Bai Zhi was a small fortune-bringer. Since meeting her, it seemed that everything had begun to turn for the better. This girl appeared quiet but possessed a strong will and a multitude of ideas. Recalling her suggestion regarding irrigation channels, he mentioned, "Today, Xiaozhi spoke to me about opening a channel." Opening a channel? Bai Zhi's father was taken aback. What does she bring this up for? A young girl worrying about such matters. My house is situated by the river, and with the flood season approaching, she expressed concern that my home might be submerged, hence her suggestion regarding the irrigation channel. The channel remains unconstructed, and the issue of waterlogging seems insurmountable. Old Bai wore a troubled expression. I have mentioned this several times, but the village secretary has consistently denied my requests. I feel powerless to assist, understanding that we must await the right moment. Should action be taken, I possess an excellent plan that requires minimal financial and human resources to create the finest channel, directing water to the rice fields. Listening intently, Old Bai appeared somewhat agitated, indicating that our region would no longer suffer from waterlogging and could also resolve the impending water scarcity for next year's seedlings. Indeed, I briefly assessed the terrain yesterday. It is quite straightforward. We merely need to construct a channel and build a reservoir. When water is needed, we can release it from the reservoir, and when it's not, we can close it off. Clearly, Mao Jianhua spoke with fervor and palpable excitement. Old Bai's face brightened with joy, yet his heart remained heavy. Bai Zhi entered at that moment and happened to overhear the conversation. "Father, could you possibly bring this matter to the attention of higher authorities?" Old Bai gazed at Bai Zhi, puzzled by her sudden concern for such matters. "I fear for Uncle Mao's house being flooded, and I dread another year without new rice. You know how much I enjoy eating rice." Old Bai burst into hearty laughter. "You little glutton, this is an adult matter. You needn't concern yourself with it." Bai Zhi noticed the worry etched on her father's face. She understood that due to the village chief and secretary's influence, she needed to devise a plan to sway them so her father could elevate this issue, allowing Uncle Mao to play a role, thus enabling her to fulfill her task. The prospect of advancement. The acquisition of a learning enhancement card. Though the path was convoluted and somewhat challenging, she relished every moment. Without a hint of difficulty, where would her sense of achievement lie? Bai Zhi was acutely aware that everyone possesses vulnerabilities. She needed to seek an opportunity. As Old Bai inhaled the tantalizing aromas wafting from the table, he inquired, "My dear daughter, are you cooking spicy chicken or spicy rabbit?" Cold rabbit shares a similar appeal to spicy chicken. The scent alone is delectable. Hurry and bring out your fish. It's time to eat. Bai Zhi nodded and turned to head to the kitchen, nearly colliding with her second brother. Noticing his distracted demeanor, she waved her hand in front of him. "Second brother, what are you pondering?" He snapped back to attention. "Sister, is there something you need help with?" "Who mentioned anything? You seem preoccupied," she replied. Chapter 028. What other advantages does he possess? None, second brother denied. Yet his inner turmoil was all but written upon his face. The fish in the pot was nearly ready. Soon, Lu Ting would extinguish the flame and serve it. Thus, wherever second brother ventured, Bai Zhi followed. He strolled out to the courtyard, leaning against the grand banyan tree, gazing into the distance with a sigh. "Second brother, are you troubled by matters concerning second sister-in-law?" Surprised by Bai Zhi's presence, he immediately shook his head. "No, I'm not troubled. I have no intention of keeping her. If she refuses to leave, she must. I heard that these past few days, second sister-in-law has been diligently helping you with work points. Quite industrious indeed, especially in this heat. She clings to you daily. Can you blame second brother for being annoyed?" After years of marriage, the bond between them remained strong. Initially resolute, he now finds his heart wavering under the persistent influence of his sister-in-law. Aside from her somewhat foolish demeanor, she possesses many admirable qualities. Although the child, by Tycoon, has been taught to be cunning and meticulous, he is undoubtedly intelligent and destined for greatness. However, she has made numerous minor mistakes without committing any grave errors. In comparison to the elder sister-in-law, she falls significantly short. Bai Lauer gazed at Bai Zhi with earnestness, proclaiming, "Sister, I shall not allow you to be wronged. The idea of her inciting you to despair chokes me. I cannot swallow it." He pondered whether it was truly her idea or that of another. Bai Zhi, reflecting on her own intellect, found it implausible that she could devise such a scheme. The sister-in-law's mother is indeed a kind woman, so it is unlikely that she would have instigated such behavior. It is possible, however, that Du Cece, with her insidious intentions, has been covertly undermining them, even encouraging the sister-in-law to create chaos. Thus, Du Cece emerges as the true instigator. Bai Lauer scoffed, asserting that regardless of whose idea it was she who acted upon it. Despite enduring punishment, she has not amended her ways and continues to speak recklessly, intent on destroying you completely. This thought ignited a deep-seated anger within him. Yet upon seeing Wang Mei in the field, flushed and pitiful, his heart softened. They had shared a life together for many years, and despite the absence of grand romantic gestures, their connection had grown over time, leading to an internal conflict. Observing his own sister, he felt a pang of discomfort. He could not forgive her, absolutely not. Bai Zhi noticed her brother's rising fury and realized that her unintended actions had perhaps made him view the sister-in-law with disdain. It was better to let them be, as any intervention from her would be unwelcome. She turned to the kitchen and spotted Bai Tycoon in the corner, looking deflated like a deflated balloon, devoid of energy. "Have you seen your mother?" Bai Zhi asked, beckoning him closer. Bai Tycoon nodded, acknowledging that his mother realized her mistakes and promised to behave until their father forgave her. Crouching before him, Bai Zhi gently pinched his little nose and asked, "Do you believe your mother will earn your father's forgiveness?" Bai Tycoon nodded vigorously. Having witnessed the events unfold, Bai Zhi wished to forgive, yet their father remained unforgiving, so he did not harbor any resentment towards his aunt, who was the most caring towards him, providing him with treats and playtime. Meanwhile, Lu Ting was pouring hot oil into the pan, and with a sizzle, the aroma of Sichuan pepper and chili filled the air. Young Bai Tian's stomach rumbled in response. Bai Zhi quickly took the little one to the kitchen. Children of this era were remarkably industrious, able to assist with many tasks. Even the mischievous Bai Tycoon could help fetch bowls and chopsticks, neatly arranging them on the table. One for each person. He would even assist in serving porridge. Today's fare was particularly sumptuous. The congee was made from mung beans, refreshing and perfect for combating the heat, prepared earlier and now cooled to perfection. As Bai Laodai gazed upon the lavish spread before him, he mused to himself, "My dear daughter, you consistently prepare such exquisite meals. I fear our neighbors might be envious." Bai Zhi smiled. It is a well-known fact that the Bai family dines well, and there is no need for concealment. After all, my elder brother is quite capable. Yet, she pondered, it might not be entirely wise. Should her brother return and hear tales of their neighbors indulging while they scrimped and saved at the factory, it would not bode well. Thus, Bai Zhi knew she must devise a plan. She decided to dine at Lu Ting's residence, which was situated in a remote area devoid of neighbors. With this thought in mind, Bai Zhi made arrangements to visit him next time. After enjoying meat and several bowls of mung bean porridge, she felt thoroughly satisfied. It was a feast indeed. Iron Egg, content, licked his lips and dashed outside to play. Children of this era were resilient and required no adult supervision. They took care of themselves and played with a sense of moderation. Bai Zhi collected the bowls, and just as Lu Ting was about to leave, he glanced at her while passing the kitchen. Their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze. Lu Ting, however, took a moment longer to observe her before calling out, "Younger sister, I am leaving." "All right," Bai Zhi replied, thinking he had departed. She emerged from the kitchen, intending to feed the chickens. Suddenly, Lu Ting approached from the chicken coop. "I will be going to the city tomorrow. Will you accompany me?" Bai Zhi pondered for a moment and inquired, "What business do you have in the city?" "Just a few matters," he replied. She indeed wished to accompany him, yet felt that with him by her side, she would be unable to focus on her studies. Thus, a thought crossed her mind. "I want to go. You may proceed." There was a hint of disappointment in Lu Ting's eyes. "Do you wish to go?" he asked. "No, Bai Fidi naive. You go. I shan't intrude upon your endeavors." "Do as you please," he said, aware of her little secrets. Bai Zhi couldn't shake the feeling that Lu Ting seemed to know everything. The more he expressed this understanding, the more hesitant she became to join him. Shaking her head, she declared, "I have no business there. I must study. Who knows? Perhaps one day I will be able to take the university entrance exam." With thoughts that did not align with those of a top student, she knew she had to concentrate on her studies. Lu Ting observed Bai Zhi in silence as she busied herself feeding the chickens. He said nothing further and departed directly. Bai Zhi watched his retreating figure, exhaling softly in relief. Her father was quite clever. Last time they had him discreetly follow her, and now she was stealthily accompanying him. Surely, he was engaging in illicit trade at the black market. Otherwise, how would he procure such meat? As she contemplated this, Bai Zhi emptied the chicken feed into the bowl and proceeded to the kitchen. Zhou Lan had finished washing the dishes and was wiping the stove when she noticed her daughter's arrival. "Hurry outside. Don't get your clothes dirty," she urged. "Mother, Lu Ting invited me to the city." "For what purpose?" "Just a stroll about." "Then go ahead." With Lu Ting as presence, her mother would not pry further. Bai Zhi suddenly recalled something and asked, "Mother, why is Lu Ting so wealthy? He seems quite affluent." "His father is a rich man in America. It's not surprising that he has money," she replied. "But his father doesn't send money back. The books in his room are valuable, but they cannot be turned into meat or wine." Bai Zhi found it quite peculiar. Now that it was confirmed, he possessed a stroke of fortune. She also sensed he might possess some extraordinary abilities. In Chapter 29, Lu Ting quietly approached the female intellectual youth dormitory. Initially, Bai Zhi had inquired with Zhou Lan, who then scrutinized her from head to toe. Bai Zhi, feeling somewhat uncomfortable under her mother's gaze, asked, "Mom, why are you looking at me?" Zhou Lan smiled thoughtfully and replied, "It's nothing. You'll be heading into the city tomorrow, so hurry up and take a shower and get to bed. Have you fed the chickens?" "I have, Mom." Bai Zhi, oblivious to her mother's intentions, merely thought it amusing that she had grown closer to Lu Ting. She decided not to elaborate further, for Lu Ting was indeed quite capable. She needed to accumulate some money for the future, just in case there would be opportunities to utilize it later. To fulfill her tasks, she was racking her brain. Little Nine, with an adorable tone, chimed in, "Master, you must trust the system. Having chosen you, it is your most powerful ally. The task is currently underway. It's not difficult, just quite simple." Bai Zhi forced a smile. "Little Nine, I never realized you were so cute and yet so adept at making grand promises." Little Nine shook its head vigorously. No. Little Nine doesn't make empty promises. It merely provides the best for the master. Bai Zhi found it hard to fully trust its words. However, she resolved to rely less on the system, considering that the vast space she possessed was already her greatest advantage. One cannot be overly demanding, for human greed knows no bounds. Bai Zhi was preparing to take a shower, yet the heat of the day lingered, offering no respite. Thus, she decided to take a stroll to cool off before returning for her bath. Once her parents had retired for the night, she could bring out the ice cubes to lower the temperature. Following the path etched in her memory, she ventured forward. Although these roads were not the cemented ones of the modern era, they were imbued with a refreshing air. This pristine environment enveloped her in comfort. There were no bustling streets or hurried figures, only the essence of life permeating the surroundings. Curling smoke from cooking fires and the melodious sounds of birds among fragrant flowers. The fields were ripe for harvest, with corn standing tall and peanuts blossoming, while winter melons, loofahs, bitter gourds, and pumpkins bore flowers and young fruits. Bai Zhi's steps became increasingly light as she reveled in her surroundings. As she wandered, she heard singing in the distance. Under the flickering candlelight, several young men and women had gathered, joyfully singing together. It turned out to be the young intellectuals at their gathering. They were vibrant and full of life, thriving under the sun. Even though they were sent to the countryside to work arduous farm tasks, they did not complain of fatigue. Rather, they found fulfillment in their labor. They were knowledgeable youths, prepared to dedicate themselves to their country, shedding blood and sacrifice. It was their contributions that would later lead to the nation's strength, brilliance, and glory. As Bai Zhi drew closer, she noticed the absence of one individual, Du Cece. Her gaze narrowed as she recalled the look in Du Cece's eyes earlier that day. A wave of unease washed over her. Just as she pondered how to address the situation, a familiar figure appeared before her. Oh, isn't that Lu Ting? She mused. What was he doing? On this late evening, he was heading toward the female intellectual youth dormitory. Intrigued, Bai Zhi stealthily followed him, treading lightly. All the educated youth were outside, singing and enjoying the cool evening air, while he ventured into the house. Bai Zhi dared not follow too closely. Instead, she quietly observed from the bushes. She noticed Lu Ting entering the house with a bag of some sort, only to emerge after a while. Filled with curiosity, Bai Zhi intended to wait and see what Lu Ting was up to. Suddenly, Du Sisi returned. Hearing the footsteps, Bai Zhi glanced at Lu Ting inside. She immediately rose and walked towards Du Sisi, pretending it was a chance encounter. The moonlight was bright, allowing her to see Du Sisi from afar as she greeted her. What a coincidence, Xiao Zhi. Bai Zhi positioned herself in front of her. Du Sisi attempted to maneuver around her, but wherever she turned, Bai Zhi blocked her path. Confused, Du Sisi asked, Xiao Zhi, what are you doing? It's late. Shouldn't you be going to bed? Today, Du Sisi seemed different. She did not hurl insults nor flaunt her superiority. Instead, she appeared somewhat sheepish. Bai Zhi smiled. I have a few questions for you. Du Sisi replied lightly. Questions for me? What sort of questions? I'm not in the mood to converse with you. I considered you a friend. What do you consider me? Bai Zhi confronted her directly. Be honest. Do you genuinely like my second brother, or are you trying to exploit our family as connections? The revelation made Du Sisi uncomfortable. Your brother is so admirable. Who wouldn't he like him? Your second sister-in-law, that ignorant vagabond, is unworthy of him. I admire him, and I intend to pursue someone I like. Is that wrong? Bai Zhi shook her head. You are not entirely wrong, yet you are mistaken. Liking my second brother is fine, but your methods are despicable and shameless. Have you read so many books for nothing, educated youth? What despicable and shameless tactics have I employed, Bai Zhi? Clean up your language and stop throwing dirt at me. Du Sisi retorted angrily. She was visibly agitated, while Bai Zhi maintained her calm demeanor. Your sister-in-law is simple-minded and easily manipulated. Don't think I am unaware of what you've been doing. Du Sisi, feeling guilty, turned her head away, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards her own house. Bai Zhi, fearing Lu Ting had not yet exited, blocked her path. Observing Bai Zhi's unusual demeanor, Du Sisi demanded, what do you want? We're no longer good friends. I don't wish to say another word to you. If you want tea, let me be. I certainly want tea, let you be. Just wait and see. Stealing a glance towards the house, Bai Zhi finally spotted Lu Ting coming out, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. She cast a cold glance at Du Sisi, stating, I wish for nothing. I merely intend to kindly inform you that my second brother is not interested in you. Do not make a fool of yourself. After speaking, she walked away. Enraged, Du Sisi picked up a stone to throw at her, but, recalling her status as an educated youth, she restrained herself, refusing to act like a barbaric villager. She clenched her teeth and swallowed her anger, thinking to herself that tomorrow would be her downfall. Bai Zhi walked briskly, noticing Du Sisi had not followed. She then slowed her pace and took another path to pursue Lu Ting. Lu Ting was aware of her assistance. As she reached the riverbank, he emerged. Thank you for what you just did. Lu Ting had not anticipated her decision to take a stroll, nor did he foresee that she would indirectly assist him. Bai Zhi crossed her arms and scrutinized Lu Ting from head to toe. Comrade Lu Ting, you must confess honestly, where have you just been? That was the dormitory for female educated youth. If someone sees you, you will surely face criticism. The gravity of a male visiting the dormitory of female educated youth was significant, especially considering his background, which could lead to public outcry. What was he thinking? Lu Ting averted his gaze from Bai Zhi and replied curtly, just a minor matter. Observing his reluctance to elaborate, Bai Zhi chose not to press further. The night had grown late, and she advised him to return home and rest, assuring him that she would pretend she had seen nothing. Lu Ting responded with a simple and inquired, Are you truly not coming to the city with me tomorrow? Bai Zhi shook her head. As she turned to leave, she suddenly asked, Lu Ting, do you have feelings for any of the female educated youth? If so, I can talk to my parents and ask them to cease their matchmaking efforts. As for the kindness you speak of, there is no need for repayment. You have already repaid enough. Chapter 030. The lost items in the storage room. Lu Ting felt a surge of urgency upon hearing her words and stepped closer, looking down at the petite and charming girl before him. His throat tightened. I do not like the female educated youth. Then what were you just doing? I was handling some matters. Bai Zhi responded with an "oh" and added, just don't think that because my parents saved you, I must spend my life repaying them. That is unnecessary. My parents are not like that. Lu Ting nodded, acknowledging her statement. I understand. Very well then, goodbye. Bai Zhi turned to leave. Before she could walk away, Lu Ting quickly reached out and grasped her hand. Sister, I do not like the female educated youth. I like you. Lu Ting's voice trembled, each word carefully measured, revealing the immense courage it took for him to utter those sentiments. Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Did he truly comprehend what it meant to like someone? Wasn't he merely repaying a debt? The books had never indicated that he had feelings for Bai Zhi. Why had he suddenly confessed his affection for her? Conflicted, she instinctively withdrew her hand. I need to go back and take a shower. Lu Ting did not attempt to stop her again, watching as she hurried away. He could still sense her fragrance lingering in the air. Bai Zhi fled with remarkable speed, her mind echoing Lu Ting's words. The nervousness, the hesitance, it struck her as somewhat endearing. She understood the seriousness behind his declaration. Yet, something felt amiss. He was fond of the original Bai Zhi. What did that have to do with her? Why was she feeling flustered? With clarity, Bai Zhi composed herself and hurried home. The next morning, around 6 o'clock, her mother rose early. With Bai Zhi absent, there was no one to prepare breakfast. So her mother cooked extra and left it for her to eat when she returned for lunch. By the time Bai Zhi awoke, her mother had already gone to work. The weather was sweltering, prompting the organization to schedule work from 7 to 11 to prevent heat stroke. As Bai Zhi got up, the commotion in the storage room caught her attention. It was in an uproar over some missing items. The custodian, a man named Zhou, was from Sister Hua's family. In Hongqi Commune's third team, there were many individuals with the surname Zhou. Bai Zhi's mother is also from this place. As for her father, he can be considered a half-in-law. In his early years, he was often the subject of ridicule, but fortunately, he managed to prove himself later on alongside his two brothers, which ultimately silenced the mockery. Bai Zhi pondered if it was once again brother Zhou engaging in some self-serving misdeed. However, her curiosity was fleeting. It had no bearing on her. She mounted her bicycle and pedaled towards the town, intent on engaging in commerce. As a mere formality, she carried a woven basket on her back. While cycling past the female dormitory for the educated youth, she spotted brother Zhou, the custodian, leading a group of people. She instinctively slowed her pace, recalling the events of the previous night. Suddenly, her thoughts converged. Could it be that Lu Ting had taken the items from the storage room and deliberately implicated the female, educated youth dormitory? Lost in contemplation, she nearly lost her balance on the bicycle, narrowly avoiding a fall as she quickly regained her composure and continued towards the town. Throughout her journey, her mind was preoccupied with the question, was Lu Ting intentionally targeting Du Cixi? The theft of items from the production team by the female educated youth was indeed a serious matter. Bai Zhi didn't delve too deeply into why Lu Ting would act thus towards Du Cixi. After all, it had little relevance to her. Lu Ting did not strike her as someone petty enough to single out a female comrade. She was disinclined to concern herself with any underlying complexities. Upon reaching the town, she secured her bicycle at the bus station and boarded a bus into the city. Lu Ting had already departed, which afforded her the confidence to venture out without fear of encountering him. Little did she anticipate that Lu Ting was, in fact, on the same bus, having changed his appearance to accompany her discreetly. Once she disembarked, she made her way to the station's restroom to alter her guise. This time, she presented herself as a sister, albeit one with a blind eye, hunched and bearing her basket. She emerged with scarce kerosene, cooking oil, and white sugar. Perhaps her pitiful appearance drew sympathy, for many approached her, ultimately emptying her basket of its contents. Bai Zhi stepped outside and again changed her appearance in the restroom, returning to sell a basket laden with meat. She made several trips back and forth, managing to sell a considerable amount, earning over 40 yuan, coupled with her previous earnings. She now had more than 50 in total. Bai Zhi was elated. However, She contemplated how long it would take to amass enough wealth to become affluent. She glanced at the gatekeeper and contemplated asking him a question. Before she could, another approached her inquiring, "Sister, how much stock do you have? It must be exhausting selling alone every day. Would you like us to assist you? Can you take charge? May I meet your leader? Please wait a moment." The individual departed for quite some time, eventually returning with an offer to introduce her to their leader. Although the black market had its shadows, Bai Zhi was audacious and well-prepared, which emboldened her to meet this enigmatic figure. However, the leader turned out to be exceedingly mysterious, donning a wide-brimmed straw hat that obscured his face entirely. Judging by his stature, he seemed to be a young, robust man, though his voice bore an odd quality. He inquired, "Here is the contract. Take a look. No issues? Just sign, and let us collaborate." "Huh? So soon? Aren't you going to ask her what she has?" Bai Zhi responded, her vigilance heightened as she took the contract to examine. The terms were exceptionally favorable. They only took a 10% cut, and her responsibility was merely to deliver, with a dedicated team to handle sales. Whatever she had, they would assist in selling. Bai Zhi scrutinized the man in the large straw hat, finding him increasingly familiar. "Brother, since we're discussing business, why the straw hat?" she queried. The stout comrade interjected, "Our boss oversees such a vast black market here. Do you truly fear we would deceive you?" The man in the hat spoke, silencing the stout one, referred to as Donghua. The lean fellow chimed in, "Rest assured, with Daming's signature, our boss thrives in this area. Your earnings will be substantial, and we will assist in selling your goods." "What is your name?" Bai Zhi asked. "Sigua," he replied. How fitting, she mused, noting the imagery in their names. Yet, she hesitated to sign. Coming from a modern background, she could not afford to sign or stamp recklessly. Thus, she smiled, "I don't have much to offer, so I won't trouble you, brother." With that, she turned to leave. Expecting Donghua and Sigua to block her path, she was surprised when they did not. In her mind, she questioned, "Xiaojio, is this person trustworthy?" "Absolutely. Xiaojio would never mislead you," came the innocent reply. Bai Zhi pursed her lips, pondering for a considerable time. This method of selling was indeed too slow. Handing over her goods to the black market boss would expedite the process. Just as she contemplated retracting her steps, the man approached her. Bai Zhi turned, and he spoke, "Yao Mei." Bai Zhi's eyes widened in shock as she recognized the man before her. Lu Ting. Despite his alterations, he remained strikingly handsome, with refined features and an innate air of nobility. She pondered. How did he recognize her? Lu Ting glanced at Donghua and Sigua, instructing, "You may leave." They nodded and departed. Clearing his throat, Lu Ting said, "I have managed this black market for many years. The last time I saw you, you were selling goods. Today, I intended to invite you into the city to discuss matters, yet you seem so guarded." Bai Zhi scoffed. "Then you should also be cautious of me. You could have simply spoken to me directly." Lu Ting considered her words. "Indeed, I have matters to discuss with you." Bai Zhi paused as he unexpectedly grasped her hand, placing it against his chest. Instinctively, she attempted to withdraw her hand, but Lu Ting held it firmly, rendering her unable to escape. She could feel his heart racing, and the positioning was slightly suggestive. He suddenly smiled and turned, leading her to a warehouse filled with an array of items, reminiscent of her own storage space. Bai Zhi released Lu Ting's hand, surveying her surroundings. "Where's this?" "Zhi, do you possess a similar repository?" Lu Ting inquired suddenly as he walked behind her. Bai Zhi spun around sharply, gazing at Lu Ting before asking, "Is this yours?" Indeed, Bai Zhi felt a surge of amazement. Not only did she possess her own space, but Lu Ting also had one. He even showed it to her. His trust in her was truly unwavering, at least regarding this repository. She had never contemplated revealing it to anyone, yet Lu Ting had shared it with her so easily. Bai Zhi studied Lu Ting, her lips parting slightly. "Why did you confide in me? This is rather peculiar, because you too possess a similar repository. Thus, we are the same kind, sharing akin secrets." Lu Ting's gaze was intensely fixed upon her, fervent and piercing. Bai Zhi instinctively felt the urge to retreat. Lu Ting, aware of her lingering reservations, spoke softly. "This is our secret, one that shall remain between us, and it signifies our fateful connection." Bai Zhi responded with a simple "oh," and inquired, "When did you acquire this repository? And what about that wild rabbit incident on the mountain?" A flicker of sorrow crossed Lu Ting's face as he recalled, "That year. They nearly killed me, and Uncle Bai rescued me. Did it appear out of thin air, or was there something that bore it?" She pondered. She possessed a piece of blood jade. What about him? Lu Ting took Bai Zhi's hand and led her out of the repository, then produced an object. Upon seeing that piece of blood jade, Bai Zhi felt her body grow heavy. She slowly retrieved her own piece of blood jade. To her astonishment, the two pieces fit together perfectly. The interlocking gears formed a complete circular jade pendant. Bai Zhi noticed that his half depicted a dragon, while hers illustrated a phoenix. Together, they formed the Dragon Phoenix Blood Jade. He and she? What is this? Upon witnessing the jade pendant merge into the Dragon Phoenix Blood Jade, Lu Ting could not contain his joy. Zhi, it seems we are indeed fated to be together. Bai Zhi stood momentarily stunned before separating the two jade pieces and returning his half without a word. Observing her troubled expression, Lu Ting could not decipher her thoughts and feared her departure. He reached out to stop her. Zhi, I understand that you may find this hard to believe, but trust me, you are my everything in this world. As Bai Zhi listened to his words, she looked up at Lu Ting. His gaze was profoundly sincere, filled with earnestness that was utterly captivating. However, Bai Zhi remained uncertain whether his affections were directed towards the original owner or towards her. The matter of the blood jade was even more perplexing. The original owner had no such piece. It was something she had brought from another world. What about his? A flurry of thoughts surged through her mind, leaving her thoroughly bewildered. Lu Ting sensed that he had overwhelmed Bai Zhi with too much information at once. He murmured, "You need not say anything or act just yet. Zhi, you may directly entrust me with the items from your space for sale. We can discuss other matters later." Bai Zhi nodded. "Thank you, Brother Lu. Our secret must never be revealed to a third party." "I understand." After Bai Zhi experienced this incident, Lu Ting's gaze towards her transformed entirely. Previously, his admiration was subtle, restrained, and silently affectionate, imbued with a sense of tenderness. Now, however, his feelings were overt and fervent, which left her heart in disarray. Bai Zhi gazed at Lu Ting with confusion, pondering how he recognized her despite her numerous changes in appearance. "It is your fragrance, your manner of walking, and your little habits," he replied. "Bai Zhi," he called her name, leaving her astonished. Did he not realize that she was no longer the original Bai Zhi? There were certain matters she was curious about, but could not inquire, leaving everything to the passage of time. Lu Ting looked at her with affectionate amusement and suggested, "Today was quite fruitful. Shall we dine at the state-run restaurant?" As he spoke, he removed the blindfold from her eyes. Bai Zhi nodded stiffly. "I need to wash my face." "All right," he responded, clapping his hands. Sigua and Donghua promptly came over to guide her to the backyard to wash her face. Approaching the basin, Bai Zhi stared at her reflection, her thoughts drifting back to the two pieces of blood jade that fit together. Her mind was somewhat muddled, instinctively reluctant to dwell on it. So she splashed some clean water on her face. The cold water washed away the grime and sharpened her senses. This was her fateful connection with Lu Ting. His affection for her was profound and intense. Once she had composed herself, Bai Zhi emerged from the backyard. Lu Ting had also tidied up and took down her backpack, stating, "We shall carry it back after lunch." Bai Zhi responded with a soft He walked ahead while she followed behind. Sigua and Donghua exchanged amused glances and called out sister-in-law. However, before they could finish, a single glance from Lu Ting silenced them instantly. Bai Zhi heard them, but chose to ignore it, walking straight out. Sigua and Donghua did not follow. Someone had to guard the black market. Bai Zhi could not help but marvel at Lu Ting's capabilities. In such turbulent times, with his questionable background, he had managed to thrive in business and excel in the black market. It was no wonder he was destined to become a technological magnate. Upon arriving at the state-run restaurant, Lu Ting directly ordered her favorite dishes, sweet and sour ribs, fried sand meat, and boiled beef, along with 3 large dishes and a soup. Bai Zhi felt it was rather lavish. "Brother Lu, this is too much. We won't finish it." "We will," he assured her, producing food coupons. This was not surprising. The black market did not only sell various goods, but also traded in coupons, grain coupons, industrial coupons, and more. After all, there were always those who wished to convert their surplus into cash. Lu Ting truly amassed wealth quietly during these times. Chapter 032. By family's little aunt with such a solid foundation, Lu Ting never lost sight of his original intentions. It was no wonder he often brought meat, some wine, and various snacks to the Bai family. Bai Zhi remained silent, simply watching him. He was undeniably captivating, not only due to his charisma, but also because of his sincere feelings for her. Bai Zhi dare not look at him anymore, her heart racing violently. While she averted her gaze, Lu Ting continued to watch her intently. At the adjacent table, a lively woman jested, "Oh, young man, you must be able to make your partner blush. She seems quite shy." Lu Ting turned his head to glance at the woman, remarking, "My Zhi is simply bashful." The woman chuckled. Indeed, a perfect match of beauty and talent. Bai Zhi felt even more embarrassed. Yet the woman continued to gaze intently at Bai Zhi, drawing closer. Confused, Bai Zhi turned her head to meet the woman's gaze. "Little Zhi," the woman exclaimed excitedly. Bai Zhi paused momentarily before retrieving a memory of her. Annie. Bai's aunt grasped her hand energetically, inspecting her from every angle. "Oh dear, my little Zhi has blossomed into a lovely young lady. The last time I saw you, you were just a child. Annie, what brings you here? Aren't you from Shaanxi?" Bai Zhi inquired. Her father was a local, yet all relatives from his side resided in their ancestral home in Shaanxi, while her mother hailed from the southwest. She had only met her aunt once when she was very young. With a smile that lit up her face, Aunt Bai explained, "I've been reassigned to this city for work and was just about to visit your father tomorrow when, lo and behold, I ran into you here." Aunt Bai was far more formidable than her father. Although she was in her 40s, her elegance remained intact, a testament to the fine genes of the Bai family. She was graceful, knowledgeable, and charming. Cherishing her niece, Aunt Bai examined her closely, growing fonder by the moment, only then noticing Lu Ting's presence. "Is this your partner, Zhi?" she asked. Bai Zhi quickly shook her head. "No, this is Lu Ting, my elder brother." "Did my father mention him?" "He asked the one who brought me home before." "Oh, Lu, I've heard your mother speak of you a few times on the phone. A fine young man indeed." Aunt Bai remarked, scrutinizing him further. "Your father has tried to matchmake for years, and yet, you rebellious child, you still don't fancy him? What flaw could he possibly have?" "Auntie, that's not the case. Lu and I," she began, but Lu Ting interjected. "Annie, it is I who have not pursued Zhi. Hence, from today onward, I intend to court her until she agrees to be my partner." Aunt Bai, a romantic at heart, beamed with approval at Lu Ting's declaration. "Smart lad. Our little Zhi is exceptional. You must invest genuine effort in winning her heart." Bai Zhi felt her cheeks flush at their words. The arrival of food finally interrupted Aunt Bai's enthusiasm. She had come alone, likely to maintain her figure, ordering only a bowl of rice and a serving of stir-fried greens. Despite Lu Ting's hearty meat selections, she abstained from indulging. Truly a disciplined aunt. Aunt Bai, being quite talkative, filled the table with lively chatter, discussing Bai Zhi's current employment. "Zhi, would you be interested in joining the arts troupe?" Bai Zhi shook her head. "Auntie, I lack any musical talent. Such a role would not suit me." Bai Xiaogu pondered for a moment before lowering her voice to say, "I have received news that the college entrance examinations will be reinstated in 2 years. My dear, strive for it, and you shall gain admission to a university. What job could possibly elude you then?" Bai Zhi nodded earnestly, echoing her sentiments. "Indeed, I think the same." "Good. Focus on your studies. This is the pathway to transforming your destiny." Bai Xiaogu was aware that her brother, the production team leader, was not in the most favorable circumstances. She handed all the tickets in her possession to Bai Zhi and tucked away some money, saying, "Take this for your mother. I shall return tomorrow to see them." Bai Zhi shook her head at the sight of so many tickets. "And I don't want it. We already have enough. My elder brother works at the factory and has tickets and money." Bai Xiaogu frowned, insisting, "Take it. I have no use for it. Besides, do you know why your aunt has achieved what she has today? It is because your father brought me here and encouraged me to learn dancing, which led to my current standing." Bai Zhi was unaware of these circumstances but felt a surge of joy. Her aunt was truly kind-hearted, unlike the despicable relatives depicted in the novel she read. Having no family in her previous life, She was deeply touched by her aunt's genuine warmth and affection, prompting her to embrace this elegant and beautiful woman. As Bai Xiaogu prepared to leave, a car approached slowly. A man, appearing to be in his 40s, stepped out and called to Bai Xiaogu, "Mei Xiang, get in the car." She cast a glance at him before looking back at Bai Zhi, saying, "Little Zhi, your aunt is leaving now. Goodbye." The vehicle was no ordinary one. It was evident that it belonged to an official. Bai Zhi's curiosity piqued as she wondered about the identity of the person who had just picked up her aunt. Just then, Lu Ting interjected. "He is the director of the Cultural Bureau." "Oh, how impressive. What is my aunt's current status?" In the original narrative, Bai Zhi was merely a minor character, and little was mentioned about Bai Xiaogu. "Your aunt's name is Bai Mei Xiang. If my understanding is correct, she is now the newly appointed head of the Western Military Cultural Troupe. Her self-choreographed dance is exceptional, and many leaders invite her to perform. She can refuse any offer." "Wow, your aunt is already an artist," Bai Zhi exclaimed. After expressing her admiration, she turned to Lu Ting. "Brother Lu, how do you always seem to know so much?" Lu Ting contemplated for a moment before responding. "Having mingled in the city for a long time, I have heard many conversations." "I see. Let's head back then." However, Lu Ting held her hand and suggested, "Why don't we visit my warehouse to select some items?" He led her toward his warehouse, where they spent some time choosing various items. "This fabric can be used to make new clothes for your uncle and aunt. This is shampoo, this is kerosene, and here is cooking oil." He had noticed her adeptness with oil, hence he had taken a large jug. Bai Zhi frowned slightly. "You know my parents will think I'm spending extravagantly. I need a reason for bringing these back. What about attributing it to your aunt? That could work. Your aunt has collected quite a few tickets and money, so these items could indeed be said to be her purchases." "Brother Lu, you are truly clever." Bai Zhi found it somewhat peculiar. All these items were indeed in line with the era they were in. Her essence was not of this era. She refrained from probing further, for he had never inquired about the matters concerning her past. His unwavering faith in her and his kindness were unconditional. Yet, the secrets she harbored from the modern world were burdens too heavy to share with him. An hour later, upon returning to the village, she found herself amidst a commotion. Du Cece had been caught pilfering from the storage facility. The village secretary, the headman, and old man were deliberating on how to address the situation. If it proved too complicated, they would have no choice but to escalate the matter to the town, given the complexity surrounding a youth's theft. It was certain that Du Cece's reputation was irrevocably tarnished, rendering her unable to remain in the Hongqi commune. When Bai Zhi returned alongside Lu Ting, they encountered the moment when Du Cece was being escorted to the town. Upon spotting Bai Zhi, Du Cece became extremely agitated. "Bai Zhi, it's you. You are the one who wronged me, aren't you? You appeared at our youth dormitory last night and framed me. Bai Zhi, you despicable creature. How could you be so cruel, so vile?" Bai Zhi remained composed. Do kindly refrain from such vulgar language. You are an educated individual. Might you not conduct yourself with a modicum of decorum?" Du Cece sneered. "Your actions merely betray your fear of me exposing the truth about you and Zhao." Her words were abruptly cut off as Zhou Lan swiftly intervened, stuffing a cloth in her mouth and shouting, "We cannot tolerate such a disgraceful individual in our Hongqi commune. Remove her at once. She is a menace. To attempt to drag my girl down with her own misdeeds is utterly unacceptable." Bai Zhi narrowed her eyes, realizing the situation. It was unfortunate for Du Cece, as she remained oblivious to the protective shield of her parents and brother, not to mention an influential ally. Any schemes against Bai Zhi would be futile. She had dug her own grave, and deservedly so. Bai Zhi offered not even a glance of pity towards her. Du Cece, filled with resentment, emitted muffled sounds of despair. The other young women shook their heads in disappointment. They had not anticipated such a lapse in character from someone who rarely took work seriously, resorting to theft from the storage facility. Indeed, one could discern the difference between appearances and true nature. Though she often carried herself with an air of superiority, she turned out to be just as flawed as the rest, tarnishing the reputation of all the youth. When trouble arose, not a single soul came to her defense. As the crowd moved past Bai Zhi, Lu Ting gently guided her home. Bai Zhi, observing Lu Ting's tranquil demeanor, inquired, "Did she say anything to you?" Lu Ting paused, turning to meet her gaze and nodding. Do you believe her? I do not, Bai Zhi replied, the words eliciting a quiet laughter within her. There is nothing between us. Though I once foolishly thought he was the one I sought, reality soon illuminated the truth. I understand, she explained, noting that while he appeared emotionally steady, she could distinctly see a subtle deepening of the curve at the corners of his mouth. Perhaps he was indeed pleased, for the girl he had long awaited was finally present before him. Bai Zhi recalled the events of the previous night, her heart still racing with apprehension. The situation had been exceedingly perilous. Had she not been there, what could have transpired? It would not have happened, Lu Ting replied with unwavering certainty. Bai Zhi shot him a cautious glare, warning him that cleverness can sometimes lead to folly. Lu Ting remained silent, gazing at her with eyes brimming with affection. The two made their way home, walking in tandem. Shortly after their arrival, Zhou Lan returned. Upon seeing the items Bai Zhi and Lu Ting had brought, she was momentarily taken aback. Tinghua, why have you brought so much again? Mother, this is for my aunt, Bai Zhi explained. Your aunt? Zhou Lan hesitated. How could she send you these for Shangxi? She has been transferred here. We ran into each other in the city today. This is the ticket and some money and items she gave me. She mentioned that she doesn't need them and has given everything to me. She also said she would come to visit you tomorrow. We just happened to meet today. Bai Zhi recounted the entire story. After listening, Zhou Lan turned to Bai Laodad. Why is Mei Xiang being so courteous? The items arrived before she has even come. You certainly did not treat her poorly all those years ago. Bai Laodad, thinking of his sister, wore a joyful expression. This is wonderful. You should stay home tomorrow. Don't go to work. Clean the house and prepare a feast of her favorite dishes. All right. Zhou Lan collected the items, tickets, and money before heading out to find Tai Dan, who usually played until the wee hours of the night. As the darkness enveloped the sky, Lu Ting also stood to leave. However, Bai Laodad called out to him. Tinghua, come into this room with me. Lu Ting complied immediately. Bai Zhi sensed something amiss in her father's demeanor. Dad, what do you wish to discuss with Brother Lu? I would like to listen as well. Bai Laodad glared at Bai Zhi, ordering her back to her room. It was the first time he had been so stern, and Bai Zhi's apprehension deepened. Dad, unfortunately, Bai Laodad was not swayed by her plea and firmly pushed her away, insisting she leave. Bai Zhi looked anxiously at Lu Ting, who offered her a reassuring glance. Resigned, she stepped back. Bai Laodad led Lu Ting into the inner room. Bai Zhi did not stray far. She leaned in to eavesdrop, ensuring her father had not noticed before daring to inch closer. Inside, Bai Laodad did not invite Lu Ting to sit, and Lu Ting remained standing upright before him. Bai Laodad took a deep breath from his tobacco pipe, releasing curling smoke while wearing a troubled expression. He sighed, Tinghua, you are usually a person of discernment, but what transpired today was indeed excessive. As he spoke, he tapped the pipe against the table. Lu Ting remained unfazed. Uncle Bai, it was my fault. I reflect upon my actions and admit my mistake. In the face of his elder's admonishment, he did not argue, but instead acknowledged his error with the utmost sincerity. This demeanor made Lu Ting a favorite among the village elders. His attitude was impeccably respectful. Bai Laodad, incensed, raised his pipe to strike Lu Ting. Do you realize what you are doing? If discovered, it could ruin you. Do you understand? Lu Ting lowered his gaze. I have no regrets. Whoever wishes to harm my sister, I shall ruin them instead. Upon hearing this, Bai Laodad abruptly fixed his gaze upon him, astonished. What? Lu Ting slowly began to speak, explaining how Du Cixi had been indiscreetly spreading rumors about that night, even discussing it in front of several aunts in the village. Bai Laodad couldn't help but feel anxious. Which aunts? Why didn't you consult us before making such a decision? Time was of the essence. I didn't have the opportunity to discuss it with you in ergo. Rest assured, those aunts won't speak of it outside. How did you manage that? Can one really control people's tongues? Yes, I can, Lu Ting assured with a nod. Bai Laodad, initially quite angry, softened his demeanor upon realizing Lu Ting's intentions were for Bai Zhi's sake. He patted the empty seat beside him, inviting Lu Ting to sit. As Lu Ting took his place, Bai Laodad sighed deeply, saying, Tinghua, I know I put you in a difficult position. If Xiaozhi truly does not wish for this, I can introduce you to other young ladies. How about Lan Lan from Uncle Chi's family? No, I do not want that. You are nearly 25, my child. Is this not urgent? Having someone to share your life with is surely beneficial. It saves you from returning to a cold, empty home every day. Yet Lu Ting remained resolute, insisting, aside from my little sister, I want no one else. Chapter 034. A Sweet Feeling in the Heart by Lauda fell silent, pondering his precious youngest daughter. If she were to have feelings for Lu Ting, that would be splendid. However, her thoughts were elusive to him as a father, and he could not promise Lu Ting anything. Just as he was grappling with this dilemma, Lu Ting spoke again. Uncle, do not worry about these matters. I have it all under control. My future wife is destined to be hers. It's just a matter of time. Bai Lauda nodded. Tinghua, it will depend on your fate together. Indeed, Bai Lauda reiterated. Xiaoji lacks discretion. Do not indulge her whims, understood? Don't spoil her. Yes, uncle. As they concluded,
Bai Zhi felt an urge to retreat to her room. However, Lu Ting emerged, catching hold of the hem of her garment. Zhi,
are you going to the city again tomorrow? Bai Zhi looked at Lu Ting in confusion. You still have things to buy. Oh, she replied, realizing. See you tomorrow. Yes. He finally released her. Bai Zhi hurried back to her room, taking a sip of water. She had overheard everything. What a tender, yet foolish portrayal of affection. As she pondered this, someone opened the back window. Startled, she turned to find it was Lu Ting. She quickly drew the curtain of the front window, leaned closer, and whispered, Lu Ting, weren't you leaving? There are some things I want to give you, he said, handing her something wrapped in a handkerchief. Bai Zhi caught a faint fragrance, but didn't look at it. Lu Ting then closed the window and departed. Bai Zhi gazed at his retreating figure, feeling an unexpected pang of longing as she withdrew her gaze. Her heart had seemingly been stolen away. She glanced at the item wrapped in the handkerchief, a small, round box emitting a delicate scent. Curiously, she opened the box to discover it contained goose egg powder, akin to foundation in later times. This rough man had secretly purchased this for her. Inside was a note that read, I noticed the city girls use this, and I thought you would look even better with it than they do, so I took the liberty of buying you a box. I hope you like it. Lu Ting's handwriting was beautiful, like the towering pines and cypress, strong and resolute, with sharp angles and edges. What does this signature signify? It resembles a dog's head, an undeniably adorable little canine visage. Bai Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. A little wolf dog indeed. It closely resembled her own little wolf dog. As Bai Zhi gazed at the small dog head, lost in thought, Tai Dan suddenly entered from outside and approached her. Little aunt, what are you looking at? Laughing so joyfully. I want to see too. Bai Zhi quickly concealed the note, fixing a serious gaze upon Tai Dan. Can you read? What do you want to see? No peeking. Tai Dan, with an unpleasant odor, made her want to shove him away. Yet he persisted, drawing closer. Little aunt, I haven't seen you all day. I miss you. Can I have a kiss? Go kiss your future bride instead. Don't come here with your greasy little mouth. Get away. Bai Zhi found it challenging to handle Tai Dan's exuberance today. Undeterred, he continued, Little aunt, then can I have a hug? I'm not your mother. Why should I hug or kiss you? Then can you bring my mother back? The bad sister has left, and no one will be my stepmother now, little aunt. The cheeky child was clearly pleased with the situation. Indeed, it was somewhat annoying that Du Cece had become bothersome. His happiness was understandable. Reflecting on how Lu Ting had risked so much for her heart felt sweet, especially since he referred to himself as her little wolf dog. It was a unique romance. Although they hadn't even held hands, Bai Zhi found herself elated. While she was lost in her thoughts, little Tai Dan returned. Clinging to her like an ornament, almost wanted to hang on her. It was only when Zhou Lan's commanding voice echoed like a lion's roar that the little rascal was called away. Bai Zhi promptly shut the bedroom door and locked it, taking out the note to examine it again. She even tried the egg powder on the back of her hand. It smelled delightful, a sophisticated scent that didn't overwhelm the senses. She adored it. Bai Zhi buried her head into her pillow, her mind filled with images of Lu Ting's tall and serious figure, as well as the moment he took her hand, leading her to his heart, showing her his storage space. He was laying his heart bare before her. How could she not be moved? Yao Nu, what do you feel unwell? Just as Bai Zhi was lost in her reverie, her mother began knocking on the window. Bai Zhi opened the door. Mom, Zhoulan glanced at her bed and then at her flushed face, nervously reaching to touch her forehead. Are you feeling all right? What's going on in bed? Why is your face so red? Is there? No, I'm perfectly fine. Nothing wrong. Mom, do you need something? If you do, say it. I want to sleep. She hid the note and inquired. Zhoulan thought for a moment and said, Have you seen your little aunt? She is still at the art troupe. I hear she is quite impressive. Those who admire her are all high-ranking officials. Should you lean on your little aunt to secure a stable job? Mom, my aunt said that in a couple of years, I can really take the university entrance exam. I want to attend university. Dancing is not something I truly enjoy. The girls there are all stunning and talented, able to sing and dance. You haven't seen my aunt. She is 40, but looks as beautiful as a 20-year-old. If I rely on her connections, won't others gossip about me behind my back? It's better for me to rely on my own abilities to get into university. It feels much more rewarding. Zhoulan listened to these words, finding them profoundly reasonable. Those who ascend through connections often face exclusion and bullying. She added next time, do not burden your aunt with so many expectations, understand? She has supported us considerably over the years. Though your grandparents are no longer with us, she must retain something for herself. When she marries, she will need a dowry, will she not? Mother, it seems aunt has no intention of marrying. Today, a distinguished gentleman came to fetch her, driving a small car. He seemed quite taken with her, his gaze unwavering. Zhoulan tapped her hand lightly. Even if she does not plan to marry, we cannot strip her of everything she possesses. Do you understand? My mother is truly wonderful. They say the relationship between a sister-in-law and a sister is the most complicated, yet in my mother's case, it is remarkably harmonious. My aunt is delightful, and my mother is equally splendid. Our family is truly blessed. Bai Zhi cherished this warm atmosphere. Zhoulan sighed softly. Your second sister-in-law is rather muddled. Your second brother is still holding onto his stubbornness, and now she will face the consequences. Such individuals require some tempering. Otherwise, they will never learn. With a little encouragement, she stirs trouble in the household. Bai Zhi was acutely aware of her second sister-in-law's persona, one lacking intellect, easily manipulated by others. Zhoulan looked at Bai Zhi with delight. This girl has finally learned to be wise. Previously, she always defended her, falling into her traps, not to mention that Du Cixi, who is no better. The matter between you and Zhang Jiqing almost tarnished her reputation beyond repair. Chapter 035. Lu Ting's midnight visit. Bai Zhi clung to Zhou Lan's arm. Mother, rest assured. I have crossed the threshold of life and death, and now understand everything. And you and Tinghua? Bai Zhi wished to avoid her mother's inquiries. Zhoulan did not press further, sensing her daughter's growing acceptance of Lu Ting. The boy was intelligent, and she awaited the arrival of good news. Once Zhoulan departed, Bai Zhi retrieved a slip of paper and tucked it into her book. As night enveloped the household and everyone fell asleep, Bai Zhi found herself restless, rising to read. These books served as the best sedatives, and she knew that soon drowsiness would overtake her. Just as she opened her book, a knock resounded on the window. Startled, she whispered, "Who is it?" "Me." To her surprise, it was Lu Ting's voice. What was he doing here at this hour? This was not typical behavior for the honest Lu Ting. "Brother Lu?" Bai Zhi opened the window. Lu Ting perched on the windowsill, gazing at Bai Zhi. "I suddenly remembered something important, so I came to find you." Bai Zhi felt a twinge of embarrassment. "What is it?" Even in the dim light, the moon illuminated his fervent gaze. "I may not be able to accompany you into the city tomorrow. I have some matters to attend to." "That's all right. We can go another day." "You aren't angry with me?" "What is there to be angry about? You handle your affairs. As for certain matters, I will manage them myself. After all, I wish to savor the joy of it myself." "All right, if you need anything, just reach out to Sigua and Donghua." "Okay, then rest early. Goodbye." "Goodbye." Lu Ting gazed at her, lingering with an unmistakable reluctance to depart. "I may be away for many days." Bai Zhi nodded, averting her gaze. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ting slowly grasped her hand. Bai Zhi did not withdraw. His hand was large and icy, their skin brushing against each other, stirring an unusual sentiment within her heart. He leaned against the windowsill, holding her hand tightly, his demeanor slightly anxious. She too felt a shiver run down her spine. It was her first experience of physical contact with a boy. His broad palm enveloped hers, the warmth of sweat radiating from his palm. Bai Zhi cleared her throat. It's already 11. You should head back to sleep. Are you feeling hot? Bai Zhi shook her head and pointed to the large ice block in the basin. Look, it's quite cool. My room by the river is rather refreshing. It's nice. Are you reading? Lu Ting stretched his neck to see the oil lamp illuminating her writing desk. The pages of a book spread open. Bai Zhi acknowledged, feeling her fleeting drowsiness dissipate with his arrival. Silence enveloped them, creating an awkward atmosphere. He gradually released her hand. Then you should sleep early. Don't read too much. It's not good for your eyes. Bai Zhi nodded. You should return early. Lu Ting responded softly, gently closing the window. Bai Zhi shut the window, noticing his silhouette remained at the threshold. Neither moved to break the silence. She extinguished the lamp and lay down on her bed. The ice block exuded a slight chill at the foot of her bed, while his towering figure lingered outside the window. Sleepiness unexpectedly washed over her, and soon she drifted into slumber. Remarkably, she had another dream, akin to the previous one. This time, his gaze was even more fervent, their connection more tender and lingering, entwined until dawn. Bai Zhi lay in bed, staring at the beams above while reflecting on the dream's vivid scenes. What is happening to me? She pondered. Why do I keep dreaming these dreams? Lu Ting's voice was profoundly enchanting, a whisper that seemed etched into her very being. Lost in thought, she was jolted back to reality by the ruckus outside, whereby Tai Dan was causing chaos on the roof. Her mother, like a lioness, was chasing after him with a stick. Bai Tai Dan cried out, "Aunt, help! Grandma's going to hit me." "Woe is me, Aunt." Bai Zhi wearily rose, opened the door, and beheld the commotion caused by the two rascals. Zhou Lan, upon noticing Bai Zhi had awakened, shot a glare at Bai Tai Dan. "Look at you, disturbing your aunt's sleep. Do you have any idea how late she was up reading last night, you little scamp?" Then, turning to Bai Zhi, her expression softened. "My dear, are you hungry? Wash your face. I'll fetch you some breakfast." Bai Zhi replied, "I can go by myself. You tend to your tasks." Bai Tai Dan, fully alert, clung to Bai Zhi's leg, fearful that his grandmother's stick would come crashing down upon him. After washing her face, Bai Zhi felt significantly refreshed. She held little hope for her mother's breakfast, but knew she must eat something to quell their worries. The meal consisted of pickled vegetables, sweet potato porridge, and a single egg. Bai Zhi sat down at the table, ready to eat. Bai Tai Dan approached once more. Zhou Lan intended to pull him away, but Bai Zhi interjected. "Mom, let him sit here. You carry on with your tasks. There's no need to mind him." Zhou Lan muttered, "Don't indulge him. He already had an egg this morning." "Yes, Mom, I understand," she replied, concerned that Bai Tai Dan might try to snatch Bai Zhi's egg again, a behavior he had exhibited on numerous occasions. Undoubtedly encouraged by his mother, the little rascal was naturally adept at charming his way into getting what he wanted, his sweet words easily winning over his naive aunt. Bai Zhi herself was not particularly fond of boiled eggs and had intended to give hers to the little one. However, Bai Tai Dan shook his head and instead offered her one, saying, "Andy, you eat this." Bai Zhi was taken aback. "Aren't you the one who loves this the most? Why not eat it yourself?" Bai Tai Dan softly replied, "Mom said that Annie needs to eat more eggs to be smart for university. If you go to university, then I can too." Bai Zhi was somewhat surprised. "Oh, when did you talk to your mother? Did she say this to you?" "Just yesterday," he answered. Bai Zhi mused. "So tell me, does your grandmother show favoritism? Does she favor Annie, and what about you?" "Grandma is not biased. Auntie is favored, and I am too. Yet your mother often sends you to take my things, and you oblige. What is your little head for? Some words are worth listening to, while others are not. Do you understand?" Bai Zhi peeled the egg and placed it in a bowl, adding boiling water and some brown sugar from the kitchen. The sweet aroma of the brown sugar wafted through the air, and Bai Tai Dan's eyes sparkled as he gazed at the pristine egg floating in the syrupy mixture. "Andy, it looks so delicious. This is brown sugar egg. If you want to eat it, you must repeat what I just said." Bai Zhi deliberately took a spoonful in front of him, which only intensified his craving. He nearly leapt to seize the bowl, but at a mere glance from Bai Zhi, he immediately composed himself and said obediently, "Annie, you told me to think for myself. Mom's words are not always correct, right?" Bai Zhi lightly tapped his forehead. "My little Tai Dan, you truly have great potential. You quickly grasp the essence of this. Remember, whatever your mother teaches you, you must not take at face value. Got it? Annie, let me taste. This is yours, and this is mine. Hurry and eat. Bai Zhi handed the brown sugar egg to Bai Taidan. In these times, brown sugar was a rare commodity, and he had never tasted it before. Bai Zhi had taken it from her own stash in her space, bringing out several large pieces. Fearing it might melt in the heat, she had even placed it in a large glass jar. Sweet and bright, Bai Taidan was instantly captivated, exclaiming, "Delicious! Truly, it's so good. Auntie, I adore you. I will remember your words and think well." Exactly. Our brains are not merely for looks, are they? They are meant to be used. Bai Taidan extended his long tongue to lick the bottom of the bowl, and then spun around joyfully. Zhou Lan went to prepare the vegetables, completely unaware of the delightful exchange taking place between the two in the room. Upon entering, one was greeted by the sight of two individuals radiating joy. Zhou Lan couldn't help but steal a glance. Her youngest daughter was truly exquisite, and surprisingly, that little rascal was rather pleasing to the eye. Zhou Lan harbored a dislike for Bai Taidan, and this sentiment was not without justification. The boy was notoriously mischievous, and Wang Mei had failed to instill proper discipline, leaving Zhou Lan with a deep-seated aversion. In comparison to her two sons and her darling youngest daughter, Bai Taidan fell woefully short. Her two eldest sons exhibited maturity from a tender age, never quarreled or vied for attention, always deferring to one another, and doted on their little sister. In contrast, Bai Taidan, a product of Wang Mei's indulgence, seemed perpetually anxious about missing out on any morsel or treat. Recently, with Wang Mei absent, Bai Taidan appeared increasingly agreeable under the guidance of Zhou Lan and Bai Zhi. Just moments ago, he had even offered his own egg to Bai Zhi. This act filled Zhou Lan's heart with warmth. How delightful it was to witness a harmonious family, devoid of rivalry, mutually supportive, and working together towards a common goal. How could life not flourish under such circumstances? Today, Zhou Lan was in high spirits, primarily due to the imminent return of her beautiful sister-in-law and the newfound likability of Bai Taidan, which alleviated some of her concerns regarding her youngest daughter. As she sliced vegetables, she hummed a cheerful tune. Bai Zhi, assisting with the fire, inquired, "Mother, what has you in such high spirits?" "Good fortune brings joy," Zhou Lan replied. "What good fortune?" "Your aunt and little Taidan have been increasingly well-behaved lately." Zhou Lan's delight was evident. Taidan is quite obedient, with proper guidance. He will undoubtedly achieve great things. Bai Zhi, having read extensively, understood the potential that lay ahead for Bai Taidan. Zhou Lan chuckled. "I do not expect him to achieve remarkable success. As long as he possesses good character and does not exhibit the pettiness of Wang Mei, that will suffice." However, speaking of Wang, Mei cast a shadow over Zhou Lan's countenance. "My dear daughter, how shall we proceed with this matter? I find myself in favor of your brother's divorce from her. Just look at how well Taidan has behaved under our tutelage. Mother, this is my second brother's affair. He must decide for himself." Zhou Lan's thoughts of Wang Mei stirred her irritation. The entire family was astute, yet she felt like a mere fly in the ointment, spoiling the entire pot. The eldest brother contributed half of his salary each month, yet his wife never uttered a word of complaint. Were it not for Wang Mei's mother being of good character, she would never have been welcomed into their home. Who could have predicted that she would share none of her mother's virtues? The second brother was quite sentimental. After 8 years of marriage, and with Taidan now 6, it was only natural for him to feel some reluctance. Around 11 o'clock, Bai Meixiang arrived. Bai Laopai had made arrangements in advance for her return. Initially, the second brother was supposed to join them, but he was unable to attend due to unforeseen circumstances. Ever the responsible individual, he prioritized his duties over a mere meal. Bai Xiaogu would not harbor resentment towards her nephew, and after Bai Zhi's earnest persuasion, she agreed to stay the night. Bai Xiaogu was exceptionally radiant and striking. As she walked through the village, many rugged men looked on with admiration. The village women, too, were curious, inquiring about her presence. Zhou Lan let out a cold laugh, declaring that none of them stood a chance. "Why not? We have provisions. My sister-in-law will never go hungry if she marries into our family, and she won't have to toil in the fields. Not working in the fields Yet there must be some ulterior motive, came the retort. Everyone knows Bai Meixiang works in the city. She certainly doesn't need a labor. Zhou Lan interjected. Do you know what kind of vehicle brought Meixiang to our home? It was an ox cart, was it? Huh. It was a car. And those who admire Meixiang are all prominent officials. Our Meixiang is the head of the cultural troupe. Even a mayor praises her dancing as exquisite. Leaders from the central government wish to see her perform, yet they may not have the opportunity. Zhou Lan's words astonished the entire village. No wonder the Bai family feasted on meat daily. The eldest son was a worker, and the sister was the head of the cultural troupe. It was yet another day of envy for the villagers. Subsequently, they quietly devised a plan to marry the youngest daughter of the Bai family. The young girl may not work in the fields, but she was beautiful. Moreover, her family was affluent, possessing both grain and wealth. Returning to the narrative, at noon, Bai Zhi contemplated the sumptuous spread of meat, a rare feast indeed. Mother, I shall deliver lunch to my second brother. One cannot merely nibble on a flatbread at noon. The sun was too scorching. Bai Xiaogu also chimed in, indeed. Getting sunburned would not be pleasing. Bai Zhi donned a straw hat, saying, I have this. I shall ride my bicycle and return swiftly. Besides, there is a dark cloud approaching, and it may bring a downpour. Summer is indeed the season for thunderstorms. Zhou Lan, unaware of her intentions, permitted her to go out to play, so she paid no further heed. Bai Taidan insisted on accompanying them. Upon testing whether he could take Bai Taidan along, Bai Zhi decided to bring him with her. Holding the lunchbox, Bai Taidan quietly asked, Aunt, do you know where my father is? I do, she replied. Bai Taidan glanced around the house, cheerfully stating, Then can we go swimming in the river? It's so hot. He had longed to swim. But Zhou Lan's stern demeanor deterred him. Realizing the boy's intent, Bai Zhi inquired, Do you know how to swim? I do, Bai Taidan affirmed. Bai Zhi could also swim. She even had a swimsuit in her space. Contemplating for a moment, she felt a twinge of excitement. The heat was indeed unbearable. Let us see later. Your father might not agree. Playing in the water is perilous. What if someone were to drown? Bai Zhi remained cautious. Bai Taidan, in high spirits, responded, Well, then you could talk to my dad for me. As Bai Zhi pedaled quickly, the sun beat down relentlessly. Soon, they arrived at the commune office, conveniently located near the river. Due to the heat, people were swimming in the river. Both adults and children were reveling in the waters. Bai Taidan, watching longingly, craned his neck, eager to leap into the water. The trickling stream could no longer satisfy his yearning to frolic in the waves. Bai Zhi secured her bicycle, and upon entering, she spotted Wang Mei. It seems my second brother isn't without food after all, she smiled. Brother, add some dishes. Let us have a feast. Wang Mei, feeling a bit embarrassed in Bai Zhi's presence, softly inquired, Younger sister, have you eaten? Chapter 37. Issues with second brother's accounts. Bai Zhi nodded expressionlessly. I've eaten. You all continue your conversation. I shall take Taidan to swim in the river for a couple of laps. Bai Lao Air immediately stood up. Sister, do be cautious. Taidan can be quite troublesome. Rest assured, I can swim and will keep an eye on him. Bai Zhi promptly moved to the nearby restroom to change into a modest swimsuit, one with long sleeves and knee-length shorts. She generously applied sunscreen, layering it on as much as possible. Bai Taidan, catching the scent, began sneezing. Aunt, what is that smell? It's so foul. That's not foul. It's fragrant. Bai Taidan pouted. It smells just like a latrine. Bai Zhi frowned. That little rascal, I won't swim anymore. Taidan, you can go by yourself. Oh dear. Aunt is fragrant and lovely. Taidan realized his mistake. Engrossed in playing in the water, he even neglected his own mother. Wang Mei looked at Bai Taidan, visibly concerned. Second brother, is it too dangerous? Sister is still quite young. Bai Lao Air glanced at Wang Mei. If you are worried, why not accompany him? He was preoccupied with the accounts, which were troubling him immensely, to the point that he had no appetite for food, let alone the time to address Wang Mei's concerns. The sudden discrepancies in the accounts filled him with unease. Just as Bai Zhi was about to enter the water, she noticed Bai Lao Air's unusual expression in the office. Earlier, she had refrained from speaking much due to Wang Mei's presence, but now, seeing his troubled countenance, she recalled a passage from a book that mentioned troubling affairs concerning the Bai family. Second brother, is there an issue with the accounts? Bai Zhi exclaimed, her heart sinking. Bai Lauer was momentarily taken aback. Turning to her, "Sister, how did you know?" This was something he had not disclosed to anyone. Seeing him in shock, Bai Zhi anxiously pressed, "Second brother, please say something." Regaining his composure, Bai Lauer shook his head. "It's nothing, sister. You go enjoy yourself, and keep an eye on Tai Dan. He is quite bold." The Bai family had a long-standing tradition of not discussing significant matters with Bai Zhi, fearing it would cause her distress. This was why the original owner had remained so naive and disconnected from worldly concerns. Bai Zhi understood why her brother refrained from confiding in her. If she desired to know, she would find out in due time. "I will look into it later," she thought, noticing Wang Mei's unwavering gaze upon her. Without uttering a word, she made her way to the river. Wang Mei hurried after her. "Sister, people say one should not strike a smiling face," she replied coolly. Wang Mei immediately grasped her sleeve. "Sister, your brother's accounts are problematic, and those accounts are certainly not his doing. I sense that someone is plotting against the Bai family." Bai Zhi regarded Wang Mei, surprised that her sister-in-law was aware of the situation. Wang Mei's face was filled with remorse. "Xiaozhi, I've been foolish and failed to seriously consider certain matters. Please forgive me. I promise I will never bully you again. Truly, I want to speak of our family's affairs outside." Bai Zhi shrugged off her hand. "Sister-in-law, Tai Dan has gone down. I must follow. Words are easy to speak. Who cannot manage that? Would she truly change for the better? One could only ascertain through her actions." Bai Zhi cast a glance at the white iron egg floating in the water and promptly leapt in with a splash. Equipped with swimming goggles, she drew a crowd as she approached the riverbank. As she took a fleeting glance, she plunged beneath the surface like a fish, only to resurface suddenly. Bai Zhi displayed a professional butterfly stroke, her form remarkably exquisite. Bai Tai Dan, brimming with pride, exclaimed, "That's my aunt. Isn't she beautiful?" Indeed. The children gathered around Bai Zhi, while the young men dared only to steal glances, aware that they all had formidable mothers at home. In this village, where everyone knew each other, no one would openly stare, for they risked a reprimand upon returning home. In the southwestern province, there exists a term for submissive husbands. In the third team of the Hongqi commune, such men were plentiful, resulting in a remarkably low divorce rate. Bai Zhi's popularity naturally made Bai Tai Dan the center of attention. However, the little rascal could only manage a dog paddle. Bai Zhi lent him her goggles and even taught him the breaststroke. "Annie, aside from that dance like swimming, what else can you do?" Bai Tai Dan asked. "Did you think I was dancing? Allow me to show you a swimming style that truly resembles a dance," she replied. Such idle curiosity often leads to learning in life. Thus, the monotony of existence can be overwhelming. Bai Zhi turned and dove into the water, surfacing again to spin and leap, exhibiting a stunning display of synchronized swimming. Wang Mei, standing on the shore, was taken aback. She had no idea her sister-in-law could shine so brightly, dancing gracefully in the water like a fairy. How beautiful! Wang Mei's disdain for Bai Zhi stemmed from jealousy, envying her beauty and the fortune that favored her. Bai Zhi was cherished by her entire family, indulged with the finest of everything, and spared from labor. In that moment, Wang Mei realized the absurdity of her feelings. Bai Zhi deserved every bit of admiration. She was destined to be the center of attention. Wang Mei could only watch in envy, her jealousy dissipating, replaced by admiration for Bai Zhi's patience as she gently taught Bai Tai Dan, leaving the children of the third team envious. Dark clouds began to gather ominously, casting a shadow. Bai Zhi, fearing a sudden thunderstorm, called out Tai Dan, "Come on, we need to get out. Water conducts electricity, and it's dangerous." As the clouds rolled in, many began to rise from the water, yet Bai Tai Dan remained oblivious to Bai Zhi's concern. Wang Mei grew increasingly anxious, calling out, "Tai Dan, where are you?" Bai Zhi too felt a twinge of worry. The boy was indeed wild. Once in the water, he seemed to lose his senses, joyously frolicking, especially with the goggles Bai Zhi had given him, as if he had discovered a new world beneath the surface. Wang Mei, undeterred by her worries, jumped into the water to search for him, unaware that Bai Zhi was already following. Fortunately, after a short while, they managed to locate Bai Tai Dan. As Bai Zhi witnessed him surface from the water, she swiftly delivered a sharp slap to his rear. "Bai Tai Dan, are you courting death?" Bai Dan winced in pain, gazing at Bai Zhi, yet refrained from uttering a sound. With a slight gasp, he murmured, "And I was wrong. What good does knowing your mistake do? If you drown, how will I explain it to your parents?" At this moment, Bai Zhi suddenly remembered Wang Mei was still in the water. She turned her head to look, only to find the surface utterly calm. Second sister. Bai Zhi couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Second sister. Everyone has left. Lightning is flashing in the sky. Yet, there was no sign of Wang Mei. Damn it. In that instant, Bai Zhi felt an urge to curse. She disregarded everything else and snatched Bai Dan's glasses, plunging into the water. It was then she discovered Wang Mei truly was at the bottom, entangled by something. Bai Zhi was furious. This troublemaker only knew how to create chaos. She swam over, intending to free her. Chapter 038. Targeting her second brother Wang Mei recognized Bai Zhi's presence and unexpectedly pushed her away. Then, surfacing, she shouted, "Yao Mei, go. I can't escape. Do you want to die? It's not that simple. There is no way out." Bai Zhi was genuinely taken aback. She never expected Wang Mei to exhibit such a side. Fearing she would be a burden, she refused to let Bai Zhi save her. Bai Zhi was an accomplished swimmer, an expert diver, and even practiced ballet underwater. Therefore, this predicament was hardly daunting. However, Wang Mei was particularly anxious, panicking in the water, waving her hands desperately, and even struggling hopelessly. Bai Zhi remained composed, pulling her to the surface and then delivering a sharp reprimand. "Wang Mei, listen closely. Hold your breath underwater. If you can't hold it any longer, surface, take a deep breath, and then go back down. Do you understand?" Wang Mei, with tears in her eyes, looked at Bai Zhi. "Yao Mei, I'm sorry. I didn't mean to endanger you. Your second brother will hate me for this. You mustn't worry about me. Yao Mei." Silence. Her sobbing was exasperating. Bai Zhi slapped her again to silence her cries, then dove back into the water. What kind of aquatic vegetation was this, so resilient? No matter how hard she tried, she could not sever it. Meanwhile, Bai Dan sensed something was amiss and dashed toward the office. "Dad, help. Mom is drowning. And Anna's going to drown too." Bai Lao, troubled by financial matters, upon hearing that both his wife and sister-in-law were in danger, wasted no time. Grabbing a small knife from the table, he plunged into the water. Wang Mei could swim. If she was drowning, it must be due to the water plants ensnaring her. Or perhaps a muscle cramp. He dared not delay for even a second. He plunged into the water, forcefully pushing Bai Zhi aside, and severed the aquatic plants before pulling Wang Mei towards the shore. Once ashore, Bai Lao slapped her twice. "You wretched woman. What are you trying to accomplish? Must you disturb the peace of this family?" Wang Mei curled into a ball, weeping softly. "Second brother, I'm sorry. Bai Lao still wanted to strike her, but found himself unable. Her trembling form appeared pitiful. Suddenly, a thunderclap echoed across the sky, followed by torrential rain. The rain fell in large, painful droplets upon a few individuals. White Iron Egg began to weep, pleading with his father, "Dad, please do not strike Mom any longer. She knows she was wrong. She is heir, Dad." The child's cries, coupled with the torrential downpour, cast an even more sorrowful atmosphere around them. White Zhi tugged at White Lao's sleeve, urging him not to be angry any longer. White Lao cast a cold glance at Wang Mei before turning away. White Iron Egg immediately rushed forward, embracing Wang Mei. "Mom, just now it was thanks to Aunt that you weren't drowned. You must cherish Aunt and never mistreat her. Otherwise, I will cease to be your son, Mom." Wang Mei clasped White Iron Egg tightly, her sobs echoing with despair and sorrow. As White Zhi turned to leave, Wang Mei grasped the hem of her clothing. "You have given me this life, my dear sister. If I ever bully you again, I will be worse than a pig or a dog. Sister, I bow to you in apology. Is that acceptable?" White Zhi promptly replied, "Do not bow. I cannot accept that. Acknowledging your mistakes and living with clarity is sufficient." Wang Mei, through her tears, managed a smile. "Will you forgive me then? Sweet words can be spoken by anyone, sister-in-law. I seek not mere words, but tangible actions. If you truly consider yourself part of the Bai family, then invest your heart into it. Do not heed those who sow discord." "All right, I shall not listen." Beneath the fine curtain of rain, Wang Mei appeared woefully pitiful as she leaned before her. Bai Zhi wiped the rain from her face and turned to the restroom to change her clothes. White Iron Egg helped his mother to her feet. Wang Mei was genuinely terrified, her body weak and lacking energy, stumbling as she walked. In the office, White Lao Air wore a dark expression, remaining silent. The rain outside was torrential. The dishes in the lunchbox remained untouched by him. Bai Zhi broke the silence. Let us not mention today's events to Mom. It would only cause her worry. White Lao Air nodded in agreement. White Iron Egg quietly inquired, "Can Mom come home?" Bai Zhi remained silent. White Lao Air gazed at Wang Mei and answered no. Wang Mei silently nodded, without complaint. Bai Zhi led White Iron Egg to a nearby room, ensuring not to disturb them. White Iron Egg said nothing. His fear of both Zhou Lan and his father rendered him voiceless. Once in the adjacent room, he remained quiet. Bai Zhi, wishing to ignore him, turned her head away. White Iron Egg, desperate, gently shook her arm, but she refused to look at him, continuing to turn away. In his urgency, White Iron Egg knelt before her. Bai Zhi glared at him. "Why are you kneeling before me? Does that even matter? And I was wrong. I truly was. Next time, I shall not be so playful." Bai Zhi, aware of his quickness to apologize and forget, gazed at White Iron Egg. "Then if I were to strike you, would you submit?" "I would." With a resolute heart, Bai Zhi removed her pants. White Iron Egg obediently followed suit, shedding his own. In a swift motion, Bai Zhi delivered a firm slap to his backside, the impact leaving an imprint. Her hand tingled from a force. Remarkably, White Iron Egg did not utter a sound. Bai Zhi shook her numb hand and pulled up her pants. Tycoon tugged at his pants and hurried over. Kissing her arm and cheek, his voice choked with emotion as he said, "Annie, I was wrong." Upon hearing Bai Zhi's acknowledgement, a smile instantly graced his face. However, Bai Zhi was not in the mood to share a smile. The recent events had been perilous, and her expression remained stern. Consequently, Bai Tycoon's smile faded as well. Bai Zhi had genuinely intended to teach him a lesson, for he had been rather mischievous in her presence lately. As the rain ceased and they made their way home, Bai Zhi chose to ignore Bai Tycoon. His sudden calmness was quite unsettling. Nonetheless, she felt it necessary to guide him towards recognizing the gravity of the situation. Halfway through their journey, village head Yang and Secretary Zhou approached, heading towards Ergo. Bai Zhi's heart sank. Shortly thereafter, Old Man Bai arrived. "Father," Old Man Bai said, his furrowed brow softening as he looked at Bai Zhi. "You should return home. The sun is rising." The summer storms often brought scorching heat in their wake. Bai Zhi, concerned, asked, "Dad, is something wrong? Please tell me." Old Man Bai shook his head. "It's nothing." "Dad, is it about Ergo's accounts?" Old Man Bai frowned. "Why would Ergo discuss such matters with you? You're just a child. What do you know? Hurry home. I understand the situation." He still regarded Bai Zhi as a child. When she inquired further, he seemed reluctant to elaborate. After they left, Wang Mei appeared shortly after. Wang Mei was certainly more informed than Bai Zhi. She inquired in detail, confirming that someone had tampered with the accounts and had anonymously reported Ergo, accusing him of embezzling grain. Chapter 39. Are they involved? The urgency of the situation struck Bai Zhi as she gripped the handlebars tightly, her face flushed with indignation. Wang Mei advised, "You should head back, little sister. It's too hot here. I need to get to work to earn some points. Don't worry about Ergo. Father has a plan. Our Bai family is well regarded. It's natural for others to feel envious." Bai Zhi looked at Wang Mei, distractedly responding with an As she rode home, just as her worries deepened, contemplating how to help the Bai family through this ordeal, Xiao Jiu's voice resonated. "Master, these events are propelling your mission forward. Do not fear. Everything will be resolved." Bai Zhi replied with uncertainty. "Xiao Jiu, are you sure you're not just giving me false hopes?" Xiao Jiu vehemently assured her, "I would never mislead you," with a serious demeanor. Bai Zhi struggled to find humor in the situation, hoping Xiao Jiu was truthful. This spatial entity was somewhat hard to believe, especially since she had yet to witness any tangible evidence of her tasks or the promised enhancements. She resolved to keep her expectations of Xiao Jiu in check. Sensing Bai Zhi's skepticism, Xiao Jiu felt a twinge of sadness. "Master, it disheartens me that you do not trust me. I am striving to assist you." Bai Zhi nodded earnestly. "Little darling, I believe in you. If the crisis facing the Bai family can truly be resolved this time, I shall place my trust in you. Yet, without any tangible action, how could she genuinely believe? Was she to simply lie back and wait for the family's troubles to resolve themselves? As this thought crossed her mind, Xiao Jiu spoke again. Master, you must also put in your efforts. With your diligence, everything will fall into place. She expressed her gratitude for the wise words. Xiao Jiu appeared somewhat bashful. Bai Zhi found herself both amused and exasperated. She began to suspect that this Xiao Jiu was merely a pet of her ancestors, trained to weave grand fantasies and deceive her. However, she had little time to dwell on such matters. Her focus remained on how to address the issues plaguing the Bai family. In the third team, few possessed accounting skills. Otherwise, the task would not have fallen to her second brother. Thus, if she could uncover which household had outsiders, she might locate someone adept at falsifying accounts. With this thought in mind, Bai Zhi quickened her pace, pedaling with renewed vigor. Usually, Tai Dan would be out socializing, but today, Bai Zhi's irritation kept him in line, and he obediently returned home with her. Her aunt was taking a nap, likely feeling a bit warm and restless, tossing and turning. Zhoulan was busy picking green beans. Upon seeing Bai Zhi return, she urged her to come inside, out of the sun, to fan herself and have some watermelon. This watermelon had been brought by her aunt. The third team lacked cultivation, so they had none to eat, but it was available for purchase in the city, provided one had the means. Her aunt had bought two, one of which had been cut for lunch, while the other was cooling in the well. Though not as chilled as from a refrigerator, it was quite refreshing. Bai Zhi secured her bicycle and removed her straw hat as she made her way indoors. Bai Tai Dan stood dutifully before her. She did not invite him to sit, and he remained standing. She did not offer him food, and he did not eat. Zhoulan regarded Bai Tai Dan with curiosity, wondering aloud why he was not indulging in the watermelon. Bai Tai Dan glanced at Bai Zhi, and Zhoulan quickly sensed something amiss. His clothes were still damp. Had he stealthily gone to the river? Bai Tai Dan instinctively hid behind Bai Zhi, exclaiming, "I went with my aunt. I didn't sneak off." He was quite frightened. If Zhoulan were to learn of the incident, she would surely strip him of his skin. His father had not punished him, likely because he was unaware. His mother had not mentioned the reason for her near drowning. He certainly would not incriminate himself. Zhoulan scrutinized Bai Zhi. "Do you think I am a fool? Your aunt is completely dry. How could she have gone into the water?" Bai Zhi deliberately refrained from explaining, wishing to intimidate this little mischief maker and curtail his audacity. Bai Tai Dan, clutching his backside, urgently pleaded, "Aunt, tell Grandma. I truly did not sneak off." His pitiful little eyes were quite the sight. Ultimately, Bai Zhi could not bring herself to be harsh. "Mother, I went in with him. I brought my swimsuit. I wore while swimming. Look, I'm wet here." "A swimsuit? What is that?" Bai Xiaogu interjected. "It's what one wears while swimming." "Little Zhi, you're quite fashionable." Bai Zhi forced a smile. "It was bought for me by Brother Liu." "Oh, you mean that lad Liu? He is a good boy. You must cherish him well, little Zhi." Bai Xiaogu expressed her utmost satisfaction with Lu Ting. Zhoulan immediately interjected, "See, your aunt speaks highly of him. He must indeed be commendable. Young lady, you must cherish him. Having accepted his gifts, you ought to nurture this bond. Clothing, particularly in this era, is a valuable commodity. Ready-made garments are especially rare, as most people purchase coarse fabric to sew their own. A complete set of ready-made clothing requires both fabric coupons and money, a significant expense for those who toil in the fields." Bai Zhi, recalling Lu Ting, averted her mother's gaze and murmured, "I understand." Zhoulan, having observed this, exclaimed, "Oh my, the bashfulness of a young girl. It seems Lu Ting is intent on winning your heart. Indeed, he has grown wiser. His solid foundation is a blessing. Furthermore, with that scoundrel Zhang Zai absent, no one could deceive her." Zhoulan's excitement was palpable as she looked at Bai Meixiang, nearly leaping with joy. Bai Meixiang pressed her hand down, saying, "Sister-in-law." Zhoulan quickly regained her composure and nodded. Bai Zhi, feeling shy, retreated indoors. It was better not to mention Lu Ting. However, the moment he was brought up, she found herself unexpectedly missing him. Once inside, she retrieved the note he had given her, reading it repeatedly, a smile creeping across her face as she gazed at the little dog. Returning to the main room, Zhou could no longer contain her emotions, exclaiming, Mei Xiang, am I mistaken? My little girl and Lu Ting. There's definitely something brewing between them. The girl is modest. Sister-in-law, please refrain from bringing this up too often. Lu Zai is quite clever. With a young wife, why would he struggle to win her affections? He is indeed a fine young man. Marrying him would be no misfortune for Xiaozhi. After all, a family that shares the same values cannot be unworthy. A young man, favored by the entire family, must be a good match. Having heard by Mei Xiang's words and reflecting on her daughter's recent demeanor, Zhou felt reassured. Bai Zhi sat by the window, contemplating for a while. If she wished to gather information, the best course was to go to work. Where people abound, she resolved that tomorrow she would seek employment. Noticing her mother's earlier reaction, she suspected that perhaps her second brother's accounts were not in order. Such matters were often kept from the women at home, adhering to the belief that men should handle external affairs while women manage domestic ones. With this thought, Bai Zhi opened the door and approached Zhou, asking, Mother? Yes. Have there been any visitors to the village lately? Why do you ask? Is there none? What about Uncle Mao? Aside from Uncle Mao, I noticed a stranger the other day, someone I had not seen before. Chapter 040. Catching the fraudster upon hearing this. Zhou pondered for a moment while gazing out at the fields. Now that you mention it, I recall that a stranger visited Lu Daijiu's family. It seems he is the suitor for Xiao Lu Mei. They say he's a worker from city. Old Lu certainly knows how to choose. He picked a city worker for his youngest daughter. Yet I wonder why this worker has forsaken the city girls to pursue one from our third team. Xiao Lu Mei. Indeed, it is that young Lu girl with a prominent mole on her face, rather unattractive, who at the age of 23 remains unmarried. The workers in the city are said to be quite handsome. Every woman possesses a curious heart. Bai Zhi has no time for gossip. She recalls the appearance of Lu girl vividly. As for that worker from the city, he must be the one known as Huang Er. Lu Dajing, Lu girl's brother, has been fixated on securing the position of team leader. Moreover, their family has ties with village Chief Yang, which makes them complicit in their attempts to bully the Bai family, aiming to bring down her father and elder brother, and then flaunt their power in the third team. Not a chance. They cannot intimidate my father and brother. With that thought, Bai Zhi took a straw hat from the eaves. Mother, I'm going to find Tai Dan. Tai Dan is in the house reading. Why would you go outside? Is that so? Bai Zhi glanced at her brother's room and pushed the door open. He was indeed reading, or rather, sleeping with a book pressed against his face, deeply engrossed in slumber. Bai Zhi pinched his chubby bottom. Tai Dan, come. Let's go play with your aunt. Sleepily, Tai Dan mumbled and turned over, saying, Aunt is angry with me. Aunt is no longer angry. She is taking you out on her bicycle. Do you want to go? Upon hearing this, Tai Dan abruptly sat up, excitedly asking, Really? Aunt? Indeed. The sun had begun to wane. It was around 4 in the afternoon, and everyone had gone out to work. Their mother stayed behind to entertain their guest. Aunt. Bai Zhi pulled by Tai Dan and prepared to leave. Where are you going? Zulan, Thou Wen. Going out to see if there are any mushrooms after the rain. There should be some. Let Aunt taste our local specialty. Bai Zhi waved her hand and pushed the bicycle away. Zhou muttered, What with this child? She has been running outside more often lately. Previously, she would hardly leave the house. Bai Meixiang laughed, Sister-in-law, people do change. Zhi is lively, which is wonderful. Zhou agreed. Such a spirited young girl is indeed delightful, and she takes great pleasure in it. Moreover, Bai Meixiang had met central leaders and significant figures like the mayor. If she said it was good, then her little girl must be exceptional. Bai Zhi rode her bicycle towards Uncle Lu's home. Tai Dan hugged her tightly, happily asking, Aunt, you really aren't angry with me anymore? I'm not angry. How is your relationship with your Uncle Lu's chubby boy? Chubby boy? I don't like him anymore. He is my defeated foe, and he once knelt and called my grandfather. Bai Zhi couldn't help but laugh. Is your aunt getting married? You mean Aunt Lu? She won Team Mary. The chubby boy himself said, She is ugly and has a bad temper. Such words clearly stemmed from the teachings of their mother. In this era, many small-minded wives never pay attention to education. They speak whatever unseemly phrases in front of their children, and children repeat them indiscriminately. However, from Tai Dan's words, she discerned that all potential suitors were indeed Huang. The worker from a city was very likely the one involved in the fraudulent dealings. With this thought, Bai Zhi pedaled even harder, swiftly making her way to Uncle Lu's house. Upon arriving at the home of Pang Dun, Bai Tycoon inquired, "Oh, Annie, what brings us to Pang Dun's doorstep?" Bai Zhi responded, "There's a matter to attend to, dear, so please refrain from making a fuss." With a firm pat on his chest, Bai Tycoon declared, "Whatever the issue may be, I am here to assist you." Bai Zhi glanced towards the house and explained, "Pang Dun's aunt is being courted by gentlemen. I need you to find out where he is." Bai Tycoon, perplexed, exclaimed, "Annie, you don't fancy Uncle Lu, do you? Are you attempting to steal Pang Dun's suitor?" A swift slap on his head silenced his chatter as Bai Zhi admonished, "What nonsense are you spouting? What is truly happening?" With narrowed eyes, Bai Zhi insisted, "This is urgent." Bai Tycoon, brimming with curiosity, feared that his loose lips might lead to trouble. "Your father's job is hanging by a thread. This man could be a threat to him. Hence we must ascertain his whereabouts. Once we clarify the situation, your father's job will be secure." Bai Zhi believed that the clever Tycoon would comprehend the gravity of the matter. However, Bai Tycoon stood frozen, speechless for a considerable time. Finally, he broke his silence, clenching his small fists. "I wonder why my father didn't return home for dinner and was frantically going through the accounts. Someone intends to harm him. This cannot stand. I must protect my father. Auntie, wait for me. I shall go at once." "Catch the pest," Bai Zhi mused, amused by the era's unmistakable flair. Observing Bai Tian's spirited demeanor brought a smile to her lips. He was not without merit. If Tycoon were to strike, it would certainly hurt. She hoped that this little iron egg could indeed be formidable enough to deliver a crushing blow. Bai Zhi leaned her bicycle against a large tree, then retrieved an ice cream from her bag, savoring the moment. Following that, she pulled out a novel, engrossed in its pages. Just as she finished her treat, she caught a distant shout from young Tycoon. Puzzled, she looked up to see him at Uncle Lu's doorstep, riding on the man's neck, shouting, "Annie, Annie, come quickly." Bai Zhi froze in disbelief at Tian's antics. She hastily discarded her ice cream stick, stowed away her book, and rushed over. The gentleman, visibly irritated and on the verge of an outburst, halted upon seeing Bai Zhi, his mouth agape in astonishment. The contrast between her and the robust Lu girl was stark. The Lu girl was quite large, stout, and somewhat difficult to behold, whereas Bai Zhi, pristine and delicate, had not seen the sun often. Her skin was fair and tender, and at just 19, she sported 2 braided pigtails, her large eyes glimmering like luminous pearls. Her petite and graceful figure was the epitome of beauty in the village. Naturally, the gentleman was captivated. Seizing the opportunity, Tycoon tugged at the man's hair, shouting, "Annie, hit him quickly." Bai Zhi wiped her brow discreetly, realizing that the boy was about to cause trouble. Lacking evidence to prove the man's involvement in fraudulent activities, she recognized the urgency of the situation, especially since village head Yang and Secretary Zhou had yet to escalate matters. Finding the key figure and securing evidence was vital for resolution. Bai Zhi promptly called out, "Tycoon, get down. What are you doing riding on someone's head?" "Sir, I'd apologize. My nephew is a bit mischievous." She spoke, tugging at the boy's collar, while giving him persistent winks. Fortunately, her little nephew was not particularly foolish. He understood her signal and ceased his loud outcry. Bai Zhi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. Chapter 041. He has evidence the gentleman adjusted his glasses and brushed his slightly long hair, smiling. "It's nothing at all, comrade. My name is Kai Feng, and I am the accountant at the state-owned glass factory. There may have been some misunderstanding with the child, which is why he was riding on my head." Bai Zhi glanced at Tycoon, frowning slightly. "Little Tycoon, how could you ride on your uncle's head? You must understand manners, especially since he is from our 3rd team." Tycoon, understanding the gravity of the situation, bowed respectfully to Kai Feng. "Uncle, I am sorry." Kai Feng was genuinely surprised by the child's maturity. Furthermore, he found this young lady to be extraordinarily beautiful, 1,000 times more so than that little Lu girl. He found it difficult to tear his gaze away from her. Chuckling awkwardly, he ran his fingers through his hair. "Miss, please do not scold the child. He did not mean it. By the way, what is your name?" "I am Bai Zhi. How is Captain Bai related to you?" "The 3rd team has many surnames Zhou, but only the Bai family has Captain Bai. I immediately thought of old Bai. He is my father. What a coincidence. I saw Captain Bai yesterday. Gai Feng in jet golo. Attempting to forge a connection. Bai Zhi lowered her head and smiled. Comrade Kai, I truly apologize for today's incident. I will properly educate Tai Dan when I return. Your generosity is greatly appreciated. An accountant at a state-owned factory. No wonder he can keep the books, Bai Zhi complimented. Kai Feng's spirits soared. My greatest virtue is my magnanimity. Wouldn't you agree, little Tai Dan? He then pulled out a few candies, slightly sticky from their wrappers. Tai Dan glanced at them, shook his head, and hid behind Bai Zhi. Kai Feng awkwardly chuckled, realizing the boy had been well taught. He wouldn't even accept the candy. This is delicious candy. From Haishur, Tai Dan glared at Kai Feng with hostility. He would never betray his father for a piece of candy. He refused to eat it and shot him a piercing stare, as if his eyes might pop out. Kai Feng felt increasingly embarrassed. Bai Zhi took Tai Dan's hand, saying, Thank you for your kindness, Brother Kai. You are truly a good person. I must take my leave now. Upon hearing she was leaving, Kai Feng hurriedly stepped forward, attempting to grasp her hand, but Bai Zhi swiftly dodged and retreated 2 steps. Noticing he had startled her, he immediately withdrew his hand and took a step back. Bai Mayar, I apologize for frightening you. I just wanted to ask if you have any plans tomorrow. I would like to invite you to stroll around the Hongqi commune. Bai Zhi saw through his intentions. I may not be available, she replied ambiguously. Kai Feng smiled. All right then. Shall I come find you tomorrow? Yes. I must take my leave now, Bai Zhi said, pulling Tai Dan toward her bicycle. Through gritted teeth, Tai Dan exclaimed, Aunt, that uncle is a bad man, with a wicked appearance and a dark heart. Why are you entertaining him? You should ignore him and despise him. Bai Zhi turned her head for a fleeting glance. Kai Feng remained fixated on her like a simpleton. She quickened her pace, mounted her bicycle, and sped away. Even a momentary gaze in his direction was enough to evoke her disgust. Bai Tai Dan, sensing her silence, grew anxious. Aunt, please pay attention to me. He may be a villain, yet we must wear smiles in his presence. Do you understand why? No, because he possesses evidence against those who have wronged us. And we must obtain that evidence to assist Urge, ensuring he is not bullied. I shall not let those vile creatures escape unscathed. If we can compel Kai Feng to testify against Village Chief Yang and Secretary Zhou, who conspired against our father, then those 2 pests can be swiftly eliminated. We could arrange for Uncle Mao's irrigation project, and father would no longer need to be replaced. Naturally, such ideals were merely her fanciful imaginings. Kai Feng was no fool. He had surely accepted benefits from the 2 men, willing to take such great risks. Therefore, she needed to keep a firm grip on him. Bai Tai Dan listened, only partially comprehending. Bai Zhi feared he might spill the beans and ruin their plans. She repeatedly urged him, This matter is known only to you and me. No one else must find out, all right? Bai Tai Dan hesitated. Bai Zhi then remarked, Did your aunt not help you conceal your river escapade? Thus, we have exchanged our secrets. Upon recalling Zhou Lan's angry demeanor, he immediately acquiesced, for this was also for their father's sake. He had to trust his aunt. As they reached home, Bai Zhi announced, Urge, father has returned. Despite his troubled expression, upon entering the house, he wore a smile. They were the pillars of this family, shielding it from all storms, protecting their loved ones. Not even their worries would be perceived by their kin. Bai Zhi felt a pang of empathy, finally understanding what it meant for a man to stand tall and steadfast. Father Urge, Bai Lao Dai. Hearing Bai Zhi's voice and seeing her return with Bai Tai Dan on the bicycle, squinted his eyes with delight. Little girl, where have you taken Tai Dan? We wandered around a bit, hoping to find some chicken mushrooms, but alas, we were unsuccessful. There's a heavy rain forecasted for tonight. We shall search again tomorrow afternoon. Surely we will find some, especially on Huangshan Slope and in the water bamboo grove, where they are plentiful. The chicken mushroom soup made from those not fully opened is incredibly fragrant. Bai Lao Dai's eyes sparkled with affection. Bai Zhi smiled. Father, is there something important? Has Urge settled his accounts? Bai Lao Dai immediately replied, All settled, just a minor misunderstanding. Do not heed your second sister-in-law's ramblings. Her mouth should be silenced, as she never knows when to stop. Urge. Bai Zhi glanced around the entrance. The courtyard was empty, and their mother was in the kitchen. Lowering her voice, she said, Do not deceive me. I am not a child. And do not blame Urseo. We are family, and we should face our problems together. Bai Laodai glared at her. Mind your own business. Focus on your studies. Be a good girl and return to the house for dinner. Father. But Bai Laodai ignored her and went inside. Bai Zhi looked at Bai Laodai, urged. Bai Laodai replied, Little sister, these matters can be handled by father and me. Do not worry. With Lu Ting away these days. Do not wander about. Stay home and study diligently. With him around, can I run freely? He can watch over you and protect you. Bai Zhi smiled faintly, remaining silent. He was always considerate of her. His kindness was indeed remarkable. Bai Lao observed his younger sister's recent smile, which was somewhat sweet, as it seemed she had truly awakened to Lu Ting's virtues. This was a positive development. While he felt joy for his sister, he couldn't help but worry about his own job security. He was quite vexed, having allowed the opportunity for others to target the Bai family. Losing his job wouldn't be catastrophic, but it would bring trouble to his father as well. The village head, Yang, and Secretary Zhou had been plotting for a long time, and he feared that this time, the Bai family would not escape unscathed. Bai Zhi noticed the gloom on her brother's face. He did not speak, and she felt it was not her place to pry. She needed to clarify the situation with Kai Feng. They would undoubtedly prevent her from interacting with him. They had been overly protective of her. Yet, she could tell that Kai Feng found her quite intriguing. Chapter 042. Exploiting the weaknesses of others. Bai Zhi needed to grasp this point and utilize it effectively. With this thought, she slowly bit her lip, silently making a decision. The next day, Bai Meixiang was returning to the city, and Bai Zhi decided to accompany her. Zhou Lan and Bai Laodai were not in favor of this. Bai Zhi clung to Bai Meixiang's arm, playfully coaxing her until the little ant finally consented. I just happen to want to take Xiao Zhi to Qingzhou shop to buy some necessities for young ladies. She is growing up and should get out more. Perhaps even buy a watch or something similar, Bai Meixiang said. Zhou Lan did not refuse, but was concerned about how she would return. Bai Meixiang shot her a glare. Sister-in-law, am I really that irresponsible? I will see her onto the vehicle and ensure she returns safely. Besides, Xiao Zhi is no longer a child. Your excessive protection will only render her more naive and easily deceived. The world is quite complex. Bai Zhi felt like applauding in agreement. Bai Meixiang's words seemed to awaken Bai Laodai as well. He nodded, realizing that the road was long, and she would ultimately have to walk it herself. He appeared to contemplate many future matters, his expression filled with melancholy. Bai Meixiang sensed that there were issues at home, but since her brother did not mention them, she refrained from asking further, choosing instead to converse more with Bai Zhi. On the way to the city, she said, Xiao Zhi, you have grown up. You must learn to share the burdens of family matters, understand? Bai Zhi looked at Bai Meixiang. Aunt, my second brother's accounts are problematic. He has been framed. I have already identified the individual responsible for the falsified accounts. He is the accountant at the state-owned glass factory. I intend to investigate the factory to ascertain the truth and then draft a report. Bai Meixiang's eyes widened in surprise. Girl, are you secretly undertaking something significant? Father does not allow me to participate in these matters, so I must proceed discreetly. I want them to realize that I have truly matured and that I'm also a part of this family. I should face these challenges alongside everyone. Bai Meixiang looked at Bai Zhi with pride. Xiao Zhi, I have not misjudged your character. I know the director of that state-owned glass factory. Would you like me to introduce you? Aunt, no introductions for now. I currently lack evidence. I want to obtain proof from Kai Feng. Bai Meixiang pondered for a moment. How will a young girl like you gather evidence? You wouldn't be thinking. Bai Zhi had indeed considered this very approach. Bai Meixiang, noticing Bai Zhi's silence, understood her thoughts immediately. She playfully swatted her hand and said, Silly girl, you are still an innocent maiden. The family has gone to great lengths to shield you from the events involving Zhang Jiqing. By acting this way, you risk tarnishing your reputation. Although Lu Ting may not care, this is still a perilous course of action. I have a better plan for you. You need not sacrifice your allure. After all, experience is invaluable. Bai Xiaogui navigates effortlessly among the officials and, as a leader, she is well versed in these tactics. She knows how to read people's hearts and exploit their vulnerabilities. Upon hearing these words, Bai Zhi's lips curved into a smile. Auntie, you are truly clever. I understand now. This time, I will ensure that village head Yang and Secretary Zhou are both ousted. We must eliminate my father's adversaries. Do you know whom they fear the most? Those from the small organization. Although this movement is nearing its end, they still possess a certain degree of power and influence, which can intimidate others. With your assistance, there is nothing we cannot achieve. By getting rid of these two, wouldn't my task also be accomplished? The thought invigorated her, filling her with newfound strength. After the two reached an agreement, they both sighed in relief. Upon arriving in the city, Bai Meixiang first took Bai Zhi to Chengjiadian, where they purchased the latest fabrics, including some fashionable bell-bottom pants and even dresses from Haisher. Such attire would be unthinkable in the countryside, but perfectly acceptable in the city. With the movement coming to an end, some women were even beginning to wear lipstick again. Bai Meixiang favored military attire, exuding a striking elegance. While Bai Zhi bore a resemblance to her aunt, the differences were stark. Bai Meixiang embodied grace and intellect, whereas Bai Zhi was petite and delicate, evoking a sense of tenderness. After their shopping excursion, Bai Zhi stored her purchases in her space and changed her outfit for the black market. She changed to deceive others, knowing that the guards wouldn't be fooled. Upon her arrival, the two guards recognized her immediately but refrained from calling out, merely accepting her payment in a token gesture. Bai Zhi then began selling goods. This time, her aunt supplied her with items, and she sold some while discreetly stashing others in her space under the guise of her aunt's provisions. However, she had learned her lesson. The Bai family had enjoyed a life of comfort, inciting jealousy. It was imperative to remain low-key and amass wealth quietly. In the future, she would endeavor to procure ready-to-eat foods with subtle aromas. Bai Zhi sold some quality flour, rice, oil, and sugar, preparing to close up shop when a well-dressed man approached her. "Excuse me, miss, do you know where I might find a watch? What do you need it for?" "Ah, I wish to marry, but my fiancé insists on having the 3 essentials, and my industrial tickets are insufficient. So I thought to seek one in the black market." Bai Zhi smiled. "I have one. Would you like it?" She pulled it from her pocket. "Take a look. This was purchased by my aunt." She possessed a similar piece in her space, which she dared not sell, so she had brought it out as if it were her aunt's. The man's eyes lit up upon seeing it. "Oh, wonderful. What is the price?" "Brand new, I just acquired it. I am not profiting from this. Merely 100 yuan. What do you think? The state-run store has its pricing." Thus, Bai Zhi is genuinely selling it, without arbitrary pricing. The gentleman smiled with narrowed eyes. "All right, an honest elder sister. I cannot let you part with an industrial ticket for nothing. So how about I add 30 yuan, making it 130? Is that agreeable?" "That works." 130 yuan felt substantial. Bai Zhi was quite pleased. The collaboration was exceedingly pleasant. "Elder sister, do you have any rare items from Haisher? If so, I would like to bring some goose egg powder or snow cream for my wife as well." "I don't have those, but there are plenty in the alley to the left. That S. Lu Ting's shop. The items in his warehouse are from this era. She dares not sell her newer items." "Thank you, elder sister. You are truly kind." Bai Zhi smiled, saying nothing further, and prepared to leave. Just as she was about to go, Si Gua approached with an umbrella. "Sister-in-law, would you care to come in for a cup of tea? The boss has instructed us to take good care of you in his absence." Bai Zhi looked at Si Gua. "Aren't you busy? Why bother with me?" "Not busy at all, and besides, I'm not alone here. There's also Nangua and Shigua. All of us are gourd. The name Lu Ting is quite amusing." However, Bai Zhi did not join them and went directly to the state-run glass factory, intending to inquire about someone named Kai Feng. What she did not anticipate was that upon her arrival, he was just leaving, and they crossed paths. Kai Feng was taken aback upon seeing Bai Zhi. He indeed did not deceive her. He was truly affiliated with the state-run glass factory. Chapter 43. The average man Kai Feng smiled broadly. "Bai Xiaomei." Bai Zhi nodded stiffly. "What a coincidence." Kai Feng chuckled foolishly. "This must be our fate." The statement was rather ambiguous. Bai Zhi glanced at the glass factory's entrance and asked, "Brother Kai, do you know my uncle?" "Your uncle?" "Yes, Director Yin." "Director Yin is your uncle?" "Indeed, he is quite familiar with my aunt." "Who is your aunt?" As Kai Feng inquired, his expression grew increasingly solemn. He had no idea of Bai Zhi's formidable background. Had he stumbled upon a formidable opponent? "My aunt Bai Meixiang is the head of the art troupe." Upon hearing this, Kai Feng felt his legs weaken. Even in the city, he was unaware that a troop leader, as beautiful as a flower, had recently arrived, claiming to be friends with government officials. Oh my, I have truly stepped on a landmine. The thought of self-preservation immediately crossed his mind. Bai Zhi noticed the change in Kai Feng's demeanor and recalled what her aunt had said. Every individual is inherently selfish. He would act for monetary gain. If he realized he had tread upon dangerous ground, he would selfishly seek self-preservation. Bai Zhi could not help but admire her aunt. She had an exceptional grasp of human psychology. Bai Zhi looked at Kai Feng with innocent curiosity and asked, "Brother Kai, what is wrong? Do you know my aunt?" Kai Feng shook his head. "I do not know her personally, but I have heard of her." "Bai Xiaomei, have you eaten yet? May I invite you to our cafeteria?" Bai Zhi replied, "That won't do. I can simply buy a bun. Then let us go to the state-run restaurant." Kai Feng insisted, truly generous. He pointed towards the state-run restaurant and said, "Come on, Bai Xiaomei." "No, thank you, Brother Kai. I cannot possibly let you treat me to a meal. I don't have any ration tickets, so I won't go to the state-run restaurant." "You may not, but I do," he insisted, tugging at the hem of her clothing as he urged her to follow. While drawing her along, his hand audaciously attempted to grasp hers. Bai Zhi quickly feigned an itch in her eye, rubbing it to avoid his unwelcome advances. Were it not for her parents, she would have crushed him underfoot at that moment. Reluctantly, Bai Zhi accompanied him to the state-run restaurant. Kai Feng ordered 2 dishes, shredded potatoes and braised cabbage. The cabbage was last year's stock, less favored in this season, and contained some bits of grease. Remembering how Lu Ting had ordered an entire feast of her favorites, she couldn't help but feel a pang of disappointment. Kai Feng's lack of comparison was indeed painful. With a hint of superiority, Kai Feng remarked, "You probably don't get to eat such good meals at home, do you?" His sense of superiority was truly overwhelming. Noticing Bai Zhi's silence, he sensed his words had missed the mark and added, "I earn 30 yuan a month at the factory, along with some ration tickets, industrial tickets, and cloth tickets. So I live quite comfortably." Bai Zhi offered a perfunctory smile, taking a few bites before pulling out her money. "Brother Kai, you provide the ration tickets, and I'll pay in cash. We'll split it evenly." "Ah, how can you pay?" "Let me treat you. You should still call me Brother Kai." "No need. One should not benefit without contributing." Although Kai Feng feigned generosity, he ultimately accepted her insistence. Bai Zhi secretly scoffed. It was no wonder he was being set up with Lu Xiaomei. He embodied the archetype of an average man. After the meal, as Bai Zhi prepared to return to the village, Kai Feng suddenly remembered something important. "Bai Xiaomei, earlier when it was crowded, I didn't mention your Brother S situation. You might not know, but there are issues with your Brother S accounts. Village head Yang and Secretary Zhou might take action against him. You should tell your father and brother to be cautious." Initially, Bai Zhi had suspected him of falsifying accounts, but it appeared the truth was indeed surfacing. Her delicate features contorted in concern. "Brother Kai, what are you talking about? What do you mean there are issues with my brother's accounts? How should we be cautious? No wonder my father and brother have been acting strangely these past few days. What should we do? Can you help me?" Kai Feng clearly relished the sense of dependency Bai Zhi exhibited. "Don't worry, I will assist you." Seizing the opportunity, he attempted once more to touch her hand. Bai Zhi evaded him, asking, "How will you help me, Brother Kai? How do you know so much?" Kai Feng hesitated, momentarily taken aback by her innocence. He quickly devised a response. "I overheard Uncle Lu mention it. You know, they want to marry their daughter to me. But I really don't fancy Lu Xiaomei. They just keep talking about offering more dowry, claiming that Lu Dage will become the captain of the production team." Bai Zhi couldn't help but smirk inwardly. He was indeed selective in his choices. "If Uncle Yang and Uncle Zhou come to bully my father and second brother, would you testify on my behalf?" Kai Feng hesitated for a moment, seemingly weighing the implications between the Lu and Bai families. Which of the 2 families could he possibly offend? Ultimately, he would certainly choose the Bai family. Her aunt is the leader of the troop, and she has even acknowledged the factory head as her uncle. He must still feel intimidated. Kai Feng spoke earnestly. "I will assist you." "Thank you, Brother Kai," she replied sincerely. "However, there seems to be an issue with the accounts. Who do they enlist for this task? In our team, there are not many who can handle the bookkeeping. Brother Kai, as an accountant, you understand, don't you?" Bai Zhi feigned innocence, appearing easily deceived and harmless. Kai Feng hesitated, glancing at Bai Zhi. "Shall I inquire on your behalf?" "Sure." Bai Zhi already had a backup plan in place. Brother Kai, I must take my leave. It will soon be dark. Farewell. Kai Feng, distracted, waved a hand in farewell. Bai Zhi shot him a sidelong glance. Her eyes narrowed, filled with coldness, her hands clenched into fists. Upon returning to the village, the sun was setting, marking the end of the workday. As she approached the village entrance, a group of young men approached her. Bai Yao Mei, have you eaten yet? Bai Yao Mei, I saved some watermelon for you. Bai Yao Mei, here's a new piece of fabric for you. Bai Zhi stepped back, startled by their advances. What do you want? I don't want any of your things. Bai Zhi was more delicate than a flower, and her fright rendered the rough men hesitant to approach. Yao Mei, I wish to marry you. I promise you one tea after work if you come to my home. You can simply handle household chores. In this era, being able to stay home to wash and cook is the epitome of happiness. Working is so exhausting, toiling under the scorching sun. Marry me, marry me. Bai Zhi cast him a glance and quietly slipped away. By the time they realized it, she had already run far off. How tiresome. Just because her aunt is the head of the cultural troupe and their family is well off, everyone comes to court her. How ironic. As they once scorned her for being merely a pretty face, incapable of lifting a burden or contributing usefully. Such is the harshness of reality. As Bai Zhi reached the ridge, Tai Dan rushed over. Aunt, you're finally back. What's wrong? Don't cry. Tell me what happened. There's been a commotion in the team. They say Dad has been cooking the books and embezzling grain. They're coming to search our house. Tai Dan so bet. Bai Zhi's heart sank. They had arrived so swiftly. She should have brought Kai Feng along. No time to lose. She had to head home. Aunt, don't go. Grandma said they'll take you to Chairman Mao. Don't go home. They're very fierce and want to smash things. They dare to smash things? Do they think the Bai family has no one to defend them? Bai Zhi glanced at the village office, realizing she could not afford to hesitate. She pushed open her front gate and headed directly to the village office, where the uproar was unfolding. The office, however, was empty. She could make a phone call. Fortunately, she had taken the precaution of jotting down a phone number. Soon, someone answered the call. Hello, state-owned glass factory. Hello, I'm looking for Kai Feng. Please tell him Bai Xiaomei urgently needs to speak with him. All right, please hold on. The person hung up the phone. Bai Zhi's heart was filled with anxiety. She glanced around and took out a piece of paper along with a pen. While waiting for Kai Feng, she composed a letter of denunciation. Shortly after, Kai Feng arrived. Bai Zhi, her voice trembling with emotion, implored, Kai Ge, could you come here for a moment? They are causing a commotion, and you're the only one I can turn to for help. You promised to assist me. Bai Xiaomei, don't cry. I will be back shortly. Just wait for me. Thank you so much, Kai Ge. You are truly wonderful. He did not mention that the debts were his responsibility, which indicated he must have his own plans. Thus, she had to take a bold step. Bai Zhi ended the call, took an envelope, placed the denunciation letter inside, and then exited the office. Bai Tai Dan, leaning against his bicycle, noticed Bai Zhi coming out and asked, Little aunt, what is going on? Uncle Lu isn't here either. Bai Zhi looked at him and replied, Let us go home. We have nothing to fear. But Grandma said you can't go back. They're planning to vandalize. And it's quite dangerous for you, little aunt. Bai Zhi hopped on her bike, contemplating whether to leave or not. She had no time for idle chatter. Bai Titan pouted, If Grandma is going to punish me, you have to help me. Bai Titan clung to Bai Zhi, whispering, Little aunt, I'm a bit scared. Don't worry. I'm here, she reassured him. Bai Titan nodded in agreement. Bai Zhi pedaled swiftly towards home. Upon her arrival, a group had just gathered. The loudest voices belonged to village head Yang and Lu Dasheng, who was vying for the position of production team leader, thus creating quite a scene. Lu Xiaomei was also present, joining in the uproar. Many onlookers had gathered, spouting opinions like echoes. They murmured, How can a Bai family feast daily, while we toil for mere scraps? Even workers cannot sustain such indulgence. While the entire nation suffers, they gorge on meat and enjoy white rice, while we subsist on husks and vegetables. Oh Bai, how can you be so heartless? Just yesterday, they were the envy of the village. Today, they were the targets of scorn. It felt like a fall from grace. Bai Zhi leaned her bicycle against the wall and secured it. The scene was utterly chaotic, and there was no telling when someone might seize their belongings under the guise of seeking grain, which was merely an excuse to loot. Bai Tai Dan, observing the dense crowd, tugged at her sleeve. Little aunt, don't go. You go play over there. I must go. Bai Dan, feeling frightened, reluctantly released his grip. Bai Zhi preferred not to take him with her. The crowd was too dense, and she feared he might get trampled. Watching him retreat to the field, she finally made her way into the throng. Yang and Lu were at the forefront of the disturbance, with the crowd debating, should we revolt? The Bai family, relying on the father's status as team leader, has assigned themselves lighter tasks. And with the son as the accountant, they have fabricated accounts and stolen our grain. This theft endangers our very lives. We must uncover the truth and reclaim our grain. Zhou Lan wore a grim expression, declaring that anyone daring to cross the threshold of the Bai family would face dire consequences. My family, the Bais, are upright and honorable. Where is your evidence of our alleged theft of grain? You presume to invade our home without cause, treating us as if we are guilty. Your refusal to permit a search only reveals your own guilt. Surely, you must be hiding grain. Indeed, others echoed, in a bid to prove their innocence. Bai Laodai wished to allow a search. At that moment, Bai Zhi pushed her way in, exclaiming, Father, we cannot accept such an affront. Her presence caused Bai Laodai, Zhou Lan, and Bai Laodai heir to tense up, instinctively attempting to pull her away. Bai Zhi, however, shrugged off their hands, seizing Bai Laodai heir's ledger. Everyone knows my brother's handwriting is impeccable. Moreover, he prefers using a brush, which produces a distinct ink. Grandfather Zhou, as the oldest elder in our village, please ascertain whether this is indeed my brother's writing and whether there is any issue with this ledger. Grandfather Zhou, the oldest patriarch of the third team, had fought in battles and was revered for his wisdom. Despite his advanced age, he was remarkably spry and possessed keen eyesight. He examined the ledger closely. The handwriting distinctly differed from that of Bai Laodai heir, and the ink, having aged, was clearly not brush ink, but rather the product of a fountain pen. Grandfather Zhou, seasoned by experience, passed the ledger to several elder peers, including Grandfather Lu and Grandfather Yang. The third team comprised prominent families of the Lu, Yang, and Zhou surnames, making the eldest among them the most respected. The actions of village Chief Yang and Secretary Zhou were transparent. They sought to exploit this situation to target the Bai family. Typically, such matters would warrant a gathering of elders to discuss before notifying the town office, allowing for a search. Their timing was calculated to incite public outrage during work hours, rendering the situation uncontrollable and thus easier to manipulate. Witnessing this unfolding drama, Zhou Lan immediately played her part, collapsing to the ground in tears. Uncles, this Yang is merely bullying us because my father, an outsider, sacrificed for the entire village. Now that my father is gone, they have forgotten his past kindness and conspired to oppress me. How am I to survive? The reason my family eats well is not due to an abundance of grain, but because of my sister-in-law's generosity. She remains unmarried and selflessly provides for us. And then there's Lu, my half-adopted child. He is a good boy who shares every penny with me. It is thanks to them that I can afford a morsel of meat. I have neither stolen nor taken anything unlawfully. Why must I be the target of their envy? Bai Zhi glanced at her wristwatch. Noting that Kai Feng was likely to arrive soon, she approached Grandfather Zhou and inquired, Grandfather, do you remember Lu Xiaomei's suitor, Kai Feng? Chapter 045. A bite back. Grandfather Zhou looked puzzled at Lu Dashing. Did that worker take a liking to Lu Xiaomei? In light of this topic, Lu Xiaomei wiped her tears and added, Grandfather Zhou, Kai Feng is not here to court me at all. She brought up the matter of her marital prospects once more. And how could she not feel aggrieved and sorrowful? Lu Jia, she exclaimed, how could this be? The villagers claimed he had come to court her. Yet that was not the case. What was truly happening? How had a stranger appeared in the village? I encountered him in the city today, and he claimed to be the accountant from the glass factory. An accountant. This was a suggestion. Suddenly, it seemed everyone grasped the implication. Lu Dasheng was the most agitated, eager to vie for the position of production team leader, as was widely known. All the coincidences converged. Could this not raise suspicion? Bai Zhi continued, today, Brother Kai mentioned that once Brother Lu becomes the team leader, he would need to pay him. Instantly, the pot boiled over, especially for Lu Dasheng. What nonsense! When did I ever say such things to Kai Feng? Lu Dasheng was immediately enraged. Bai Zhi, frightened, retreated into the crowd. Zhou Lan and Bai Laodai stepped in, beginning to argue. Seizing the opportunity, Bai Zhi slipped out to the courtyard entrance. From a distance, Kai Feng approached. She immediately stepped forward, gazing at him. Brother Kai, you've arrived. Bai Yaomei, don't cry. I will help you, he assured. Bai Zhi, however, did not weep. She looked at Kai Feng with a serious expression. Brother Kai, I know that your actions are compelled, and you do not wish to harm the Bai family, do you? Kai Feng was bewildered. Yaomei, what are you saying? But I am aware that you are colluding with them in falsifying accounts. I have written a report to your factory manager. If you do not wish for it to be sent, you must assist me. Kai Feng was utterly flustered. The once delicate girl now bore a terrifying gaze, as if she were ready to devour him. He instinctively took a step back. Yaomei, what nonsense are you spouting? This is slander. My aunt and uncle have a close relationship. Whether it's slander or not is irrelevant. What matters is that you are involved. Do you understand? Thus, you must help me by revealing the individuals behind this. In such a case, the letter will not be sent. Kai Feng's face turned pale, and he abruptly realized that the Bai family was full of cunning foxes. They appeared harmless on the surface, yet were exceedingly sly. His words stumbled as he asked, You want me to implicate both Secretary Zhou and village head Yang? Indeed, one flea cannot lift a blanket alone. Lu Dasheng cannot accomplish this alone. Bai Zhi's astute demeanor sent chills down Kai Feng's spine. He shivered, caught in a dilemma. If he did not assist her, that report would cost him his job. Yet offending village head Yang and Secretary Zhou would also lead to trouble. Bai Zhi noticed his apprehension. You must handle this matter well. They fear that if the situation escalates, they may not remain in Hongqi Commune and could be sent for re-education through labor. Labor re-education. Upon hearing this, Kai Feng looked at Bai Zhi. But is it merely a frame-up that could lead to labor re-education? If we dig deeper, it cannot possibly be just a frame-up. Kai Feng clenched his fists, gazing at the woman before him, feeling alarmed. He had perceived her as a gentle rabbit, yet she was a cat concealing its claws. The clamor from the other side grew louder. Bai Zhi, not wishing to prolong the matter, asked, Brother Kai, have you made your decision? Will you give me the opportunity to think? You undoubtedly have a knife pressed against my throat. I must comply even against my will. Kai Feng, feeling dejected, made his way towards the Bai residence. Bai Zhi's lips curled into a slight smile. How delightful. Everything was meticulously arranged. She dared not step away. She needed to keep a watchful eye on Kai Feng. He maneuvered through the crowd, and upon seeing him, Lu Dasheng's expression shifted dramatically. Kai Feng approached Grandpa Zhou, stating, Grandpa Zhou, I am Kai Feng. My courtship with Lu Xiaomei was a ruse. They compel me to fabricate false accounts, which is indeed true. The false account from earlier today was crafted by me, with a fountain pen in hand. The reason being that the Bai family refused to conspire with them. As these words escaped Kai Feng's lips, chaos erupted in the vicinity. Especially Lu Dasheng, who exclaimed, You scoundrel! Whom do you dare to slander? On what grounds do you defame my uncle? Lu Dasheng's uncle was none other than Secretary Zhou, who had connections and thus formed alliances. Kai Feng promptly took a significant step back, declaring, They offered me 30 yuan to create that false account. If you don't believe me, you can compare my handwriting with that on the document. Moreover, I have retained a copy myself, fearing they might turn against me. The figures I wrote were arbitrary, yet when summed together, they amount to 987654321. Grandpa Yang immediately scrutinized the document. Incensed, he struck his cane towards village chief Yang, exclaiming, You heartless wretch! Is this how the Yang family instructed you to conduct yourself? As a village chief, instead of seeking welfare for our members, you engage in internal strife. Grandpa Zhou was equally infuriated. He turned to Secretary Zhou, demanding, You must explain this situation. Secretary Zhou, a man of considerable cunning, retorted, Who among you witnessed me alongside Kai Feng? It can only be said that Kai Feng colluded with Lu Dasheng. What relevance does this have to us? Secretary Zhou was quick to shift the blame. Lu Dasheng, now agitated, protested, Uncle, you were the one who told me to undermine Bai Laodai. You insisted I become the production team's leader. What is your intention now? Do you wish for me to shoulder the blame alone? Secretary Zhou's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. In an act of folly, he dragged Lu Dasheng into the fray. What nonsense are you speaking, Dasheng? What do you mean by dragging you down with me? What relation does this have to me? As Bai Zhi observed the situation unfolding, preparing to call her aunt, a group approached her. To her surprise, it was none other than the protagonists of the very book she was entangled in, Lin Ning and Song Wenye. The reason Bai Zhi was mentioned in the book was that Lin Ning was a bystander, always reveling in village gossip, with Bai Zhi being one of the main subjects of her tales. From a distance, Lin Ning called out, "Xiao Zhi, quickly, bring these individuals into your home. They are from the organization and can restore your family's honor." Bai Zhi, on the verge of contacting her aunt to seek connections to escalate the matter, found Lin Ning had already brought the organizational representatives. She paused, perplexed, gazing at Lin Ning, who had no prior connection with her. Lin Ning, while indulging in the original protagonist's tales, had once lamented, wishing to offer her assistance. In the narrative, Lin Ning is portrayed as a principled, optimistic city girl and a sent-down youth who would eventually gain admission to university and embark on a career of significant purpose. To build upon the frontier, the male protagonist, Song Wenye, consistently stands by her side, sharing mutual interests and aligned values, thus fortifying their bond. Regardless of the presence of temptations or adversaries attempting to disrupt their love, their affection remains unwavering, and they pledge to remain together until old age. This narrative unfolds as a tender and heartwarming tale set in a bygone era, devoid of any excessive suffering. The essence of enjoyment primarily resides within the village and the lives of those on the frontier. In Chapter 046, she takes the initiative to embrace him. Bai Zhi gazes at Lin Ning, slightly bows, and expresses her gratitude. "Thank you, Lin Zhixing." Lin Ning smiles and replies, "Your father is an excellent captain, impartial and virtuous. I believe he is a good man, and thus I wish to assist you. Good shall prevail over evil." Bai Zhi glances at Song Wenye, who only has eyes for Lin Ning, while Lin Ning's gaze is filled with the brilliance of countless stars. As she progresses to university, she chooses to study soil science. The barren frontier, devoid of life and engulfed in desolation, inspires her desire to cultivate lush landscapes there. Dedicating her life to this noble cause, Bai Zhi holds profound respect for her aspirations, reflecting on the author's grand vision in this tale. As she enters the crowd, she turns back to see Lin Ning and Song Wenye hand in hand, walking towards the sunset, their faces adorned with blissful smiles, their eyes filled with each other. The character of the original supporting role unfolds later in the story, while the earlier chapters focus on their preparations to venture into the countryside, gradually revealing their affections, fostering understanding, and ultimately committing to one another. Their journey will culminate as they attend university and embark for the frontier, slowly drawing to a close. They are spectators to her story, just as she is to theirs. Bai Zhi, accompanied by 3 officials, weaves through the crowd. Upon spotting them, Kai Feng promptly approaches to identify Zhou, secretary, and village head Yang. With witnesses and material evidence at hand, the officials proceed to escort all knowledgeable individuals back to the town. The town's leaders, alongside organizational secretaries and officials, convene to deliberate over the matter. As they depart, Bai Zhi proactively asserts, "Our Bai family stands righteous, to prove our innocence. We invite the 3 officials to search our home for any grains that do not belong to us." Elder Bai watches Bai Zhi with pride, realizing his youngest daughter has finally matured. The 3 officials are fair and just, calling upon 2 village elders to assist in the search. Zhoulan opens the door with calm composure, unruffled. Approximately half an hour later, having searched the Bai residence thoroughly, they finally take their leave. Elder Bai and Bai Lao accompany them to the town, with Kai Feng also in tow. Bai Zhi remains at home with Zhoulan and Tai Dan. Once the visitors depart, the neighbors can no longer contain their remarks. "Sister Zhou, your youngest daughter has grown up. Her wit is truly sharp. Indeed, she summoned the authorities. I wonder how they could still accuse you. It's perplexing how, despite the bountiful rice harvest, the distribution yielded so little grain. Perhaps they are the ones who pilfered it." Exactly. Zulan et go lim. Everyone disperse. With a decisive clap, she shuts the yard gate. Bai Tai Dan, filled with excitement, exclaims, "My aunt is truly remarkable. My aunt is extraordinary." Zhoulan maintained a composed demeanor. "My dear daughter, when did you first become acquainted with that Kai Feng?" Did you invite him here? And those individuals assisting you, where did you find them? They were brought here by Lin Jiqing. Lin Jiqing? You have no previous connection with her. Indeed, we do not share a connection, but she is a good person, warm-hearted. Zhou nodded and remarked. Lin Jiqing is indeed a kind and enthusiastic girl. She is far superior to that Du Cece, who hardly smiles. Her relationship with her partner is truly harmonious. A match made in heaven. Exactly. That is what I meant to convey. Bai Zhi prepared to enter the house. But Zhou Lan recalled something urgent and grasped Bai Zhi's arm. Today's situation is perilous. Do you realize that? Why did you return after I allowed you to leave? Mother, we are family. Shouldn't we face challenges together? Besides, my father and brother have done nothing wrong. Heaven will assist us. It is no wonder Xiao Jiu said this matter is not difficult. Yet, her worries lingered. Would the officials be swayed by bribes and fail to conduct a thorough investigation? If this were merely a trivial frame-up, the worst outcome would be losing their jobs. But they might become resentful towards the Bai family, potentially causing more trouble. With such thoughts, Bai Zhi felt breathless and hastened back to the village office. Zhu Lang, seeing her prepare to leave again at such a late hour, questioned, "Where are you off to now? Tinghua is not here. Who will protect you?" "Mother, I do not require protection. Lu Ting has his own matters to attend to, and I have my own responsibilities." With that, Bai Zhi pushed the bicycle forward and departed. Tai Dan immediately jumped onto the bike, exclaiming, "And I want to go too." Bai Zhi did not refuse and rode toward the village office. The sky gradually darkened, and the lights of countless homes flickered to life, with wisps of smoke curling into the air. She found the aroma unexpectedly pleasant. Xiao Jiu's childlike voice chimed in. "Master, I seek your praise. Did I not tell you that everything would turn out well?" Bai Zhi thought. That depends on whether village head Yang and secretary Zhou can manage the situation. Are you not already confident in this? Haha, Xiao Jiu, you're truly annoying. You know everything yet still choose to expose me. Xiao Jiu's round, cherubic face was utterly adorable, eagerly awaiting commendation from its master. Very well, Xiao Jiu is excellent. You did not make empty promises. You are truly obedient. Flushed with praise, Xiao Jiu nearly bounced on the spot. Bai Zhi, focused on her cycling, wished to avoid further conversation, allowing Xiao Jiu to lead the way. With renewed vigor, she pedaled swiftly toward the village office. The gatekeeper, upon seeing her approach, asked, "Are you going to make call?" "Yes, sir. Quickly go inside. We will close the gate soon." "Thank you, sir." The gatekeeper smiled and said nothing more. In truth, Bai Zhi's father was a genuinely good man in the village, always willing to lend a hand to those in need. Many villagers had benefited from his kindness. Therefore, despite the current upheaval, everyone still supported her father. Bai Zhi dialed the number for the cultural troupe. A clear female voice answered, "Hello, this is the cultural troupe." "Hello, I am looking for Bai Meixiang." "Certainly, please hold on." Bai Meixiang provided her office number. Perhaps she had already given a heads up, for as soon as the call connected, the other party understood. Before long, the aunt arrived. "Is it you, Zizi? Has something happened at home? I've been feeling quite unsettled." "Aunt, everything's fine. Kai Feng has already testified for us, and currently, both Dad and Urge are at the office in town, involved with the small organization in this matter." Bai Meixiang immediately understood. "Rest assured, without embellishing the truth, we will at least unearth all the misdeeds they have committed." Bai Zhi secretly sighed in relief. "Thank you so much, Aunt. We are family. Dear girl, I have not married away." Indeed, the mutual support among relatives, with everyone pulling together, creates a truly wonderful feeling. Bai Zhi hung up the phone and exited the village office. From afar, she spotted a familiar figure. She almost thought she was mistaken. As he drew closer, she recognized him, Lu Ting. Lu Ting hurriedly approached Bai Zhi, his eyes sparkling with joy. "Zhi, it's been so long." He gently took her hand. Bai Zhi reciprocated, then threw herself into his embrace. She could distinctly feel him stiffen momentarily. With a slight quiver, she leaned against Lu Ting's chest. "You're back." She was unsure why, but his presence brought her immense comfort, as if all troubles would fade away and she no longer feared the storms of life. Lu Ting's hand awkwardly rested on her back, a faint smile playing at the corners of his lips. "I'm sorry for returning late." It was a call from Sigua and Donghua that informed him of Bai Zhi's visit. Upon inquiring, he learned that something had transpired at home. Without delay, He boarded a train and rushed home, his heart aching at the thought of her fear amidst such turmoil. He instinctively held her tighter. This small, delicate girl, soft and fragrant, tugged at his heartstrings. Yet, he dared not do anything more than hold her close, savoring her scent, an experience unlike any he had encountered before. It captivated him and occupied his thoughts. In the past, he might think of her occasionally during his 10-day or 2-week absences. But this time, having been apart for merely 2 days felt like an eternity. Regardless of what he was doing, she lingered in his mind. Even the sight of someone resembling her would spark a moment of hope. The reality of having her in his arms was exquisite. Slowly, Bai Zhi regained her composure, loosening her grip and stepping back, feeling somewhat bashful. I just saw Aunt hugging Uncle Lu. Bai Tidan suddenly popped his little head between them, grinning mischievously. Bai Zhi shot him a glare. Little Tidan. Lu Ting cleared his throat and presented a package of treats to Tidan. Be a good boy, Tidan, and go over there to enjoy your cookies while your aunt and I have something to discuss. All right? Tiadan's eyes sparkled with delight at the sight of such a large bag of cookies, the aroma wafting enticingly through the air. Every time Lu Ting returns from his outings, he brings back an abundance of delectable treats, enough to tantalize anyone's palate. As he accepts the paper bag, he expresses his gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Uncle Lu." Bai Zhi gazes at this little foodie, iron egg, with an urge to pinch his cheeks. Lu Ting strides ahead, while Bai Zhi follows closely behind. They meander leisurely across the desolate stone bridge. As night falls, the frogs croak loudly in the pond, and the surroundings envelop them in silence, allowing Bai Zhi to almost hear Lu Ting's breath. With no one else around, Lu Ting dares to draw nearer, softly inquiring, "Were you frightened?" "About what happened at home?" Bai Zhi shakes her head, then nods. She had felt a moment of worry, yet she could not fathom why she felt compelled to affirm in his presence. Her mind seemed to act independently. Lu Ting inches closer, gently grasping her hand. His touch is tender, and he carries a familiar fragrance that wafts through the air. As he leans in, a cool breeze accompanies him. Bai Zhi remains still, and Lu Ting does not dare to move, holding her hand firmly, assuring her, "It's all right. I'm back. They want tea come before you again." Bai Zhi looks at him curiously, asking why. With a mischievous smile, Lu Ting reveals because they were stealing grain, and I have evidence. They sold it on the black market. The pumpkins and winter melons can testify. Bai Zhi is taken aback. "So you knew they were stealing grain?" "Yes," he replies, "but I did not expect them to go after Uncle Bai. This time, we shall strike decisively. They will have no chance to recover." Without a doubt, Lu Ting's evidence is compelling. Bai Zhi nods emphatically. "Thank you, Brother Lu. I am also a part of the Bai family," she affirms with a soft In the dim light of night, Bai Zhi's lowered gaze reveals a hint of shyness. Though she does not look at him, he watches her intently, swallowing hard. As he holds her hand, he gradually tightens his grip, intertwining their fingers in a tender embrace. A shiver runs through Bai Zhi, her skin prickling at the sensation of holding hands with a boy for the first time. It feels extraordinarily special. She lifts her gaze to him, and under the night's cloak, Lu Ting appears strikingly handsome. Bai Zhi cannot help but be moved, her heart fluttering at his presence. Their eyes meet, filled with warmth and tenderness, as they share a moment of lingering affection. Suddenly, Iron Egg rushes in from outside, colliding into Bai Zhi and causing her to stumble forward. Lu Ting swiftly catches her, bending slightly as her forehead meets his, and their lips inadvertently connect. In that instant, a spark ignites, electric currents coursing through their bodies. Lu Ting lifts Bai Zhi effortlessly, and she instinctively wraps her arms around his neck, hanging onto him completely. He stands tall and strong, while she feels as light as a feather. In his embrace, their position becomes undeniably intimate. As for the little brat, he naturally tumbled down in a most unfortunate manner, sprawled on the bridge with a face full of grievance. "Annie, I knocked my teeth. Oh, it hurts so much." Bai Zhi suddenly realized, leaping off Lu Ting's grasp. "Why did you run so fast, Bai Tidan?" She looked down to see blood streaming from his mouth, likely from a split lip. The poor child was in tears, wincing from the pain. Bai Zhi quickly handed him a handkerchief to press against his lip. "You've made quite a mess of your mouth. It's like a hole. How will you eat from now on? What are you so excited about?" She playfully scolded him, causing Bai Tai Dan to burst into tears. Behind her, Lu Ting could not suppress a smile at the scene. This little Zhi Zhi is quite mischievous. Look at how scared she's made him. Bai Zhi, with a serious tone, admonished, "Why are you crying? Stop that. If you cry too much, you'll produce more saliva and the bleeding won't stop. That hole in your mouth won't heal." Bai Tai Dan composed himself, stifling his sobs. "I want to cry, but will my lip get better?" "It might," Bai Zhi replied, intending to frighten him a little. If it weren't for Lu Ting catching her just now, it could have been her with a split lip. And this boy, he never seems to learn. The last time, he nearly dislocated Lu Ting's hand. Just thinking about it made her quite irate. Bai Tai Dan quickly ceased his crying. Bai Zhi gave him the handkerchief to hold against his lip and turned to Lu Ting. "Big brother Lu, are you all right? I'm quite heavy." Lu Ting paused for a moment, then replied, "Not at all. You're quite light. You should eat more meat." Bai Zhi recalled how he had held her earlier, and her cheeks flushed with warmth. I should be going now. Please take care of my father's matters," she said, dashing toward her bicycle. Lu Ting watched her retreating figure, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth. She was already quite far away, yet he could still catch a hint of her fragrance lingering in the air, leaving him momentarily entranced. Bai Zhi had cycled a considerable distance when Tai Dan called out from behind, "Uncle Lu is still watching you." His lips were pressed against the handkerchief, causing his words to come out muffled. Bai Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. This little brat was simply impossible to dislike, even with his injured lip. He was already concerned about other matters. Chapter 048. She kissed him, seeing that Bai Zhi was ignoring him. Tai Dan became somewhat anxious. "Are you going to get married? Do you want me to get married?" She replied, "If you marry, then I'll have Uncle Lu as my uncle. And he'll treat me even better. I'll be the happiest kid in the whole third team, with endless cookies and candies. All the kids will call me brother. They'll even call me grandfather." Bai Zhi was at a loss for words. "How old are you to be called grandfather?" "You can be called brother, but don't let anyone call you grandfather. Understood? They'll do it willingly. I'm not forcing them. That is not acceptable. All right, whatever my aunt says, I will listen." Then he pulled out a piece of cookie. "This is what Uncle Lu just gave me. I saved it especially for you." Bai Zhi glanced at the dirty cookie. "You eat it. I don't want it." "Auntie, you should eat it. I'm an adult. I don't like snacks." Tai Danner, filled with skepticism, stuffed a biscuit into his mouth, completely forgetting about the cracked and injured skin on his lips. Upon arriving home, his mouth had swollen to an alarming size. "Zulan Fdawen et Limin. What on earth happened to you? Did you lose a tooth?" Tai Danner grinned, showing her his teeth. "Look, they're still here." Zhou, noticing the wound on his lip, expressed her disdain. "Why didn't you just knock a cut across your face and ruin your looks?" Tai Danner pouted. "If it weren't for me, Uncle Lu wouldn't have been able to kiss my aunt." "What?" Zhou eyes widened in surprise. Her curiosity piqued. "Your Uncle Lu kissed your aunt?" She lowered her voice, wary of White Zhi overhearing. Tai Danner chuckled. "He did. My aunt was hanging all over Uncle Lu." As he spoke, he performed a little reenactment. Zhou immediately pulled the mischievous boy away, laughing. "That's it. Did your aunt hit Uncle Lu?" "No," Tai Danner replied. "My aunt blushed and then ran away." Uncle Lu just stood there, grinning like a silly dog. He mimicked Lu Ting's silly smile, which was particularly amusing given his swollen lips. Zhou embraced Tai Danner. "You've finally proven useful. Come here for a kiss." "Hey!" Tai Danner was taken aback by Zhou sudden affection. Gazing at the moon overhead, Zhou murmured, "Oh, ancestors, you have finally opened your eyes and helped the Bai family. Now I hope the old man and the second one will be safe. Bless us, bless us." However, news of the incident had reached higher authorities, complicating matters. Bai Zhi, anxious and eager to visit the town, insisted on going alone, but Zhou forbade her, dragging her toward Lu Ting. When Bai Zhi arrived, she spotted a familiar figure. "Uncle Mao, what are you doing?" "Digging a canal." He replied. "What? You're doing it alone? Is that safe? I can manage with just a hoe." "But your leg is injured, Uncle Mao. Get up." Bai Zhi looked at the small ditch, realizing it didn't appear to have been dug in just one day. It looked as if it had been worked on for several days. Mao Jianhua smiled. "It's nothing. Bit by bit, just like the foolish old man who moved mountains. Mao Jianhua, can also dig a canal." Such was the spirited dedication of the elderly veteran. despite his injury, never gave up on himself, continuously serving the people and contributing to the country's development. As Bai Zhi gazed over, she saw Lu Ting's house with someone at the entrance. Before she could approach, Tai Danner had already dashed ahead, shouting, Uncle Lu, my aunt is here. Oh, it's Bai Yao Mei. What brings a young lady to a man's house? What are you doing here? Bai Zhi recognized the woman as Lu Chunhua, a matchmaker who held a stack of photographs. With keen eyes, Bai Zhi spotted them and reached out to grab one. Lu the matchmaker frowned. Bai Yao Mei, what are you doing? Give me back my photos. Bai Zhi glanced at the young woman in the photograph. Is this who you intend to introduce to Lu Ting? Lu Meipa shot her a glare and remarked, what is it to you? At 19, you should be seeking a respectable family instead of meddling in others' affairs. Bai Zhi retorted, my marital status is none of your concern. Lu Meipa chuckled, if you don't marry, you'll end up as an old maid. Bai Zhi glared angrily at Lu Meipa. Just then, Lu Ting descended from the mountain, carrying something in his hands. Zhi is my partner. How could she ever become an old maid? Upon hearing this, Lu Meipa's expression changed dramatically. What do you mean? When did you and Bai Yao Mei become an item? What are you thinking? I can introduce you to Lianhua. She's only 17, so fresh. Bai Yao Mei is already 19. Far too old. No thank you, Ting. Lu Meipa exclaimed excitedly, attempting to thrust a photograph into Lu Ting's hands. However, Bai Zhi was quicker, snatching the photo and tossing it down the mountain. Lu Ting belongs to me, Bai Zhi. Lu Meipa, taken aback, scolded, you little girl, how shameless. What's yours? As long as you're not married, other girls still have a chance. Besides, who doesn't consult a matchmaker? It's not customary to propose oneself. As she spoke, Lu Ting handed a wild chicken to Tai Dan, then approached Lu Meipa, taking Bai Zhi's hand. I ask you to show respect to Zhi. We are betrothed. The day I arrived at the Bai household, our engagement was sealed. It wasn't her who proposed. I have loved Zhi since the first moment I laid eyes on her. I want no one else. How foolish, preferring the old over the young. Ting, you will regret this. Lu Meipa waved her hand dismissively, muttering under her breath. Bai Zhi, incensed, was about to confront her, but Lu Ting held her back. His gaze intense. No matter what she says, tomorrow I will approach the matchmaker about our union. Bai Zhi lowered her head. Indeed, Lu Lianhua was only 17 and quite lovely. Not as lovely as you. Lu Ting had just declared with deep affection when Tai Dan's head suddenly popped up. Andy, you've already kissed Uncle Lu. You must get married. Bai Zhi nearly kicked Tai Dan into the river, but Lu Ting, quick on his feet, scooped the little rascal up. Zhi, don't be angry. He just a child. With arms crossed, Bai Zhi retorted, Tai Dan, leave this instant. I don't wish to see you. Tai Dan looked bewildered. Andy, why are you angry? Isn't kissing a part of getting married? You two are bound to marry. A kiss is nothing. Bai Zhi was left speechless. Lu Ting led Tai Dan aside and said earnestly, your aunt is shy. Don't tease her. Zhi and I are to be wed, and I will be your uncle. You will listen to me, won't you? Yes, I like Uncle Lu the most. Then you mustn't bully your aunt. If you do, she will retaliate, and I won't intervene. All right, Auntie, I'm sorry. I won't tease you anymore. Bai Zhi rolled her eyes at him. Just wait until I get home to deal with you, you little scamp. Tai Dan, undeterred, began to play with the wild chicken Lu Ting had caught. Lu Ting approached Bai Zhi again, saying, don't be upset. It's truly my fault. What have you done wrong? Her humble demeanor was truly heart-wrenching. Regardless of right or wrong, he always took the initiative to apologize. Lu Ting pondered for a moment before declaring, I have not proclaimed to the entire world that I cherish you and wish to marry you. Bai Zhi, taken aback, widened her beautiful eyes in astonishment. She had not anticipated that his voice would resonate so loudly, echoing as if all of Team 3 could hear him. Bai Zhi tugged at his sleeve. Lu Ting, what are you doing? You're announcing to everyone that I, Lu Ting, adore Bai Zhi and intend to take her as my bride. I desire no one else. He spoke with utmost sincerity, his hands clenched tightly, as if overwhelmed with anxiety. Bai Zhi immediately covered his mouth. Please, no more. I understand, I know. Everyone is aware now. Lu Ting's gaze fell upon Bai Zhi, holding her delicate hand with fervent excitement. At last, you have responded to me. I feared I would have to wait an eternity. His eyes were filled with profound affection. Bai Zhi felt momentarily dazed, slowly lowering her head to gaze at her toes. I was not foolish before. I have now gained clarity. I recognize that the past is behind us. This is a new Bai Zhi. A new Bai Zhi? Did he truly comprehend that she was transformed? As she contemplated this, Lu Ting suddenly leaned closer to her face, causing her heart to race uncontrollably. Her palms slick with perspiration. What was he about to do? Would he kiss her? No, that couldn't be right. People of this era were quite reserved. It was still broad daylight. Wouldn't he be labeled a scoundrel for such an act? Bai Zhi pondered whether to reject him. His Adam's apple bobbed intensely. She found herself unable to move, her feet glued in place, transfixed by his magnificently magnified visage. She did not wish to refuse him. However, Lu Ting reached up and gently removed a leaf from her hair, smiling. You came to find me. Did you have something to discuss? His voice trembled slightly as he spoke. Did he long to kiss her? Or was he too timid? Bai Zhi glanced around, her heart racing. It was eerily quiet. There was no one else in sight. She made a momentous decision in her heart. Yes, there's something, Brother Lu. Come a bit closer, let me tell you. Lu Ting hesitated for a moment before cautiously leaning closer to Bai Zhi, his eyelashes fluttering, revealing his anxiety. Bai Zhi stretched her neck and gently pressed a kiss upon his face, soft and tender, imbued with her emotions and joy. Lu Ting instantly froze like a statue, standing utterly still, his body rigid, slightly hunched. After a prolonged silence, he finally reacted, grinning like a fool. I heard you. Shall we head to town? I wish to inquire about my second brother's affairs. What do you think? Bai Zhi felt somewhat awkward as well, her body stiff as she spoke, her gaze darting about nervously. Chapter 049. Did Lu Ting release the heir from Taidan? Lu Ting took the lead, cycling ahead. Taidan boldly squeezed his way over. Uncle Lu, where are you going? I want to go too. Lu Ting glanced at the locked bicycle belonging to Bai Zhi and softly replied. Uncle Lu and your aunt are off to attend to something very important, so Taidan shall not accompany us. Taidan puffed up his cheeks. I want to go. Uncle Lu. Lu Ting remained unperturbed, handing him a piece of candy. Be good. Uncle Lu can only take your little aunt, not you. Taidan, a clever little rascal, insisted I can sit on the front handle. However, your little aunt rides her own bicycle. With a twinkle in his eye, Taidan replied, Uncle Lu, I'll help you. Lu Ting glanced at the bicycle tire, pondering that this child might not grasp the implications. Yet, to his surprise, the boy seemed to understand, and he actually let the air out. Bai Zhi heard the hissing sound and turned around, glaring at Bai Taidan, her face turning pale. What are you doing? Bai Taidan feigned innocence. I just wanted to see how this little mouth is different from mine, little aunt. What's wrong? Bai Zhi furrowed her brows tightly. You let the air out. How am I supposed to ride to town? Taidan glanced at Lu Ting. Uncle Lu has a vehicle. Then you can't go. There's no room. Bai Zhi looked at Lu Ting, who was simply observing them, and she couldn't shake the feeling that he had somehow instigated Bai Taidan to deflate the tire. However, she quickly dismissed the thought. This obedient little pup, Lu Ting, would never have such an idea. Absolutely not. Bai Taidan was indeed a bothersome little creature. Just as Bai Zhi had that thought, Lu Ting approached, pushing the bicycle, and Bai Taidan climbed onto the front handle. Bai Taidan, go back inside. The boy gazed up at Lu Ting with pleading eyes. Uncle Lu, you want to chase me away, right? My father is in trouble, and I'm very worried. I want to see him. Bai Zhi was immediately exasperated. This child was quite the actor. Lu Ting turned to Bai Zhi. Zhi, why don't you sit behind me? I can manage. What could Bai Zhi say? That little rascal was as cunning as a fox. She would definitely settle the score with him later for letting the air out of her tire. He had grown bold, knowing she wouldn't lose her temper in front of Lu Ting. Perhaps he didn't understand the concept of settling scores later. Bai Zhi shot a warning glance at Bai Taidan before taking her seat on the rear of the bicycle. Lu Ting pedaled them towards town. The 10-mile journey to town wasn't far, but wasn't on a proper road, making it quite slow. By noon, they finally arrived at the town. Bai Zhi's elder brother worked at the state-run factory in town. She initially intended to find him first to gather information, but Lu Ting took them directly to the village office. This secretive big shot, Lu Ting, seemed to have connections everywhere he went. Upon arrival, they learned that matters would be concluded that very day. There were witnesses and evidence at hand. The former village head and secretary were to be sent for re-education through labor. Bai Zhi secretly sighed in relief, only for Lu Ting to add, "The irrigation project has also been reported. The town head mentioned that the government has approved it, and within 2 to 3 days. Personnel will be arranged to assist Uncle Mao with the irrigation." Bai Zhi looked at Lu Ting in astonishment. Really? Indeed, more genuine than gold. Bai Zhi was nearly ready to leap for joy. Xiao Jiao. My task is accomplished. My study enhancement card is ready. Little Jiao adorably exclaimed, "Master, your vision must be grand. You cannot limit yourself to merely acquiring learning enhancement cards. Your ambition should encompass the attainment of all 32 cards in the entire system." 32 cards? What other cards exist apart from the learning enhancement card? For instance, there are the whitening card, the never gain weight card, the exquisite card, and the mind reading card, totaling 32. In the future, there may even be a 33rd or 34th. However, as it stands, the most accomplished individuals have only managed to develop 32 cards. Perhaps you are destined to be the one to unlock the 33rd. Bai Zhi stood in a daze, taking a considerable amount of time to digest little Jiao's words. The implication was clear. Possessing this space, and little Jiao was not unique to her alone. Are there others? Bai Zhi inquired curiously. Little Jiao nodded obediently, affirming, "Indeed. There are countless spatial spirits. I am merely one among many. You, Master, are still my very first owner." First? Bai Zhi felt a twinge of misfortune at being the inaugural owner of little Jiao. It was no wonder she was so conversational. Typically, seasoned professionals were not so loquacious. Bai Zhi wondered if Lu Ting also had a spatial spirit. With that thought in mind, she glanced curiously at Lu Ting. Noticing Bai Zhi's gaze, Lu Ting assumed she was feeling warm and offered her a fan, asking if she was slightly hot and whether she wished to sit somewhere cool. Uncle Bai and second brother will soon emerge. It may take a while as there are still many procedures to complete. Bai Zhi observed the obstructive by Tai Dan and suggested, "How about we have lunch in town?" "That sounds agreeable." Lu Ting took Bai Zhi and departed from the village office, cycling through the bustling streets. Bai Zhi spotted an elderly man riding a bicycle, accompanied by several children. Their bicycle, akin to a family unit, was just right, neither too many nor too few. Bai Zhi admired Lu Ting's broad back, a smile gracing her lips. Suddenly, a bicycle approached from the opposite direction. Bai Tai Dan, seated at the front, shouted, "Uncle, Uncle!" Lu Ting applied the brakes, his foot touching the ground. "Bai Ge." Bai Zhi was taken aback by the fortuity of encountering Bai Ge, the eldest brother of the Bai family. She stepped forward, observing Bai Ge, whose skin was slightly fair, and who was robust like iron. The names of the two brothers were derived from steel, with Bai Ge working at the steel factory, a bona fide laborer, while his wife also held a position there. It's been a long time. The two siblings greeted each other warmly, their familiarity evident. Tai Dan jumped into Bai Zhi's arms, exclaiming, "Uncle, Uncle, why haven't you come back? Tai Dan misses you so much." Bai Ge was inclined to bring money home, motivated by filial piety and the bonds of kinship. Bai Zhi noticed the typically reticent sister-in-law, Su Li, sparing few words, acknowledged Bai Zhi with a nod and a smile. Su Li then beckoned her little daughter, Rong Er, saying, "Call your aunt." Indeed, Bai Zhi had a little niece, a year younger than Tai Dan. Like her mother, she was a quiet and reserved child. Rong Er timidly stole a glance at Bai Zhi and managed to utter, "Aunt." Rong Er was exceptionally adorable, perfectly inheriting the fine genes of the Bai family. Fair skin, large eyes, long eyelashes, and her pupils were the dark variety. In this era, most are adorned in shades of brown, yet her black attire stands out strikingly. However, she remains silent and timid, naturally less endearing than the lively Bai Tai Dan. Sister-in-law Su Li, a city dweller, often leaves Ronger at her mother's house. Chapter 050. The Sensitive and Withdrawn Niece. Su Li adheres strictly to her work schedule, picking up her daughter from the factory dormitory after hours and sending her off each morning. Zhou assists with the childcare, but Su Li declines her help. Firstly, because Ronger is timid and would likely be bullied in the countryside. Secondly, Su Li is particular and values cleanliness. It is, therefore, challenging for Zhou to see her granddaughter. Bai Zhi crouches before Ronger, tentatively grasping her small hand. "Ah, It's been so long since I last saw you. My little niece has grown taller and even more beautiful. Calling her little niece is an affectionate term. Su Li is momentarily taken aback, surprised by Bai Zhi's sudden warmth towards Rong'er. Previously, Bai Zhi had been immersed in her own world, rarely interacting with the younger generation. Today, her behavior is unexpectedly affectionate. Rong'er, instead of withdrawing her hand, gazes at Bai Zhi, gradually lifting her lips in a smile, her eyes sparkling. Auntie is truly beautiful. Bai Lauda, overhearing this, is filled with astonishment. How peculiar. Rong'er usually fears strangers and seldom utters a word. Yet today, she willingly converses with you and even smiles. This little girl is somewhat withdrawn. Bai Zhi senses this and recalls the memories of the original owner. At 5 years old, she shouldn't behave this way. Seeing her willingness to communicate fills Bai Zhi with joy. Would you like to have a meal with your aunt? Rong'er glances at Bai Zhi, then at her mother, as if awaiting her approval. Su Li awkwardly smiles. Oh, dear sister-in-law, it's no trouble. We came to see Dad. The book mentions sister-in-law too infrequently, leaving her unaware of her character. However, through this interaction, she senses a reluctance to engage with her and a desire to limit Rong'er's contact with her. Perhaps there are grievances in her heart, resentment towards her brother for giving the money and bitterness towards her parents for not aiding her. Is little Rong'er anxious about her withdrawn demeanor? Sister-in-law, Dad is currently unavailable. We just visited him. It's already noon. Let us go eat. After lunch, we can return to Dad. Su Li looks at Bai Lauda. I have to return to work at 2, so I want to be joining you. I'll eat at the factory. Eldest brother, you go ahead. I'll take Rong'er back to Grandma's. As she speaks, she attempts to leave. Bai Zhi expects her brother to insist on her staying. Yet, it is Rong'er who halts Su Li. She clutches Bai Zhi's hand and whispers, Annie. Su Li crouches down, forcibly prying Rengier's hand from Bai Zhi's garment. Mama has to work, dear. Be good and go to Grandma's, mentioning Grandma. Suddenly, Rong'er shivered and retreated several steps, her voice trembling. The little girl burst into tears, weeping heavily, her face etched with fear. Bai Zhi immediately wrapped her arms around Rong'er's petite frame, saying, Sister-in-law, you're busy. Brother should be off work this afternoon. Let him take care of Rong'er, shall we? Su Li glanced at Bai Lauda and then at Rong'er, saying nothing further before turning away and leaving. Bai Zhi keenly sensed the underlying tension. Bai Lauda attempted to ease the atmosphere, remarking, Your sister-in-law has that temperament. Do not hold it against her. Brother, I want tea. I am just delighted that Rong'er wishes to play with me, Bai Zhi replied, her gaze softening as she looked at Rong'er. Let us go eat, shall we, Tai Danner? Rong'er obediently nodded, showing no sign of reluctance at Su Li's departure. Tai Danner, however, was quite fond of this little sister. He leaned closer, revealing his pearly white teeth. Sister, do you want some candy? Rong'er froze in place as if paralyzed. Bai Zhi was startled by the scene and whispered, Tai Danner, step back a bit. Tai Danner frowned, exclaiming, this sister has issues. Perhaps there's something wrong with her mind. Bai Zhi's expression shifted dramatically upon hearing this. Bai Tai Danner, what are you saying? It was undoubtedly nonsense he had picked up from Wang Mei, who often spoke without thinking in front of children. If Su Li were present, it would be unbearable. Yet, this little sister remained frozen, seemingly unaware. Bai Lauda approached Bai Zhi, saying, Rong, come here, let Daddy hold you. As he extended his hand, Rong'er suddenly curled up, exclaiming, No, please. Startled, she erupted into a loud wail. Bai Zhi widened her eyes in shock. Brother, what is going on? In her memory, Rong'er had only returned a couple of times, and Bai Lauda rarely came home, never mentioning anything about the child. Observing the situation now, it was evident that the child was troubled, displaying signs of an emotional response to trauma. Bai Lauda remained silent, his expression pained as he looked at Rong. Rong, I am your father. I am your father, he implored, little aunt. Look, this is your favorite little aunt. Rong'er cried even harder. Bai Lauda dared not approach, helplessly squatting before her. Bai Zhi frantically searched her mind for ways to soothe the child. Lu Ting quickly stepped in, bringing a rattle and gently spinning it before her, softly singing, Little baby, don't cry, let me sing you a song. Grandma will give you a sweet kiss. His voice was soothing, his gaze warm. As he gently spun the rattle and sang softly, Rong'er, who had been crying uproariously with fear, suddenly ceased her tears, her large eyes brimming with tears as she looked at Lu Ting, pouting her little lips and gently sniffing. Only then did Bai Zhi slowly reach out, first curling her fingers around Ronger's tiny hand before holding it firmly, her thumb gently caressing and rotating on the back of her hand, until her small body ceased to tremble. The surroundings were enveloped in silence. Even the act of breathing was performed with utmost caution. The white iron child, devoid of conscience, was merrily jumping on the steps nearby. Lu Ting handed the rattle to Ronger, inquiring if she liked it. Ronger gazed at Lu Ting, her eyes brimming with curiosity. She tentatively shook it, and soon began to hum a tune, the very same melody that Lu Ting had just hummed. It was identical. She had a profound affection for music, for the tinkling sounds that seemed to soothe the fears within her heart. As she rattled the instrument, a smile blossomed across her face. Bai Lauda observed Lu Ting, exclaiming, "Lu Ting, you rascal! You've managed to win over my precious daughter. Usually when she cries like this, none of us can do anything but wait until she weeps herself to exhaustion." Chapter 051. His singing is truly melodious. Bai Zhi, upon hearing this, became acutely aware of the gravity of the situation. "Elder brother, you hardly have the time to care for the child. Why not let our mother look after her?" Bai Lauda lowered his head in guilt. "I know mother cherishes Ronger and wishes to take care of her, but someone must tend to the work points to ensure there is enough food for the household. Moreover, there is the matter concerning your sister-in-law." Bai Zhi recalled Su Li's aversion toward her and surmised that she probably harbored grievances against the entire Bai family, likely linked to monetary concerns. In what seemed like a harmonious family, numerous issues quietly festered. It pained her to realize that such an adorable little girl was so sensitive. Tycoon, filled with jealousy, approached Bai Zhi. "Aunt, I'm starving. Are we going or not?" Bai Zhi regarded Ronger and extended her hand. Rong, let your aunt carry you. Shall we go have a meal?" Ronger remained silent, but walked up to Bai Zhi. Her surprise was palpable as she lifted the slender, light Ronger into her arms. Instantly, Tycoon's expression soured. "Aunt, I want you to carry me too." Bai Lauda promptly scooped Tycoon up. Tycoon's face lit up with joy. "Uncle, hurry, run to aunt." It was evident that Bai Lauda favored children like Tycoon. He handled his own daughter with great care and appeared quite exhausted in doing so. Bai Zhi, having seldom held a child, found even the light and slender Ronger bore some weight. Her arms grew weary after a brief while. Lu Ting extended his arms, saying, "Uncle will hold you, all right?" Ronger did not refuse and nestled into Lu Ting's embrace. Bai Zhi inquired, "What made you think to use music to attract her?" "I once read a book that mentioned such children are generally reluctant to open their hearts due to the overwhelming fears the world imposes upon them. However, music is different. It is something that can relax their spirits." It seemed he too sensed that his little niece was somewhat reserved. "You sing beautifully. What else can you sing?" "I would love to hear you," Bai Zhi remarked. Ronger softly echoed, "I want to listen too." Lu Ting glanced at Bai Zhi, pondered for a moment, and then began to sing a song from this era. His voice was deep and melodious, and he sang exceptionally well. Moreover, Bai Zhi discovered that Ronger truly adored music. Lu Ting was singing, and she was utterly engrossed in music. It seemed that music was the key to unlock Ronger's heart. As Lu Ting's song came to an end, they arrived at the state-run restaurant. Lu Ting handed Ronger to Bai Zhi and went to place the order. Bai Zhi intentionally seated Ronger next to her elder brother, encouraging her to sing for their father, specifically the song Lu Uncle had just performed. Ronger glanced at Lu Ting, then extended her small hand, clapping and swaying her head before softly humming along. Bai Lauda watched his little daughter in astonishment. Bai Zhi gestured for him to remain silent. Bai Lauda listened quietly, a gentle smile gracing his lips. It turned out his precious daughter possessed such a beautiful singing voice, akin to celestial music. Even the mischievous Bai Tycoon quieted down, stretching his neck to listen to his sister's song. Upon finishing his order, Lu Ting emerged and was captivated by Ronger's melody. He looked at her, slowly giving her a thumbs up, encouraging her to sing a bit louder. With newfound confidence, Ronger amplified her voice. Lu Ting took a seat opposite her, glancing at the chopsticks and bowl on the table. An idea sparked within him as he began to gently tap the bowl with the chopsticks. The ethereal sounds harmonized beautifully with Ronger's angelic voice, creating a truly exquisite melody that drew the attention of the surrounding diners. They sat in rapt attention, earnestly listening to the enchanting performance. Once Ronger concluded her song, silence enveloped the room for a moment before applause erupted. Ori, the little girl, sang splendidly. Bai Zhi, ever the dramatist, clapped so vigorously that his little bottom wiggled. He even leaned forward, but Lu Ting swiftly intervened, reminding him that such behavior towards his sister was impolite and that he should express himself accordingly. Bai Zhi chuckled and said, "Sister, you sing incredibly well. I take back what I just said about you being a bit off in the head." Truly, this Bai Zhi had a knack for saying the wrong thing at the wrong time. Bai Zhi felt a surge of annoyance, but Ronger's reaction was surprisingly calm as she looked at him and said, "Brother, perhaps I do have a problem." At this, everyone was momentarily taken aback. Bai Zhi exclaimed, smacking his forehead, "See? Even my brain has issues, haha." To everyone's astonishment, Bai Zhi had managed to make Ronger laugh. The little girl giggled joyfully, a sight that perhaps Bai Lauda had never witnessed before. His eyes glistened with tears as he gazed at his youngest daughter, nodding earnestly, affirming that Ronger was perfectly fine, sweet, and well-behaved. Seeing her happiness, Bai Zhi gently tugged at her sleeve, whispering, "Ronger, tell your aunt. Do you not wish to go to Grandma's house?" At the mention of their grandmother, although Ronger did not react as strongly as before, her body visibly tensed. After a prolonged silence, she finally responded, "There are bad people. Bad people. Someone is bullying me." Bai Zhi's mind immediately raced to the implications of such a statement. In modern times, such occurrences were not uncommon, and this era was not devoid of similar issues. Yet, many chose to overlook them, assuming they did not exist. The shadows left for the children are akin to a nightmare. Bai Zhi's heart tightened. Eldest brother, Ronger cannot be sent to Grandma's house. I remember when the youngest sister was just a year old. She was full of laughter and had no troubles. However, after going to Grandma's, she transformed entirely. Bai Lauda wore a forlorn expression. "You are still young. Little sister, you do not understand. We have many unavoidable circumstances." Bai Zhi knew that they all regarded her as a child, shielding her from the harsh realities of life. But the modern Bai Zhi was different. She considered herself a part of this family. Isolated and vulnerable, she cherished and valued her kin immensely. Bai Zhi was about to voice her thoughts when Lu Ting halted her. She glanced at him and fell silent. He had contemplated more than she had, and thus, she sensed he possessed insights she lacked. So, she refrained from speaking further. The dishes began to be served. Lu Ting truly exhibited grand generosity. The table was laden with exquisite delicacies, delighting Bai Zhi. Yet, the little one was considerate. He did not fill his own bowl, but instead served Lu Ting and then offered Ronger a heap of meatballs. "Sister, these are all meat. They are delicious." Ronger smiled at Zhi, but remained silent. Bai Lauda was quite pleased and served Bai Zhi. Coincidentally, Lu Ting also placed fish, carefully deboned, on her plate. Bai Lauda jested, "It seems my portion of meat is somewhat superfluous. Lu Ting's fish must be quite fragrant." Bai Zhi glared at Bai Lauda. "Eldest brother, why are you teasing me?" Bai Lauda was more talkative than Ergo, who was calm, reserved, and serious. Nevertheless, their bond was strong, characterized by mutual support and deference. Bai Lauda turned to Lu Ting. "When will you arrange matters between the two of you?" Bai Zhi, sipping green bean soup, nearly choked and shot a glare at Bai Lauda. Lu Ting handed her a handkerchief, advising her to drink slowly. He then responded to Bai Lauda. "This matter depends on Zhi." Bai Lauda, lacking knowledge of family affairs, was unaware that Bai Zhi had once harbored feelings for Zhang Jiqing, believing instead that their union was imminent, as it had been established since Lu Ting entered the family. When Lu Ting first arrived, Bai Lauda was present when their father summoned him into the room. Their father asked, "Do you like the girl in the house?" Without hesitation, Lu Ting nodded, affirming his affection. "Then when you grow up and marry her, you'll be our son-in-law, all right?" Lu Ting respectfully knelt before Bai Lauda as father and replied, "Uncle Bai, from today onward, I'm a member of the Bai family. If she is willing when we grow up, I will marry her. If she is not, I will care for her for a lifetime." Bai Lauda, his father recognized Lu Ting's youth, but he was well-read and a genius. Though facing setbacks, he always believed him be a good boy. Bai Zhi remained silent. Bai Lauda's smile froze upon realizing the inappropriateness of the topic. He withdrew a few coins and a food coupon from his pocket, saying, Lu Ting, take this money and coupon. I understand that earning work points in the village is no easy feat, and you spent quite a bit on this feast today. As your older brother, it is only right for me to contribute. Lu Ting pushed the money back, replying, Brother, there's no need. Why not? Bai Lauda pressed. Once you marry, you'll find many opportunities to utilize these resources. Lu Ting responded, I have other means of earning work points, and besides, my family is well off. Bai Lauda was aware of this. During Lu Ting's troubled times, Bai Lauda had been astute enough to protect many of his possessions. Selling them on the black market would yield a substantial sum, and he need not worry about coupons. Yet, as the eldest son accustomed to shouldering family responsibilities, Bai Lauda was insistent on giving. Bai Zhi pondered for a moment before addressing Bai Lauda. Brother, you have your own family. You should consider them more and not always think of us. If you continue this way, it will strain your relationship with sister-in-law, and it will weigh on her heart. Additionally, I believe you should invest more thought into Ronger's situation. I truly feel she cannot return to grandmother's house. Bai Lauda lowered his head, acknowledging, You've grown up, younger sister. The last time we met, you were just asking me to buy this and that, but now you're so sensible. I will contemplate what you've said. Please, take this money and coupon. We truly do not need them, Bai Zhi insisted, pushing them back into his hands. Bai Lauda looked at Bai Zhi with deep emotion. Meanwhile, Bai Taidan had somehow taken Ronger's hand, bouncing with joy. Uncle, let Ronger come home. Grandmother misses her dearly. She looks at your sister's picture every day and murmurs. Bai Lauda remained silent. Ronger chimed in, I want to go home. The little girl had always been like a doll, following wherever they led her, lacking her own opinions or desires. Seeing the eagerness in Ronger's eyes, Bai Lauda bit his lip and finally conceded, All right, you and your aunt can go home and see grandmother, even if Su Li was displeased. He felt compelled to take this stand. Ronger was indeed unhappy at her maternal grandmother's house, and Bai Lauda understood the reasons behind it. However, he felt a sense of obligation to his wife, always acquiescing to her wishes. If she said to go east, he would not venture west. But this time, he wished to assert his own authority, for he truly sensed that the environment there frightened and stifled Ronger. He had not dared to mention these matters to Bai Zhi, fearing they would reach their parents' ears. They were aging and should not be burdened with his trivial concerns. Upon hearing this, Bai Taidan nearly leaped in excitement. Yea, I have a beautiful sister now. Sister, let me tell you, I have many precious treasures, and I will share them all with you. I'll take you to my secret base. From now on, you'll be like a sister to Dainyu and the others. They will gladly call you sister or even grandmother. Bai Zhi was taken aback. Grandmother? Grandfather? What was going on in Bai Taidan's mind? Taidan continued to chatter, with Ronger watching him, seemingly curious about his words, yet remaining silent. After finishing their meal, they headed toward the village office. Lu Ting and Big Brother Bai inquired about when their father and second brother would emerge. Bai Zhi took Ronger and Bai Taidan along. Perhaps due to the arrival of a younger sister, Bai Taidan, now imbued with a sense of responsibility, was surprisingly attentive. Watching the ants on the ground with his sister, he eagerly proclaimed, This is my army, and this is your army. Let us compete to see who can gather food faster, shall we? Ronger, though silent, nodded in agreement, playing along with her brother. Bai Zhi could hardly fathom how Ronger's grandmother had cared for her, as the child was brimming with curiosity about the world around her. Such a mundane game captivated her completely. Concerned for their comfort, Bai Zhi purchased 2 ice pops. Bai Taidan gleefully clung to Bai Zhi's leg, nuzzling his small face against her, exclaiming, Auntie, I love you the most. Ronger mimicked her brother, wrapping her arms around Bai Zhi and nuzzling her face as well. The 2 little ones delighted her to no end. Bai Taidan eagerly tore off the wrapper of his ice pop, urging, Sister, hurry, tear it off and get a lick. Ronger followed his instructions, and, upon tasting it, her little face contorted in surprise, as if she had discovered a new world filled with wonder. Bai Taidan, ever the chatterbox, continued to babble incessantly. Isn't it sweet? Isn't it refreshing? It's truly magical. Our team has even more marvels. The water from the creek is so cool. There are crabs in the creek, big crabs with two large pincers, walking sideways. As he spoke, he demonstrated a sideways walk. Bai Zhi watched the two children's antics, a smile slowly gracing her lips. What a carefree childhood they enjoyed. How joyful they were. As the ice pops melted, Bai Dan tilted his head back to catch the dripping sweetness, unfazed by the weight. He insisted that Ronger partake in the same delight. The two little ones stood beneath the eaves, heads tilted back, eagerly catching the melting ice pop juice. The sight was truly delightful. Bai Zhi observed them, feeling a slight ache in her neck, yet they were lost in their merriment, savoring every moment. As time passed, Bai Lao Dao, Lu Ting, Big Brother Bai, and Second Brother soon emerged. Upon seeing Ronger, Bai Lao Dao's face lit up with surprise. "Oh, Iasin, this my granddaughter? Come here. Let Grandpa give you a hug." Bai Zhi quickly stepped in front of her father, saying, "Dad, you're all sweaty. No hugs until you clean up. Go wash up first, then you can hug little Ronger." Bai Dan chimed in, "Grandpa, sister likes to be clean and thinks you smell, but I don't mind." Without hesitation, he dashed forward to embrace Bai Lao Dao. What a reckless little rascal. Bai Zhi worried he might strain her father's back. Yet, what child could resist Bai Dan? Mischievous at times, he was nonetheless sweet-tongued and endearing. Grandfather Bai, cradling the hefty bundle, chuckled heartily, while his eldest grandson behaved obediently. Bai Lao Da addressed Grandfather Bai, stating, "Father, you may return. I shall head back to the factory first. Ronger will stay in the countryside for a few days, and I have taken leave to fetch her." Upon hearing this, Grandfather Bai surveyed the surroundings, noticing Su Li was absent, and inquired, "Did you obtain Su Li's consent to leave Ronger in the countryside? You must not take such liberties." Bai Lao Da reassured him, "Rest assured, Father, Su Li has agreed, and everything is fine. Ronger has not seen her mother in quite some time, and her mother misses her dearly. Please take her home." Bai Lao Da spoke earnestly. Bai Laosi, seemingly well acquainted with the family's dynamics, pulled Bai Lao Da aside and cautioned, "Eldest brother, do not quarrel with sister-in-law. It is essential for the family to maintain harmony. Sister-in-law has contributed immensely to our family. It is I who lacks the ability to share the burden, hence the reliance on you." Bai Lao Da patted Bai Laosi's shoulder, saying, "What nonsense! We have not divided the family. Your contributions are also considerable. It was you who initially offered me this opportunity. It is only right that I share the burden with the family." Indeed, the opportunity had been granted by the second brother. He was well-educated and adept at calculations, making him the most suitable candidate for factory work. However, Bai Lao Da had been captivated by the city girl, Su Li. The Su family had clearly stated that if Bai Lao Da were a worker, Su Li would be permitted to marry him. At that moment, an opportunity arose, and thus, the second brother willingly relinquished it, allowing Bai Lao Da to wed the woman he adored. This was how the family functioned, through mutual assistance. To reassure Bai Laosi, Bai Lao Da added, "You must also nurture your relationship with Wang Mei. Although she may speak harshly, her heart is genuinely kind." Bai Laosi preferred not to discuss Wang Mei, for thoughts of her filled him with agitation. After exchanging a few more words, the brothers parted ways. On the journey home, Xiao Taidan remained by Ronger's side, attending to her every need, his face alight with joy. In contrast, Ronger appeared to harbor an aversion to this place, her heart brimming with anticipation for the new. Her small face concealed a sense of delight. Bai Zhi observed Lu Ting, who was cycling, her hand gently resting on his waist, not in an embrace, but clutching the hem of his shirt, seemingly apprehensive. In truth, it was a deliberate act. She yearned to draw closer, to sense his presence and inhale his essence. Pressing her face against his back, she gradually closed her eyes, while Lu Ting instinctively tightened his grip on the handlebars. From initial tension, he gradually relaxed, a subtle smile forming on his lips. Incremental closeness, gradual transformation, and the blossoming of understanding and commitment painted a future of holding hands into old age, sharing knowledge and companionship. Upon returning to the village, it was the time when laborers were finishing their work, and a throng of people surged forward, exclaiming, "Captain Bai, you have returned. What news?" Is it true that someone has stolen our grain? Grandfather Bai regarded the members of the collective with utmost seriousness, declaring, "No one has stolen our grain. Our yield is simply low. Moving forward, we shall focus on improving production, as I remain your production team leader." The mention of enhancing production momentarily left the crowd in stunned silence. Clearly, this touches upon their area of ignorance. Captain Bai explained that it is simply about ensuring our crops grow better, the rice becomes heavier, and the harvest increases. Excellent. Excellent. We trust Captain Bai. Indeed. As they passed by the Yang and Zhou households, both families had their doors tightly shut. They knew best whether they had stolen grain. Now that the matter had been exposed, Bai Laupa said nothing publicly, and they felt utterly ashamed, more so frightened. If the pillar of the family were truly sent for reform through labor, it would be disastrous. Without this support, their work points would be insufficient. And where would their food come from? Thus, they were enveloped by fear, entirely unprepared to face Bai Laupa. Bai Laupa was not one to kick someone when they were down. He headed straight home. Zhou did not expect Bai Laupa to return today and had just finished her work, drenched in sweat. They arrived at the doorstep, and Zhou also just arrived. Wang Mei was there too. With her keen eyes, she spotted Bai Laupa first. "Mom, Dad is back. Lao Er has returned, and so has the little sister." Zhou turned and truly saw her family returning. Joy illuminated her face. She had not anticipated their return so soon. My little sister is indeed a lucky star. As soon as she left, the matter was resolved. "Quick, I must help with the cooking. Vong Mei, go pick some pomelo leaves and brew them in water to sprinkle on your dad and Lao Er to ward off misfortune. They must not enter. Stay at the door." "All right, Mom, I understand." When a family faces trouble, they unite against the outside world, drawing closer together. Bai Laupa and Bai Lao Er were in trouble. Yet Wang Mei did not quarrel or create a fuss. She diligently worked to earn her points, quietly assisting her mother-in-law. Human compassion grows. Over the past half-month, Wang Mei had not missed a single day. Zhou pondered that if the family made a scene, it would ultimately be a source of laughter for others. Whatever happened, she would close the door and handle it properly. Thus, in recent days, Zhou had discreetly tidied up Wang Mei a few times, noting her compliance without complaint, and grudgingly trusted her. As for whether Lao Er forgave her, that was no concern of hers. She had always been principled and did not interfere in her son's marital life. Bai Laupa approached the door to enter. Wang Mei immediately blocked him. "Dad, wait. Mom said we must use pomelo leaves to ward off misfortune." Bai Lao Er glared at Wang Mei. "What nonsense are you stirring up? Step aside. Dad is exhausted after a long night." Wang Mei quickly fetched a stool. "Dad, please sit and have some water." Bai Laupa looked at Wang Mei, who seemed transformed. Accepting the cup, Bai Zhi also felt as if Wang Mei had changed entirely. "Sister-in-law, oh little sister." Wang Mei beamed. "You should drink some water too. You must be tired." Bai Zhi glanced at Bai Lao Er, who remained silent and wore a sullen expression towards her. Bai Zhi chose not to meddle further. Bai Tai Dan looked at his mother with delight, rushing over for a bear hug, exclaiming, "Mom, look, this is our little sister, the younger sister of Uncle." Wang Mei gazed at Ronger, a gentle smile gracing her lips as she crouched before her. "Ronger, I am your second aunt." Ronger timidly cast a glance at Wang Mei, but refrained from speaking. Bai Zhi interjected, "Second sister-in-law, Ronger is a bit shy. Give her some time. She will be willing to call you." Wang Mei nodded, acknowledging, "I understand. This girl is a musical prodigy. Aren't all geniuses a bit peculiar? Prodigy? A musical prodigy?" Wang Mei pondered the extent of her knowledge. Bai Zhi shared a similar sentiment, though it remained merely a conjecture, unverified. How could she speak so confidently? As Wang Mei felt Bai Zhi's gaze upon her, she contemplated for a moment before taking Bai Zhi's hand. "Sister, I need to discuss something with you." Bai Zhi followed Wang Mei to a quieter corner. Bai Zhi broke the silence. "Second sister-in-law, how did you know Ronger is a musical prodigy?" Wang Mei reflected briefly, surveying her surroundings, then spoke mysteriously. "Do you remember the day I fell into the river? After that, I had a dream about our family's affairs." "Huh?" Bai Zhi's eyes widened in shock. "A dream about family matters? What was that called? Foreseeing the future?" Wang Mei replied earnestly. "I dreamt that you and Zhang Jiqing returned to the city, but he abandoned you. and then you faced a calamity. Furthermore, Ronger was indeed a musical prodigy, yet she had some issues upstairs. I became a nuisance at home, and your second brother could no longer tolerate me, leading to our divorce. Even died on abandoned me. Subsequently, I remarried a man with violent tendencies, and I was eventually beaten to death. Our parents also fell ill due to your troubles and passed away shortly after. In rural society, discussing death was considered taboo and ominous. Hence, she had to phrase it delicately. Bai Zhi carefully processed Wang Mei's words. Could this be the narrative from the original text? Had she dreamed of it in advance? Did she realize her fate and awaken to a new understanding? It was all so sudden, so abrupt that Bai Zhi felt momentarily stunned. After a lengthy contemplation, she recalled a novel she had read about someone who encountered an accident, subsequently foreseeing their future and correcting their mistakes to ascend to the pinnacle of life. Was Wang Mei experiencing something similar? Or had her arrival triggered this occurrence? Just as her thoughts lingered on this, Zhou interjected, "Master, your speculation is correct. It was due to the interaction of her magnetic fields underwater that she foresaw her future, thereby altering her life. Furthermore, all of this aligns with what you, Master, have anticipated. What did she hope for? Wasn't it a harmonious family? Was this a subtle way to redeem her second sister-in-law? This maneuver was truly remarkable." Noticing Bai Zhi's silence, Wang Mei grew anxious, gripping her hand tightly. "Sister, please believe me. I do not wish to die, nor do I want to lose your second brother and Tai Dan. They are my everything." Bai Zhi looked at Wang Mei, hoping that she could use the life depicted in her dream as a cautionary tale, living more consciously henceforth, so that her family would think of her and genuinely wish her well, while those outside would only seek to sow discord. With that, she concluded her statement. Bai Tai suddenly interjected, "Mother, my aunt says that the brain is meant for use, not merely for appearance. One must not trust everything others say, or one risks being deceived." Wang Mei gazed at Tyre and embraced him tightly. "My dear Tyre, Mother realizes her mistakes. Truly, I understand now. You are the apple of my eye." Bai Zhi observed Wang Mei, sensing that she had not dreamt of Tyre's promising future. Meanwhile, Zhou Lan was calling Wang Mei. At the sound, Wang Mei immediately dashed into the house. She fetched grapefruit juice, serving it around, then hurried to the kitchen to assist her mother with the cooking. Her industriousness starkly contrasted her previous lethargy. Bai Zhi looked at Bai Lauer, who was deep in thought, and asked, "Elder brother, do you feel it?" "Feel what?" "Sister-in-law has changed. She is different now." Bai Zhi pointed at the bustling figure of Wang Mei. Bai Lauer did not respond to Bai Zhi. Instead, he looked at the child in her arms. "Ronger, who am I?" Ronger clung to Bai Zhi's arm, peering at Bai Lauer, pondering for a long moment before finally exclaiming, "Second uncle." Bai Lauer was pleasantly surprised that his little niece remembered him. "May I have a hug?" he asked. Ronger ashukia hit resolutely. Bai Lauer did not press the matter. Bai Zhi whispered, "Brother, let us give Tyre a sister." Bai Lauer remained silent, his expression revealing an unspeakable sentiment. Perhaps Wang Mei had truly wounded his heart. Bai Zhi thought about how they could no longer have a second child in the future. They should seize the opportunity to have another now. After all, there weren't many children in the household. A few more would bring more joy. Ronger continued to cling to Bai Zhi, occasionally stealing glances at Zhou Lan, who was still busy and had not noticed Ronger's arrival. When Zhou Lan emerged from the kitchen, drenched in sweat, her face lit up with surprise upon seeing Ronger. "Oh, my granddaughter has come. Did you come alone? Where is your father?" "Mother, eldest brother had matters at the factory and left early. He will bring clothes for Ronger tomorrow. Ronger might stay for a while," Bai Zhi explained as she led Ronger forward. Zhou Lan squatted down before Ronger, extending her hand to grasp the child's tiny one. To her delight, Ronger did not shy away but took her hand, sweetly calling Grandma. Zhou Lan was overjoyed, her wrinkled face beaming with happiness. She held Ronger's hand and kissed it. "Come, let us go to Grandma's room. I'll get you some brown sugar buns." Perhaps it was their blood connection that made Ronger willingly follow. Lu Ting, seeing that she had finally found a moment of respite, approached her. "Is it tiring to take care of the child?" "Not at all. Ronger is quite well behaved." "Brother Lu, you really know how to handle children," Bai Zhi remarked, sensing his fondness for little ones. Lu Ting lowered his gaze, saying, in the future, I shall take care of our children. Bai Zhi was taken aback by Lu Ting's unexpected declaration. She shot him a light glare and retorted, "What are you saying?" Then she walked outside. Lu Ting followed her. She deliberately made her way to the foot of the hill. The sky had darkened, and occasionally, a couple of people could be seen enjoying the cool evening air together. Bai Zhi walked ahead, while he trailed behind, keeping pace with her swift strides. He hastily caught up with her, grasping her hand. "Are you angry?" "No." Bai Zhi couldn't help but murmur inwardly. Can't he tell? Is she embarrassed? Lu Ting felt a surge of anxiety. "Then why did you run away?" "I didn't want to see you," Bai Zhi deliberately replied. Lu Ting released her hand, and Bai Zhi, thinking he was about to leave, exasperatedly pulled him back. Then, standing on her tiptoes, she kissed his lips. Lu Ting was momentarily taken aback, then slowly reacted, his hands settling on her shoulders, one cradling the back of her head as he leaned down to kiss her gently. The kiss was tender, as if savoring something exquisite, lingering on her cherry-red lips. Bai Zhi's eyes fluttered shut as she stole glances at his face, a visage of striking beauty, so refined, with distinct features untouched by the sun's harsh rays. He emanated a gentle aura. He did not overwhelm her with fervent kisses, perhaps sensing her gaze upon him. Gradually, he released her, a hint of embarrassment in his voice. "I'll speak to Uncle Bai about our wedding day tomorrow, all right? It feels like, once I touch you, I must take responsibility." Chapter 055. Let's date first. Bai Zhi couldn't help but chuckle. What's the rush? Lu Ting gazed intensely at her. "I want you to be my wife, not in secret." Hearing this, Bai Zhi nearly laughed again at his traditional, conservative demeanor. She playfully wrapped her arms around his neck, clearly surprising Lu Ting. She looked up at him. "Brother Lu, this is called dating or being in a relationship. It's about understanding each other's personalities. Marriage can wait, all right?" Lu Ting appeared to digest her words, contemplating before nodding in agreement. "True, although we grew up together, we've spent little time together. You don't know my character well enough. You should understand it clearly." "Fool," Bai Zhi teased, pinching his proud nose, finding him utterly adorable. Lu Ting seemed to revel in her playful gesture, showing no resistance. As Bai Zhi touched his face, she couldn't help but caress it, as if she were cherishing something dear. It was hard for her to believe that the once two-dimensional figure now stood before her, the character she admired, with whom she had the chance to date. This feeling was extraordinarily enchanting, causing her heart to flutter. She touched his face while he gazed at her, his eyes burning with intensity. His hands gradually found their way to her waist, perhaps a man's instinct. As he held her, his hands became restless. Even the seemingly honest Lu Ting was not truly innocent. He wrapped his arms around her slender figure, resting his head on her shoulder, letting out a long sigh. "Zhi, I thought this day would take a long time to arrive, but it came so quickly." The corners of Bai Zhi's mouth lifted slightly. She wouldn't keep him waiting long. Such a wonderful man, she didn't want to overthink things. Seizing the moment was the best approach. Their relationship blossomed from affection, yet adhered to propriety. He embraced her for a brief moment before gently releasing her. He feared that if he held on any longer, he might unleash the beast within him. Hand in hand, they walked from the foot of the mountain to the riverbank. The sky was nearly dark. Everyone had finished their labor for the day, seeking respite in the cool evening air. However, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting spotted a figure wielding a hoe. Bai Zhi immediately recognized it was Mao Jianhua, toiling from dawn until dusk. Did Uncle Mao truly fear exhaustion? Lu Ting seemed to sense her compassion, reassuring her. "Do not worry, Uncle Mao has my care. He is well provided for. Moreover, now that matters have been resolved, he will not suffer too greatly." She hoped the irrigation project would be addressed swiftly. Uncle Mao was truly overburdened alone. "Let's go help him," Bai Zhi decided and rushed forward. She moved too quickly, prompting Lu Ting to hasten after her. "Can you handle a hoe?" he questioned. "How could you underestimate me? Allow me to give it a try." Bai Zhi seized the hoe from his hands, removed her shoes, and approached Mao Jianhua. "Uncle Mao, I have arrived." Upon seeing Bai Zhi roll up her sleeves and approach barefoot, Mao Jianhua frowned. "Oh dear child, what are you doing here? This is not work for you." "Uncle, I am no longer a child. I have grown up and wish to learn. There is joy in farming too." She swung the hoe and found it indeed quite heavy. Yet, her hands possessed strength. However, Being unaccustomed to manual labor, her delicate hand soon developed blisters after just a few swings. Lu Ting took the hoe from her, trying it himself before heading to the riverbank to play. Perhaps Ronger at home still needs you. Leave this to me. Bai Zhi, having washed her feet, shook her head. I will not leave. If you go, I shall follow. Mao Jianhua found himself at a loss with the spirited girl. Come now, Tinghua, do not tease her. The mosquitoes are plentiful here. She must not end up with a few nasty bites. Bai Zhi inquired, Uncle Mao, have you eaten? No, I can manage with a biscuit. Alone, he typically subsisted on whatever he could find. Bai Zhi walked ahead, intending to visit his dwelling, only to find it still somewhat rudimentary. With recent events, Lu Ting had not yet made improvements. Uncle Mao is still staying at my place, Lu Ting mentioned. Bai Zhi headed directly to Lu Ting's home. After a brief search, she discovered some provisions Lu Ting had brought from his supply, stale biscuits that could easily dislodge a tooth. Usually, he relied on cold water and these dry biscuits for sustenance, occasionally preparing a vegetable soup for variety. Bai Zhi sighed and said, Uncle Mao, you ought to find a wife. Mao Jianhua smiled bitterly. I struggle alone. How could I seek a wife? I would not wish to burden anyone. Besides, I am about the same age as your father, and I no longer desire such things. Mao Jianhua, knowledgeable and skilled, found himself in a difficult situation. In a few years, when the errors are corrected, everything will improve, he hoped. Perhaps one could find someone in the village. Yet, lacking common interests would prove challenging. Even those with a bit of education might not regard Uncle Mao favorably. This situation was indeed quite tangled. What if one day fate smiles upon you? It is possible, Bai Zhi remarked. She then sliced 2 tomatoes, prepared a soup, and added slices of meat. She tenderly pounded the slices of meat with the back of her knife, then coated them in starch before simmering them in tomato soup, filling the air with an irresistible aroma. Mao Jianhua gazed at the generous portions of meat in the bowl and exclaimed, Heavens, girl, why such extravagance? What is all this meat for? Save some for Tinghua. Bai Zhi then produced a handful of fresh peanuts, saying, Here, new peanuts from Brother Lu. Mao Jianhua looked at the boiled peanuts and asked, Tinghua, did you buy these in town? Yes, came the reply. This year's harvest of peanuts has just begun, and there isn't much to go around. Lu Ting rarely worked, relying mostly on the village's grain. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Mao Jianhua took a bowl and said, I'll just have some soup. You and Xiao Zhi can enjoy the rest. Bai Zhi shot him a disapproving look. Uncle Mao, this was cooked for you. What will we eat? We've already had dinner at home, and my dad and second brother returned with plenty of delicious food, though the meat appears abundant. It's actually quite thin, pounded flat by me, she added. This peculiar method of preparation was unfamiliar to Mao Jianhua. After tasting it, he couldn't help but exclaim, Xiao Zhi, this meat is so tender and smooth. It's aromatic. Your culinary skills rival those of a chef. Bai Zhi smiled. I don't work, so I usually experiment with food. Lu Ting also took a bite, perhaps with a hint of favoritism for Bai Zhi's cooking, and declared delicious. Truly delightful. Eating together is so lively. Mao Jianhua never imagined he would be so fortunate. He pondered aloud. Girl, I have an idea. Would you care to hear it? Yes, please share. Since meeting you, I feel incredibly lucky. You are my little lucky star. I wish to adopt you as my goddaughter. Would you agree? In this life, I am alone and perhaps destined to have no children. Mao Jianhua spoke with a touch of sadness. Bai Zhi frowned and replied, Uncle Mao, why so pessimistic? Our country will continue to improve. Your fate still lies ahead. As for this godfather business, I accept. All right, I shall discuss this with your father tomorrow, he exclaimed. From now on, you must take good care of yourself. You will be my family. If anything happens to you, I would be heartbroken. Bai Zhi understood the pain Mao Jianhua carried in his heart, leading her to a somewhat reckless acceptance. Mao Jianhua smiled. Very well. I will take good care of myself and do my utmost to benefit our team. It is this team that has given me hope for life and brought happiness into my existence. It will only get better from here. Lu Ting nodded in agreement. If Xiao Zhi says it will get better, then it surely will, uncle. Indeed, Mao Jianhua chuckled, tears welling in his eyes. He probably never envisioned reaching such a moment. Reflecting on the time Bai Zhi brought him home when he was scavenging for food, he marveled at how far he had come. Now he had a home, a daughter, and he was enjoying a meal of meat. The sensation was simply sublime. As nightfall approached, Bai Zhi grew concerned about Zhou Lan managing Rong'er alone, prompting Lu Ting to escort her home early. Upon reaching the doorstep, Lu Ting hesitated to leave, watching her intently as he said, "You should go in now. I'll wait until you're safely inside. Aren't you coming in for a drink?" She inquired. "No, I won't." As he ventured inside, a wave of trepidation washed over him. Fearing he might be unable to escape, the young woman continually captivated his heart, leaving no room in his mind for anything else. Bai Zhi pressed her lips together, casting a reluctant glance his way before stepping through the door. Her concern seemed somewhat excessive. Bai Tidan was joyfully bouncing on the bed with Rong'er. Though it was not a mattress, they found delight in their playful antics. Usually, Zhou Lan would scold Bai Tidan, but today, with Rong'er in high spirits, she indulged their merriment, allowing them to leap freely. Under the dim light of the oil lamp, Zhou Lan busied herself sewing for her granddaughter. She had cut her finest garment to fashion a dress for the little one. Bai Zhi watched, her heart aching. "Mother, that dress is your favorite. Why have you cut it?" Tomorrow, her elder brother would bring clothes for Rong'er, and this fabric seemed rather outdated. "You ought to alter one of mine," she suggested. Zhou Lan sensed her daughter's concern. "What does it matter? Little Rong'er has come so rarely. The dress is a bit soiled, so I shall wash it. By morning, it will be ready for her to wear. Your sister-in-law values cleanliness, and we cannot have Rong'er looking disheveled. It would distress her." Bai Zhi now comprehended the dynamics of their household. A harmonious family requires the goodwill of both mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Otherwise, discord prevails. It was evident that her sister-in-law was not one to act with deep understanding. Though she harbored resentment, she expressed it subtly, seeking to retaliate against their parents in her own way. She anticipated a difficult confrontation upon returning to her brother's home that evening. Watching Tidan and little Rong'er settle down to sleep, Bai Zhi finally returned to her own quarters. As she departed, she noticed Zhou Lan still mending something and cautioned her. "Mother, do not strain your eyes. Rest early. I know, you should also retire soon." "The children are in my care," Zhou Lan replied. Bai Zhi acknowledged her with a hum before making her way to her room. Passing by, she caught sight of her second brother's door ajar. He was poring over account books, without a trace of his wife. It seemed he had indeed sent her away. Regardless of whether she dreamt of a brighter future or genuinely sought redemption, it appeared that forgiveness from her brother would be a challenging endeavor. The current situation bore a striking resemblance to separation. Fortunately, Tidan was a resilient child, adapting swiftly without much fuss. Perhaps it was due to Wang Mei's insufficient affection that he adjusted so quickly to life without her. As Bai Zhi opened her room door, she noticed her window ajar. Stunned for a moment, she inquired, "Who is it?" "It's me, Zhi." Lu Ting responded promptly. Bai Zhi was taken aback. "Why are you still here?" "I've been back for quite some time." Lu Ting gazed at her, initially intending to leave, but lingered for one last glimpse of her, thus waiting by the window. He leaned against it, his eyes sparkling as they met hers. Bai Zhi closed the door behind her. "Come inside," she urged. "What'd I come in for?" Lu Ting was straightforward to a fault, remaining at the window instead of entering. Bai Zhi turned and retrieved a bottle of red wine from her space. "Do you know what this is?" she asked. "Red wine. We had some at home when I was young." "Oh, right." He recalled that her family was once prominent in Haishur, a detail she had overlooked. Red wine had been introduced to the country during the Republic of China era, so it was no surprise he recognized it. Bai Zhi poured 2 glasses of red wine, a delightful indulgence for both beauty and inspiration. "Would you care to join me?" she asked. Lu Ting gazed at the wine, hesitating momentarily. "I shall watch you drink," he replied. Bai Zhi playfully tapped his forehead. "It's rather dull to drink alone. Come in." After a moment's contemplation, Lu Ting decided against entering. "Then I shall keep you company from here." The room Bai Zhi occupied faced the mountains, seldom visited by others, embraced by the cool shade of the trees. She offered him a glass of the wine, inviting him to savor its essence. If not for his unique abilities, she would never have dared to share such a treasure. How wonderful it was to have someone with whom to share secrets and enjoy exquisite delights. No wonder their fates seemed intertwined, as if even the bloodstones were destined to unite. Lu Ting, hailing from a distinguished family, retained the ingrained habits of his youth despite years of hardship. The way he held the wine glass was undeniably elegant. He took a tentative sip, savoring it slowly, a hint of surprise dancing on his face. This wine was rich and aromatic, distinctly different from modern vintages. Bai Zhi smiled silently, fully aware of the disparities, the age of the wine, the countless generations of fruit cultivation, and the remarkable techniques of the future. It has been a long time since I last enjoyed such a flavor, he mused, leaning against the window. Bai Zhi sat opposite him, both of them holding their glasses, gazing into each other's eyes. In that quiet moment, even without words, her heart brimmed with contentment. Perhaps it was due to the original owner's lack of experience with alcohol. After just 2 glasses, Bai Zhi felt a pleasant haze enveloping her mind. Dazed, she reached out to caress Lu Ting's face, her fingers gliding over his skin. Lu Ting, you're truly handsome. Zhi, you're intoxicated. Stop drinking and go to bed, he urged gently. Bai Zhi shook her head. I am not drunk. My mind is quite clear. Lu Ting, I wish to ask, do you prefer the current me or the past me? Lu Ting paused, puzzled. What do you mean by the current you? The past you? Answer me. Do you favor the present me or the former? She pouted, her voice soft and playful. Fearing she might raise her voice, he quickly reassured her. I like both versions of you. Choose one, she insisted. The current you, he replied, as her cheeks flushed with delight, her playful demeanor endearing. How could he not be captivated? The thought of kissing her crossed his mind, but a gentleman mustn't take advantage. She was already his, destined to be his forever. Satisfied with his answer, Bai Zhi teased, you have good taste. If you didn't tea like me, I would kick you to the curb. Lu Ting, observing the tipsy Bai Zhi, held her face earnestly. Indeed, if I were unworthy, you would surely kick me into the fields. Now, can we retire for the night? Why do you chatter so much when you've had too much to drink? He mused, cradling her face as she playfully pinched his. She seemed to want to mold him with her hands, mumbling, you can only like me, no one else. I'm fierce, and anyone who betrays me will face my wrath. Indeed, I possess an unwavering affection solely for you, for a lifetime. Lu Ting assisted her to the edge of the bed, and, as she prepared to recline, he turned to leave. Suddenly, Bai Zhi grasped his arm, causing him to lose his balance and topple into her embrace. His body stiffened, entirely unprepared for the softness that greeted him from the slender figure before him. In an instant, the primal instinct within him stirred, yearning to break free from its constraints. He quickly regained his composure, propping himself up. Fortunately, Bai Zhi had succumbed to a deep slumber. Otherwise, he would have been unable to extricate himself. Observing her flushed cheeks, he felt a parching thirst. He quietly settled at her bedside, gazing at her serene, sleeping visage. She slightly parted her lips, murmuring in her dreams, calling his name, Lu Ting. He heard her and tenderly caressed her cheek, finding her utterly adorable, a creature he wished to envelop within his heart. Sleep well, Zhi, he whispered, extinguishing the oil lamp and retrieving a piece of ice from his space, placing it in the basin before her bed before he slipped out through the window. As he prepared to depart, he cast a lingering glance back at her. Having consumed alcohol, Bai Zhi slept soundly. Although she hadn't indulged excessively, she was not hungover. Rather, the alcohol deepened her slumber, allowing her to dreamless rest throughout the night. She awoke early the next morning, rising to find the basin filled with melted water. Pondering, she realized she hadn't placed ice there before sleeping. Had she and Lu Ting shared drinks? Suddenly, she felt a bit dizzy, perhaps intoxicated. She questioned him about which version of herself he favored. His reply was that he adored her, as she is now. Thus his affection was for Bai Zhi, not the former self. This thought sent a sweet wave through her heart. She had promised not to care, yet in her inebriated state, she found it impossible to suppress her emotions. However, receiving the answer she longed for brought her a sense of relief. Upon opening the door, she spotted Ronger and Tai Dan playing in the yard with mud. Ronger, unfamiliar with the activity, wore an expression of curiosity and excitement. Just as the two children were engrossed in their play, Dinyo from the neighboring house approached, calling out to Tai Dan to join him. Tai Dan, oblivious to Dinyo's presence, ignored him. Dinyo, undeterred, entered the yard. Ronger, startled by the unfamiliar boy, instinctively hid behind Tai Dan. Daniel, equally intrigued, regarded Rong for a moment before exclaiming, "Heavens! Tai Dan, how fortunate you are to have such a beautiful sister. She resembles a girl from a traditional painting." With that, he grinned widely and introduced himself. "Sister, I am Daniel. You may call me Daniel Gidge." Children possess the purest eyes, untainted by the complexities of adult emotions. After studying Daniel for a moment, Rong shyly called out, "Daniel Gidge." Tai Dan then interjected, "But Daniel, you're mistaken. If you call me brother, then you should call my sister Jia. Go on, try it." By Tai Dan, a clever little leader, exhibited exceptional organizational skills. Upon his suggestion, Daniel obediently responded, "Jia." Rong instantly smiled, her eyes narrowing in delight, carefree and relaxed. The three children plopped down into the tub meant for washing sweet potatoes, joyfully playing in the mud. Little Rong, in her unreserved and carefree demeanor, was truly a sight to behold. Bai Zhi had finished combing her hair and went to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. It was now 7 in the morning, and her parents had surely left for work, as they typically skipped breakfast. Bai Zhi needed to eat, and so did the children. Usually, she would rise a bit earlier to prepare a meal for her parents. Perhaps due to last night's drinking, she had woken up later than usual. She hurriedly set about making a nutritious breakfast for the little ones, knowing they required ample nourishment during this stage of growth. Bai Zhi quietly took some milk from the pantry and mixed it into the flour to make steamed buns. The flavor difference was negligible whether or not milk was included, yet the nutritional value was significant. She also simmered a pot of lean meat porridge. Just as breakfast was ready, her elder brother arrived. Upon entering, Bai Zhi noticed the marks on his neck and the slight awkwardness in his gait. "Elder brother, you haven't eaten yet. Come join us," she suggested, choosing to overlook the signs of his struggles. His wife was not present. It seemed he bore the scars of his own sacrifices. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of sympathy. Yet she understood that she could not interfere in others' marriages. She could only observe and remain silent. As Bai Lauda stepped inside, he paused upon seeing Rong playing in the mud. In that moment of surprise, she spotted him and sweetly called out, "Daddy." This was the very first time she had ever initiated such a call. It was indeed a momentous occasion. Previously, whenever he saw her, she would shy away, or sit there like a doll, her little mind seemingly adrift, silent and devoid of vitality. But today, he found her joyfully engaged in play with Tai Dan and another little friend, who even referred to her as sister. She smeared mud on the other child who, rather than being upset, feigned a pitiful expression and pleaded, "Sister Rong, please spare me." These three little ones were undeniably adorable. His precious youngest daughter seemed to have transformed completely. Bai Zhi was somewhat taken aback. Such a remarkable change had occurred in just one day. "Elder brother," Bai Zhi called out to him again, pulling him back to the present. He looked at her and nodded. "Thank you, little sister. Rong is truly wonderful now. This is her clothing and her belongings. Feel free to let her play with them until the end of summer vacation. Your sister-in-law will take care of everything." Bai Zhi reassured Bai Lauda, "Elder brother, Rong is safe with me. You need not worry. Communicate well with your wife." "Understood." Bai Lauda's eyes glistened as he gazed at his little daughter. Rong seemed to sense her father's melancholy, shaking off the mud from her hands and approaching him. "Daddy, I won't play anymore. Please don't be upset." It took Bai Lauda a moment to comprehend her words. Immediately, he shook his head. "You can play. Seeing you happy makes me happy too. Play freely. Join in the fun with the other children. It's fine. I must go to work now, but I will come see you again in a few days, all right?" Upon hearing she could continue playing, Rong's eyes sparkled with joy. "All right." Once, Bai Lauda was troubled by his daughter's issues, losing sleep over them. It dawned on him that they had failed to provide her with a sense of security, happiness, and companionship, which explained her distress. Now, in her current environment, surrounded by affection, playmates, and a newfound sense of safety, she transformed almost instantly. Regarding their problems, even if Suli were to seek a divorce, he would resolutely prevent his daughter from returning to that previous place. He was acutely aware of his brother-in-law's unsavory character. Witnessing his daughter's radiant happiness stirred a silent resolve within him. Bai Zhi remained oblivious to the complexities of their situation as she served porridge and encouraged the children to wash their hands for dinner. Bai Lao prepared to leave. But Taidan rushed over, clambering onto him. "Uncle, don't go. Stay and enjoy the delicious food my aunt has made." Taidan set a splendid example, prompting Ronger to follow suit, albeit more subtly. She tugged at Bai Laoda's sleeve. "Daddy, it's time to eat." With such a heartfelt request from his daughter, and Tiedan's charming presence clinging to him, he contemplated whether his daughter might one day emulate such affection. Pleased with the thought, he acquiesced. "All right, I'll leave after we finish eating." Bai Laoda's mood had already improved, and the moment he tasted Bai Zhi's cooking, it elevated further. "These steamed buns are delightful." He took a bite, then pinched off the portion he had bitten into, offering the remainder to little Ronger. "These buns are truly delicious. Your aunt is quite the cook. Eat well, so you grow plump like your brother Taidan." Little Ronger accepted it without hesitation, enjoying the treat and relishing Bai Zhi's cooking, her smile illuminating her face. Bai Lao gazed intently at his daughter, observing how Taidan cared for her and played with her. The joy she derived from her older brother was palpable, and her happiness was a sight to behold. Bai Zhi's meals were indeed delectable, reflecting on the stark contrast to the meals at his mother-in-law's home. He couldn't help but feel a pang of sorrow. There, little Ronger rarely encountered such delicious fare. Often, even warm food was a rarity, and the flavors left much to be desired, sometimes leaving her hungry. This scarcity contributed to her frail appearance. Whenever he broached these matters with Su Li, she would retort, "You've given all the money to your parents. My mother has none, so how can she provide a good life for Ronger?" Such conversations invariably led to fruitless arguments, further deteriorating their relationship. Their quarrels only intensified Ronger's fears, driving her into a shell of silence. Contemplating these thoughts, Bai Lao felt tears prick his eyes. Bai Zhi, sensing his emotional turmoil, sought to divert his attention. "Elder brother, have some porridge and enjoy the pickles. The pickles I made are quite delicious, and you must have missed them for a long time. These are the tenderest green beans, fermented for a few days, then sought to perfection, simply delightful." Bai Zhi herself relished the fresh pickles. Bai Lao nodded vigorously, concentrating on the pickles and sipping the porridge. The two children devoured their meals with remarkable speed, soon finishing and darting off to play. Bai Zhi settled beside her elder brother. "Big brother, do not overthink it. Focus on your work. I, along with mother, will take good care of Ronger. Whenever we have a chance, Lu De Ge and I will take her to see you in the city." Bai Lao nodded in agreement. "All right, take care of things. I shall leave now." "Yes, big brother, farewell." Bai Zhi understood that this matter would not conclude so easily. It was improbable for her brother to manage it alone. Fortunately, the issues concerning their father and second brother had been resolved entirely. The second brother had resumed his role as the accountant, while their father had become the village chief. The newly appointed village secretary had been transferred from another village, reputed to be exceedingly well regarded there. His departure had evoked heartfelt farewells from all the villagers. The matter of irrigation had also been placed on the agenda. Bai Zhi quietly exhaled in relief. Ronger had stayed at home for 5 or 6 days, undergoing a remarkable transformation. Though still somewhat reticent, she at least smiled now, her eyes shimmering with light. Bai Zhi contemplated taking Ronger to visit her brother and sister-in-law when she and Lu Ting ventured into the city in a couple of days. She felt apprehensive about not going. After all, her sister-in-law had decisively subdued her brother. A sense of unease lingered, as they shared blood ties and an unspoken bond. However, before Bai Zhi could make her visit, someone had already arrived. One day, while Bai Zhi was engrossed in a book, Taidan bolted in, crying, Aunt, hurry! If you don't come quickly, someone will take my sister away." Bai Zhi promptly rose. "Who is trying to take her? What has happened?" "The old witch is here. She has come to snatch my sister away and is running off with her while she cries." Taidan exclaimed. "Dinyo even slapped that wicked uncle to save my sister." Bai Zhi's heart sank as she grabbed the sturdy club from beneath the eaves. "Quickly, Taidan, lead me to see." Taidan replied, also clutching an axe. "Yes, Aunt, it's at the village entrance, not far." Eager to reach there swiftly, Bai Zhi mounted her bicycle and pedaled furiously to the village entrance, where she spotted 2 figures engaged in a fierce struggle, Wang Mei and the old witch Lu Ying, wrangling with each other. In the midst of it all, Ronger was being held by her little uncle, Su De Kai, who was attempting to overpower her. Ronger was thrashing about, crying heart-wrenchingly. Upon seeing Bai Zhi arrive, her cries intensified. Aunt! Bai Zhi seized the axe from Tai Danner and brandished it at the old witch. You old hag. Release my niece. Wang Mei seized the opportunity to shout, Sister, get Ronger back. If she stays with them, she will be harmed. They are bullying her, especially that Sudakai. He is a demon. Bai Zhi knew that Wang Mei had foreseen the future in her dreams. What she said must be true. Ronger was not mentally unstable, but was being tormented to such an extent, enraged at the sight of her poor little niece in such a state. Bai Zhi swung the axe with determination. The old witch had never anticipated that Bai Zhi would actually strike. Startled, she trembled and fell to the ground, and the axe landed directly between her legs. Suddenly, a pool of water formed on the ground. In the distance, Su Datsai, holding Ronger, erupted in fury. You wretched woman! How dare you strike my mother? I will not rest until you are dead. He released Ronger and lunged forward. Bai Zhi narrowed her eyes, glaring at the ruffian, and drew her axe. Yet, someone was quicker than her. The towering Lu Ting stood before her, delivering a swift kick. The ensuing cries were haunting. Ouch, it hurts. Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Before her lay a colossal infant, revealed to be a mere paper tiger. With just one kick from Lu Ting, he lay on the ground, wailing for his mother. This scene was utterly disconcerting. The elderly woman, recently terrified by Bai Zhi, trembled as she pointed accusingly. You harlot! Just wait and see how you ever marry. Call your mother here. I am her matchmaker. Ronger is my granddaughter. I provide for her. How dare you claim to take her away? Lu Datsai chimed in, insisting they must reclaim her. Ronger is our golden goose. The phrase golden goose struck Bai Zhi's ears with a sharp clarity. Her gaze sharpened. What did that imply? How could they consider Ronger, a mere 5-year-old girl, as their golden goose? Titan had already enveloped Ronger in his arms, and she trembled in fear, still shaken by the ordeal. Bai Zhi approached Su Dagong, raising her axe. Su Dagong's shouts grew more frantic. Lu Ying suddenly lunged at Bai Zhi, but Wang Mei, quick on her feet, pushed her aside. Wang Mei, being a village woman accustomed to hard labor, was no match for the pampered Lu Ying from the city. Lu Ting glanced at Wang Mei, but remained silent. Seizing the moment, Bai Zhi pressed the axe against Su Datsai's neck, demanding, What do you mean by golden goose? What are your intentions with Ronger? She is only 5. Does Sui know? What have these bloodsuckers done to her? Su Datsai trembled, bracing himself against the ground, his body quaking in retreat. With each inch he shrank back. Bai Zhi pressed harder. Speak. If you don't, I swear I will chop you up. I will not hesitate. I might end up in prison, but you will lose your life. Bai Zhi understood that this coward could not withstand intimidation. Su Datsai closed his eyes tightly, wailing louder, Mommy, save me. Lu Ying attempted to charge again, but Wang Mei was determined, mounting her to prevent any further advances. Ultimately, Lu Ying, an old and frail woman, could not contend with her. Bai Zhi, losing her patience, acted decisively. The blade of the axe sliced through his neck, crimson blood gushing forth. Su Datsai, with his eyes shut tight, screamed even more desperately, I'll tell you. I'll tell you. A powerful figure has set his sights on our little Ronger. He wants her as his goddaughter. We have taken Ronger to him 3 times, and he has given us $30, and many other fine things. Goddaughter? Bai Zhi's grip on the axe trembled, haunted by unspeakable images. Upon recalling Ronger's reaction, she fiercely kicked out, exclaiming, You beast! Lu Ting immediately approached, grasping her hand to steady her. Zhi, are you all right? Bai Zhi glanced at Lu Ting, then at the small Tai Dan holding Ronger, her lips uncontrollably quivering. Lu Go, I am fine. Just tie him up. Lu Ting, still concerned, replied, Leave this to me. You take Ronger back. No, I want to handle this myself. I can hold on. Bai Zhi insisted. Lu Ting acquiesced with a grunt, removing his shirt and tearing it into strips to bind Sudakai. Wang Mei watched as Bai Zhi approached, her voice trembling with apprehension. That what about the godfather? Could it be silence? Bai Zhi interrupted, unwilling for Wang Mei to utter another word. She had dreamed of the future and was certain she knew everything. However, she did not wish for anyone else to be aware, as it would greatly affect little Ronger. With a sharp command, Wang Mei fell silent. Bai Zhi then turned her gaze to Lu Ying, who was glaring at her with disdain. You claim she is your granddaughter, but are you human or beast? How could you exchange your own granddaughter for money? Lu Ying spat. What do you understand? You know nothing. That big shot has plenty of money, and he is a government official. He has no children and finds Ronger adorable. For her to be his goddaughter is a privilege. You're just jealous that a prominent person has taken notice of our Ronger. You vile woman. I'll make you pay for this. Bai Zhi found it hard to believe she had to endure such a family. An inept brother-in-law, a power-hungry mother-in-law, and a sister-in-law who perpetually spoke in riddles. Or perhaps the sister-in-law was simply oblivious, given that she was her own flesh and blood. Could she not feel a mother's heartache? With anger swelling within her, Bai Zhi seized Lu Ying, binding her hands and dragging her home. Lu Ting handled Su De Kai, and as they made their way, the curious onlookers from the work unit inquired, "What is happening, Bai Yao Mei? A human trafficker attempted to abduct my niece. I'm taking her homebound, and I'll call the police shortly." What? A human trafficker? In these times, raising a child was already a formidable challenge, with everyone struggling to feed their own. After nurturing them with great effort, the audacity of a trafficker trying to steal one was far more reprehensible than stealing crops. The neighbors were incensed, cursing. Why resort to such vile actions? You ought to be punished harshly. Bai Zhi cleverly silenced their outbursts. They could only listen, unable to retort. Su Zakai, a robust infantile figure, felt humiliated, whimpering and attempting to resist, but with Lu Ting present, he was powerless. Upon arriving home, Zhou Lan had also returned from work. Their father and second brother usually came home later. Hearing the commotion, Zhou Lan first noticed Ronger had been crying, her heart tightening. Tai Dan, did you bully your sister? Tai Dan, feeling unjustly accused, pointed at Lu Ying and Su De Kai, declaring it was the old witch. She tried to take my sister. Thankfully, Aunt and Uncle Lu arrived. Otherwise, my sister would have been taken away. Zhou Lan followed Tai Dan's gaze and was momentarily taken aback, before seemingly recognizing the figure. Mother-in-law? My goodness, child. Have you forgotten even your elder brother's mother-in-law? What on earth are you binding her for? As she spoke, she moved to untie the ropes. Bai Zhi pressed Zhou Lan's hand down, insisting, "Mother, come inside with me." Zhou Lan, perplexed, felt the urgency to enter, but insisted the ropes must first be undone. What nonsense is this? Are we binding a criminal? She is indeed a criminal, intending to abduct Ronger and commit even greater sins, Bai Zhi declared through gritted teeth. Zhou Lan glanced at Lu Ting and then at the terrified Ronger, her quick wit sensing something amiss. She followed Bai Zhi into the room, with Wang Mei trailing behind. Bai Zhi did not send Wang Mei away. Zhou Lan looked at Bai Zhi and then at Wang Mei, who bore signs of a recent scuffle. What are you doing here? Have you been fighting? How can you lay hands on an elder? Her double standards were evident. Her own daughter had resorted to violence without reprimand. Wang Mei looked somewhat aggrieved as she glanced at Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi quickly interjected, "Mother, please do not blame my sister-in-law. I asked for her assistance. Without her help, we might not have found little Ronger. What on earth is happening? You are driving me to despair." Zhou Lan was a woman of clear grievances and swift retribution. Bai Zhi then recounted the preceding events before revealing the most crucial detail. A powerful figure in the city had taken an interest in Ronger, meeting her several times and offering the old hag a few dozen coins. Zhou Lan paused, seemingly unperturbed. Bai Zhi turned to Wang Mei, who voiced her concern. Ronger is only 5 years old. Why would he show her such favor? There must be ulterior motives. Besides, little Ronger was not like this before. What has caused this transformation? Who knows how she has been mistreated behind the scenes? Wang Mei, who had no daughter of her own, still held a fondness for Ronger, having benefited from the wealth her elder brother brought home. Zhou Lan, being astute, understood Wang Mei's sentiments perfectly. She felt her strength wane. Collapsing onto the edge of the bed, her face a mask of terror. The longer the discussion continued, the more her complexion darkened. After a lengthy silence, she finally asked, "Child, what do you plan to do now? Does your sister-in-law know about this? Are they truly selling Ronger for money?" Bai Zhi bit her lip and responded, "I will bring Ronger back and care for her myself." "And what of your sister-in-law?" Zhou Lan was still very concerned about her eldest daughter-in-law, who had contributed significantly to the family. Little did she know that her elder brother only shared good news, hiding the discontent of his wife regarding her contributions. Bai Zhi looked at Zhou and said, "Mother, many matters are not as simple as they appear. We cannot be lenient regarding Ronger's situation. It could lead to her ruin." Wang Mei chimed in, "Little Ronger is so well-behaved. She is destined to be a musical prodigy. If this mistreatment continues, she will perish." Bai Zhi listened intently to these words. Gazing at Wang Mei, Bai Zhi hesitated to continue, saying that Xiao Rong had indeed come to her in a dream. Wang Mei nodded, recounting how, despite Xiao Rong eventually becoming a beloved national singer, she tragically took her own life. Upon hearing these words, Zhou swiftly interjected, "You must be possessed. What nonsense are you uttering? Such ominous talk must be retracted. Do you understand? Or I shall slap you." Wang Mei looked at Bai Zhi, feeling aggrieved. "Mother, do you believe in my second sister-in-law's dream of the future?" Zhou scoffed. "What is the future? What nonsense! To speak of my granddaughter's suicide is unacceptable." Bai Zhi turned to Wang Mei, "Second sister-in-law, let me and mother handle this. You should step outside." Wang Mei felt her inability to express herself fully, realizing that Bai Zhi, with her extensive education, understood far more. Bai Zhi began to elucidate the situation slowly. Meanwhile, Zhou sat there, her body icy with dread. "All right, I shall call your elder brother and summon Su Li to the countryside. We will clarify these matters in front of her mother. Xiao Rong cannot remain with the Su family. She is my granddaughter, and I shall raise her myself." "I concur. I believe Xiao Rong would prefer to stay with us," came the agreement. "Ah, my dear girl, I owe you much for this. Otherwise, I would not have dared to contemplate the future," Zhou remarked, glancing at her youngest daughter, who had become so considerate and concerned about family matters, displaying care for her little niece. This brought her great comfort. Previously, she had worried that her daughter was overly spoiled, unable to bear responsibility, and unworthy of Lu Ting, who was such a fine young man. Yet now, witnessing her maturity after enduring hardship, she felt reassured that they were indeed well-matched, a handsome couple. The two women emerged, having settled their affairs. Lu Ting had already taken the two to the woodshed and locked the door. Lu Ying, sensing Zhou unwavering stance, began to kick at the objects nearby, emitting whimpering sounds. Zhou cast a cold glance at Lu Ying, saying, "Mother-in-law, I have always respected you, but I never anticipated you would resort to such measures, exchanging my granddaughter for money. How heartless can you be? We shall discuss this further when Su Li arrives. For now, you will remain in this woodshed." With that, she turned and departed. Zhou Daikai was already known to be untrustworthy, but she never expected him to be so utterly despicable. Once Zhou left, Lu Ying became even more agitated, continuing to kick the woodshed door. Zhou, however, seemed oblivious. Meanwhile, Bai Zhi had entered the room to check on Xiao Rong, who was still terrified, curled up in the corner, and refusing to be touched. Tai Dan was frantic, pacing like an ant in a hot pot, exclaiming, "Mother, Aunt, Granny, what shall we do? How has my sister changed like this again?" Bai Zhi gently urged Tai Dan, "Calm down, Tai Dan, please step outside for a moment." Xiao Rong remained hunched in her corner, enveloped in fear, trembling uncontrollably, a terror emanating from deep within her. Bai Zhi recalled a report she had seen in modern times, prompting her to return to her room and retrieve a box of crayons, a gift from Lu Ting. The original owner had once cherished drawing. She had even sold her work at auction, earning accolades for her talent. Now, she hoped to encourage Xiao Rong to express her inner turmoil through art. Through her painting, she could clearly discern the depths of that scoundrel's actions. Bai Zhi felt a sense of assurance. "Ronger, would you like to paint with your aunt?" Only remained silent. Bai Zhi placed the paper and crayons before her. "You could draw there while I draw here, all right?" Still, Ronger did not respond. Nevertheless, Bai Zhi had already selected green, yellow, and brown. She began by illustrating a verdant meadow, brown earth, followed by a golden sun, and finally a tender sprout, gradually growing towards the light, depicting the life cycle of a sunflower. Though the process was slow, the outcome was resplendent. Once Bai Zhi completed her painting, she presented it to Ronger. "This is a gift from your aunt. This moment captures your childhood, and as you grow, You will blossom like this grand sunflower, adorned with beautiful petals and a radiant smile, embracing the sunlight. After viewing Bai Zhi's artwork, Rong'er tentatively picked up a crayon and began to draw. Bai Zhi quietly observed her. She noticed Rong'er selecting dark colors, black, brown, and gray, with chaotic lines, reflecting her inner fears. Finally, she added a stroke of red, reminiscent of blood, causing Bai Zhi to clench her fists in distress. The wounds Rong'er had endured were profound, and her heart ached for the child. Lu Ting appeared at some point and also gazed at the drawing, his eyes filled with compassion. Anna's gone to make a call. Older brother and sister-in-law should be coming this afternoon. This matter will be resolved, so do not worry too much. Bai Zhi nodded quietly, remaining by Rong'er's side. Suddenly, she recalled that day when Lu Ting sang so beautifully, calming her emotions. She proposed, "Brother Lu, would you sing another song?" He pondered for a moment and began to hum softly, without lyrics, yet the melody seemed familiar, like Little White Boat. His singing was truly enchanting. If only he could also play the violin. He was indeed a man filled with brilliance. Bai Zhi rested her head, gazing at him in admiration as he poured his heart into the melody. Unbeknownst to them, Wang Mei, Zhou Lan, and Tai Dan had gathered at the door, unnoticed. Zhou Lan gestured for silence, leading Tai Dan and Wang Mei away. "Shoo, Tai Dan, is Uncle Lu going to kiss Aunt later?" Tai Dan covered his mouth, whispering. Zhou Lan smacked his bottom. "You little rascal, what are you saying? Mind your language." She then turned to Wang Mei. "You need to properly educate your son." Wang Mei glared at Tai Dan. "Are you not ashamed? You must not speak of such things, understand?" Tai Dan looked innocent. "But I really saw Uncle Lu kiss Aunt. That is not something to be shared. Seeing is one thing, but keep it to yourself, all right?" Wang Mei patiently instructed. Zhou Lan found it surprising how much Tai Dan had changed, as if he were an entirely different person. Then she recalled the earlier conversation in the house, pondering the dreams she had about the future, particularly concerning Rong'er as she matured. Wang Mei was preparing to leave with Tai Dan when Zhou Lan suddenly grasped her arm, insisting that they enter the room together. Wang Mei hesitated, asking, "What is it, Mom?" She felt a twinge of fear toward Zhou Lan. Without uttering a word, Zhou Lan pulled her into the room, her expression grim. Wang Mei felt a surge of anxiety. With a sharp bang, Zhou Lan slammed the door shut and secured it. Wang Mei nervously clutched her pant leg. "Mom." Zhou Lan took a moment to gather her thoughts before inquiring, "You mentioned dreaming of future events. What does that entail? Did you dream of Rong'er, or perhaps others?" Wang Mei replied with a soft yes, asking, "Who do you wish to know about?" "Your younger sister." Zhou Lan responded. It seemed that the sister had changed. If she truly was with Zhang Jiqing and had moved to the city, there was a chance of trouble. However, now that she had broken things off with Zhang Jiqing and was with Lu Ting, her fate appeared altered. Zhou Lan, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped the implications. "And Lu Ting? Have you dreamed of him?" Wang Mei nodded, explaining that she had indeed dreamt of Lu Ting's prosperous future, envisioning him driving a car, residing in a grand building, and speaking with authority as a leader. Zhou Lan was taken aback. "So, you mean to say that if your younger sister and I follow him, we shall not suffer?" "No, we won't. I truly believe that Lu Ting and your sister are well matched. He comes from a solid background." Initially, she had been skeptical, considering that he occasionally brought small gifts. However, material wealth far outweighed mere tokens. Zhou Lan nodded. "What about your second brother and your eldest brother?" Wang Mei lowered her head, nervously twisting her fingers, hesitating to respond. Zhou Lan, slightly impatient, urged her, "Speak up." Wang Mei suddenly knelt before Zhou Lan, exclaiming, "Mom, I realize my mistakes. I truly understand now. I will never divorce my second brother. In life, I am his, and in death, I shall be his spirit." "Nonsense, get up." Zulan in dozet. Wang Mei wiped her eyes, asserting, "My second brother is the best man in the village. He speaks gently and treats me well, yet I failed to cherish him. I was always envious of my younger sister, believing everyone favored her. I constantly sought to compete with her, ultimately leading to my own downfall. Mom, I now comprehend that a family should unite as one. If you treat my younger sister well, she shall reciprocate. I should not envy her. She is flesh of your flesh, blood of my second brother. You should care for her. In truth, my second brother has never mistreated me. I have merely been petty. I vow never to behave this way again. I will treat my younger sister as my own kin. Wang Mei's words were a jumble, but Zhou Lan grasped the essence of her message. It seemed she had also dreamed of her own future. It appeared that leaving her second brother would not bode well for her, prompting her to recognize her errors and seek forgiveness, resolutely unwilling to part from him. Zhou Lan helped her to her feet, cautioning, "This matter must remain between us. If you have foreseen future events, it could jeopardize your well-being. Speaking of it too freely may lead to dire consequences. Do you understand?" Hearing the concern in Zhou Lan's tone, Wang Mei nodded, her heart touched. "Mom, if you forgive me, I shall always honor and love you. You're my true mother." Zhou Lan curled her lip in disdain, expressing her aversion. "I have no fondness for your flattering words. Who enjoys such things? Speak them to someone else. I will judge you by your actions. If you misbehave, I shall still punish you. As for the second son, I shall not meddle in your affairs. Should he choose to divorce you, do not come to me for help. I cannot bear to hear anyone weeping in my presence." Wang Mei wiped her tears and replied, "Mother, I understand. I will earnestly amend my shortcomings." Zhou Lan remained noncommittal, her inscrutable expression betraying nothing. She stepped outside, observing the two individuals in the woodshed still engaged in their raucous work. A profound indifference washed over her, followed by a long sigh. Some matters are inescapable. That which requires resolution must ultimately be addressed. With Bai Zhi and Lu Ting by her side, little Rong'er fell asleep. Lu Ting retrieved some malt milk from his supplies and prepared it for Rong'er, ensuring she had a nourishing drink before slumber. Thus, at lunchtime, Bai Zhi refrained from waking her. Zhou Lan glanced at the malt milk, murmuring quietly, "Why did you allow Lu Ting to purchase such an expensive item? Rong'er and Tai Dan are old enough to do without it. My dear girl, we must be frugal. Every coin counts. Rest assured, mother, this malt milk is not costly. Lu Ting acquired it from the black market in exchange for goods." Bai Zhi reassured her, hoping to alleviate her mother's anxiety about her spending habits, fearing that they might lead to hardship in the future, especially given the harsh times they had endured and the memories of famine that haunted them. Bai Zhi could not disclose to her mother the abundance of resources she possessed, as such matters were too fantastical and would likely frighten them. Thus, she continued to seek opportunities to bring forth provisions. She concluded that she must find employment. With a job would come a salary, providing a legitimate reason for the resources she had. Just as this thought crossed her mind, familiar voices echoed from outside. Bai Lauda had returned, accompanied by Su Li's voice. She entered the woodshed to seek her mother, intent on freeing her mother and brother from their bindings. Bai Lauda attempted to restrain her, but Su Li retaliated with a slap to Bai Lauda's face, exclaiming, "Bai Tiantai, marrying you was the gravest mistake. How dare you buy my mother? She is my mother. She gave me life and raised me. By what right do your family treat her this way?" Watching Su Li's impassioned demeanor, Bai Zhi could not help but worry. Was she truly absorbing this information? Did she believe it? Or, caught between her mother and daughter, might she choose her mother? Or had she always been aware of these matters? Bai Lauda glared at Su Li, his eyes bloodshot, though I do not yet understand the reasons. My mother has always acted with discretion. If they had not committed a grievous offense, she would not behave in this manner. His voice was subdued, heavy with repression and heartache. Bai Zhi and Tai Dan had long since closed the courtyard door, keeping family matters private, unwilling to display their domestic strife to outsiders. Yet, Su Li's voice was too loud. Someone knocked at the door, inquiring, "Oh, Sister Zhou, what is happening with your eldest daughter-in-law? Why is she in such a fury? Has her mother arrived?" Bai Zhi opened the door with a smile and said, "Sister Tao, thank you for your concern, but I am perfectly fine." Chapter 62. Almost endangering my daughter. After speaking, Bai Zhi slammed the door shut, denying Sister Tao any chance to glimpse the turmoil within. Bai Lauda stepped forward to reach for Su Li, yet she reacted like a madwoman, striking Bai Lauda with fists and kicks. Despite this, he refrained from retaliating. The Su family had always regarded Bai Lauda as unworthy of Su Li, which had rendered her arrogant and haughty. The entire Su household took pleasure in bullying him. Bai Lauda loved Su Li, and thus he silently endured it all. However, today, he seemed unwilling to bear it any longer. Gripping Su Li's hand, he swiftly bound her. As she screamed, he stuffed a handkerchief in her mouth to silence her raving. In the woodshed, Lu Ying and Su Datsai clashed fiercely, and the situation spiraled out of control. Wang Mei shrewdly pulled the woodshed door shut, and the group retreated into the house. Bai Laoda threw Su Li onto a chair in the main room. Zhou Lan also entered, and as Bai Zhi and her companion stepped inside, they closed the door. Su Li continued her frenzied kicking, attacking Bai Laoda like a lunatic. Wang Mei, reminiscent of her former self, averted her gaze, retreating to a corner. Bai Zhi looked at Su Li and asked, "Sister-in-law, do you think we're being unreasonable?" Su Li glared fiercely at Bai Zhi, her eyes filled with disdain. Bai Zhi turned to Bai Laoda. "Brother, today Lu Ying came to our village to abduct Rong'er, frightening her back to her old self. It took us quite a while to soothe her to sleep. Furthermore, we overheard an important piece of news from Su Datsai. It is said that a wealthy figure in the city has taken an interest in our Rong'er. Lu Ying and Su Datsai have even taken Rong'er to meet him several times. They have received substantial sums of money and various gifts." Bai Laoda felt a heavy weight settle in his chest, his hands trembling uncontrollably. What had that man done to Rong'er in exchange for money? Bai Zhi produced a drawing created by Rong'er. "Look at what they have done to her." Bai Laoda gazed at the artwork. As a father, their blood ran in the same veins. He understood. He could sense his daughter's fear and terror. Amidst the chaotic lines, there was a streak of crimson, a blood-like red, that sent chills coursing through him on a sweltering day. Su Li had ceased her struggles, sensing the gravity of the situation. Bai Zhi removed the cloth from her mouth, her gaze sharp as she confronted her, demanding, "Sister-in-law, search your conscience. Is this what you wish to see?" Su Li halted, even daring not to meet Bai Zhi's eyes. The room fell silent, everyone holding their breath. Suddenly, Bai Zhi advanced, seizing Su Li's clothing, shaking her frantically and shouting, "Speak. Why are you silent? Do you know about this? Did you permit them to act this way? What might that old man do to Rong? You know she is your flesh and blood. Have you taken pleasure in making her so sensitive and fragile?" Bai Zhi's strength was formidable, and the vigorous shaking left Su Li dazed. She looked at Bai Zhi, shaking her head vehemently. No, that cannot be. My mother would never do such a thing. That individual is our distant uncle. My mother merely brought her to visit relatives, as is customary. Elders cherish children, and they do not always offer money or gifts. It is not as sordid as you might imagine. Bai Zhi let out a cold laugh, exclaiming, "When did Rong'er become this way? Did you not notice, mother? Can you not discern whether that person's affections stem from a genuine familial fondness or something more sordid?" The term sordid pierced deeply into Bai Laoda's heart. In anguish, he closed his eyes and lamented, "Su Li, perhaps we are truly incompatible. I should not burden you any longer. Give me Rong'er. Let us divorce." He had once believed that with enough tolerance and forbearance, their marriage could endure. Yet now he realized that his patience and concession nearly cost him his daughter's life. Su Li, taken aback by his words, stared at Bai Laoda in shock. "Divorce? Divorce? You once promised to care for me for a lifetime. How can you now change your mind? Your heart is no longer in this family, nor is it with our daughter. Why should I hold on to you? I will relinquish everything in the city. I only wish to keep Rong'er." For her sake, Bai Laoda was prepared to forsake all. Su Li bit her lip defiantly. "I will not divorce. Rong'er is a piece of my flesh. I will not give her up. How can I trust what schemes your family might be concocting? Perhaps you are the ones wishing to sell my daughter." Typically reticent, Su Li's outburst shocked everyone. Zhou Lan listened, her heart aching, and admonished her eldest daughter-in-law. "How can you speak like this? Rong'er is my granddaughter. I love her more than I love myself. Since the day you bore her, I have endeavored to fulfill my duties as a grandmother, yet you have continually rebuffed me. I know I am uneducated and perhaps unrefined, but how can you allow your brother to bully Rong'er? She is only 5 years old, such a sweet child. How could you be so cruel?" Zhou Lan was a force to be reckoned with, commanding respect in the entire third team. She was quick to chastise Wang Mei with severity. Yet she had always treated her eldest daughter-in-law with kindness, feeling a debt of gratitude. They had been married for 7 years, during which Bai Laoda had contributed financially to the household, while her mother had cared for Ronger for 5 years. Even at this moment, her gratitude remained. However, some individuals do not appreciate such gestures. Su Li spat. Stop pretending to be the good person. If you truly cared for Rome, why would you demand half of Bai Lauda's salary? Half of his salary. Money is required for everything in the city. Do you not understand? Why should we live frugally to accommodate you? Zhou Lan was taken aback. She had never anticipated that the issue of his salary would arise. She gazed at Su Li in silence, but her expression caused Su Li's heart to skip a beat. Turning, she retreated to the inner room. Moments later, she emerged, saying, "Look at this." Su Li glanced at the object in Zhou Lan's hands. "This is the salary you returned. I have not used a single cent. All of it is saved here, with the hope that one day I can repay you. I have not utilized this money, for I ponder the rarity of such an exceptional daughter-in-law. I truly cannot be excessive. Thus, I shall not accept this money. Since you are financially comfortable, I shall keep it for you, and should you ever find yourselves in need, I will return it to you." As this thought crossed her mind, Zhou Lan wiped the corners of her eyes. That resolute matriarch at this moment found her eyes unexpectedly moist. Bai Lauda felt a pang of compassion for his mother. "Mother, do you believe this matter revolves around money? It certainly does not. The Su family is an insatiable abyss, one that cannot be filled. This situation is not your fault, nor is it ours." Bai Lauda's words resonated with Bai Zhi, who concurred, "Indeed, it is not your fault, nor is it ours." Even Wang may step forward, stating, "Sister-in-law, your actions have indeed crossed a line. Mother wished to bring someone for you, but you objected. Regarding money, you did not communicate with mother appropriately. You used the child to provoke her. Is this not a dagger to her heart?" Chapter 063. Is she of unsound mind? Su Li exhibited no trace of remorse as she coldly addressed Bai Lauda, "I shall not divorce, nor shall I relinquish Ronger to you. Bai Tiantai, do not even entertain such thoughts. Release my mother and my brother, or I shall report you to the authorities. You all will find yourselves behind bars." Bai Lauda gazed at Su Li, who was utterly impervious to reason, feeling a profound helplessness. He could not fathom when she had transformed into such an uncommunicative person, adamantly refusing to consider any perspective. Bai Lauda remained silent. Bai Zhi, however, spoke up. "Yes, reporting to the authorities is warranted. You are openly abducting a child. And what of your brother? Is his hands clean? If this escalates to an official complaint, who knows who will face consequences?" Su Li was deaf to Bai Zhi's words. Glaring intensely at Bai Lauda, "Bai Tiantai, you scoundrel! Release me! You have no right to treat us this way." Bai Tiantai regarded Su Li. "If you are willing to communicate with me earnestly, I shall let you go. Otherwise, this matter shall not conclude in this manner." As he spoke, he retrieved a pen from his shirt pocket and began writing on the back of a drawing created by Little Rome. Bai Zhi was aware that her elder brother was decisive in his actions, unlike their second brother, who often wavered. Otherwise, given Bai Lauda's character, he would have divorced long ago. Their second brother remained indecisive due to Wang Mei's continuous overtures, causing him to deliberate excessively. Su Li obstinately insisted, "I will not divorce. Bai Tiantai, you have the audacity to bind me for eternity. Bind me, go ahead." Zhou Lan could no longer bear the scene. She turned and headed to the kitchen to prepare a meal. Bai Zhi followed suit, assisting in the kitchen, as did Wang Mei. The room was left with only Su Li and Bai Tiantai. He led her to their eastern room, which had been reserved for them, a space they would occupy upon their return. However, over the years, Bai Lauda's visits had been exceedingly rare. It was all due to Su Li's aversion to this home. She not only disliked it, but even loathed it. Hence, he always acquiesced to her wishes. Yet, such self-sacrifice had yielded little in return. Bai Lauda no longer wished to endure. This relationship could not be sustained. Bai Zhi gathered water spinach beneath the eaves, while Wang Mei assisted by peeling garlic nearby. In the eastern room, sounds began to emanate before long. It was a hysterical, desperate scream. Wang Mei murmured softly. Could it be that Su Li truly has a problem with her mind? Bai Zhi, upon hearing this, cast a bewildered glance at Wang Mei, inquiring about her meaning. "In my dreams, she appears quite mad." Bai Zhi suddenly rose to her feet, harboring grievances she had never voiced, always suppressing them within herself. coupled with her ungrateful brother, who perpetually exploited her, and her mother's favoritism, she pondered if it was indeed possible that Su Li suffered from some mental instability. Yet in these modern times, such matters are often overlooked and misunderstood. Little issues quietly magnified, ultimately consuming all her joys. Noticing Bai Zhi's silence, Wang Mei gently tugged at her sleeve. "Sister, do you not agree with my words?" Bai Zhi regarded Wang Mei and nodded. "It is a possibility. I shall discuss this with my elder brother shortly." "Very well. If it turns out that sister-in-law truly has problems, then divorce cannot be an option." Bai Zhi contemplated this matter, recognizing the complexity it presented. Dinner was soon prepared. Bai Tiantai emerged from the house, his countenance exceedingly grim, marred by bruises. Wang Mei muttered, "What a mad woman! How can she perpetually mar her husband's face like this? How can she face others? I cannot fathom how your elder brother endures her." Bai Zhi shot her a glance, prompting Wang Mei to immediately fall silent. Sometimes, she simply could not restrain her tongue. Bai Zhi applied ointment to Bai Tiantai's wounds. Elder brother, Bai Lao De, acknowledged her with a grunt, then proceeded towards the field path. "Elder brother, I have something to discuss with you." Bai Lao De turned his head. As they walked towards the field, Bai Zhi posed a question. "Do you not sense something amiss with sister-in-law? In my memories, she was never like this. Though she spoke little, she at least possessed reason. How could she treat you in such a manner?" Bai Lao Da's face bore a look of guilt. "It is my failure to care for her properly that has led her to this state. My heart does not wish for a divorce. Her transformation is my responsibility. However, if we do not divorce, Rong-Er cannot return to our Bai family. What will happen if she remains with the Su family? She is still so young, with a lifetime ahead." Bai Zhi observed Bai Lao De intently. "Elder brother, if sister-in-law potentially has mental issues, you cannot proceed with a divorce. Leave the matters concerning the Su family to me and Lu De Ge. You? How will you handle it?" Bai Zhi currently had no concrete plans, needing to confer with Lu Ting first. She sensed he would possess the means. He managed the black market with such proficiency, surely he could devise a way to deal with such vile individuals. "Elder brother, you need only to communicate well with sister-in-law. The rest shall be entrusted to us. We are family and should support one another." Bai Lao De remained silent, gazing at Bai Zhi with a heavy heart. He felt a profound sense of inadequacy. As the eldest, not only had he failed to alleviate the burdens of the family, but he had also brought trouble upon them. Now relying on his sister to resolve his issues, he truly felt wretched. Bai Zhi smiled. "Elder brother, let us think positively. Rong-Er will surely improve in the future. And as for sister-in-law, given time, she too will find her way back to wellness." Her smile seemed to possess an infectious quality, lightening his heart, if only slightly. In the evening, Father Bai and second brother Bai returned home. The entire family sat together for dinner. Father Bai, who usually did not concern himself with household matters, refrained from intervening in Lu Ying's affairs, merely advising Zhou Lan to remain calm and resolve issues amicably. Zhou Lan, seated under the oil lamp, delicately scraped a needle across her hair before continuing to mend Father Bai's undergarments. This particular pair of underpants had been stitched countless times. A few more repairs would suffice. After finishing the underpants, she would need to attend to the outer garments. People of this era were frugal, with both inner and outer clothing adorned with patches. Reflecting on the troubles concerning her eldest daughter-in-law, a frown creased her brow. "I have never wronged anyone, yet somehow I have let Su Li down. If I refuse this money, will her grievances diminish? Will Rong-Er be safe? They all blame me." Hearing this, Father Bai felt a pang of sympathy and remarked, "What are you saying? You have not wronged her. This person simply cannot come to terms with reality. Even if you offered her a golden ingot, she would still fail to comprehend. Our in-laws are hardly virtuous. Do you know Wangda? He frequently travels to the city and has mentioned more than once how our in-laws flaunt their wealth. Do you think it is her youngest son earning it? No, it is our eldest who subsidizes them. It seems she never regarded Su Li as a daughter, merely as a cash cow. When she can extract more, she turns to our eldest granddaughter." Zhou Lan, upon hearing these words, appeared to grasp something profound. "Indeed, our eldest daughter-in-law is not at fault. The blame lies with the old matriarch and that wretched offspring. Such was the case. Severing their ties would resolve the matter." Chapter 064. Come here. I will carry you. Zhou Lan shook her head again, recognizing the complexity of maternal bonds. One cannot simply cut ties. Nonetheless, her heart felt lighter. She had mistakenly believed that the meager salary had driven Su Li to this state, thereby jeopardizing her eldest son's marital happiness. The old man's words had illuminated her understanding. The matriarch flaunted her wealth, while her son, the good-for-nothing, consumed resources. Whose resources? Was it not Su Li's and her hard-working eldest son's? The old man of the Su family had passed away early, leaving behind merely a household registration and a property. What else was there? Merely Su Li's workers' quota. It turned out that Su Dekai also had some prospects, but he found the lumber factory too strenuous and had damaged several fine pieces of wood, leading to his dismissal. Now, he was entirely idle, living off his sister and mother, indulging in a life of leisure. With this realization, Zhou Lan slapped her thigh, proclaiming, I have not wronged her. It is her own choice to support a leech, which has nothing to do with me. Having spoken, she completed the garment she was mending before proceeding to wash clothes. Meanwhile, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting had gone for a stroll. Zhou Lan, who never participated in walks, remained at home tidying up. Sweeping the yard, washing clothes, and attending to various chores kept her busy. Wang Mei had truly become diligent. When Zhou Lan emerged, she found Wang Mei had already finished her tasks and was smiling at her. Mother, you should take a rest or perhaps go for a walk. I have completed everything, and I will take Tai Dan for a couple of laps. Tai Dan wiggled his little bottom and exclaimed, Grandma, see how hard-working my mom is? Praise her. Zhou Lan muttered, What a clever little rascal you are. Your mother is indeed capable. But where's your sister Ronger? Uncle took her out. I just shared a delightful drink of malted milk with my dear sister Ronger, and it brought me immense joy. Ronger was laughing too. As he spoke, he glanced at the woodshed, cautioning, Oh, let's not release that old witch. Now, with the eldest grandson around, Zhou Lan found him quite agreeable, so she urged, You must keep a close watch on that old witch. She must not be allowed to escape. Tai Dan immediately straightened his posture, exclaiming, Understood. Zhou Lan couldn't help but chuckle, casting a glance at Wang Mei. Why not take a stroll? All right, Mother, Wang Mei replied as she departed. Bai Lao Air appeared at the door, questioning Mother, why bother with her? Zhou Lan shot him a disapproving look. What are you being so dramatic about? Mother, I am not being dramatic, Bai Lao Air retorted, feeling slightly embarrassed by Zhou Lan's reprimand. Zhou Lan said no more. It was best to accompany her son for a few laps outside, rather than remain cooped up indoors all day. Bai Lao Air fell silent and turned back inside. Zhou Lan watched his retreating figure, shaking her head without a word, and proceeded to the chicken coop to clean up the droppings. The weather had been quite warm, and the accumulation of chicken waste had rendered the yard rather odorous. Meanwhile, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting were strolling at the foot of the mountain where few people wandered. Bai Zhi listened to the sounds of insects and birds, glancing around to find no one in sight. She couldn't help but wonder if Lu Ting had intentionally brought her to this secluded spot. She found a rock to sit upon, and Lu Ting settled beside her. Bai Zhi leaned against him deliberately. Lu Ting paused for a moment before taking her hand in his. Zhi, he murmured. Bai Zhi turned to him. Suddenly, Lu Ting reached behind her neck, drawing her closer, and kissed her. Bai Zhi hesitated for just a moment before responding to his kiss. Initially, she remained still, but he dared to kiss her gently again. Now she returned his kiss, leaving him momentarily flustered. Bai Zhi couldn't help but laugh inwardly, finding his innocence quite endearing. She refrained from kissing him too passionately, fearing it might startle him. Instead, she wrapped her arms around his narrow waist, embracing him softly and whispering, Lu Ting. He replied with a soft You can help me resolve matters regarding my elder brother, can't you? Lu Ting's lips curled into a sly smile. She truly understood him well. Su Dekai was a notorious gambler, deeply in debt within the city, which led old lady Lu to frequently solicit money from your sister-in-law. Your sister-in-law, in turn, sought assistance from your elder brother, who had already advanced 3 months' wages from the factory. Yet, the Su family was an insatiable pit. Bai Zhi rose, contemplating, for someone like that, can money truly resolve the issue? Thus, special measures are necessary. I will head into the city tomorrow to arrange everything. Do not worry. I can handle this. I assure you they will not trouble you again. As for your sister-in-law, it would depend on your elder brother. I suspect your sister-in-law may have some psychological issues. As Bai Zhi listened, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Elder brother Lu, you are incredibly clever. You seem to know everything. Lu Ting affectionately brushed her nose. You are quite clever yourself, akin to Hua Mulan. Bai Zhi blushed and smiled shyly. With Lu Ting's tall stature and gentle demeanor, she couldn't help but feel vulnerable in his presence, leaning against him, inviting his affection. Yet, deep down, Lu Ting understood all too well. Though she appeared delicate, she was anything but weak. When wielding an axe, she exhibited a grace that surpassed even Hua Mulan. Yet, in his presence, she transformed into a soft, playful kitten, evoking an irresistible urge to hold her close and caress her. It is truly captivating. The two of them sat for a while before continuing their descent to the foot of the mountain. This area was cool and sparsely populated, albeit somewhat dim, with uneven ground beneath their feet. Lu Ting knelt before her and said, "Climb onto my back." "I'm quite heavy," she protested. "Not at all," he replied, and with that, Bai Zhi climbed onto his back. He stood up abruptly, startling her, and she instinctively tightened her grip around him. Summer garments are inherently thin, and her body pressed against his back prompted him to involuntarily think of her softness. He felt his throat tighten as he suppressed any wandering thoughts and hastened his pace toward home. Bai Zhi was puzzled by Lu Ting's sudden burst of speed, as if a dog were chasing after them. Yet, his broad back gave her a sense of security, though she worried about him becoming overly fatigued. Upon reaching a more manageable path, Bai Zhi urged him, "Let me down." "No rush. Aren't you tired?" "Not at all," Lu Ting insisted, continuing forward. However, they unexpectedly encountered Wang, Mei, and Bai Taidan. From a distance, Bai Taidan lunged forward, but upon seeing Bai Zhi on Lu Ting's back, he paused, then burst into laughter. "Haha, Auntie is embarrassed. Look at her age, and she still needs Uncle Lu to carry her." Bai Zhi felt a surge of indignation and wanted to swat him. Wang Mei quickly intervened, pulling Bai Taidan aside and covering his mouth. "You silly boy, don't speak nonsense. What is there to be embarrassed about? It's only natural for your Uncle Lu to carry your auntie. When it's time for her to marry, your Uncle Lu will carry her around several bends." Bai Taidan exclaimed, "Then does that mean I'll have to carry my wife in the future?" "Haha, you little rascal. How old are you to be thinking about wives?" Wang Mei teased. Bai Taidan pouted, "I'm definitely going to find a wife as slim as Annie, absolutely no plump ones." Wang Mei couldn't help but laugh heartily. "Bai Taidan, you must be joking. Where will you find someone as wonderful as your Annie? You'll need to be as capable as your Uncle Lu to deserve such a partner." Bai Taidan huffed, "I will surpass Uncle Lu." Chapter 065. He blushed. Bai Zhi smiled. "All right, I look forward to your grand success in the future so you can support Annie in her old age. Auntie, I'll buy you a little car and even make you something that flies in the sky. TSK, TSK. This lad truly has aspirations. He certainly seems destined for greatness." Wang Mei, listening to her son's words, laughed uncontrollably, then turned to Lu Ting. "Don't take the child's words too seriously. You will be the one to achieve great things in the future." At this point, Bai Zhi shot her a glare. Wang Mei quickly recalled what Zhou Lan had advised her and smiled awkwardly. You two continue your walk. We'll head home now." "All right." Bai Zhi secretly sighed in relief. Wang Mei's mind was evidently not very nimble, dreaming of future events as if she wished to broadcast them to the entire village. Did she not realize the importance of discretion? Even Lu Ting should adhere to this principle. Lost in her thoughts, Bai Zhi failed to notice Lu Ting gazing at her. When she looked up, their eyes met, his filled with curiosity and a hint of exasperation. Bai Zhi immediately asked, "What is wrong?" "My sister-in-law said you will achieve great things. Aren't you happy? Do you not wish for me to excel in the future?" Lu Ting inquired, perplexed by her statement. He pondered why he had just disallowed Wang Mei from expressing such sentiments. Bai Zhi glanced around, ensuring no one was in sight, before leaning against Lu Ting, wrapping her arms around his, and whispering softly, "If you become too remarkable, this humble village girl would find it impossible to reach you." I certainly do not appreciate my second sister-in-law's remarks. Her loose tongue might lead her to boast about your greatness, attracting a throng of girls vying for your affection. Lu Ting had a myriad of questions swirling in his mind, Yet Bai Zhi's playful tone and soft, melodious voice tugged at his heartstrings, rendering him entirely entranced. A rare smile graced his lips, the curve deepening, even tinting his cheeks with a hint of crimson. Bai Zhi nearly burst into laughter, utterly enamored with Lu Ting's persona. Innocent, affectionate, and utterly devoted. His blush and attempts to avert her gaze only fueled her curiosity, prompting her to lean closer. As their faces neared, an unexpected voice shattered the moment. "Hey, this is outrageous. What are you two up to? It's blinding." Bai Zhi recoiled, startled, and turned to face the speaker, her mother's dear friend, who had grown up alongside her. Both women had welcomed sons-in-law into their families, remaining within the same community. "Shui," Bai Zhi called softly. Shui shot Lu Ting a disapproving glare before seizing Bai Zhi's hand, murmuring, "Lu brat, while we permit you to court our youngest daughter, you must exercise some restraint. If I catch you behaving inappropriately with her again, I'll chop off your hands. Understood?" Lu Ting, taken aback by Shui Yi's outburst, quickly lowered his head and replied with utmost politeness, "Aunt Shui, I am at fault. I shouldn't have acted this way. I will be more mindful in the future." He was always this way, and Shui Yi fell silent, her demeanor softening. "I see you as a good lad, which is why I support my daughter being with you. Otherwise, I would have claimed her for my younger son, who is still without a partner," Shui declared, pulling Bai Zhi toward the house. Bai Zhi turned her head and winked at Lu Ting. He reached out, about to wave goodbye, when Shui Yi turned back and admonished, "Go back where you belong. No more lingering." Lu Ting cast a reluctant glance at the delicate girl, turning back multiple times. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of reluctance as well and stole a furtive glance. However, Shui Yi caught her, exclaiming, "You silly girl, what are you doing? Be a bit more reserved. That boy is not worth your time. You're not even engaged or married, and he is already getting too familiar. If he suddenly decides against marriage, you would be the one at a loss. A girl must protect herself when out in the world. Do you understand?" "Yes, Aunt Shui," Bai Zhi replied. "That boy is not worth it. Next time he behaves like this, just hit his hand or bite him. Do you hear?" Shui Yi's concern was palpable, as she fretted over Bai Zhi's well-being. Bai Zhi nodded obediently. "Aunt Shui, I understand. Please drop me off here. I can return on my own." "How could that be? Our little girl is more beautiful than a flower. You are your mother's precious darling, and also Aunt Shui's cherished treasure. Although my son is a bit younger, you must consider this," Aunt Shui replied. Bai Zhi nodded solemnly. "Aunt Shui, even if I don't become her daughter-in-law, I'm still your good little girl. Moreover, Brother Lu and I share mutual affection." Upon hearing this, Aunt Shui grasped her hand tightly and exclaimed, "Nonsense. Marriage is not merely about love. It intertwines with the complexities of daily life. Who speaks of romance once wed? Marrying for love does not guarantee happiness. We chose Lu for you, not solely based on his wealth, but to ensure you won't suffer. Remember, Aunt Shui's family is also well off. I will always be waiting for you. My door will forever be open for you." "Indeed, Aunt Shui," Bai Zhi chuckled softly. She genuinely envied the bond between Aunt Shui and her mother, having witnessed their enduring affection from childhood through marriage and now into old age. They had never wavered in their relationship. Bai Zhi noticed that her mother and Aunt Shui shared many similarities, which was likely the reason for their strong connection. Throughout the journey, Aunt Shui kept reiterating that girls must protect themselves and not let men take advantage of them. Such interactions should only occur after marriage. They shouldn't even be allowed to touch, let alone kiss. Bai Zhi felt as though her ears were becoming callous from hearing the same advice repeatedly. Upon arriving home, Bai Zhi called out for her mother, "Mom, Aunt Shui is here." After saying this, she quickly retreated to her own room, hearing that her old friend had arrived. Zhoulan dropped what she was doing and hurried out. Bai Zhi immediately urged, "Mom, you should go. Aunt Shui misses you dearly." Zhoulan made her way inside, eagerly glancing out the window. Not seeing Lu Ting run, she felt a twinge of disappointment. She thought to herself that distance breeds beauty. Perhaps it was best to focus on herself, take a bath, and enjoy a good night's sleep. After all, Lu Ting would be heading into the city tomorrow to help with a matter, so she decided not to pester him, opting instead to maintain her composure. The two old friends, having not seen each other for quite some time, engaged in lively conversation. Shui inquired about the old witch, and Zhou, having no secrets from her friend, recounted everything. Shui sighed. What a troublesome character. Our little girl is so wonderful. What is a son worth? Shui, lacking a daughter of her own, held a deep affection for girls and often looked at Bai Zhi with shining eyes, wishing she could adopt her as her own. Nevertheless, she and Zhou had always regarded each other's children as their own. Chapter 66. Reluctant farewell, the two continued their chatter in the courtyard while working together to shell mung beans. This was the joy of mothers of their generation, chatting while their hands remained busy. After Bai Zhi finished her bath, she also washed her clothes. Shui remarked, "Our little girl is becoming more and more obedient. She even washes her own clothes now." After finishing her words, she looked at Bai Zhi and said, "My dear, after washing the clothes, your hands might become rough. Leave them there for your mother to wash. You need not bother." Shui, "I only have these 2 pieces. I have grown up. I wish to handle my own affairs." "Such a good girl. My little one is truly obedient." Shui almost hugged Bai Zhi in delight, as if she were her own daughter. Zhou teased, "If it were the old days, I would take you back to care for you for a few days. But now that you've grown, you should temper your affection." Shui laughed. "In my eyes, my little girl will always remain my little girl." Zhou had no retort. The more people cherished Bai Zhi, the happier she felt. Returning to her room, Bai Zhi yawned, arranged the large ice block, and prepared for sleep. Today's events with Su Datsai had exhausted her. Just as she lay down, she heard a noise outside the window. Startled, she wondered, could it be Lu Ting? As she approached to open the window, she heard a cat meow instead. Bai Zhi bit her lip, feeling a tinge of loneliness as she returned to her bed. Just as she settled down, someone knocked on the window. For a moment, she thought she was imagining things. Listening intently, she confirmed someone was indeed knocking, prompting her to rise and excitedly open the window. Lu Ting stood before her. "Zhi." His voice was always gentle and melodious, making her heart flutter. "Didn't he return already? Why are you here again?" Bai Zhi moved a stool to sit by the window, gazing at him. She never tired of his handsome face. "I wanted to see you." It had become a habit for him to visit her daily. Resting her head on her hand, she whispered, "You should head back early. You need to go to the city tomorrow. I want you to come with me. Will you?" Bai Zhi hesitated. With so many responsibilities at home, was it feasible for her to leave at this hour? Seeing her indecision, Lu Ting expressed his thoughts. "There are those who will deal with that mother and son duo in the city. Do you trust me?" "Of course. I believe whatever you say." "Then I'll go with you tomorrow. Second sister-in-law will be home, and mother 1T be going to work, so I should be able to slip away." "That's settled then. I'll come and pick you up in the morning." "Yes, you come and get me. My mother will surely allow it." "Just be wary of Shui. She is still chatting in the yard." Bai Zhi spoke very softly. Lu Ting leaned in closer to listen. As he did, she noticed his ears and felt an irresistible urge to pinch them. He didn't shy away, allowing her to do so. "Brother Lu, your ears are so soft." Lu Ting cleared his throat, his Adam's apple bobbing, a hint of red appearing at the corners of his eyes. Bai Zhi, feeling shy, withdrew her hand and glanced elsewhere. "I think I want to sleep now. Then I shall take my leave." Lu Ting gazed at her, filled with reluctance. His lingering gaze sent her heart racing, and she playfully beckoned him with her finger. Lu Ting obligingly leaned closer. Bai Zhi wrapped her arms around his neck, planted a gentle kiss on his cheek, then released him. "Goodbye, goodbye." Lu Ting's ears turned even redder. Bai Zhi refrained from looking at him and shut the window. As she lay back on her bed, her heart raced like a drum, thumping loudly. This is perhaps the essence of love, vague yet exquisite. It is no wonder that people often say love is the most enchanting experience. Bai Zhi felt this sensation for the first time, an inextricable longing, an absence that pricked her heart like a playful kitten, leaving her thoughts consumed by him. However, Bai Zhi was rather fatigued, so she turned over a few times in bed before drifting off to sleep. And thus, she found herself in a dream, a most audacious one. In this dream, she envisioned him removing her clothing, leading to scenes of indescribable embarrassment. Yet at the critical moment, she awoke, roused by the crowing of the rooster outside. Bai Zhi glanced at the sky. It was faintly illuminated. It was time for her to rise. Despite her dream, she had slept remarkably well. Upon opening the door, She was greeted by the scent of firewood. She looked towards the kitchen, initially believing it was her mother who was cooking, only to discover it was her sister-in-law. With her face smudged with flour, her sister-in-law immediately called out, "Younger sister, come quickly. Help me see what's wrong with this pot. I can't seem to get it right." Bai Zhi peered into the pot and was dismayed by the sight. "Sister-in-law, if you can't manage it, perhaps you should let mother handle it instead." Observing the dough that had failed to rise, she imagined how heartbroken her mother would be later. Wang Mei, feeling anxious, fretted. "What should we do? Mother will surely be upset when she sees this. I thought since your brother likes steamed buns, I would learn to make them. I distinctly remember how mother taught me." Yet, the buns remained hard and refused to rise. Bai Zhi sighed and shook her head. Even she could do better. Determined to salvage the situation, Bai Zhi picked up the buns, just as their mother entered. Upon seeing the overcooked, doughy mess, Zhou Lan's expression soured instantly. Wang Mei quickly interjected, "Mother, I am so sorry for wasting the flour. I intended to let you sleep longer and provide a ready meal, but I didn't realize I was so clumsy and incapable." Zhou Lan cast her a disapproving glance. "Go on, tend to your own matters." Wang Mei was taken aback. Her mother-in-law had neither scolded nor reprimanded her. Releasing a breath of relief, she hurried away. Bai Zhi observed Zhou Lan, "Mother, it's rare to see you controlling your temper." Zhou Lan lowered her gaze, noting Bai Zhi's newfound understanding. "I shall let this go. You attend to your tasks. I will handle this." "No, let me help," Bai Zhi insisted. She sliced the dense dough into pieces, dipped them in egg wash, and pan-fried them with a bit of fatty meat. The fat rendered oil, soaking into the dough, resulting in a crisp, fragrant delight. Bai Zhi prepared breakfast that was truly delectable, to the point that one might be tempted to savor every last bite. Zhou Lan shot her a disapproving look. "How ungrateful," she remarked. Instantly, Wang Mei fell silent, focusing intently on her meal. After finishing her breakfast, Bai Zhi noticed Lu Ting arriving. He rang the bell at the door and parked his vehicle. "Uncle, aunt, big brother, sister-in-law," he greeted. Zhou Lan welcomed him warmly. "So early. What brings you here?" "I've come to take Zhi with me. We have some matters to attend to in the city today." "Very well, go ahead." Zhou Lan concluded her words and turned to Bai Zhi, instructing, "You and Ting should go. I shall not work today. Your second sister-in-law is here, and we have everything we need at home." Bai Zhi cast a glance at Lu Ting, suppressing her inner joy as she replied, "Mother, I understand." Bai Dan looked at Bai Zhi with pleading eyes. "Aunt, when will you take me to the city? I long to explore the city as well." Bai Lauda interjected, "Someday, your uncle will take you to the city for a stroll. Your aunt and uncle have matters to attend to. What purpose would you serve there?" Bai Dan immediately set down his bowl and rushed to Bai Lauda, exclaiming, "Uncle, you are my favorite, and I adore my lovely little sister." As he spoke, he embraced his sister warmly. Rong looked at him shyly. Bai Lauda, initially anxious and fearing Rong Er's disapproval, felt relieved upon observing her lack of negative reaction. The bond between the siblings appeared quite strong. Meanwhile, Su Li, seated at the table, muttered, "Disgusting, covered in filth, even after washing." Wang Mei, overhearing this remark, immediately reacted, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean? Are you implying that my Dan is dirty?" Su Li, coldly glancing at Wang Mei, abruptly pulled Rong away, stating, "Come, let us go home with your grandmother. Don't linger in this filthy place filled with rubbish." Wang Mei, infuriated, stood up abruptly. "Sister-in-law, clarify your words. What do you mean by filthy rubbish? If you are so clean, why did you marry into our Bai family? Have you lost your mind?" The atmosphere shifted dramatically. Bai glared at Wang Mei. "Get lost." Wang Mei, feeling wronged, retorted, "I will not. I am the recognized second daughter-in-law. Even if I am not as good, I am certainly better than you. You claim our family is rubbish. Is that not infuriating? Mother has given her heart and soul to her, and what does she do? She only cares for that leech of a mother. I believe her family is the real rubbish." Bai kicked aside a stool and attempted to pull Wang Mei away. At that moment, Zhou Lan approached with a stern expression directed at Bai "Who are you telling to get lost? You reckless fool. You are even less worthy than Wang Mei." Bai stood there, bewildered, before gathering his things and departing for work. He was never fond of involving himself in women's disputes, and his intellect was not particularly keen. Wang Mei gazed at Zhou Lan, filled with gratitude. Mother. Zhou Lan shot her a glance. Do not be so dramatic. Wang Mei nodded and returned to her seat, eyes fixed on Su Li. Meanwhile, Su Li cast a scornful glance at Zhou Lan before reaching for a bowl to serve herself porridge. However, unexpectedly, Zhou Lan forcefully knocked the bowl from her hands, exclaiming, "If our family is filled with rubbish, how dare you consume our food? Aren't you afraid of becoming rubbish yourself?" Su Li had never faced such humiliation before. She was intelligent and, though not overly talkative, had risen to a team leader position in the factory with a decent salary. Due to her difficult demeanor, few dared to approach her, and criticisms were often whispered behind her back, leaving her oblivious. Lu Ying had always elevated her, even deducting money from her earnings. This was truly the first time someone had so publicly embarrassed her. Bai Zhi turned her gaze to Bai Lao Da, who had finished his meal and was leading Rong Air outside. Bai Tai Dan, somewhat gleeful at the unfolding drama, followed Rong Air, taking the last piece of steamed bun with him as they departed. In that fleeting moment, Wang Mei straightened her back, feeling a sense of relief that the blame and scorn were no longer directed at her. Su Li gazed at the bowl that had spun around on the table and then glanced at the porridge in the pot. Turning to Zhou Lan, she exclaimed, "What madness has overtaken you?" Zhou Lan retorted with a cold smile, "Madness? Who, pray tell, is truly mad? Insulting my family while coveting our food. Do you think that is permissible? Begone. You have no place in the Bai family." Su Li nodded. "If I am to leave, then I shall take my mother, my brother, and my daughter with me. Not a chance. If you wish to snatch my granddaughter, you'll have to step over my dead body first." Zhou Lan brandished the axe she had retrieved from under the eaves, mimicking her younger sister's fierce demeanor as she glared menacingly at Su Li. Su Li, unfazed by Zhou Lan's threats, pressed on toward the woodshed to open the door for her mother. Zhou Lan was quicker, and Bai Zhi swiftly moved to intervene. Meanwhile, Lu Ting had also arrived. Hastily entering the fray, the family surrounded the woodshed, with Su Li clearly outnumbered, yet exhibiting an unwavering, commanding presence. Bai Zhi narrowed her eyes and said, "Sister-in-law, if you so despise the Bai family, then why not divorce openly? You and your father and brother can do as you please. Without children, remarrying would pose no difficulty." Su Li glared at Bai Zhi, "And who are you to speak to me?" Her retort was cut short as Lu Ting unexpectedly produced something and forcefully shoved it into Su Li's mouth. Zhou Lan's eyes widened in disbelief. She had never witnessed Lu Ting in such a furious state. Bai Zhi glanced at the object in Su Li's mouth and then at the eaves. Suddenly, her eyes widened in realization. "Brother Lu, what did you just give her?" Lu Ting nodded toward the eaves, indicating where he had obtained it. Bai Zhi looked back at Su Li, and, as expected, the next moment, Su Li yanked the object from her mouth and doubled over outside, retching uncontrollably. Such a fastidious and clean individual. Now she must be feeling as if she wanted to purge her very throat. Bai Zhi regarded Lu Ting. That was ruthless. Zhou Lan cleared her throat. "Enough. I will handle matters at home. I can manage her. You should hurry to the city." Wang Mei concurred. "I will assist mother as well. Younger sister, go swiftly." Bai Zhi repeatedly cautioned, "Mother, do not act impulsively. Please do not act impulsively. I am aware of what to do." Zhou Lan reassured her as she urged her to leave. Bai Zhi turned to Lu Ting. "I will change into a fresh outfit." "All right," he replied. Lu Ting's actions compelled Su Li to continuously brush her teeth and rinse her mouth, for she indeed possessed a mild form of obsessive cleanliness. The foul sock in her mouth would likely haunt her for weeks. Bai Zhi paid her no further mind and quickly changed her clothes. She and Lu Ting then set off to the city to address pressing matters. As for Su Li and her elder brother, one could argue she was of unsound mind, for when she sought to be repulsive, she excelled at it. Yet, to claim she was sane would sometimes seem quite absurd. An hour later, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting arrived at their destination. Bai Zhi sat on the street corner, staring at the imposing gate ahead. "Brother Lu, are you certain about that person?" "Yes, it is indeed her. The information gathered here about the pumpkin is undoubtedly accurate. He appears to be quite amiable. After all, he is a salesperson at a state-run store. How could he possibly be unreasonable?" Bai Zhi felt some trepidation, especially in light of Lu Ying's presence. Zhi, one must not judge a person solely by their exterior. Knowing the face but not the heart is a perilous oversight, Lu Ting remarked, just as another woman entered the scene. This woman seemed slightly younger than Lu Ying and possessed an alluring charm. She stepped inside, and the other woman ushered her in. Lu Ting took Bai Zhi's hand and led her away. Bai Zhi was perplexed, but upon following him, she soon discovered that this mother and daughter duo were secretly reselling goods. It was no wonder that the black market was so abundant. They were exploiting their positions to divert resources, which they then sold on the black market. Lu Ting, who managed the dealings in the black market, was determined to ascertain the origins of their supplies. Thus, it was no surprise that he learned swiftly of Bai Zhi's goods, which lacked clarity in their provenance. She believed she was concealing it well, yet everything had been laid bare before Lu Ting's discerning gaze. Despite grasping this revelation, Bai Zhi was still a loss as to how this woman could exert control over Lu Ying and her son. "Brother Lu, what shall we do next?" she inquired, noticing the woman's pregnancy. Bai Zhi gazed at Lu Ting in astonishment. Observing her peculiar expression, Lu Ting rubbed his nose and contemplated for a moment before replying. "I instructed Nangua to pay closer attention, particularly after Rong Er encountered her predicament, prompting me to have Nangua accompany her more frequently." Bai Zhi suddenly laughed. "I was merely teasing you. Why so anxious? I feared you might misunderstand." With a playful glint in her eyes, she added, "I trust you, Brother Lu." Lu Ting felt a flutter in his heart as he grasped her hand a bit tighter, his ears turning a shade of red. Bai Zhi, feeling somewhat shy, averted her gaze, glancing around. Lu Ting guided her to the black market. Bai Zhi resumed her selling activities, and he did not interfere. He consistently afforded her ample space. After a while, Bai Zhi had successfully sold a considerable amount of goods. He silently watched over her from behind. Today, fortune smiled upon Bai Zhi. She encountered a buyer for oil who purchased 10 pounds in one go, along with selling some other items, resulting in a profit of 50 yuan. With the money she had on hand, she was on the verge of becoming a 100 yuan heiress. She marveled at how much money she accumulated from just a brief stroll through the market. And what of Lu Ting? He had a dedicated selling space filled with a myriad of goods. Bai Zhi surveyed the shelves, then glanced at the pumpkins and watermelons, quietly asking, "How do you acquire these supplies?" "I go out for 10 days each month, and then bring the goods back," he replied. Bai Zhi couldn't help but express her admiration. He was indeed clever, and his business was flourishing, having been established for quite some time. He had cultivated connections throughout the city, making his operations remarkably efficient. Bai Zhi never anticipated that she would latch onto such a robust ally. Her heart brimmed with joy. Leaning against a sturdy tree, she no longer felt as though her ancestors had led her astray. She considered herself quite fortunate. As evening approached, the workday drew to a close. Bai Zhi and Lu Ting arrived punctually at the entrance of the department store. Lu Ting remarked, Zhi, it's all up to you here." Bai Zhi smiled. "I suffer from social anxiety." "Social anxiety?" Et Lu Ting responded, bewildered. Bai Zhi strode forward, intentionally approaching a woman face to face. "Ah, sister, your skin is so radiant. What face cream do you use? It looks exquisite." Zhao Wan, who also cherished beauty, touched her own face. "I take good care of my skin. I sell cigarettes in this department store and know a thing or two about face creams. If you're interested, I can recommend some effective ones." "Sister, you're truly kind. You seem familiar. Do you know Su Datsai?" Upon mentioning Su Datsai, Zhao Wan's expression soured. "I know him. He's a scoundrel. Indeed, a scoundrel. Worse than a beast." Zhao Wan looked at Bai Zhi, sensing a kindred spirit. "What? Has he troubled you as well?" "Not at all. I have a partner." "To what extent is he despicable?" "He tried to sell my niece for money. I heard he is deeply in debt and wants to sell my niece to marry." Zhao Wan's demeanor instantly darkened. Selling a child to marry. It became evident that Zhao Wan held principal beliefs. She was infuriated, gritting her teeth. "Sister, you don't have feelings for him, do you? I was blind to have ever dated him. I never imagined he could be such a lowly creature." Zhao Wan's mind began to churn with thoughts. Suddenly, she grasped Bai Zhi's hand, asking, "Where is he now?" "I've been searching for him for days. That rascal has vanished. He is in our Hongqi commune, 3rd team. Ah, hiding in the countryside. No wonder I couldn't find him after searching for days. His mother is also present. He attempted to snatch my niece, and we caught him red-handed. No wonder they were so desperate for money. Zhao Wan is pregnant and needs funds for marriage. Evil begets evil. This tactic is indeed effective. It was apparent that Zhao Wan was not easily deceived. Having been engaged in the black market business for so long, she likely had some connections within the department store. Zhao Wan absorbed the information, looking at Bai Zhi, sister. I won't keep you any longer. I have some matters to attend to. All right, sister. I'll come looking for you to purchase some face cream another day. Zhao Wan hurriedly acknowledged and then dashed away. Bai Zhi, feeling triumphant, glanced over at Lu Ting. What do you think? Lu Ting gave her a thumbs up. Zhi, you're truly impressive. You left no trace. Let us head home. We might witness some interesting developments. Indeed. An hour later, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting returned home first. Su Li was still rinsing her mouth. Upon seeing Bai Zhi return, she cast a cold glance before resuming her mouth rinse. She always maintained an air of superiority and aloofness. Wang Mei whispered, "She has been rinsing for an entire day. I wonder if her mouth is raw." Her tone was laced with sarcasm. Mother didn't hold back and gave her a good scolding. Yet she remains unperturbed. Bai Zhi glanced towards the woodshed, pondering whether to release her mother. Yes, but we want to allow it. Sister-in-law, why don't you check on brother too? Bai Zhi intended to create an opportunity for Su Li. Meanwhile, Lu Ting had gone to gather information. Once Zhao Wan arrived, the spectacle would commence. Wang Mei, unaware of Bai Zhi's intentions, dismissed her, suspecting there might be some issue. Confused, yet obedient, she complied. She observed that the family was living harmoniously, their lives quite pleasant. What was there to be so discontented about, to harbor jealousy? Bai Zhi stepped out, and Zhou Lan went to the fields. The house was now empty. Seizing her chance, Su Li glanced at the woodshed and sauntered over. Bai Zhi discerned that Su Li's mind seemed clear for the moment. A troubled person would not exhibit such cleverness. Su Li opened the door to the woodshed. Inside, Lu Ying was weak from hunger, exclaiming, my daughter, you have finally come. Quickly, help me up." Su Li immediately stuffed a large steamed bun into her mother's hands and untied her ropes. "Mother, you must hurry back to the city." Lu Ying looked at Su Li and expressed disdain for Bai Lauda, questioning why they should keep such a useless person around. Su Li remained silent as she untied Su Datsai's ropes. Su Datsai began to weep, saying, "Sister, mother is right. Let him go. We can keep Romer. Uncle will raise her. Her maternal uncle adores her and wishes to adopt her as his goddaughter. Henceforth, we shall be wealthy relatives. Sister, Wanner already has child. We are merely waiting for uncle to provide us with funds so that I may marry Wanner." Su Li, gazing earnestly at Su Datsai, reassured him, "Brother, do not worry. I will take care of it. Ronger is mine. No one shall take her away. I will find a way for your marriage to Wanner." Chapter 069. Silently observing the drama, Su Datsai looked at Su Li with excitement, proclaiming, "Sister, you are truly my kin, my dear sister. For life, I shall remain your devoted brother. Sister, Bai Lauda is of no use. Mother is correct. Letting him go is fine. Uncle will surely find you a better match." Su Li remained silent as she dragged them both out of the woodshed. Bai Zhi watched as they exited. Lu Ting had returned, saying, "They have entered the village. I have already sent Aunt Tao to guide them." Bai Zhi observed the cowering mother and son. "Brother Lu, watch me," she declared, narrowing her eyes as she approached. "Sister-in-law." Su Li heard the voice and turned to face Bai Zhi, her expression icy and dismissive. Su Datsai, gritting his teeth, exclaimed, "Sister, it is this woman. She has harmed me. Sister, strike her. You are her sister-in-law. It is your duty to educate her properly." Su Li shot him a glare, commanding, "Get lost." As Su Datsai departed, he cast a venomous look at Bai Zhi, threatening, "Wretched woman, wait for me." Bai Zhi picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it at him. Su Datsai, underestimating her, was caught off guard as the stone struck him on the forehead, causing him to yelp, "Wretched woman, you dare strike me? I will retaliate." Bai Zhi sought to provoke him further. Su Datsai, being stout and short, was clumsy in his approach. Before he could reach her, Lu Ying had already lunged forward, attempting to strike Bai Zhi's face with her shoe. Su Li stood by, cold and indifferent, as if she were a mere bystander. Bai Zhi refrained from striking and simply evaded the attack. Unbeknownst to her, Lu Ying, the old woman, lunged and missed, likely due to having not eaten all day, resulting in her low blood sugar and unsteady balance, causing her to fall to the ground. Bai Zhi inadvertently stepped on her leg, eliciting a pained cry from the elderly woman. Su Li, unable to bear the sight, stepped forward, intending to pull Bai Zhi away. However, Zhao Wan's mother arrived, her voice booming, "Su Datsai, you heartless wretch! Have you truly come back from the countryside? Where's the betrothal gift? What do you take our water for?" Su Datsai trembled at Zhao Wan's mother's voice, instinctively glancing at Su Li. Sister, help me. It's Wanner's mother, my future mother-in-law." Su Li swiftly pulled Su Datsai behind her, addressing Zhao Wan's mother. "I am his sister. If you have grievances, speak to me. I will arrange the betrothal gift." "Why the haste?" With bloodshot eyes, Zhao Wan's mother glared at Su Li. "Why the haste? Today, I intend to have a thorough discussion with you. What exactly are we anxious about?" Zhao Wan's mother, already incensed, had little regard for Su Datsai, whom she deemed beneath her. However, Zhao Wan found him appealing. Yet now, this scoundrel had gotten her daughter pregnant. Responsibility was expected, yet he not only shirked it, but also avoided her presence. Enraged, Zhao Wan's mother felt the urge to strike. She was not one to be trifled with, akin to a firecracker ready to explode. Unbeknownst to Su Li, who stood protectively in front of Su Datsai, she was merely fulfilling her role as a supportive sister, truly a paragon of a devoted sibling. In the next instant, Zhao Wan's mother's palm struck Su Li's face with a resounding slap, shocking everyone present. No one anticipated that the elderly woman would launch an attack without warning, and the force of the blow was significant. The sound of palm meeting cheek resonated painfully in the air. Bai Zhi instinctively covered her own face, realizing that wickedness begets wickedness. Su Li staggered from the blow, staring in disbelief at Zhao Wan's mother. Zhao Wan, equally stunned, questioned, "Mother, why did you hit my sister?" The entire family was far from virtuous. She should not have struck her sister while attempting to advocate for her brother. As she spoke, she reached for Su Datsai behind Su Li. Su Datsai wailed, "Mother, sister, help me. I am scared." Truly, he had grown into a giant baby. Bai Zhi, enjoying the spectacle, found herself eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. Realizing his sister was unreliable, Su Datsai sought refuge behind his mother, as someone approached to confront the elderly woman. Naturally, Bai Zhi positioned herself at a safe distance to enjoy the show, as the stage had been set for entertainment. Throughout, Lu Ting remained protective of her, fearful that she might be caught in the fray. Lu Ying, witnessing her daughter being struck, could hardly swallow her indignation, pointing at Zhao Wan. "You woman, instead of behaving yourself, you got involved with a man and now wish for my son to bear the blame? Not a chance." As Zhao Wan listened to those words, her face turned pale with fury, and her body trembled uncontrollably. Bai Zhi, feeling incensed herself, thought Zhao Wan truly had blind eyes to have encountered such a scoundrel as Su Datsai. The humiliation she endured was akin to 1,000 arrows piercing her heart. Onlookers pointed and whispered about Zhao Wan, while her mother, in a fit of rage, charged forward and began to strike and kick the old lady Lu Ying. Bai Zhi, concerned about Lu Ying's venomous tongue, feared for Zhao Wan's mother. Yet, in a mere moment, Zhao Wan managed to pin Lu Ying to the ground, delivering blows with both hands. Su Datsai, witnessing this chaos, turned to Su Li, exclaiming, "Sister, quick, save our mother." Su Li, having just received a slap, stood there in disbelief, clutching her face, unaccustomed to such violence. Seeing Su Li frozen in place, Su Datsai's subsequent actions were shocking. He forcefully shoved Su Li toward Zhao Wan's mother, pleading, "Sister, can't you hear? Help our mother." Su Li was shoved right in front of Zhao Wan's mother, who was now truly acting like a madwoman, lashing out at anyone within reach. As Su Li approached, she received another slap that sent her crashing to the ground. Zhao Wan, momentarily taken aback, called out, "Mother!" Zhao Wan's mother roared, "With me here, you will not suffer. This indignation must be avenged." Indeed, it was right to retaliate, to release this pent-up anger. The atmosphere became utterly chaotic, with some bystanders attempting to intervene. In the end, all involved bore the marks of the fray. Yet Zhao Wan and her mother emerged victorious. What Su Dekai and Lu Ying had not anticipated was that upon exiting the Bai family home, they would find themselves ensnared by the Zhao family once more in the city. Su Li, however, was not taken, as Su Dekai proclaimed, "My sister has money. She possesses a great deal of it." Zhao Wan's mother, discerning that Su Li was a team leader at a factory, assessed her and declared, 1,000 yuan. If you can produce that sum, this matter can be settled. If not, Su Li remained silent, her eyes blazing with anger. You are unlawfully detaining me. I could also report him for getting my daughter pregnant. The argument escalated, and they seemed to have discarded all semblance of dignity in their pursuit of money, which in these times seemed to hold the utmost importance. As the drama concluded, Zhao Wan's mother dragged the Lu mother and son back into the city. In this era, most people cared only for their own affairs, indifferent to the troubles of others. Thus, as Zhao Wan's mother towed the two away, no one questioned what was happening. Su Li stood there like a statue, motionless. Meanwhile, Bai Laodai and Zhou Lan returned, along with Bai Taidan and Ronger. Bai Taidan was the first to notice Su Li standing there, like a wooden figure, utterly still. He tugged at Bai Laodai's sleeve, asking, "Uncle, what's wrong with Aunt?" Bai Laodai glanced at Su Li and handed his small hand to Bai Taidan, instructing, "Take your sister inside. I will go check on her." Bai Taidan hesitated for a moment, and then Bai Zhi approached. One hand grasping another, they entered the house with the little ant. Bai Zhi took the child away, allowing Bai Laodai to feel somewhat reassured. "Su Li, we need to talk." At last, Su Li displayed a flicker of reaction, gazing directly at Bai Laodai and stating, "I want 1,000 yuan." Upon hearing this, Bai Laodai's expression shifted dramatically. 1,000 yuan? Yes. If you give me 1,000 yuan, I will hand over my daughter and sever all ties with your Bai family, Su Li coldly replied. Bai Laodai's face reflected a tumult of emotions. 1,000 yuan. Are you willing to forsake your daughter? You would rather marry her? His heart felt as if it were being cleaved in two. All the beautiful memories had evaporated, leaving nothing but emptiness. He looked at her with deep sorrow. So your brother and your mother are more important than everything, including Ronger and me? Indeed, you are nothing to me. They're my blood relatives. I am the elder sister. My mother raised me with great difficulty, and I must sacrifice for her and my brother. Su Li articulated each word with conviction. Bai Laodai gazed at her, the face of his beloved growing increasingly unfamiliar. He had always known how much she cherished her family. He understood the struggles her mother faced in raising her. Her love for them was only natural, yet he never anticipated it would reach such a frenzied extent. Very well, I agree. 1,000 yuan, and from henceforth, our paths shall diverge, never to intertwine again, Bai Laodai said heavily, his heart aching. Su Li regarded him without a trace of reluctance, simply responding with a detached "oh" before turning to leave. After walking a few steps, she suddenly recalled something. Prepare the money within the next few days, and we can handle the formalities tomorrow or the day after. Having said this, she strode away, her figure exuding an icy coldness, devoid of any sentiment. It was as if their years of marriage amounted to less than a fleeting dream. In comparison to her family, he was nothing. How laughable. Truly, it was exceedingly absurd. Bai Laodai returned home in a daze, and everyone noticed something was amiss, particularly since Su Li had not returned with him. Bai Zhi felt a pang of anxiety. The brother she remembered was always cheerful, and it was her first time witnessing him in such despair. The memories of the original owner revealed a deep-seated affection her brother held for Su Li. He had sacrificed much for her, believing they would forge a happy family together. Yet, their perceived happiness was now shattered, riddled with countless issues. Upon entering, Bai Laodai found everyone gazing at him with concern, so he forced a smile. I'm getting a divorce from Su Li, she agreed, but only for 1,000 yuan. He had once thought that her willingness to separate from her family meant he could overlook everything. In hindsight, he realized how naive he had been. What was he to her? Nothing at all. Her brother's slightest action outweighed him. Wang Mei, with a quick tongue, exclaimed upon hearing the amount, "What a heartless woman! She'd forsake her daughter just to support her brother and her maternal family?" As soon as she finished, Zhou Lan shot her a glare, and Wang Mei fell silent. She contemplated how fortunate she was that her mother was a sensible person never demanding that she contribute financially to her in-laws. In fact, her mother even provided support to bolster her presence. Although her interactions with her sister-in-law were limited, she never expected such narrow-mindedness. Zhoulan inquired if she would agree to let Rong'er go. Bai Laoda nodded, expressing that he had assumed she would consent, and thus he too agreed. Her heart was not with their family, and he felt powerless to retain her. For years, he had endured hardships, believing he could warm a cold stone. He had been naive. Zhoulan laughed, suggesting they could take the 1,000 yuan, using the 500 already sent back as part of it, while she would find a way to borrow the remaining 500. "Aunt, I have some here," Lu Ting suddenly interjected. He had never regarded himself as an outsider, always considering himself part of the Bai family. 500 yuan was not a significant amount for him. With Bai family's eldest brother in distress, he unhesitatingly offered his assistance. Bai Laoda immediately refused, insisting Lu Ting should keep his money, especially since he had commitments with Yao Mei that would require funds, asserting he could manage on his own. Bai Zhi spoke up, "Brother, you should take it. Lu Ge has enough to spare, and our matters are not pressing. We are in sync, and there is no urgency. I can see that my sister-in-law desperately needs the money. Giving it to her would allow for a swift resolution. You are right. You may keep her physically present, but you cannot hold her heart. Severing ties with the Su family will ensure Rong'er's safety." Just as Bai Laoda was about to voice his concerns, Zhoulan interjected. "Just borrow from Tinghua. He is not an outsider. He is like my own son. I am willing to share the burden for our family, so accept his kindness." This declaration, "He's like my own son," deeply moved Lu Ting. He looked at Zhoulan, affirming, "Anne is correct. I am part of the Bai family. We are one family and do not speak in halves. Take the money and resolve this matter quickly." Bai Laoda rubbed his hands on his trousers, gazing at Lu Ting with profound gratitude. Once this matter was settled, a noticeable sigh of relief swept through everyone. Still, Bai Laoda cast a worried glance outside. Bai Zhi understood his concern for Su Li, especially as evening approached. She wondered if she would return to the city safely. In truth, Su Li was quite a dull person, always wearing a stern expression. Aside from a slight smile for her family, she was indifferent to everyone else, avoiding the Bai family as much as possible. Bai Zhi slightly curled her lips. It was no wonder Su Li was destined for madness. Her personality would eventually drive her to despair. She devoted herself entirely to her maternal family, giving her all. But what did they offer in return? Only exploitation. Sooner or later, she would be drained completely. With the certainty of her brother's situation, everyone felt a bit more at ease. Surprisingly, Wang Mei refrained from gossip, especially since Zhoulan had produced 500 yuan. It seemed as if nothing had transpired. Bai Zhi, concerned that Wang Mei appeared unaffected yet might still be uncomfortable, took the opportunity to inquire, "Second sister-in-law, what are your thoughts on this matter?" Chapter 071. Jealousy arises alas. I find my elder brother pitiable, his affection for her boundless and reckless. Yet, this woman possesses a heart of stone, utterly unmoved by his devotion. Remarkably, she shows no inclination towards her own daughter, demanding a mere 1,000 yuan, all to assist her brother. It is utterly absurd. While she neglects her own life, she meddles excessively in the affairs of others. Bai Zhi listened, somewhat taken aback. Indeed, the second sister-in-law has a keen insight. Wang Mei chuckled. "Well, I nearly met my end once. How could I fail to comprehend? That dream was unlike any ordinary dream. It felt real, vivid, as though I had truly lived through it. In that dream, I even faced death. Little sister, do you know the depths of my despair? The thing I regretted most before my demise was abandoning your second brother. I perished, yet he thrived. In my dream, he donned a suit and tie, driving a car. Still ever so gentle and handsome. Reflecting on how harshly he now speaks to himself is disheartening. Before these events transpired, he was always tender towards her. She truly has brought this upon herself." Bai Zhi interjected, "Then remember these dreams. Hold on to your regrets. Constantly remind yourself to change. If you have the chance to awaken, you are fortunate. Not everyone, like the eldest sister-in-law, may have such an opportunity." Wang Mei, gripping Bai Zhi's hand with fervor, exclaimed, "Little sister, I owe you my gratitude. That day by the river, had it not been for your courage to save me, I might have truly drowned." Bai Zhi nodded. "For anyone, I would have done the same. Second sister-in-law, I ask for nothing but for you to cherish your life with second brother, especially for the sake of Tai Dan. With tearful eyes, Wang Mei affirmed, I understand. It truly do. After their conversation, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting embarked on a leisurely stroll. Each evening, they reveled in each other's company, their relationship an unspoken understanding among those around them. Everyone was aware that their bond was solidified. There was no rush, and no one pressed them. With new thoughts occupying her mind, Bai Zhi expressed, Brother Lu, I wish to take some time to consider my options. I am contemplating seeking employment in the city. Work in the city? That's quite distant. Neither uncle nor aunt would approve, Lu Ting remarked, aware of her desire to lessen the family's burden and perhaps procure some provisions. Bai Zhi fidgeted with her fingers, pondering. What should I do then? The town? I could return daily. Lu Ting immediately saw the possibility. Bai Zhi, slightly astonished, inquired, Is that feasible? Of course. As long as you are willing, he replied. Gazing at Lu Ting, Bai Zhi was enveloped in tenderness. Then, Brother Lu, could you assist me in finding a position? What type of work do you desire? After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhi found herself at a loss. Lu Ting suggested, a sales clerk. You possess a natural charm. You would excel in that role. Bai Zhi erupted in laughter, thoroughly amused by his playful tone, particularly when he mentioned natural charm. As she laughed, Lu Ting quietly observed her, captivated. Eventually, Bai Zhi's laughter waned, and he took her hand, and they continued their stroll forward. Bai Zhi couldn't help but wonder if her recent fortunes had taken a turn for the worse. She unexpectedly encountered Aunt Shui again. Upon seeing her, Bai Zhi instinctively tensed up. She attempted to withdraw her hand from Lu Ting's grasp, wishing to spare him from being sold out, but he held her tightly. Beside Aunt Shui stood a young man. Bai Zhi recalled that he was Aunt Shui's youngest son, 2 years her junior, affectionately nicknamed Dolly, with the formal name Tang Wen. They had essentially grown up together, and she often referred to him as Tang Dolly. Tang Dolly gazed at Bai Zhi with bright eyes. Younger sister, he exclaimed. Call me sister. He remained as he always was, enjoying this form of address. The original Bai Zhi would typically allow him to call her sister. Tang Dolly shot a glare at Lu Ting. Younger sister, you are my younger sister? I've called you that for years without ever addressing you as sister. Lu Ting, holding Bai Zhi's hand, stepped forward. He towered over Tang Dolly, naturally exuding an imposing presence. Looking down at him, he remarked, That would be sister-in-law, wouldn't it? Hearing this, Tang Dolly reacted like a child whose cherished toy had been snatched away. He deliberately rose onto his toes and retorted, Sister-in-law? She is my younger sister. You two aren't even married yet. Let go of my younger sister. The jealous young man was truly endearing, yet he was no match for Lu Ting. As he reached out, Lu Ting led Bai Zhi away. Aunt Shui muttered, Younger girl, why have you forgotten everything I told you the other day? Bai Zhi, fleeing as if for her life, followed Lu Ting's swift pace. She feared Aunt Shui would begin her incessant chatter, which she dreaded. Lu Ting pulled her along with great speed, prompting Bai Zhi to nearly break into a jog to keep up. Glancing back to see Aunt Shui and Tang Dolly had not pursued them, she anxiously said, Lu Gu, I can't keep up. Lu Ting appeared oblivious, continuing his brisk walk. Eventually, Bai Zhi could no longer maintain her pace. She feigned a pained exclamation, Ouch, that hurts. Lu Ting immediately halted, his concern evident. Did you twist your ankle? Let me see. He turned to check on her. Bai Zhi took the opportunity to leap into his embrace, deliberately wrapping her arms around his neck. Hanging onto him and whispering, Aren't you upset? Her actions left Lu Ting somewhat flustered, his body igniting with warmth. He suppressed the tumult of emotions swirling within him, replying, I'm not. He struggled to mask his feelings. Her playful antics rendered him incapable of anger. It felt as though she held his very life in her hands. Bai Zhi murmured near his ear, You're running so fast I can't keep up. You're upset with Aunt Shui and Tang Dolly, aren't you? Lu Ting fell silent, noticing someone approaching. He anxiously urged her, Let us return to the house to discuss this. No, let us clarify things here. Lu Ting observed the approaching figures and, without a second thought, turned and carried Bai Zhi into the nearby grove. He was remarkably strong. With her hanging on to him, he moved effortlessly. Once in the grove, He pressed her against the trunk of a large tree. Bai Zhi. He inhaled sharply, his voice low and strained. Bai Zhi sensed his rapid breathing and realized she may have overstepped her bounds. As she attempted to descend, it was already too late. Lu Ting pressed his forehead against hers and began to kiss her fervently. Bai Zhi did not shy away. His kisses were somewhat urgent, his breath warm against her skin. The trees behind them loomed large, while his broad chest encircled her like an iron fortress, leaving her with no means of escape. His kisses were so fierce that she found herself somewhat overwhelmed. As she slightly recoiled, he relented, resting his forehead against hers, panting heavily. Bai Zhi pouted, expressing her discontent. "Brother Lu, I do not appreciate your demeanor, as if you were intent on devouring me whole." Chapter 072. Trading oneself for sustenance. "I'm sorry, Zhi. I won't behave this way again." Lu Ting was uncertain of the reason behind his actions. Tang Dali incessantly referred to her as my little sister, which stirred an uncomfortable feeling within him. He yearned to marry her the very next day, to proclaim to the world, "This is my wife, Lu Ting," warding off any prying eyes. Perhaps it stemmed from a lifetime of loss, finally possessing someone wholly his, only to have others covet her, incited an unsettling anxiety within him. He wished to construct a gilded chamber to keep her hidden away. Bai Zhi, observing his vulnerable demeanor, tenderly cradled his face and planted gentle kisses on his forehead, followed by his nose, lips, and even a pronounced Adam's apple. Her delicate tongue seemed to ignite a cascade of sparks. Yet, her affections were firmly rooted in emotion, restrained by reason. Embracing him, nestled in his arms, she softly reassured him, "Brother Lu, do not worry, I am yours now and forever." "I know," he replied, his demeanor obedient, and she playfully caressed his face. Though his intensity felt somewhat intimidating, beyond her control, it was in that moment she truly recognized him as a living, breathing being, capable of heartbeats, possessiveness, and even jealousy. As they reveled in their playful exchange, an unexpected sound emanated from the nearby grove. Bai Zhi's eyes widened. Her cheeks flushed with a rosy hue. Lu Ting swiftly covered her ears and whispered near her, "Do not listen." Bai Zhi, with innocent curiosity, blinked her large eyes, wondering if they were witnessing something improper. Having been single for many years, she possessed a theoretical understanding of such matters, yet had never encountered them in reality. In modernity, she had only seen illustrated depictions, artistically rendered, yet distinctly different from the authenticity of life. The sounds were utterly overwhelming and jarring. Lu Ting, Kovaling Hills, turned his head to observe the situation, his ears reddening, and a hint of color flushing his eyes. Bai Zhi, sensing the explosive potential of the moment, hesitated. After all, there was a veritable bomb beside her. What would happen if it detonated? She attempted to step away, but the sounds grew even louder. Lu Ting tightened his grip on her hand. "Bai Zhi, you are hurting me." She gently tugged at his clothing. Realizing his hold was too firm, Lu Ting hastily released her and urged her to move quickly out of the grove. Just as they reached the edge, a group approached and a voice called out, "Bai Yao Mei Lu Zai Zi, what are you doing here? Have you seen that good-for-nothing of mine?" It was Sister Tao, their neighbor to the right, a woman in her 30s with a fierce demeanor. Partner, surnamed Zhou, possessed a rugged appearance, reminiscent of a powerful bear. Accompanying her was a group, astonishingly including members of her natal family. Could it be that they had come to catch someone in the act? Bai Zhi was utterly perplexed. "I have parted ways with Lu Ge, and I have not seen Zhou Ge." Upon hearing her claim of not having seen him, pushed past her and strode into the small grove. Someone beside her inquired, "Sister, are you certain he is here?" Eyewitnesses had reported that Zhou, the deceased, had entered, followed closely by the widow. "They must be inside indulging in their escapades," exclaimed with indignation. "Let's go. Today we shall uncover their deceit and deal with this pair of scoundrels." Onlookers, eager for the spectacle, only fueled the flames of the situation. Lu Ting grasped Bai Zhi's arm, attempting to lead her away. "I wish to see the drama unfold," she insisted, shaking her head. Lu Ting paused momentarily. "We have watermelons at home." "No, I'm going to watch the show. Let us go." Bai Zhi tugged him towards the grove, joining the throng of spectators. Lu Ting coughed awkwardly, saying, Zhi, this kind of drama is not suitable for you. Be good and return home. It's getting dark, and your aunt will worry. With you around, they need not fret, she countered, fully aware of her parents' leniency. If she were to stay overnight at Lu Ting's, they would likely have no objections. Before he could respond, Bai Zhi pulled him into the grove, melding into the crowd of onlookers. She had just caught a glimpse of the commotion within. The couple inside was evidently engrossed in their passionate affair, and tonight's performance promised to be riveting. Curiosity piqued, she navigated through the gathering, where suddenly the crowd halted, followed by the sharp cries of women and a cascade of righteous indignation. The air was thick with vitriol, as every conceivable insult was hurled. Bai Zhi squeezed her way to the front, eager to witness the unfolding drama. Lu Ting struggled to restrain her, but amidst the crowd, they became less conspicuous. After some effort, Bai Zhi finally beheld the scene. It was indeed a shocking sight. It was a force to be reckoned with. She had the widow pinned to the ground, delivering resounding slaps. The widow attempted to cover herself, but tore her clothing asunder, berating her, You shameless woman, why do you bother to cover up? You, devoid of dignity. Seducing my man in this grove. What a wretched creature you are. If you must indulge in your desires, why choose my husband? It was disheartening to witness such hostility directed solely at the woman when this was a matter involving both parties. As a fellow woman, it seemed unnecessary to persecute another. Bai Zhi contemplated the widow's predicament. Her husband was dead, and she could either remarry or remain chaste. While Bai Zhi understood the natural human impulses, she could not condone an affair with another spouse. The notion of infidelity was repugnant. She was thoroughly entertained by the unfolding chaos. Even as Lu Ting repeatedly attempted to shield her eyes, but she deftly pushed his hand away. The situation escalated, the widow appearing to face a near-fatal beating. Fortunately, there were rational individuals who quickly intervened and separated the two. Sister Tao bound Brother Zhou, and the widow was discarded like a rag in the small grove. Her clothing torn to shreds, leaving her huddled in the grass, trembling with cold. No one showed her any sympathy or offered her a garment. As the crowd dispersed, the battered widow lay there, appearing utterly pitiable. Bai Zhi contemplated for a moment before deciding to offer her own coat. Widow Zhu looked at Bai Zhi, her voice soft. Thank you. Bai Zhi remained silent. It was hard to feel any animosity towards her in that state. After a moment's thought, she extended her hand and asked, What were you thinking? If you want to remarry, then do so. Why degrade yourself in this manner? Because he gives me money. Money. Bai Zhi felt an indescribable pang of sorrow at the mere mention of the word. In her memory, widow Zhu seemed to have 2 children. Was she exchanging her body for money and food to provide for them? Widow Zhu's gaze was gentle and frail, evoking a sense of compassion. She meticulously donned the coat Bai Zhi had given her, then extracted 2 dimes from her palm. Bai Zhi, this is for your clothing. I am filthy, so I 1T return it. Chapter 073. Signing to end it all, Bai Zhi pushed Widow Zhu's hand away. I don't want it. Widow Zhu assumed Bai Zhi found her repulsive and wiped the money on the grass. Take it. Bai Zhi looked at her coldly. I didn't want this coat in the first place. I intended to discard it. I don't want your money. Can you get up? Shall I assist you? Widow Zhu shook her head. No need. I'll wait until it's darker, and when no one is around, I'll go back. Bai Zhi felt a deep discomfort at her words. She recalled that Widow Zhu was a timid person, struggling with a son and a daughter. Her husband had been swept away by a flood, and her mother-in-law had passed away early. Sold to her in-laws at a young age, she had no family to rely on. The in-laws offered no support either, leaving her to fend for herself. Though she was reserved and spoke little, she toiled tirelessly to earn enough for her children. She was willing to undertake even the most arduous tasks. Her father had arranged lighter work for her sake, but she refused, striving instead to earn more work points. Even when her mother had once given her grain, she had returned it the next day. Bai Zhi realized the depth of her suffering, so dire that she resorted to selling herself for sustenance. On her way back, her thoughts were consumed by Widow Zhu. Lu Ting tugged at the hem of her clothing. Are you still thinking about Widow Zhu? Yes, I want to help her, but she's so proud. I don't know how to assist her. Giving a fish is not as beneficial as teaching to fish. Lu Ting's voice was clear. She understood. But in this era, it was already challenging, and for a woman, it was even more arduous, especially with 2 children in tow. Her unwillingness to remarry likely stemmed from thoughts of her children. The production team had even suggested she abandon one child and take the other to remarry, but she had firmly declined. Lu Ting pondered for a moment and said, "You must be curious as to why pumpkins, winter melons, and loofahs are all referred to as melons, right?" Bai Zhi gazed at him with intrigue. She had once wondered about it herself, but since he did not bring it up, she had let it rest. Lu Ting gently brushed aside the strands of hair from her forehead and spoke softly. "Perhaps about a decade ago, when I first encountered them, they were all destitute children, lost and without a home. It was likely our shared plight that drew us together, compounded by my abundant resources, which led me to extend a helping hand. We formed a close-knit community, and ultimately, with my singular efforts, I established the black market. They became my family and my trusted allies." Bai Zhi listened intently. "So the entire black market is comprised of individuals who have walked a similar path as yours?" Lu Ting nodded and continued, "Have you seen my general store? The sales of women's products have consistently underperformed, and I have been on the lookout for suitable candidates. I believe Sister Zhu is just the right fit." Bai Zhi felt a surge of joy indeed. Sister Zhu is honest and exceptionally beautiful. Just her presence would surely captivate many women. However, her demeanor is somewhat reserved. How can someone so introverted succeed in sales? Lu Ting countered, "She is willing to do what it takes to provide for her children. If she can endure such hardships for food, surely she can manage to encourage others to make purchases." He regarded Sister Zhu with nothing but admiration, devoid of any disdain. Yet, amidst the tumultuous times, a fragile woman could hardly manage the responsibilities of raising 2 children alone. If he could assist, he would. He felt fortunate that Bai Zhi shared his sentiments. Indeed, they were destined to be together. With this unexpected fortune, they would strive to aid those in need, giving back to society and serving their nation. Bai Zhi, reflecting on this, beamed with delight. "Brother Lu, you are truly wonderful, and you are as well," Lu Ting replied, caressing the back of her hand, which sent a tingling sensation through her. Bai Zhi inadvertently glanced at her wristwatch, exclaiming, "Goodness, it's already 10 o'clock." Although nightlife had only just begun in the modern world, in this village, it was akin to midnight. She needed to return home, hoping her mother would not jump to wild conclusions. Sure enough, upon entering her house, her mother mysteriously pulled her inside with a serious expression, demanding, "Did you go to the grove?" Bai Zhi stuttered, "Mom, what are you talking about? Confess to me. Did you go to the grove?" Bai Zhi hesitated, but eventually nodded. "Then tomorrow, I will speak to Lu Ting and arrange for your marriage. Men are all the same," her mother declared. "Mom, you've misunderstood. Yes, you. My visit to the grove with Brother Lu was merely to witness the commotion. You know about Brother Zhou and Widow Zhu next door, right?" Bai Zhi paused, sensing her mother's grim demeanor, as if she were ready to devour her whole. Bai Zhi felt a twinge of fear. Why would you go and watch such a spectacle? Zhou Lan, furious, seemed torn between wanting to scold her and holding back, resorting only to glaring at her. Bai Zhi felt deeply wrong, Mom. I went there and realized just how pitiable Sister Zhu truly is. She is doing this just to secure food for her children, I understand. Zhou Lan was momentarily taken aback, having never considered that her youngest daughter viewed the situation in such a light. She fell silent, gazing at her daughter, lost in thought. Bai Zhi noticed the way her mother looked at her and pondered for a moment before continuing, Mom, it's quite late, and I wish to retire for the night. My relationship with Brother Lu is merely one of affection tempered by decorum. Zhou Lan scoffed. Young ladies should possess self-respect and self-love. Do you understand? I do, Mother. Very well then, sleep well. As for the matter with Widow Zhu, it does not concern you, so do not meddle. All right. Zhou Lan turned back to glance at Bai Zhi repeatedly, clearly unsettled. Bai Zhi waved her hand to reassure her mother. The arrangement regarding Brother and Su Li was thus settled. Bai Zhi truly had not anticipated that Su Li harbored no feelings for Brother. Perhaps it was not that she lacked emotions, but rather that she had never truly cared for anyone outside her family. Bai Zhi and Lu Ting accompanied Brother Bai to the town to finalize the divorce papers. Throughout the process, Su Li did not blink, displaying no sign of reluctance. Her sole focus was on the monetary aspect. Lu Ting handed her the money, which she seized eagerly, a smile blooming on her face as she gazed at the substantial sum. Bai Zhi observed her brother, whose expression starkly contrasted with Su Li's. His eyes were slightly reddened, filled with sorrow, while Su Li remained expressionless, fixated solely on the cash. After receiving the 500 yuan from Lu Ting, Su Li turned to Brother Bai, urging, "Where's the money?" Brother Bai, trembling slightly, raised his hand to produce a paper, saying, "Sign here and leave your thumbprint, and I shall promptly give you the 500. Without even glancing at the document, Su Li hastily signed and sealed it. "I keep my promises and will not renege. I hope you will not pursue me again in the future." How profoundly ironic. She indeed was a heartless and cold individual. It is no wonder she could so callously abandon Rong-Er with her own mother, showing no concern for what became of her. In her eyes, besides her mother and brother, there was no room for anything else. Taking the money, Su Li walked away without a backward glance. Chapter 074. Shall we hold the wedding in October? Su Li walked a considerable distance, and Brother Bai did not retract his gaze. Bai Zhi approached him, saying, "Brother, do not dwell on it any longer. It is all in the past. Thankfully, Rong-Er is still by your side, and we are here for you." As Brother Bai listened to Bai Zhi's words, his once formidable figure seemed to lose its strength, and he suddenly sank down beneath the eaves, covering his face as he wept aloud. He recalled the first time he met her, the moment he proposed, and the years of their marriage. Despite knowing her indifference and lack of concern for him, he had always hoped that even a stone could be warmed. In the end, he had ultimately failed. The pain felt as though his heart were being cleaved in two. Bai Zhi understood that anything she might say at that moment would be superfluous and of no consequence. Thus, she and Lu Ting quietly remained by Brother Bai's side, waiting for him to gradually emerge from his sorrow. After all, men, too, can only grieve for so long before they gather themselves together again. Ultimately, he had more to contend with than just matters of the heart. Once he had vented his emotions, he resumed his demeanor as if nothing had transpired. "Little sister, I shall return to the factory now. I must attend to my work today, and I will trouble you to take extra care of Rong-Er." Bai Zhi nodded. "Elder brother, you can rest assured. I will handle it." Bai Laoda cast a glance at Lu Ting. "Treat my sister well." Lu Ting patted Bai Laoda's shoulder. "Elder brother, I understand." Bai Laoda walked away with heavy steps, aware that life must go on, and there were responsibilities he needed to fulfill. He owed Lu Ting a substantial sum of money, and his factory had also advanced him 3 months' pay. He needed to work diligently to earn the money to repay Lu Ting and provide a better life for Rong-Er. Thinking of her, the days felt less burdensome. Life is marked by both reunions and separations. Perhaps an early severance brings liberation. A fruit that is forced does not sweeten. He had no means to win her heart, and he could not blame anyone for that. Bai Zhi watched Bai Laoda's departing figure, feeling a sense of heaviness in her heart. Lu Ting observed her and said, "Do not dwell on it. Elder brother can manage himself. Would you like to visit the supply and marketing cooperative? I have already made arrangements to meet the person in charge there. In a couple of days, you will be able to start working with a rather flexible schedule." Is it really that simple? Bai Zhi was astonished, feeling as if everything that came to him was trivial. Lu Ting nodded. Bai Zhi nearly embraced Lu Ting, but refrained, considering they were in public. "Elder brother Lu." "Thank you." Lu Ting looked at her, remaining silent with a somewhat serious expression. Bai Zhi felt a flutter of anxiety at his seriousness. "Why are you so grave?" Lu Ting lowered his gaze, contemplating before saying, "Let us get married. In October, if it pleases you." It was now the summer month of August. October? She pondered for a moment and nodded. "All right, in October." "Really?" "Indeed." Seeing him so joyfully foolish made her lips curve upward. Suddenly, Lu Ting lunged forward, lifting her into his arms. Bai Zhi glanced around nervously. "Elder brother Lu, please put me down." Lu Ting shook his head, refusing to release her. "Elder brother, people are watching us." Yet he did not let go. Instead, he carried her into an alleyway. Bai Zhi found herself pressed against the wall, with him leaning closely. The only sounds around them were the cicadas and his rapid breaths, intense and fervent. He slowly leaned in closer, kissing her. Bai Zhi did not resist. She gently closed her eyes, surrendering to the kiss. Her heart was filled with joy and excitement. To her surprise, she realized she liked him even more than she had anticipated. She truly wished to marry him and spend her life with him. This thrilling sensation was exquisite. He kissed her with such tenderness that Bai Zhi felt weak all over, leaning entirely against him. After a long while, this tender exchange came to an end. Lu Ting rested his forehead against Bai Zhi's, his expression filled with delight. Let us go to the supply and marketing cooperative. All right. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. After Lu Ting introduced Bai Zhi to the person in charge, he arranged for her to start working the following Monday since the person she was replacing would be leaving then. Bai Zhi glanced at the time on her wrist. Elder brother Lu, how about I stay and familiarize myself with the environment? Lu Ting appeared somewhat concerned. The supply and marketing cooperative was modest, with only 3 individuals present, 2 elder sisters and 1 young lady of comparable age to Bai Zhi. It was this young lady who was about to depart, as her husband, a state technician, was to be dispatched to the northwest for technical support, necessitating her relocation alongside him. Lu Ting pondered for a moment before stating, "Before you commence your employment, you must resolve matters concerning Sister Zhu." This reminded Bai Zhi of Zhu Xiaoling's situation, which she had nearly forgotten. It was inappropriate to refer to her as Sister Zhu, as she was merely 5 years her senior. The name Xiaoling was far more appealing. Will you return? Yes. The matter of Xiaoling indeed took precedence, and she was quite eager to share the news of her newfound job with her mother. They would undoubtedly be thrilled. There was no longer any hope from her elder brother, who had already advanced 3 months' wages from his factory. Although her sister-in-law assisted with work, the earnings from female laborers were consistently low. Her position as a sales clerk was certainly promising. Upon returning home, she found Zhou Lan washing Rong'er's hair. Her mother was particular about cleanliness, and with the summer heat, she insisted on washing Rong'er's hair every 2 days. Observing the length of Rong'er's hair, Bai Zhi felt sympathy for her mother, who must be weary from the task, as the little girl could hardly endure it for long. Just as the washing concluded, she prepared to give Rong'er a trim. She began by sharing news of her employment. Zhou Lan initially thought she was jesting, admonishing her not to joke about such matters, as jobs were not easily secured. "It was Brother Lu who assisted me," Bai Zhi replied earnestly. "Next Monday, I will indeed begin working at the cooperative mother. I will work the day shift from 9 in the morning until 6 in the evening, and my schedule will rotate every fortnight. There's also an evening shift from 6 until 9 at night." Zhou Lan, upon hearing the details, began to believe her. "Really? My daughter is quite capable. She completed high school, and it was not in vain. Very well, focus on your work. The younger siblings will be taken care of by me. And do not forget your studies. I have heard that in 2 years, you will need to take the university entrance examination to escape our humble abode. You must pass that exam. Do you understand?" "Yes, mother, I understand. You need not worry." She mused that her scholarship card should be arriving soon, filling her with joy. "Xiaojio, you may speak," a voice chimed in. "Master, you have now triggered a new task line. Please check. This time, the reward card is a body enhancement card." Upon entering her space and opening her task panel, Bai Zhi was astonished to discover a new task involving Zhu Xiaoling. What a remarkable coincidence. She had stumbled upon a new task while enjoying a treat, and Lu Ting's assistance had inadvertently benefited her. The body enhancement card promised to maintain a shapely figure without the risk of gaining weight. Chapter 075. Boundaries not to be crossed. The system seemed to anticipate that Bai Zhi would experience the troubles of weight gain in the future, hence the issuance of a body enhancement card. She found it quite delightful. "Xiaojio, thank you." For the first time, she felt that these tasks were manageable. This truly was a powerful auxiliary feature. Bai Zhi concluded her tasks on this end. Mother had washed Xiao Rong's hair and brought out a pair of scissors. "Hongya, shall I cut a bit of your hair? Summer is hot, and having too much hair can be quite uncomfortable." Xiao Rong touched her hair, which cascaded down her waist, indeed quite long. At just 5 years old, maintaining such lengthy hair was more of a burden than a delight. The departure of Su Li left Xiao Rong unfazed, as if having or not having this mother made little difference in her young world. She merely glanced outside, seemingly awaiting her father. Bai Zhi gently reassured her, "Daddy will be back after work this evening." Xiao Rong nodded. "Auntie, please cut it." "Good girl, Xiao Rong. With that, Bai Zhi took the scissors and began her work. Her skills had been honed under professional guidance. Although the scissors were somewhat ineffective, they did not hinder her expertise. She trimmed Xiao Rong's hair to shoulder length and deftly braided it, leaving no stray locks behind, resulting in a clean and refreshing look. Xiao Rong was delighted, gazing into the mirror repeatedly. "Auntie, it looks beautiful." Bai Taidan leaned in to admire. "Wow, sister has become so pretty, so lovely." Filled with confidence, Bai Zhi asked, "Does Xiao Taidan want a haircut too?" Bai Taidan's hair had been shaved with a razor meant for his father's beard, resulting in a rather unkempt appearance. Bai Zhi, with her scissors, would surely give him a handsome cut. Bai Taidan had immense trust in Bai Zhi. When she said to cut, he was all in. The scissors snipped away, and before long, Bai Zhi had crafted a stylish haircut for the little lad. Bai Taidan was overjoyed, admiring his reflection for ages, exclaiming, "Oh my, how can the person in the mirror be so handsome, so good-looking?" Bai Zhi rolled her eyes at him. Excited, Bai Taidan rushed off to boast around the village. As expected, throughout the afternoon, he paraded his new look to everyone. After work, many village women approached Bai Zhi asking for haircuts, offering payment or even food in exchange. Naturally, those making such requests were from families with slightly better means. Those struggling to put food on the table had little interest in such trivialities. Bai Zhi mused that this could be a form of earning money. Without hesitation, she agreed to cut their hair. However, the scissors at home were quite difficult to use, so she discreetly swapped them for a more effective pair from her stash. While everyone focused on their hair, no one paid attention to the scissors in Bai Zhi's hands. As night fell, she had successfully styled 10 little heads and collected a bounty of goods in return. Yet, when Zhou Lan viewed the gathered food, her expression bore no joy. Instead, she grasped Bai Zhi's hand, saying, "Oh, my youngest daughter, you are about to start working in town. Why do you bother with this? Look how your fingers are pinched. Don't cut these little ones' hair anymore. They all have those messy little heads. Why do they need to look so good? It's all superficial." Bai Zhi smiled, "Mother, don't just pamper me. With a little extra food at home, our lives will be easier. There is something I need to discuss with you. In order to support Su Li, my elder brother has advanced 3 months' wages from the factory. Thus, for these 3 months, we must stand by him. He confided in me that he is provided with meals and lodging at the factory, so lacking money is of no concern. As for Ronger, we shall take care of her." Zhou Lan did not say much, likely considering that Su Li has given birth to a precious granddaughter, and 1,000 yuan would suffice to settle the matter. In life, one should always leave some room for others. It is not necessary to engage in a life-and-death struggle. Although my mother appears fierce and holds sway over the third team, she is, in reality, someone with a sharp tongue, yet a tender heart. Previously, she would scold and hit my second sister-in-law for her disobedience, but now that she has become more compliant, the family's life has become easier. It is only my second brother who still harbors some resentment, which may well be the greatest punishment for my second sister-in-law. Zhou Ban has gone to the kitchen to prepare dinner, while Bai Zhi retreats to her room to rest. Her hands are sore from being squeezed. Little Ronger, arriving at her side unbeknownst to her, gently blows on her small hands. Bai Zhi smiles tenderly, saying, "Ronger dear, your auntie is not hurt." Yet Ronger stubbornly continues to blow on Bai Zhi's hands. Bai Zhi, filled with affection, picks up the little girl and kisses her cheek. It seems she delights in everyone kissing her face. As Bai Zhi kisses her, Ronger beams with joy and points to the other side of her face, requesting this side, too. Bai Zhi obliges, kissing the other cheek, which sends the little girl into fits of laughter, her smile as warm as the sun above. Bai Taidan enters and eagerly exclaims, "Annie, I want a kiss too." Bai Zhi grimaces, "But you smell too bad to kiss." Bai Taidan, disheartened, pouts and runs away. Outside, Bai Zhi hears Zhou Lan scolding, "You little rascal. That was the well water I just fetched for cooking. What are you doing?" Little Taidan remains silent, while Zhou Lan continues her tirade. Moments later, Bai Taidan re-enters. "Andy, can you kiss me now? I've just washed." The little rascal, full of anticipation, brings his head close to her. Indeed, he is washed, though not entirely clean, with remnants of dirt still visible. Seeing his hands, Bai Zhi reluctantly kisses him. Bai Tai Dan is ecstatic, nearly jumping with joy, and he pulls Rong aside, saying, "Sister, let us allow Annie to rest. She just earned so much grain, it must be exhausting." Bai Zhi is instantly touched, never expecting this little rascal to be so considerate. He is becoming increasingly well-behaved. A far cry from the past when his antics would drive her to frustration. He would shamelessly mooch off her food. Fortunately, Wang Mei has changed for the better. Otherwise, this clever child could have turned into a selfish brat, which would have been unfortunate. During dinner, Lu Ting arrives. Since he lent 500 yuan to my elder brother, my mother now regards him as one of her own sons, inviting him for meals and other activities. Lu Ting does not hesitate to accept, as he now considers himself part of the Bai family. After dinner, Bai Zhi and Lu Ting go for a stroll. As they prepare to leave, Zhou Lan specifically asked Bai Zhi to come over, grasping her hand and repeatedly admonishing her not to touch what should not be touched. "Do you understand? Mom, I'm not a child, and Lu Ting is not that kind of person. He is so honest and straightforward that even when he kisses her, he doesn't stick out his tongue. What are you worried about?" Zhou Lan continued to murmur her concerns, resembling a nagging mother. Bai Zhi, unable to tolerate it any longer, fled the scene. Zhou Lan was anxious, and then Bai Laodad remarked, "Today, Ting said he plans to settle their affairs in October. I initially worried he might lack funds, but when I asked, he assured me he is financially stable and that we need not fret." Chapter 76. The engagement ring. Zhou Lan, who had been wearing a worried expression, instantly beamed upon hearing Bai Laodad's words. "Ha, great. Ting is indeed a good boy. Let us proceed with the plans for October. After all, he does not have elders to manage these matters. He may not fully comprehend. I will consult a fortune teller to determine the auspicious date in October. Though it seems far off, it is merely 2 months away, and these arrangements must be organized." Bai Laodad nodded. "You take care of it. If there is anything, just speak directly to Ting. He is part of our Bai family, and there is nothing that cannot be discussed." "I understand." Wang Mei entered, and Zhou Lan immediately put on a stern face, as if she wished to conceal something from her. In truth, Wang Mei had already overheard. She was aware that her past actions had been excessive, which is why her mother-in-law harbored dislike towards her. She forced a smile and said, "Mom, I will help my younger sister make a few pillowcases." Zhou Lan looked at Wang Mei. "I know your sewing skills are excellent, and your embroidery is beautiful, but you must be sincere. I do not want to compel anyone." "Mom, how could I not be sincere? I know I was once envious of my younger sister, but I have truly changed. I do not want to end up in the same fate as in my dreams. My second brother is ignoring me, and I feel that is the greatest punishment for me." When Wang Mei mentioned Bai Laodai, her face was filled with regret. Zhou Lan observed her expression and remarked, Dai is a person of deep feelings. You have hurt him greatly with your actions, so it is only natural for him not to forgive you for now. Do not be overly upset. Mom, I know I will use time to prove everything in earnest trust." Zhou Lan ceased her nagging, though her heart was lightened. Wang Mei's willingness to embroider pillowcases would save the family some expenses. Furthermore, in the village, aside from the elderly, there was likely no one with better sewing skills than her. The village elders do exquisite work, but they charge a high price. Having a family member do it is indeed a good thing. After deciding to have Wang Mei embroider the dowry pillowcases for Bai Zhi, Zhou Lan instructed her not to take on any other work. She selected the fabric and prepared all the tools and threads for Wang Mei. Wang Mei, being diligent, immediately set to work and the next day presented her designs. "Mom, look, this is the mandarin ducks playing in water. This is the pair of birds flying together. This is the phoenix seeking its mate. This is the red plum and magpie. And this is the twin lotus." Zhou Lan gazed at the simple lines, her face brimming with joy. Grasping Wang Mei's hand, she exclaimed, "Oh my Dai's wife, this is your unique talent. These are all auspicious signs. The phoenix seeking its mate, the red plum and magpie, wonderful, truly wonderful." Wang Mei proudly declared, "Mother, do not forget that my ancestors were embroiderers in the palace. This craft has been passed down through generations. Alas, I do not have a daughter. If I had one, I would pass this skill on her." Upon mentioning this, Zhou Lan glanced outside and suggested, "Then you should make an effort to have a daughter with the second brother." She had no selfish intentions of having Wang Mei teach her craft to Rong heir. It was a family heirloom of great significance. At this point, Wang Mei lowered her head in sorrow, lamenting, "The second brother sleeps on the floor and does not spare me even a glance. I cannot summon the strength, mother." Zhou Lan, faced with the reality of her son, felt utterly helpless. "Let it take its time. You are still young. In the future, if Xiao Zhi and Ting Hua thrive, the second brother might find peace." Wang Mei quietly nodded, choosing not to elaborate further. In the city, Zhu Xiaoling stood before the shelves, feeling somewhat at a loss as she looked at Bai Zhi. "You want me to sell this?" "Indeed," Bai Zhi replied, picking up a box of goose egg powder. "Sister, you are truly beautiful. If you apply this powder, you will be even more stunning. Come, try for free." Zhu Xiaoling, caught off guard, pulled Bai Zhi aside and began to instruct her on how to apply the goose egg powder. She then picked up a jar of snow cream, demonstrating its application and sales techniques. In essence, you must present everything in an appealing manner, making it enticing for others to buy willingly. The women frequenting the black market are willing to spend, earning several hundred a month. So, rest assured in your sales approach. Even if they try the products and don't purchase, it is of no consequence. Consider it practice. Zhu Xiaoling observed Bai Zhi, who donned a white shirt tucked into black trousers, her hair styled in a braided twist with a few strands framing her face, looking fashionable and striking. Akin to a movie star from Haishur. Feeling a sense of inadequacy, Zhu Xiaoling hesitated. "Xiao Zhi, I fear I might not perform well and inadvertently harm our business here." Bai Zhi looked at her, asking, "Do you wish to sell yourself and endure their humiliation? That is a blow to your spirit." Zhu Xiaoling shuddered, biting her lip. "I will learn. By the way, I haven't mentioned the salary. Here, the first month's pay is around 5 yuan, and if you perform well, it can rise to 10. And since this is the black market, there are no receipts. Thus, operations must remain discreet, with transactions conducted quietly. You can also sell to others on the side." Despite having discussed this once, Bai Zhi felt compelled to reiterate. She believed Zhu Xiaoling was chosen for a reason, undoubtedly a good person. Yet she harbored concerns about the implications for her elder brother, Lu. She feared that any misstep on her part could lead to his downfall. A thought that weighed heavily on her mind. However, she might also be overthinking. The black market had grown significantly, and securing her a job seemed effortless for him. The intricate web of connections in the city had likely been established long ago. After all, the atmosphere was not as tense as it once was. He had emerged from adversity and had surely discovered a path to survival. Zhu Xiaoling nodded in understanding. "Xiao Zhi." Zhu Xiaoling took a large step back, suddenly kneeling before her. Bai Zhi was taken aback. "Sister Xiaoling, please get up quickly. I cannot bear such grand gestures from you." "Bear it? You have saved my life and the lives of my 2 children," she responded. "Sister Xiaoling, perhaps in the future, I may find myself in need of your assistance as well." To her, this was truly a trivial act, especially since Lu Ting was also in need of help. Thus, she simply extended her hand. Zhu Xiaoling slowly bit her lip and replied, "If you ever need me, I would be more than willing to serve you. Xiao Zhi, your family are all good people, truly good people. Thank you so much." Bai Zhi pulled her up. "Come, let me teach you. In a couple of days, I will also have to return to work." MHM, Zhu Xiaoling was quite intelligent and perhaps driven by the necessities of life, as such a salary was indeed astronomical for her. Hence, she was eager to learn diligently. That very day, she brought a few young women into the black market to view the products. Seeing her willingness to contribute, Bai Zhi smiled softly, realizing that helping others brought her such joy. Knowing that Zhu Xiaoling would no longer have to endure hardship made her even happier. Bai Zhi gazed at Zhu Xiaoling, while Lu Ting observed Bai Zhi. He had been clutching something tightly in his hand and finally presented it to her. "For you." Bai Zhi looked at the exquisite little box, her heart racing with speculation. "A ring?" She hesitated momentarily. Lu Ting slowly opened it, revealing a ring that his father had custom-made for his mother. After her passing, it was given to him, and now he bestowed it upon her. Zhi, from this moment forth, you shall be the companion of my life." Chapter 077. Future brother-in-law Bai Zhi beheld the ring within the box, utterly unprepared for such a proposal in this era. He hailed from a prominent family in Haishur, a city that once dazzled with its charm, influenced by Western culture, where rings were already a symbol of engagement. Despite the tumultuous events he had endured, he had preserved it with great care, indicating its immense significance. His earnestness and solemnity gently touched the softest corners of her heart, prompting her to slowly extend her hand and nod. Lu Ting immediately understood, taking the ring and placing it on her finger before tenderly kissing her hand. Bai Zhi, from now on, I have you, and you have me, hand in hand. We shall grow old together. Bai Zhi threw herself into Lu Ting's embrace. He held her tightly, as if wishing to merge their very beings. He whispered in her ear, I once thought I would spend this life in solitude, but having you, Bai Zhi, to lean on is my greatest fortune. Bai Zhi understood without needing to voice anything. He comprehended all. He did not mind her past, and was willing to trust the sincerity she offered in the present. She cupped his face, rising on her toes, and with a hint of girlish shyness, she gently kissed him. It was both passionate and restrained, leaving one entranced, even yearning to be lost in such a moment. Yet, he remained ever composed, maintaining a perfect balance. After their kiss, he gently caressed her face, smoothing her disheveled hair, his eyes brimming with affection and delight. Bai Zhi, like a child, insisted on clinging to him, rubbing her small head against his chest, deliberately disheveling her hair. He, unfazed, patiently smoothed it out once more. Bai Zhi playfully teased him, wanting to nuzzle again. Lu Ting, appearing somewhat helpless, asked, Shall I comb your hair? Can you manage it? Let me give it a try. In ancient times, emperors would paint their beloved consort's brows. Now, Lu Ting was combing the hair of his delicate sweetheart. He held the comb with great care, slowly gliding it through her strands, meticulously untangling any knots, fearful of breaking even a single hair. Bai Zhi's heart was filled with sweetness, all of it bestowed by him, so very sweet. She mused that this was perhaps the happiest moment since her arrival in this world. As they spent time together, the hours slipped by swiftly, and before they knew it, afternoon had arrived. Lu Ting took Bai Zhi out for a meal. On this August day, the streets were nearly deserted at noon. Lu Ting held an umbrella over Bai Zhi, and they moved in perfect harmony towards the state-run restaurant. Noticing Bai Zhi picking up a takeout box, he inquired, What do you need a takeout box for? To pack some meat for Sister Xiaoling, she replied. And Lu Ting understood. The two little ones at home must have gone without meat for quite some time. She truly was a kind-hearted and thoughtful girl. It was a pity her mother was no longer around to see him with such a wonderful companion. As Bai Zhi and Lu Ting strolled, a familiar voice suddenly reached Bai Zhi's ears, prompting her to turn in curiosity. At the entrance of a state-run shop, a woman was shoving Su Li, exclaiming, You worthless thing, can't you understand? Hurry up and get lost. You're so irritating. Look at this. It is truly a fine item worth 5 yuan. Even 5 mao would suffice. 5 mao. I wouldn't give you even that. With that, she forcefully pushed Su Li aside. Su Li stumbled and fell right in front of Bai Zhi. In a state of utter disarray, Su Li got up and, upon seeing Bai Zhi, limped away. Bai Zhi couldn't help but tug at her lips in a faint smile. 5 yuan? Had she fallen to such depths? Wasn't there 1,000 yuan? Had she been cheated? As Bai Zhi pondered this, Lu Ting spoke up. Evil begets evil. Su Li originally intended to bring 1,000 yuan to the Zhao family. But Su Dazai secretly took 500 to gamble, and now the Zhao family is relentless. Su Li has no choice but to scramble for money elsewhere. Listening to this, Bai Zhi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. Indeed, the wicked often meet their match. Yet, she harbored some concern. Would Su Li seek out her elder brother? This matter must remain hidden from him. Her brother had cherished her for so many years, compromising his own integrity for her sake. If he were to find out, it would ultimately implicate the Bai family. The very thought of Su Dazai filled Bai Zhi with loathing. However, Lu Ting held her hand and reassured her. She is such a proud person. Just now, she avoided you. For 1,000 yuan, she sold her daughter. How could she possibly seek out your brother? Moreover, you must trust that her actions have irreparably hurt your brother's heart. He would never demean himself or the Bai family again. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Zhi found Lu Ting's words to be quite reasonable. In this regard, Her elder brother and second brother shared a striking similarity. To this day, the second brother remains unwilling to forgive the second sister-in-law. How could the eldest brother ever subject Su Li to further torment? He has already done so much for her. Bai Zhi glanced at Su Li's silhouette, reflecting on the words spoken by the second sister-in-law. Perhaps there is some truth to it. It is indeed astonishing that she has not succumbed to madness under the relentless pressure from her brother. Yet, one cannot help but pity little Rong, who has already faced torment from her maternal grandparents, only to be further afflicted by a deranged mother. However, the fate of individuals is not something one can choose at birth. Upon reaching the entrance of the state-run restaurant, they encountered an acquaintance, Bai Xiaogu. It had been quite some time since Bai Zhi last saw her. Upon spotting her, she felt an urge to rush over without even calling out. Lu Ting held her back, cautioning, "Zhi Bai, do not gaze at the people beside her. This is the director from the Cultural Bureau who came to pick up Xiaogu that day." Indeed, it was Jiang Zhongwen. Bai Zhi discerned the underlying tension and pondered whether they were going to dine or not. "We shall dine," she replied. Bai Zhi had anticipated that Lu Ting would take her somewhere she had yet to visit, yet they ended up at the same state-run restaurant, albeit through a different entrance. When Jiang Jingyi went to place the order, Bai Xiaogu, alone for the moment, rushed over to embrace Bai Zhi, exclaiming, "Oh, my dear Zhi, you ungrateful little one. It's been ages since you last visited me. If we hadn't team met today, would you have forgotten about your little aunt?" Bai Zhi stammered an apology, explaining that her family had been dealing with some matters and she hadn't had the time to see her. Bai Xiaogu's expression darkened, asking what matters. There have been issues at home lately. Naturally, Bai Xiaogu was somewhat alarmed. Bai Zhi recounted the situation regarding Bai Lauda, prompting a scornful sneer from Bai Xiaogu. This Su Li is far easier to manipulate than Wang Mei. Although Wang Mei may be somewhat dull and sharp-tongued, she is straightforward and sincere towards the second brother. Su Li, on the other hand, harbors lofty ambitions and clearly disregards the eldest brother. "Tell your brother that with me around, he need not worry about finding a wife. I shall introduce him to someone. Aunt, people say a stepmother is not ideal. I doubt the eldest brother would wish to pursue that again. Ronger is pitiable enough as it is, suffering under his stepmother's cruelty. I fear she may not withstand it." Chapter 078, Nurturing Little Ronger. Bai Zhi understood that Bai Xiaogu held progressive views, so her words were not surprising. However, she was well aware of her eldest brother's disposition. Thinking of how Su Li had wounded him, she feared it might take 3 to 5 years for him to heal. Bai Xiaogu contemplated for a moment, then sighed heavily. "Indeed, your eldest brother and second brother share the same temperament. Once they have fixed their affections, they remain steadfast. This child is truly unfortunate." As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Lu Ting and suddenly grew serious, declaring, with 2 of the Bai family sons experiencing marital strife, the focus now rests upon Xiao Zhi. "Lu Ting, if you mistreat my Zhi, I shall flay your skin. Do you hear me?" Lu Ting looked at Bai Zhi, his eyes brimming with tenderness, and, "Rest assured, with someone as wonderful as Zhi, should I treat her poorly, may heaven strike me with lightning." "You rascal, at least you understand," she retorted. Just then, Jiang Jingyi approached, exclaiming, "Mei Xiang, I ordered your favorite braised pork." "Oh, is this not Comrade Lu? This is the second time we meet." Several times he had desired to make an acquaintance, yet Bai Mei Xiang did not introduce him, and he dared not inquire. Bai Xiaogu glanced at him and remarked, "This is my little niece, Bai Zhi. Do you know Lu Ting?" Indeed, Comrade Lu is an admirable individual. He has published several articles in our newspaper, expressing himself remarkably well. "Comrade Lu, when shall you write again?" After speaking, he turned his gaze back to Bai Zhi, commenting, "Your niece is truly beautiful. Are you two dating?" "A splendid pair, indeed." Bai Mei Xiang shot a glare at Jiang Jingyi, asserting, "Who is your niece?" "She is mine. What is yours is also mine." "Mei Xiang," he retorted, then looked at Bai Zhi. "Niece, just call me Uncle Jiang. I'm a friend of your aunt." Not finishing his sentence, he was met with a warning glance from Bai Mei Xiang, prompting him to quickly amend his words. "I'm a friend of your aunt." The expression he wore was indeed quite memorable. Bai Zhi discerned from this expression that her future uncle's familial status might be rather low. She glanced at her visibly pleased aunt and then at Jiang Jingyi. "Uncle Jiang, Lu Ge is indeed my boyfriend." Jiang Jingyi nodded, giving a thumbs up. Niece, you have good taste. Comrade Lu writes excellently and has a stellar reputation. Will you host a celebration? Remember to invite me. Bai Meixiang shot another glare at Jiang Jingyi. Are you not idle all day? I have matters to discuss with Zhi. You come here. Jiang Jingyi promptly and obediently seated himself beside Bai Meixiang, taking the menu to offer it to Lu Ting. Come, Comrade Lu, order some dishes that my niece enjoys. Lu Ting and Jiang Jingyi proceeded to order, while Bai Zhi engaged in casual conversation with Bai Meixiang. Bai Meixiang was still quite curious. How is Xiao Rong now? I have only met her once, and she was so small then. Bai Zhi mentioned Xiao Rong. Aunt, Xiao Rong is incredibly intelligent. After hearing a piece of music just once, she can remember all the melodies like a musical prodigy. Bai Meixiang, being part of the cultural troupe, had originally aspired to cultivate Bai Zhi into an artist. Regrettably, Bai Zhi lacked that particular talent. Upon hearing of Xiao Rong's abilities, she couldn't help but feel excited. Is that true? Then you must accompany me to the dormitory later. I will give you a tape recorder and some tapes. Such a promising talent must be nurtured well, allowing Xiao Rong to listen more. Once I finish my program rehearsal, I will return to see her. It is now August. Soon it will be September. October is our nation's birthday. It was natural for Aunt to be busy, given the significance of this program and her role as the head of the cultural troupe. Bai Zhi had not considered this. Her aunt, being in this profession, certainly had her methods. During the meal, with outsiders present, Bai Zhi felt reluctant to take out her lunchbox to pack food for Zhu Shaoling. Thus, she ordered 2 additional dishes. 1 sweet braised pork, a favorite among children, and 1 red braised pig's trotters, rich yet not greasy, sure to provide great satisfaction. Jiang Jingyi had arrived in a small car, and he drove them to Bai Meixiang's personal dormitory. Although referred to as a dormitory, it resembled a small villa, 2 stories with its own entrance and yard. Bai Meixiang went inside for a moment and emerged carrying a large bag of items. These are all gifts from others. I am unsure what they are. Please take a look and keep what you can. Discard what you cannot use. Additionally, these are tapes, and this book is for you. My dear niece, the news from your aunt is quite certain. Since you are preparing for university, you must diligently study and thoroughly comprehend these books. Do you understand? Bai Meixiang repeatedly urged. Bai Zhi nodded earnestly, and I understand. Bai Meixiang, possessing a natural talent for dance, had fortuitously become the leader of the cultural troupe without extensive education. Yet she continually sought to better herself, and naturally hoped her niece would achieve even greater success. Lu Ting promptly came over to assist in loading the items onto the vehicle. Bai Meixiang intended to offer her some money, yet Bai Zhi declined seriously, saying, Aunt, you must keep it for yourself. If I take it home, my mother will not allow me to enter. I have more than enough. I cannot use it all. And there are many expenses at home. Your elder brother still owes 3 months' wages. Any help I can provide is worthwhile. Bai Meixiang insisted on pressing the money into her hands. Holding the money, Bai Zhi felt an immense weight. Aunt, you know my mother. If you wish to give her something, you should do it yourself. If I bring this back, I will surely face severe consequences. After some contemplation, Bai Meixiang realized this to be true. Her sister-in-law was indeed quite fortunate, while Bai Zhi seemed to be less so, contending with one sister-in-law who was somewhat unstable and another who was rather simple-minded. She had endured considerable hardship. One could only hope that life in this household would improve progressively. They returned home laden with provisions. Lu Ting seized the opportunity to retrieve additional items. It was apparent that Lu Ting was more concerned about the Bai family's well-being than Bai Zhi herself. On the way back, they brought Zhu Shaoling along. Zhu Shaoling's eldest son was already 8, capable of taking care of himself, and her 6-year-old daughter allowed her the peace of mind to work in the city while her children managed at home. Zhu Shaoling's residence was not far from the Bai family. Bai Zhi remarked, my mother will no longer work. When she has free time, she will help look after Dazhuang and Mia. Zhu Shaoling expressed her heartfelt gratitude, assuring them, rest assured, I will work diligently and study hard. Yes, Sister Shaoling, I believe in you. Women must be self-reliant. Zhu Shaoling appeared to stand a bit taller, for she had found hope in her life, realizing that existence was not so arduous, and she felt the warmth of humanity. As Bai Zhi, Lu Ting, and Zhu Shaoling arrived at the village entrance, They spotted Dazhuang and Mia. Dazhuang rushed towards them, exclaiming, "Mom, Mom." Anxiety gripped Dazhuang's heart. His mother had been out all day, and the village children had taunted him, saying, "Your mother no longer wants you. She plans to marry another man." Thus, he had waited since 5 o'clock, along with his sister, anxiously anticipating her return. Chapter 079. The unique embroidery skills of the second sister-in-law. His mother had not deceived him. She had indeed returned. Moreover, today, his mother looked splendid, exuding a delightful fragrance, which he adored. Mia, resembling her sister Xiaorong in temperament, was somewhat fragile and introverted. Upon seeing Zhu Shaoling return, she burst into tears, crying, "Mom, I thought you didn't want me anymore. Mom, I missed you." Zhu Shaoling's heart felt as though it had been pierced by a knife. Embracing the barley, Ma would never abandon it. She went out to earn money. "Look, the meal she brought for you." The fragrance of the food wafted through the air, and in an instant, Mia smiled. However, the subsequent actions of Dazhuang brought tears to the eyes. He pushed the lunchbox towards Zhu Shaoling, saying, "Ma, you eat. I cooked sweet potatoes for my sister today. We are already full." Although Mia was clearly tempted, she nodded obediently. Zhu Shaoling always shared sweet potatoes with them. She would eat the skin or drink a bit of water. The two children quietly observed, filled with apprehension, knowing their mother had gone a day without eating. Saving for them. Bai Zhi spoke. "There is plenty. The three of you cannot finish it all. You can have some tomorrow as well. Come, let us eat together." Zhu Shaoling nodded, affirming, "Yes, it's all given by Aunt Bai." Quickly bow to Aunt Bai. Upon finishing her words, the two children jumped down with a thud, startling Bai Zhi, who immediately grabbed them, saying, "Be good. Don't bow. I cannot bear it. Quickly get up. Your repayment to me is to eat well and grow strong, all right?" Dazhuang and Mia gazed at Bai Zhi, still bowing deeply. Only then did Zhu Shaoling lead them homeward. A smile graced Bai Zhi's lips, her heart overflowing with joy. Such understanding and well-behaved children. Zhu Shaoling, despite her poverty, harbored lofty aspirations and raised her children so well. On the way home, Lu Ting carried a multitude of bags, yet remained oblivious to his surroundings, his gaze fixated on Bai Zhi. She shot him a playful glare. "Brother Lu, could you not be so frivolous and pay attention to the road? How am I not serious?" Lu Ting, having taken a mischievous turn, teased her. Bai Zhi huffed, "You know well whether you're serious or not." Lu Ting chuckled indulgently. "Let us have a son and a daughter in the future. The son will be the older brother, and the daughter, the younger sister, ensuring that the brother will always look after his sister. Just like the children of comrade Zhu Shaoling." Bai Zhi cherished the bond between those siblings. Dazhuang indeed took meticulous care of Mia. Zhu Shaoling was beautiful, and so was Mia. Dazhuang was also handsome. Bai Zhi smiled and nodded. Lu Ting's heart swelled with joy. "In my family, there are no elders. So for matters like matching horoscopes and betrothal gifts, I will have Uncle Mao handle everything. Once there's a result, I will inform you." "Yes, you arrange it," she replied. Lu Ting's steps became lighter, eager to bring his bride into his home. Upon arriving home, Lu Ting placed a mountain of items in the living room, startling Zhou Lan. "What is all this? Where did it come from?" "Aunt brought it. She has been busy rehearsing for the National Day celebrations and hasn't had time to return to the countryside to visit us. I ran into her in the city, and she gave me these things." Zhou Lan's expression soured instantly. "Young girl, what did I tell you? Didn't I say not to take your aunt's things? Why did you bring them back?" "Ma, Aunt's partner is the director of the Cultural Bureau, and he drives a car. He dropped us off at the station today. He surely has no worries at all." Bai Zhi said this merely to encourage Zhou Lan to accept the gifts. As a result, Zhou Lan began to educate her with a more serious demeanor. "Your aunt is no longer a child. It is indeed a good thing that someone likes her. And not having to worry about food and clothing is also a blessing. However, we must not go overboard." When her mother started to impart her wisdom, it was akin to Tang Sung reciting scriptures. At times, it became unbearable. Bai Zhi was truly at a loss, on the verge of tears, wishing to utter not a single superfluous word. Ultimately, it was Lu Ting who spoke up. "These items were provided by the unit. Your aunt seldom uses them, so it would be a pity to let them go to waste. If she gives them to us, we shall accept them. When your aunt gets married, we can prepare a generous dowry." Lu Ting's words sounded quite reasonable. Bai Zhi rolled her eyes, thinking to herself, "Mother, I believe Lu Ting is more your son than I am your daughter." After saying this, she retreated into her room. Zulan et galim, oh hot duh. My youngest daughter is feeling jealous. I shall go and comfort her. Lu Ting chuckled. Bai Zhi deliberately closed the door behind her. Zhou Lan entered the room, holding something in her hand. "What do you think this is?" Bai Zhi pretended not to notice. Zhou Lan slipped it into her hand. Upon inspection, Bai Zhi discovered it was a jade bracelet of exquisite quality, likely made from fine jade. "Mother, where did you acquire this?" she inquired. "This was given to you by your grandmother. It is a family heirloom, passed down only to daughters. You will receive it when you marry," Zhou Lan explained as she gently placed it on Bai Zhi's wrist. Bai Zhi murmured softly, "Mother, you are indeed biased. You favor Lu Ting over me. You perceive sons as favorable and daughters as less so. With just one word from Lu Ting, you easily turn the page. I have said so much, yet you cling to this. It is exhausting. I was only making a passing comment. Why are you genuinely upset?" "Look at this," Zhou Lan continued. "This was prepared by your second sister-in-law for you. A pillowcase and a quilt cover adorned with beautiful patterns. Isn't it lovely? The craftsmanship is a royal legacy passed down in her family." Bai Zhi examined the pillowcase, tracing the stitches in astonishment. "It is beautiful. The stitching is quite unique. I have never seen anything like it before. Is this not shoe embroidery?" "Shoe embroidery is common. Your second sister-in-law's skill is that of royal artisans, not something ordinary. What it is specifically called, I am not quite certain, but it is undeniably beautiful," Zhou Lan replied, her joy evident. Bai Zhi scrutinized the stitching again, a smile gracing her lips. "And where is my second sister-in-law?" she inquired. "She is in her room, engrossed in her embroidery. Recently, she has been preparing her dowry, so I have not allowed her to leave. I will take some items your aunt has gathered and bring them to her shortly." Zhou Lan adored her youngest daughter, yet she was also fair-minded. Wang Mei contributed greatly to the family, and naturally, she treated her well, ensuring her heart was not left cold. Bai Zhi rose and made her way to Wang Mei's room. Zhou Lan had intended to say something more. Wang Mei was so absorbed in her embroidery that she did not notice Bai Zhi approaching from behind. Bai Zhi observed her distinctive stitching and remarked, "Second sister-in-law. This is exceptionally beautiful and lifelike. The three-dimensional quality is striking. This technique I have never encountered before. It seems to have been lost to time." Wang Mei, recognizing Bai Zhi's presence but not pausing her work, replied, "This is a technique innovated by my ancestors. Currently, only my mother and my third aunt possess this skill. My third aunt's daughter is a worker uninterested in such arts, so I'm the only one in my generation who carries it on." Bai Zhi suddenly inquired, "Second sister-in-law, do you wish to earn some money?" Wang Mei had never heard of such a notion. She was only familiar with earning work points. However, she quickly responded, "You want me to engage in speculation? I cannot do that. I am too timid. If I get caught, it would be disastrous." Chapter 080. Who is he going to meet? Bai Zhi replied, "Who said you must go? You can embroider, and I will take care of the rest." Hearing this, Wang Mei abruptly stood up, visibly anxious, and exclaimed, "Younger sister, do not go. What if something happens to you?" Her concerns stemmed from the fear of being implicated herself. She did not want her in-laws to believe she had encouraged Bai Zhi to engage in speculation for monetary gain. At that moment, she simply wished to live a peaceful life. Observing her fear, Bai Zhi smiled. "I haven't told you yet. I will begin working at the supply and marketing cooperative tomorrow. I can also sell some of your items while I'm there, which is entirely feasible." Wang Mei was not particularly knowledgeable about such matters, but Bai Zhi's words piqued her interest. Yet she quickly replied, "I've been quite busy lately. I must finish embroidering your 16 pillowcases and also craft a phoenix and peony quilt cover for you. You should focus on your tasks, and we can revisit these matters when you have time." Bai Zhi understood that some workers in the city were quite discerning. They often dressed modestly, but would always possess at least one respectable garment. Someone with Wang Mei's skills certainly did not have such items. Many embroidered products from state-owned textile factories were machine-made, flat, and did not meet the standards of discerning individuals. She also recognized that while many were engaging in speculation, only a few were quietly amassing wealth. Wang Mei assumed Bai Zhi was joking and chose not to pursue the conversation further. Moreover, she had learned to be prudent, understanding that managing her own affairs would allow her to lead a better life. In recent days, she had stayed up late embroidering Bai Zhi's dowry, and Bai Lao Air had noticeably softened his demeanor towards her. He no longer regarded her with coldness and occasionally called her for meals. Her heart swelled with joy. He was a person who valued relationships, and she believed that if she remained steadfast, she could move him, and he would forgive her. With such thoughts, Wang Mei felt invigorated and dedicated herself even more fervently to the embroidery of the dowry. Bai Zhi realized just how deeply she cared for her second brother. This familial bond was indeed precious. The entire family harbored concerns about Bai Zhi working at the supply and marketing cooperative, repeatedly emphasizing various points of worry. Bai Zhi listened attentively and assured them that she would work diligently and not disappoint them. Bai Lao expressed guilt, stating, "It is all my fault. I have placed too much burden on the family, forcing you to contribute." Bai Zhi shook her head. "No, elder brother, it has nothing to do with you. I have grown up, and it is time for me to work. After all, having a job is something many aspire to." Bai Lao agreed, saying, "Indeed, being overly pampered is not sustainable. It is good to work hard. As for money, just enough for your own needs will suffice. The family does not require you to worry." "Yes, father," Bai Zhi replied. Her current demeanor certainly alleviated much of the family's concern. After dinner, Bai Zhi took a stroll with Lu Ting, who appeared troubled. Bai Zhi attempted to engage him in conversation, yet he remained indifferent. Curiously, she tugged at the hem of his garment and inquired, "Were you pondering?" It was only then that Lu Ting regained his focus, responding, "I will be going out in a couple of days. You can continue working in town. If anything arises, you may seek assistance from Nangua. He is well versed in all matters concerning the city and the town." Observing the grave expression on Lu Ting's face, Bai Zhi wondered if something was troubling him. "I'm going out to procure supplies and, incidentally, to meet someone. Who might that be?" Lu Ting remained taciturn, offering no reply. Bai Zhi chose not to press further. She harbored her own secrets, just as he did, so she respected his silence. Instead, she assured him, "You need not worry. I will await your return home." Lu Ting leaned in, embracing her gently. "Zhi," he murmured. He said nothing more, holding her close and inhaling her fragrance. Bai Zhi felt a hint of peculiarity in his demeanor. Who was this person he intended to meet that stirred such unease within him? Though her curiosity piqued, she refrained from inquiring further. After a brief embrace, he released her, advising, "If anyone dares to bully you, do not endure it. Handle it as you see fit. If it becomes unmanageable, seek out Nangua. He possesses the means to assist. If anything arises, just call me. Do not suffer in silence, understood?" Bai Zhi chuckled softly. "I am no longer a child. Our entire family is concerned, and so are you. Focus on your endeavors. I am capable of managing my first job." Indeed, it was her inaugural employment, having previously indulged in leisure without any work responsibilities. Thus, embarking on this job represented a novel experience for her, one she eagerly anticipated. On her first day, she styled her hair into two braid-like twists characteristic of the era, donned a white floral blouse, and slipped into the cloth shoes her mother had made. She rode her bicycle, ringing its bell cheerfully along the way. The village girls gazed at her with envy. How splendid! A position at the supply and marketing cooperative is indeed a coveted opportunity. Indeed, but do not envy. Not everyone is fortunate enough to have good parents or an appealing visage. What does a pretty face matter? Another chimed in. A pleasing appearance is more appealing. Who would not prefer to buy from someone attractive? That is not necessarily true. Bai Zhi is a high school student proficient in mathematics, while we struggle with the basics. Even with good looks, we would hardly secure such a position. Education does hold significance. We must prioritize our studies. Bai Zhi arrived punctually at the cooperative, only to find that others had already gathered. The woman she was to replace would remain for a few more days before departing. Despite her lack of prior work experience, Bai Zhi understood the importance of fulfilling her responsibilities. On her first day, she brought a small gift, presenting it to Sister Yin. "This is a lip balm I made myself. Your lips are lovely. This will enhance their allure." Sister Yin glanced at the small item in Bai Zhi's hands, smiling bashfully. "Oh, I cannot accept your gift. You are the younger sister. We ought to take care of you. I made it myself. It is of little value. From now on, we will be colleagues, helping one another. As she spoke, she also handed a package to the quieter, stern-faced older sister, Luo Qin, affectionately referred to as Sister Luo. She is a single mother, divorced by her husband. Sister Luo, this is a cake made of eggs, brought to me by my partner. I thought of you since you have 2 little ones. It would be just right to share it. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to finish it alone, and it would be such a waste. Luo Qin looked at Bai Zhi, momentarily taken aback, yet she accepted the cake, saying, "Thank you for thinking of the children." Such a person may appear aloof and difficult to approach, but one must find the right angle. For instance, her soft spot is the children. Anything for them, she is certain to accept. In these times, cakes made of eggs are a rarity, only available in the city, and the children cherish them even more. Finally, there is Sister Haiying, whose husband is going to the northwest to serve the nation, facing harsh conditions. She too will accompany him with the children, which earns her sincere admiration. Sister Haiying, here, take this. I heard the winds in the northwest are harsh and can damage the skin. This cream is good for moisturizing. You're truly thoughtful. But I heard this cream is quite expensive. How can I accept your gift? Chapter 081. Her wedding dress. Sister Haiying insisted on returning it to Bai Zhi. Bai Zhi, with utmost seriousness, replied, "My aunt is in the arch troop, and she has plenty of these. She distributes them monthly and doesn't use them. So she gives them all to me. I have more than enough and cannot use it all, so please take some." Sister Haiying chuckled. "Well, I shall accept it then." As they exchanged, it became clear. As the saying goes, one softens when receiving gifts. With this, Haiying became more earnest, teaching her hand in hand. These tasks are indeed quite simple, unlike in a marketplace where one must sell. The supply and marketing cooperative never has enough to sell. She only needs to take items, collect tickets, and receive payment. That is sufficient. During free time, one can sit at the counter and play. The arrangement of goods, stocking, and receiving are all handled by dedicated personnel. Thus, many women prefer to be sales clerks, easy, clean, and presentable. Occasionally, they might even receive some nearing expiration products from the cooperative. The cooperative does not have a canteen. Everyone brings their own meals in the morning. On her first day, Bai Zhi did not bring lunch. As she pondered how to resolve her lunchtime dilemma, Lu Ting arrived. Bai Zhi looked at him in surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be away for a few days?" "I have an afternoon train, and I just finished the paperwork this morning," Lu Ting replied, taking her hand. Bai Zhi informed a few colleagues and left with Lu Ting for lunch. Unfamiliar with the town, she assumed there would be state-run restaurants, only to find out from Lu Ting that there were none. She was momentarily stunned, thinking she might have to return home for a meal. Just as she contemplated this, he led her through a few turns and knocked on a door in a narrow alley. The door opened, revealing an elderly woman who appeared to be over 60. She looked at Lu Ting with a beaming smile. "So this must be Xiao Zhi." Lu Ting promptly introduced, "Zhi, this is Mama Xiang. If you need anything in town, you can come to her." Bai Zhi sweetly called out, "Mama Xiang." Mama Xiang immediately pulled Bai Zhi inside, saying, "What a lovely girl. Your family is truly wonderful. My young master owes so much to your family. Thank you. Truly thank you." Young master? Such a term is indeed rarely heard. Bai Zhi swiftly grasped the situation. She surmised that Xiang Ma must have been a former servant in Lu Ting's household, which explained her familiarity in addressing him. As this realization dawned upon her, Lu Ting closed the door with a serious demeanor, stating, "Xiang Ma, you must refrain from addressing me in such a manner. We are in a new era now, devoid of such conventions. Simply call me Lu Ting. Xiao Ting et Lu Ting. Xiao Ting, as you wish." Triumphant, Xiang Ma beamed, grasping Bai Zhi's hand and declaring, "Come, Xiao Zhi, let's go inside." Bai Zhi followed the seemingly youthful Xiang Ma into the inner room. Upon entering, she was struck by the photographs adorning the walls, her eyes widening in astonishment. Xiang Ma began her introductions. "This is Xiao Ting's mother, a renowned socialite in High City, elegant, gracious, and poised, yet regrettably unappreciated by someone. How unfortunate." Bai Zhi noticed that the other side of the photograph had been cut away, presumably the image of Lu Ting's father. Then, Xiang Ma pointed to a very old, black and white photograph, the face barely discernible, depicting a woman clad in a qipao. "This is your great-grandmother." And here is your grandmother. This one is your second uncle. The wall was adorned with photographs of all the relatives from the Liu family. It was evident that the elderly lady had devoted her entire life to the Liu family. No wonder Liu Ting held her in such high regard. She was truly deserving of respect. Bai Zhi also perceived that she likely lived alone. The modest room was just right for one person. It seemed that Xiang Ma was aware of her relationship with Liu Ting and had accepted her as his beloved. Hence her willingness to share so much about the Liu family's history, from its former grandeur to its subsequent decline. Nevertheless, they bore no resentment, wholeheartedly loving their country and believing that soon all would come to a resolution. This must be a reflection of Liu Ting's influence. How else could an illiterate elderly woman possess such knowledge? Xiao Ting mentioned that you both plan to marry in October. I have prepared something for you, she said, rummaging through a wooden chest to retrieve a package. Carefully, Xiang Ma unwrapped the bundle, revealing a set of bright red bridal attire, which appeared to be somewhat aged. Yet, Bai Zhi could discern that the intricate embroidery was crafted with golden thread, a testament to exquisite artistry, clearly a masterpiece from a renowned artisan. Gently caressing the bridal gown, Bai Zhi's face lit up with joy. Xiang Ma, is this for me? I hope you do not think it beneath me. Xiang Ma replied, what the Liu family can offer you now is limited. This was entrusted to me by the lady during her lifetime, instructing me to pass it on to her future daughter-in-law. Bai Zhi shook her head vigorously. I would never disdain it. This is a rare treasure. Thank you, Xiang Ma. Her method of expressing gratitude was always direct, leading her to embrace Xiang Ma, leaving the older woman momentarily startled. Having lived her life without children, Liu Ting was her entire world, and this sudden embrace caught her off guard, rendering her speechless. After a while, she gently patted Bai Zhi's back, saying, what is there to thank? You treat Xiao Ting with sincerity, and for him to find a girl he loves, I believe this is heaven's compensation. Ever since he encountered your Bai family, his fortunes have flourished. All of this is due to you. I ought to express my gratitude to you, dear Xiang Ma, said Bai Zhi with a smile, tilting her head. You are cherished by him, and from now on, you shall also be revered by me. We need not speak of thanks between us. Very well, we shall refrain from such formalities. Xiang Ma carefully wrapped the wedding gown once more, reminding Bai Zhi to collect it after work that evening. Indeed, I shall remember. On my wedding day, I will don this attire to wed Brother Liu. Precisely. Xiang Ma gazed at Bai Zhi as if she were her own daughter, growing fonder with each glance, her eyes filled with tenderness. She grasped Bai Zhi's hands repeatedly, exclaiming, good, good, truly wonderful. The aroma of the meal wafted in from outside. Bai Zhi's stomach rumbled. Xiang Ma chuckled, oh dear, look at this old woman who loves to chatter. You've been working all day and are still hungry. Come, let us dine. Our Xiao Ting cooks exceptionally well. Xiang Ma, I have yet to taste Brother Liu's cooking. Then he shall prepare meals for you, every day henceforth. I find that agreeable. As Xiang Ma and Bai Zhi emerged from the room, they beheld a table laden with fragrant dishes, a true feast for the senses. Liu Ting picked up his chopsticks, urging, quickly, let us eat. After your meal, you can rest here for a while before heading to the supply and marketing cooperative. You should come here for lunch every day. Xiang Ma was eager for companionship. Indeed, I will come here every day to keep you company, except on holidays. Very well, very well. Xiang Ma's face lit up with a smile, revealing the joy that radiated from her. It was evident that she was genuinely delighted today. For Bai Zhi, it was her first experience of Liu Ting's culinary skills, and the flavors were exquisite. The fish-flavored eggplant was delightful, and he had also prepared twice-cooked pork, a local specialty he had mastered impressively. Regarding this dish, Bai Zhi lamented, Brother Liu, how did you make this fatty pork so delectable without it being greasy? Select the finest pork belly, blanch it first, and when frying, allow the fat to render, ensuring it remains tender. Of course, the secret lies in the soul of the dish, doubanjiang and fermented black beans. Liu Ting excelled in all he undertook. In the eyes of a lover, one sees beauty everywhere. Liu Ting was already remarkable, but to Bai Zhi, he seemed to shimmer with a celestial aura. Xiang Ma observed the couple with affectionate eyes, her heart swelling with contentment. She had previously urged Liu Ting multiple times to bring Bai Zhi to her, worried that he might be pursuing her out of obligation rather than genuine affection. Now, seeing the sincerity in their gazes, she felt reassured. After the meal, Lu Ting prepared to depart. The heat was intense, and he advised her to rest indoors. Bai Zhi shook her head, insisting, "I shall see you off. No need to accompany me in this heat. I will return in a few days," he replied, reluctant to let her endure the sweltering weather alone. Bai Zhi remained silent, unwavering in her resolve. Xiang Ma interjected, "Let little Zhi see you off. She will miss you dearly." Upon hearing this, Lu Ting's heart fluttered. He too felt a pang of reluctance. After a moment's contemplation, he acquiesced. Bai Zhi beamed with delight, exchanging a knowing glance with Xiang Ma, who adored this spirited girl. They had enjoyed a wonderful meal together. Bai Zhi was quite proactive in offering to collect the bowls, but Xiang Ma snatched them away, insisting that her little girl's hands were not meant for such chores, as they would only become rough. "Be good. Let me handle the washing." However, there was no room for argument. Unable to wash the dishes, Bai Zhi instead assisted by wiping the table and moving the chairs. She noticed that Xiang Ma's flowers were thriving, so she helped water them and even swept the yard. Lu Ting went to the kitchen to lend a hand, and Xiang Ma remarked, "This girl is quite remarkable. While you are rather reserved, she is quite chatty. It's a perfect match. You should seize the opportunity." "You understand, Xiang Ma." Moreover, she cautioned, "the girls in the city are often quite alluring. You must not return here and look down upon our little Zhi." Xiang Ma spoke with a serious tone. Lu Ting chuckled, "Xiang Ma, I shall marry no one but her. I have no interest in city girls." "Indeed, that is the mark of a fine son from the Lu family." Lu Ting mused, confident that Xiang Ma would take a liking to Bai Zhi, and indeed she did. He focused on his own tasks, eagerly anticipating the day he would bring his bride home. It felt swift, yet his heart brimmed with joy. After the meal, under the blazing sun, Lu Ting gazed at Bai Zhi with concern. "Are you certain you wish to see me off in this heat?" "Yes," she replied playfully. "I must see if there are any ladies more beautiful than I to bid you farewell." Lu Ting gently tapped her forehead. "What are you thinking, little one? There are numerous beautiful girls in the city. Will you be tempted?" Bai Zhi leaned closer and asked, "Will you have room in your heart for someone else?" Lu Ting looked into her eyes. "My heart is wholly occupied by you. There is no space for anyone else. And if there were," she teased, "would your eyes be blind to see?" Bai Zhi burst into laughter, wrapping her arms around Lu Ting, her heart soaring with delight. Yet, the thought of not seeing him for several days brought a tinge of sorrow. Upon arriving at the train station, as she watched him enter the gate, a wave of melancholy washed over her. Lu Ting turned back several times, regretting having allowed her to see him off. Her departure left his heart in disarray, even tempting him to cancel his trip. Yet, this journey was of utmost importance, and he could not forego it. Once Bai Zhi's figure disappeared, he finally averted his gaze. Bai Zhi inhaled deeply, reflecting on the sentiment that if love were to endure, it transcended mere moments of togetherness. She resolved to focus on her own affairs. The train station lay within the city, and with time pressing, she hurried towards the town. Exiting the station, her haste led her to collide with someone. "I'm so sorry," she exclaimed. The woman, exuding a generous spirit, smiled and replied, "No worries, sister. May I ask how to get to Daling Town?" "Daling Town? Isn't that where Bai Zhi resides? Are you visiting relatives?" "No, just a friend." Bai Zhi pointed towards the bus station, explaining, "You can buy a ticket there to Daling Town." "Thank you." As Bai Zhi observed the stylishly dressed woman, who spoke with a northern accent, she appraised her briefly before turning her attention back to catching the bus home. However, someone blocked her path. Surprise washed over her as she recognized an old acquaintance. "Comrade Kai, what a coincidence." Kai Feng chuckled, "Little sister, what a coincidence. Come on, let me treat you to some tea." Bai Zhi squinted slightly, observing Kai Feng's demeanor today, which exuded an oddly irritating charm. "I don't want tea. I have matters to attend to and need to head home." She attempted to bypass him. Kai Feng grasped her hand. "Why the rush? I have something to discuss with you." His gaze was rather lascivious. Bai Zhi narrowed her eyes and glanced towards the nearby alley. "All right, let us converse in that quieter place." Kai Feng eagerly nodded. "Great, let's go." Bai Zhi led him to an uninhabited alley. Without hesitation, Kai Feng produced an item. "Take a look at this. Do you like it? I specifically bought it for you." Little sister, with your exceptional qualities, you should seek someone equally commendable. You know I like you, right? It was a pearl necklace. Has Kai Feng recently struck it rich? He appeared quite fashionable. Where did this come from? She inquired. That is none of your concern. The fact is, I have money now. Being with me, little sister, you certainly want to suffer, right? Bai Zhi scoffed. I have a boyfriend, as you are well aware. Kai Feng's expression darkened. What is Lu Ting? Just a rough man, unworthy of you. Besides, I've helped you immensely in the past. Shouldn't you consider being with me? As he spoke, he began to act inappropriately. Bai Zhi lifted her chin slightly, a glint of coldness flashing in her eyes. You're finished. How dare you be indecent towards me? Bai Zhi observed his lewd hand inching towards her arm, a sly smirk gracing her lips. In swift retaliation, she raised her knee. Kai Feng howled in pain, clutching his groin. Ouch. You wretched woman, are you trying to take my life? I have plenty of money now. I don't care who your aunt is or what cultural troop she belongs to. I want you and I will have you. Just you wait. He turned to flee, but Bai Zhi delivered a swift kick to his back. Kai Feng fell face first to the ground, landing painfully, his front teeth colliding with the pavement. Writhing in agony like a turtle, he lay there, his limbs trembling slightly. Bai Zhi chuckled coldly. Comrade Kai, I have a short temper. Do not provoke me. Otherwise, next time, it won't be so easy. Chapter 083. Did she bully you? Kai Feng trembled with rage, pointing at Bai Zhi. You just wait. He hissed through gritted teeth. Bai Zhi paid him no mind, dusting off her hands and turning to leave. She needed to hurry. Being late on her first day at work would spell disaster. What audacity to covet this young lady. You should take a good look in the mirror. Disgusting. Bai Zhi washed her hands repeatedly in the public restroom before rushing back to town. She ran swiftly and managed to catch a ride. However, upon arrival, the other 3 older sisters had already arrived before her. She distributed the items she had brought, and they said nothing in response. Sister Haiying, a genuinely good person, quietly advised her, though you're not late, try not to arrive so late in the future. It may cause discomfort. Bai Zhi nodded earnestly. Sister Haiying, you're absolutely right. Haiying held a deep affection for Bai Zhi, teaching her with great care and attention. During idle moments, Bai Zhi would indulge in gossip about her life. Discovering that Haiying hailed from a blissful family within the town, her husband also a local who excelled in his studies and became a vital technical talent for the nation. Haiying herself was equally ambitious, diligently pursuing knowledge to share a common discourse with her partner, all while ensuring the well-being of her children. She even secured a position as a salesperson at the supply and marketing cooperative. Bai Zhi admired her, finding her to be an epitome of positivity and a true representation of the modern woman. Moreover, Haiying approached her work with utmost seriousness and meticulousness, from the arrangement of goods to the oversight of their quantity and quality. As Haiying prepared to venture to the remote northwest, Yinjia teased her, saying, Ah, Haiying, soon you'll be living the good life, while we endure hardships here in this small town. Haiying chuckled. What good life? The conditions in the northwest are harsh. Where he goes, I follow. Deep down, Yinjia felt a twinge of jealousy toward Haiying's exceptional husband, leading her to make disparaging remarks about women who rely too heavily on men, cautioning that such dependence could backfire, as men are often unreliable. Yinjia, slightly older than Haiying at around 35 or 36, remained unmarried, partly due to her high standards and partly due to past romantic disappointments, which made her bitter towards others' happiness. Haiying listened with a gentle smile, choosing not to retort. She possessed a kind nature, preferring to show compassion rather than engage in verbal sparring. Bai Zhi remained silent, opting not to involve herself in others' conflicts. Yinjia, feeling somewhat bored, turned to Bai Zhi. Little Zhi, you're 19 now, right? Have you started dating? Bai Zhi nodded, yes. What does he do? Yinjia inquired. A farmer, Bai Zhi replied. Yinjia scoffed. How unfortunate for you. You're so beautiful, and yet you're with a farmer, while you yourself are a worker now. She stepped closer. If you break up, I can introduce you to someone better. Bai Zhi shook her head. No, Yinjia, I like him, and he likes me. We grew up together. It's quite nice. Yinjia rolled her eyes. Fool, you're such a fool. Those aimless men are the most unreliable. Bai Zhi remained silent. Yinjia, finding the conversation lacking in excitement, decided to stop. On her first day at work, Bai Zhi began to understand her colleagues' personalities. Luo Qin, who was reserved, was most concerned about her children. Yinjia, having experienced heartbreak, harbored a resentment towards men. Meanwhile, Haiying embodied the qualities of a diligent and honest modern woman. With a grasp on their characters, Bai Zhi realized how to navigate her workplace. By being earnest, maintaining a low profile, and avoiding the spotlight, her job would remain secure, and earning a salary would be manageable. The days that followed were even more harmonious than Bai Zhi had anticipated. With Haiying not returning to work the next day, Bai Zhi felt grateful for the guidance she had received and planned to invite Haiying for a meal at Xiang Ma's house during the lunch break. Today, it is Yin Jia's evening shift and Luo Qin is on duty. As fortune would have it, they both find themselves free and decide to visit Xiang Ma for lunch. Just as they finish packing their belongings and prepare to leave, a woman arrives at the door. Bai Zhi greets her. "Hello, how may I assist you?" The woman gazes at Bai Zhi and exclaims, "Ah, it's you." Bai Zhi, taken aback, inquires, "Have we met?" "You must be mistaken." The woman replies, "We have indeed met. A few days ago at the train station. You were the one who directed me. Young lady, you are quite beautiful, and I remember you well. Do you work here?" Ding Xia scans the room, peering inside. Bai Zhi smiles and asks, "Are you here to shop?" "I'm looking for someone," the woman responds. "Who are you searching for?" Bai Zhi inquires. "Haiying," she replies. Bai Zhi appraises her attire, noting that it is more fashionable than the last time they encountered. The woman continues to look inside. "What do you need with her?" Bai Zhi has barely asked when Haiying emerges, alerted by the commotion. Ding Xia immediately calls out, "Haiying." Haiying looks at Ding Xia, her expression one of confusion. "Do we know each other?" Ding Xia responds, "I've seen your photograph at Tong Gui's." The mention of Tong Gui darkens Haiying's demeanor. "Are you his colleague?" Ding Xia affirms, "Yes, and a friend, quite a good friend." "Haiying, may we speak privately?" Ding Xia's expression is peculiar. Bai Zhi senses something amiss. Haiying turns to Bai Zhi. "Xiao Zhi, I want to be having lunch with you today." Bai Zhi glances at Ding Xia and adds, "Sister Haiying, I'll accompany you." Haiying shakes her head. Bai Zhi refrains from insisting. Yet a feeling of unease lingers in her heart, as if something is amiss. Haiying and Ding Xia depart. Luo Qin observes Haiying's retreating figure, revealing a knowing smile. Bai Zhi, however, does not pry. The affairs of others are not her concern, even if curiosity tugs at her. She feels no obligation to inquire further. She proceeds directly to Xiang Ma's home for lunch, deliberately purchasing some delicacies to bring along, feeling somewhat guilty for frequently indulging in Xiang Ma's offerings. At her age, she ought not to take advantage of others. After lunch, Bai Zhi returns, and so does Haiying. However, Bai Zhi immediately notices something is off. Haiying's eyes are reddened, clearly indicative of tears shed. What was Ding Xia's intention? Is she bullying Haiying? Just as Bai Zhi hesitates on whether to ask, Luo Qin speaks first. "Did that woman bully you?" Haiying shakes her head, "No." "Don't be foolish. I could tell at a glance that she has upset you. Why else would you be crying? She is city dweller, comes to our humble village to impose her will. It's utterly outrageous." "Sister Haiying, what did she say to you? Please share with us." Bai Zhi senses that Ding Xia is not one to be trifled with. Yet, Haiying remains tight-lipped. Observing her distress, Bai Zhi grows increasingly concerned. However, since Haiying is unwilling to speak, they do not press further. The entire afternoon, Haiying appears distracted, yet steadfastly maintains her post. Bai Zhi initially thought this incident bore no connection to her. Yet the following day, suddenly, Haiying pulled her aside and said, "Xiao Zhi, I'm sorry. I was supposed to leave, but now I cannot." Chapter 084. The desire to undermine Haiying's position. Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback. "You're not leaving? What does that mean? Is your job in jeopardy?" Noticing Bai Zhi's silence, Haiying expressed her guilt. "I wanted to inform you in advance. I will talk to the leaders about this matter later." "Sister, I'm truly sorry. But rest assured, since you've joined the supply and marketing cooperative, you won't lose this job. It's just that you might have to be transferred to another town." Bai Zhi responded with an "oh" and asked, "Why aren't you leaving? Did Ding Xia say something to you? What are your plans?" "No plans," Haiying replied, her character accustomed to bearing all burdens alone. Thus, despite their inquiries and concern, she remained reticent. Bai Zhi chose not to press further, merely offering her additional care upon noticing Haiying's distress. Sister Yan's words are sharp. Can't you see? If she isn't leaving, it must be because her man no longer wants her. That woman might very well be his new love. Upon hearing this, Haiying's expression shifted dramatically. The implication was unmistakable. Yan's prediction might indeed hold truth. Yan, taken aback by her own words, quickly reassured her. Men are not to be trusted. No matter how hard you try, they will still see you as a simple countrywoman. Your job is not insignificant. You can leave the child with him. You, with your beauty, can thrive. There is nothing to be sorrowful about, do you hear? Her independent nature was evident. Yet, for Haiying, who was rooted in traditional thoughts and accustomed to stability, such notions felt implausible. Consequently, she refrained from responding to any of the comments. Yin sighed softly. Little one, it seems you are doomed. Since she has declared she's not leaving, it is you who will be going. I pity you. Bai Zhi glanced at Yin, but remained silent. Sensing she had spoken too freely, Yin turned to attend to her own matters, choosing not to elaborate further. Bai Zhi was indifferent as long as she had a job. Where she worked was a matter to be determined later. Around 10 o'clock in the morning, the director of the supply and marketing cooperative arrived. Haiying prepared the necessary documents to discuss matters with him. The director was not always present, as the cooperative was state-owned, and he managed a broad area, often traveling to where issues arose. The towns were distanced from one another, making such travel time-consuming. However, his presence indicated that something significant was about to unfold. Ding Xia had returned once again. Seeing her approach, Haiying felt a surge of anxiety, tears welling in her eyes. Comrade Ding, what brings you here again? Ding Xia regarded the pitiful Haiying, then stepped back, her voice icy. What do you mean? What am I doing here? You promised me. Why did you deceive me? Deceive you? What have I lied about, Comrade Ding? Haiying replied. You assured me you would divorce him. Yet you turned around and sought your family to attack me. Haiying, you are just a rural woman with little education. I can understand that. But hiring someone to assault a pregnant woman speaks volumes about your character. Where are your leaders? I must have a serious discussion with your superiors about how your organization can tolerate an employee like you. Hearing this, Haiying's eyes widened in shock. Comrade Ding, how have my family members wronged you? I haven't even mentioned this matter to them. Sister Yin, unable to bear it any longer, stepped forward. You, as a woman, how can you bully others so mercilessly? She hasn't even uttered a word about her family matters to us. Haiying wouldn't harm even an ant. How could she possibly seek someone to attack you? Yet here you are, shamelessly stealing another's husband, creating scandal, and still daring to confront the rightful wife. Your character is indeed questionable. Do you think we rural women are easy targets? Ding Xia, upon receiving Sister Yan's reprimand, immediately clutched her stomach, her face pale as she looked at Haiying. So it was intentional. You want to drive me to my death. Haiying, with tear-filled eyes, shook her head vehemently. No, it's not like that. Please, Sister Yin, let me handle this calmly. Sister Yin, witnessing Haiying's compassion towards the woman who had taken her man, felt an overwhelming frustration. Haiying, your weakness is precisely why this woman has taken advantage of you. You are the legitimate wife. She is the one without dignity, not you. Sister Yan's personality was indeed strong, her words sharp and impulsive. Haiying looked at her. Sister Yan, I know you mean well. I beg you, please stop shouting, all right? Bai Zhi immediately pulled Sister Yan behind the counter. Sister Yan glared at Bai Zhi, indignant that Haiying had treated her so well while she allowed that woman to bully her. You truly are an ungrateful wretch. Bai Zhi shook her head. Sister Yan, the louder you shout, the worse it will get. The director will only make things difficult for Sister Haiying and might even dismiss her, leaving her with nothing, no job, no man, and 2 daughters to raise. Sister Yin considered Bai Zhi's words. She glanced at the audacious Ding Xia outside, who seemed intent on ruining Haiying's career. Given her brazen demeanor, it was clear that Haiying stood no chance against her. Bai Zhi assessed the situation outside, noting Ding Xia's apparent distress, as if she were experiencing complications. Sister Yin, I will go out to assist Sister Haiying. How will you help? I will check her pulse. Sister Yin slapped her thigh. Good girl, go quickly. Bai Zhi smiled cunningly. It was obvious that Ding Xia was merely pretending. Both she and Sister Yin could see through it, while only the masses, including Hai Ying, remained oblivious. This was a reversal of priorities, reflecting her upbringing and the belief that Hai Ying was easy to bully. Bai Zhi approached the center of the room. Sister Ding, your stomach must be hurting quite severely, right? Please, have a seat. Let me take your pulse. I have studied a bit of traditional Chinese medicine. Upon hearing Bai Zhi's intention to check her pulse, Ding Xia immediately withdrew her hand. I feel much better now. Hai Ying, remember what you said. I'm carrying a boy, and Tong Gui is very concerned about this child. Bai Zhi looked at her belly. Sister Ding, how many months along are you? 1 month. Bai Zhi narrowed her eyes slightly. It was evident that she had deceived them, taking advantage of their ignorance. But she could not deceive Bai Zhi, who had come from the future. At 1 month, an ultrasound would likely not even reveal the embryo. Yet she claimed to know the gender. Such a fabrication. Bai Zhi could be certain that she was not truly pregnant. Otherwise, why would she be so flustered, preventing her from taking her pulse? Ding Xia had fled, and the onlookers had dispersed. The director had approached, his face pale with fury, summoning Hai Ying to his office for a reprimand. They could all hear the commotion outside. Sister Yin, exasperated, stomped her foot, lamenting the old man who seemed solely concerned with the reputation of the supply and marketing cooperative. Utterly disregarding the distress that Hai Ying was enduring, abandoned by a man, her job now precarious. This woman was truly malicious. I could just strangle her. Bai Zhi quickly reassured Sister Yin, do not fret, director is not that kind of person. How absurd, Sister Yin retorted, kicking a nearby metal bucket. Chapter 085. The gender of the fetus cannot be determined within a month. At that moment, Hai Ying emerged, her eyes reddened like a little rabbit. Bai Zhi anxiously inquired, Sister Hai Ying, what did the director say? Nothing, it's fine. However, I did mention my resignation. My reputation is poor and would indeed bring trouble to the unit. Hai Ying appeared so fragile. Bai Zhi listened, her frustration mounting. She had come to confront them, yet here was Hai Ying, suggesting her own resignation. Sister Hai Ying, you've been deceived. Hearing this, Hai Ying looked at Bai Zhi and asked, do you believe me? Of course, I believe you, Bai Zhi affirmed. As long as you trust me, it's fine. I have not laid a hand on my maternal family. I know Tong Gui has always wanted a son. It's all right if she gives birth to one, as it lessens my burden. Once I resolve matters here, I will head to the city to divorce him. Hai Ying wiped her tears, feigning strength. She could not possibly be carrying a male fetus. Xiaozhi, my partner has been in North City and knows about these matters. I have read medical books. A 1-month-old baby is as tiny as a tadpole. An ultrasound may not even detect it. So how could one discern its gender? Upon her words, Sister Yin suddenly realized, this woman is deceiving you. Perhaps the child is a fabrication. Hai Ying's beautiful eyes widened as she looked at Bai Zhi. Xiaozhi, is what you say true? Where can I find that book? What is an ultrasound? Currently, only North City might have it, but High City does possess it. It is a highly advanced medical device that can reveal the condition within the womb. I will search for that medical book. Just keep your wits about you, and do not let her deceive you. Sister Yin clapped her hands in excitement. Yes, it is indeed Xiaozhi's vast knowledge that shines through. If that woman is truly deceiving you, I will not hesitate to confront her. Better to dismantle 10 temples than to ruin a single marriage. From despair to a glimmer of hope, Hai Ying's eyes finally sparkled. After a prolonged struggle and mental preparation, she began to accept her reality. What moved her more was the support from Sister Yin and Bai Zhi. Suddenly, she rushed forward to embrace both of them. Sister Yin, thank you for standing up for me. Xiaozhi, thank you as well for considering this. If she truly deceives me, I shall never forgive her. What is there to thank? Besides, my assistance is also for my own sake, Bai Zhi teased. Sister Yin spoke unnaturally, declaring that she had no intention of meddling. However, she could not bear to witness such egregious behavior, especially when the woman incessantly referred to them as country bumpkins. After all, they were all rural women, and to insult them collectively was simply intolerable. Hai Ying smiled faintly, her gaze filled with gratitude towards her companions. Suddenly, Sister Yin slapped her thigh and exclaimed, "You must hurry to find the director and retrieve your resignation letter. If this matter remains unresolved and he approves your resignation, your job will be lost. Hai Ying regarded Sister Yin, but the latter insisted, no buts. Setting aside whether that woman is truthful, if your husband has indeed sought another, you must not forgive him. Cast him aside, but safeguard your position at work. Bai Zhi looked at Sister Yin with admiration, recognizing her cleverness. She concurred, saying, indeed, without clarity on the situation. Resigning is not an option. Let's go retrieve it together, if you're afraid. Yes, we shall go as a group, Sister Yin affirmed, pulling Hai Ying along to find the director. At that moment, a guest arrived, prompting Bai Zhi to attend to them. Thus, Sister Yin accompanied Hai Ying to the office, confident in her ability to intimidate the leaders there. Once Bai Zhi managed the guest, she found Sister Yin and Hai Ying emerging from the office, resignation letter in hand. A sense of relief washed over Hai Ying's face, though her heart was a tumult of conflicting emotions, hurt from the third party's bullying and betrayal from her partner. Typically, Hai Ying refrained from discussing her husband, but today, perhaps sensing the genuine concern of her friends, she opened up. In truth, there is little affection between Tong Gue and me. Our marriage was arranged from childhood. I grew up in his household, and as we matured, we simply ended up together. He is capable and serves the nation, which I once viewed as an honor. However, if he no longer desires me and seeks out a new life, I would willingly let him go. Having gained knowledge, I now understand that our arranged marriage was not fair to him. I am content with my 2 daughters. If that Ding person can give him a son, I would genuinely wish them well. Sister Yin shot her a disbelieving look. You are foolish. If he seeks his own happiness, he should divorce you first. Pursuing happiness without severing ties is merely charity, and such actions deserve contempt, regardless of social progress. If a divorce occurs, the house is yours, and you deserve half of the financial assets. After years of servitude in the Tong family, should you not receive some recompense? Bai Zhi, listening intently, could not help but give a thumbs up, exclaiming, Sister Yin, you are absolutely correct. He wronged you first, and he must face the consequences. Hai Ying chuckled at their banter, agreeing, yes, you both make valid points. Yet, without the Tong family raising me, I might have perished on the streets. That gratitude is distinct, while Tong Gue toils outside. It does not diminish the years I spent caring for my in-laws at home. This should count for something. Bai Zhi felt compelled to clarify this to her. Indeed, you are right. You all are correct. I believe I have gained perspective and clarity, making my heart feel lighter. After all, does not literature often speak to such truths?
With a graceful flick of her sleeve, she departed without taking a single cloud with her, effortlessly picking up and putting down her burdens. Indeed,
it is preferable not to allow such matters to become shackles. However, clarity is essential. Do you know where Ding Xia resides, sister? Bai Zhi pondered, steering the conversation toward its essence. Hai Ying shook her head. I do not know for the time being. Yin Jie smiled. This is simple. Next time, Hai Ying can inquire. Discovering whether she is with child is not a particularly arduous task. Hai Ying regarded Yin Jie, while Bai Zhi felt a sense of anticipation. She found herself growing fond of Yin Jie, perceiving her as a remarkable woman of this era, with progressive and independent thoughts. Hai Ying observed Yin Jie before glancing at Bai Zhi, and after a moment of contemplation, she nodded. The prospect of aiding Hai Ying, coupled with her ability to navigate life with such poise, brought Bai Zhi joy. Upon returning home that evening, Xiaorong was listening to contemporary pop songs, rhythmically swaying along. Nearby, Bai Taidan and a few other mischievous children were digging in the mud. As Bai Zhi entered, Sister Yang, the village's women's director, approached and asked Xiaozhi, "You're back from work?" "Yes, Yang Jie. Is there something you need?" "Indeed," she replied, her gaze shifting to Bai Taidan and Xiaorong. "With school starting in September, I have come to encourage the children to attend." Chapter 086. Bai Taidan resists entering the cow pen upon hearing about school. Bai Taidan immediately flung the mud aside and protested loudly, "I won't go to the cow pen. I'm a free egg. I refuse to enter the cow pen." "Isn't that right?" The other children chimed in, "Yes. Only a fool would go to the cow pen." Listening to this, Zhou Lan picked up a nearby stick and retorted, "Say that again." Bai Taidan tensed up. "Auntie, why would you confine me to the cow pen? I promise to behave and ensure my mother doesn't speak out of turn." Please don't lock me in there. The other children, frightened, hurried home to warn their mothers that Aunt Yang intended to send them to the cow pen, and they needed to prepare thoroughly. Bai Zhi glared at Bai Dan. Not attending school seems rather pleasant. Earning work points daily, facing the earth and turning away from the sky, toiling like an old ox from dawn till dusk. What bliss! What freedom, what fun, right? Bai Dan, oblivious to the sarcasm, joyfully approached Bai Zhi. Annie, you agree that it's a cow pen, don't you? After being confined for so many years, you must despise the cow pen, right? Bai Zhi poked Bai Dan on the forehead. Look at you, illiterate. I was merely jesting, and you failed to realize it. Bai Dan rubbed his forehead. You were joking? Indeed. Then, you should have the courage to scold me. Bai Dan pouted defiantly. Bai Zhi rolled her eyes. A rat has a body, yet a person lacks propriety. A person lacking propriety, why shouldn't they perish? Bai Dan's mind was instantly muddled. Sister Yang interjected. Look at your aunt. She has read so much, it makes a difference. These archaic terms are difficult for us to pronounce, yet your aunt can use them to scold others. If your aunt were uneducated, how could she work? Thus, the significance of culture cannot be overstated. Bai Dan puffed out his cheeks and glared at Bai Zhi, declaring, Aunt, I no longer hold you in esteem. I refuse to enter the cattle pen. Hearing the commotion, Wang Mei emerged from the house, stating, If you won't go, I shall bind you and take you there. I do not expect you to surpass your aunt. If you can achieve even half of what she has, I will be eternally grateful. Bai Zhi retorted, Who was it that once claimed they would surpass Lu Ting? You can hardly read, and I see no chance of you outstripping him. He has read more books than I, and he speaks foreign languages. As Bai Dan re-entered the house, he poked his head back out and asked, What? Uncle Lu can speak foreign languages too? You mean that garbled foreign tongue? The world is vast beyond our humble third team, encompassing the provincial capital and our nation's capital, Beicheng, along with the United States, Japan, France, and the United Kingdom. Don't you wish to explore how grand our world truly is and how magnificent our homeland is? Bai Zhi recognized that this boy had great potential, though his upbringing left much to be desired. He had yet to awaken to the realities beyond his limited perspective. She felt it necessary to enlighten him, to make him understand that there are greater heights and individuals beyond his current horizon. Bai Dan seemed captivated, and Bai Zhi promptly added, One day, I shall bring you a geography book so you can marvel at the beauty of our homeland, the vastness of the sky, and the expanse of the world. Bai Dan pondered aloud. If I read books, can I visit these places? Absolutely. But without reading, you won't even recognize the characters, let alone find your way. You might even get lost. Bai Zhi exaggerated for effect. Bai Dan fell silent. Lost in the melody, Xiao Rong piped up, Aunt, I want to go to school. Xiao Rong is truly the most obedient, but she is still too young. She can only start in 2 years. At 5, she must wait until she is 7 to enter primary school, and there are no kindergartens in the village. However, Bai Zhi contemplated that she could take the time to provide them with a foundation, teaching them some characters to help them understand the vast ocean of knowledge. Xiao Rong nodded in agreement, returning to her music. Director Yang observed Xiao Rong and took Bai Zhi's hand, saying, Little Zhi, your niece is exceptionally bright. Nurture her well. I shall entrust Xiao Dan to you, as I must visit others. Of course, Director Yang. After seeing him off, Wang Mei remarked, You need not worry. I will handle things. He must go. Such a useless child, only thinking of playing with mud. There is no future in that. He must aspire to be like Uncle Lu. Bai Dan slammed the door shut with a thud, ignoring everyone. Zhoulan remained silent, absorbed in her work. Noticing her mother's expression, Bai Zhi quietly retrieved 10 yuan as she helped in the kitchen, saying, Mom, take this. Zhoulan's face shifted dramatically upon seeing the 10 yuan. Where did you get this money? Such a large sum. Aren't you just starting work? Mom, do you really think all those years of studying were in vain? Brother Lu has a way to earn money, and I've followed suit. Earn money? How can a girl like you make money? Zhoulan's thoughts began to wander. Bai Zhi couldn't help but chuckle, Mom. What are you thinking? This money is rightfully earned. You should take it. Don't worry about Xiao Dan's tuition. He will manage just fine. Zhoulan gazed at Bai Zhi, her heart brimming with emotion. My youngest daughter, you have truly grown up. It pains me to see you so perceptive all of a sudden. How carefree you once were, and now you are troubled over the family's sustenance. Mother, this is not worry. This is responsibility. As a member of this family, I must contribute, and this sense of accomplishment brings me joy. Do you understand that happiness? I do. Zholan tightened her grip on Bai Zhi's hand, her heart filled with happiness, although she felt a twinge of sadness over her eldest's failed marriage. Witnessing her second daughter-in-law's wisdom and her youngest sister's newfound independence alleviated her concerns. With the prospect of good fortune between her and Lu Ting, all seemed well. Haiying quickly learned of Ding Xia's whereabouts. Bai Zhi and sister Yin deliberated on how to ascertain whether Ding Xia was pregnant. Waiting idly could take a month, and Ding Xia would not remain there for that long. Thus, this plan was impractical. Sister Yin proposed a more drastic approach. I could collide with her on my bike and then take her to the hospital. Wouldn't it be evident if she were pregnant? Bai Zhi shook her head. That won't do. What if she truly is pregnant and something happens? Can you afford the consequences? The ensuing complications would be far too risky. Haiying nodded in agreement, acknowledging the gravity of the situation. If she carries Tong Gui's child and I injure her, how would I face him? Sister Yin grew anxious. Then what should we do? This woman creates drama daily. If this attempt fails, she might devise another scheme. Indeed, her urgency to force Haiying and Tong Gui to divorce would likely lead to further machinations. Despite their desire to avoid being reactive, they had no alternative but to quietly await the right moment. Bai Zhi had a subtle method to test the waters without causing harm, yet she hesitated to act hastily. She needed to investigate Ding Xia's background first. Chapter 087. Old classmate He Fan Lu Ting had mentioned that Pumpkin possessed a wealth of information. Thus, Bai Zhi resolved to visit the city to consult Pumpkin. She arrived promptly at 8 in the morning. However, upon reaching the black market's entrance, she did not see Sigua and Donghua. Consequently, she headed straight to Lu Ting's office. Upon her arrival, she found the door firmly shut. A sense of foreboding crept into her heart as she knocked. When silence met her, she knocked again until someone inquired, "Who is it?" "It is I, Bai Zhi." Upon recognizing her voice, Sigua opened the door, visibly excited. "Oh, sister-in-law, what brings you here? The city is quite tumultuous. You shouldn't be here. You must leave at once." Bai Zhi observed Sigua's panic. "Has the black market not been operational these past few days? Why were you not stationed at the entrance?" Just then, Pumpkin emerged from within, explaining, "Things have been unsettled in the city lately, so we decided to close for 2 days." "What do you mean by unsettled?" "A group of individuals has attempted to seize control of our black market. With the boss away, we had no choice but to close our doors in defense. Otherwise, if they create a disturbance, matters will become far more complicated." Bai Zhi was aware that Lu Ting had been managing the black market for many years with remarkable smoothness, owing to his adeptness in handling affairs and his own unique methods. Now, after his departure for merely 2 days, trouble has arisen? Who dares to encroach upon his territory so brazenly? As she pondered these questions, a commotion erupted outside. Nangu, with quick wit, called out, "Hurry, close the door." Sigua promptly ushered Bai Zhi upstairs, ensuring her safety. Standing at the window on the second floor, Bai Zhi cautiously drew back a corner of the curtain to peer outside. Her brow furrowed. Was that Kai Feng? What on earth was this rogue doing here? And who were those accompanying him? They hardly appeared to be reputable individuals. Just then, Nangu ascended the stairs, addressing her, "Sister-in-law, you sought me out. Is there something amiss?" "Nangu, who are those people with Kai Feng?" Bai Zhi inquired. "From what I gather, they're a group of smugglers. Initially, they merely sold their goods in our black market, but upon our interception, they refused to accept the origin of their wares. Smuggling is inherently wrong. Although we are not entirely innocent, our goods are legitimate. Subsequently, they grew bolder and began to confront us, and there are quite a few of them. With the boss absent, we can only maintain a low profile to avoid escalating the situation." Observing that Nangu was unable to extricate himself, Bai Zhi hesitated, contemplating whether to confide in him. However, he discerned her concern. "Sister-in-law, if something troubles you, please share. The boss has stated that your matters are of utmost importance." Bai Zhi relayed the situation regarding Ding Xia to Nangu. Can you help me find out who this Ding Xia is? What a coincidence. I have a buddy in North City. I'll have news for you by tomorrow, Nangu replied. When will your boss return? Can you handle the situation here? Bai Zhi inquired, her worry evident. Sister-in-law, rest assured. As long as we maintain a low profile, there is nothing I cannot manage. The boss has established his foundation here for many years. They wouldn't dare act against him. Moreover, their own background are questionable. So they only dare to plot in the shadows. Nangu's quick thinking confirmed Lu Ting's judgment in entrusting him with responsibility. Bai Zhi was uncertain how long Kai Feng and his associates would linger below. After a moment's contemplation, she said, Nangu, I must impose on you regarding my matters. I shan't remain here any longer. I'll exit through the back door. Nangu nodded. Sister-in-law, allow me to escort you. No need, she replied. After a brief pause, he chose not to insist. Bai Zhi was astute, and Nangu understood that the woman chosen by their boss could not be ordinary. Once Bai Zhi exited through the back door, she glanced at Kai Feng and narrowed her eyes. Descending like Nangu seemed unfeasible. She needed to devise a plan. Thus, she turned and headed to the police station to file a report. Upon entering, she was greeted by a figure in uniform approaching her. At first, Bai Zhi was taken aback, as the person seemed familiar, though she couldn't quite place them. As she contemplated this, the other person spoke first. Bai Zhi, hearing that voice, an image of someone sprang to her mind. He Fan stepped forward and playfully flicked her forehead. The sudden pain caused Bai Zhi to clutch her forehead, exclaiming, You rascal! You nearly cracked my skull. Upon observing her intense reaction, He Fan, feeling somewhat anxious, inquired, I didn't use excessive force. Why is your mind so fragile? Are you all right, old classmate? He asked nervously. Bai Zhi rolled her eyes, retorting, Go ahead and try to hit me. To her surprise, He Fan actually crouched down, saying, All right, go ahead, hit me hard. Bai Zhi was momentarily taken aback. Seeing him genuinely ready to take a hit, she refrained from acting, especially upon noticing his uniform, which suggested he was a member of the police force. Since she had business to attend to, encountering an acquaintance made things easier. Why would she hit him? You owe me. He Fan scratched his head and replied, Fine, I owe you. Come, sit down and have some water. By the way, what brings you to the police station? Is there something going on? You're in the police? He Fan proudly lifted his chin. Although I was the oldest in our class and didn't excel academically, I finally figured things out, and a bit of luck helped me rise to the position of a squad leader. Anything you need, I'm here to assist. Indeed, He Fan was Bai Zhi's high school classmate, the oldest and most notorious troublemaker, notorious for his lack of seriousness in studies. Often dozing off in class and engaging in mischief, much to the teacher's dismay. They frequently lamented that he was beyond redemption. Yet, he had somehow become a squad leader, which was quite impressive. Bai Zhi was aware that he came from a well-off family. He had attended school in the countryside because his parents were too busy to take care of him, leaving him with his grandmother. After graduating high school, he returned to the city, and with his own abilities and family support, it was no surprise he became a squad leader. Taking a sip of water, Bai Zhi glanced around to ensure no one was watching before muttering, I'm here to file a report. A report about what? Bai Zhi produced an item, asking, Do you recognize this? He Fan squinted at the object, his expression darkening. Bai Zhi, as a young lady, you should steer clear of such matters. It's dangerous. I am not the delicate girl you perceive. I am quite capable. Indeed, you are. He Fan recalled how Bai Zhi used to be fragile and delicate. He often teased her until she cried, only to feel guilty afterward and try to console her. He was truly quite annoying. But now he had transformed into a commendable public servant. Bai Zhi felt happy for him. He Fan remarked, This is contraband from Hong Kong. Where did you acquire it? Have you encountered these individuals? I stumbled upon them in the black market. They resorted to coercive tactics. They're currently in the black market, a bunch of shameless rascals. Bai Zhi said through gritted teeth. The pumpkin didn't dare to report them, knowing well that their dealings were far from legitimate. Yet, Bai Zhi was aware that Lu Ting had his own network of connections. Chapter 088. Consider my proposal. Bai Zhi's actions were merely those of a conscientious citizen. Not to mention apprehending this group, at the very least, she could ensure their peace. Upon hearing her, He Fan struck the table with force, exclaiming, Bai Zhi, Your timing is impeccable. I have just taken over this case involving these smugglers. I'm currently organizing the information. My goal is to clean them out within a week. Bai Zhi's eyes immediately sparkled with excitement. Hilaonyo, you are truly remarkable. You are no longer just an old cow. You have become a commendable public servant dedicated to the people. I believe in you. As she spoke, she enthusiastically applauded. Fan, noticing Bai Zhi's admiration, felt a surge of confidence. Looking at her, he asked, "Are they still in the black market?" "Yes," she replied. "Then let's go. I'm going to catch them." "Now? Can we really apprehend them just like that?" Bai Zhi was taken aback, questioning whether there was any basis for such action. Fan raised an eyebrow. "Yes, now. Would you like to witness the excitement?" "Absolutely." Bai Zhi was curious about the justification for his actions. Fan winked at her and said, "Wait for me." Bai Zhi paused, puzzled by his implication. Was he flirting with her? A shiver ran down her spine. Fan then turned and headed to the courtyard. Shortly after, he emerged riding a flashy motorcycle, complete with a sidecar. Bai Zhi eagerly hopped on. It was her first ride on such a vehicle, and it felt exhilarating. "Hold on tight," Fan instructed. "This is thrilling." Bai Zhi opted to grip the handlebars behind her instead of embracing him. With a mischievous grin, Fan suddenly accelerated, nearly tossing Bai Zhi off the bike. She pinched him hard. "Hilaonyo, do you think I'm still so easily bullied? How do you play tricks on me?" Fan laughed. "If you hold on to me, nothing else matters." "Embrace you? As if. Do you not understand the propriety of maintaining distance between men and women?" Bai Zhi scoffed. "What era are we in? Such notions are outdated." She ignored him, determined not to let him take advantage. Fan confidently rode the motorcycle to the black market. Upon arrival, they encountered Kai Feng and his associates, who had just exited the premises. They were utterly astonished to find themselves face to face with law enforcement. However, they believed the police would not dare to apprehend them. Kai Feng, brimming with bravado, attempted to walk past Fan, but Fan stepped forward, brandishing handcuffs, and swiftly secured them around Kai Feng's wrist. Kai Feng's body weakened, yet he feigned strength, looking at Fan with feigned innocence. "Officer, what is the meaning of this? Why are you arresting me? I haven't done anything wrong. I am Captain Fan of the Public Security Bureau. I suspect you are involved in a smuggling case, so I must take you in for questioning." Upon seeing Bai Zhi, Kai Feng's hand trembled. "Bai Zhi, you brought this officer here, didn't you?" Bai Zhi feigned innocence. "I am merely a classmate of Captain He. He is conducting an investigation, and I happen to come to see. How would I know you were involved in any smuggling?" "Oh, Kai, what a pity. You were such a promising accountant at a state-owned factory." Hearing that they were classmates, Kai Feng's eyes darted around. "Oh, Bai Zhi, dear sister, please tell your old classmate that I am a law-abiding citizen, not a smuggler." "Sister Bai, I have something for you." He began to take off a chunky necklace from around his neck to give to Bai Zhi. She stepped back in disdain. "Comrade what is happening here?" Fan slapped Kai Feng across the face. "You fool. How dare you attempt to bribe me in front of my face? Get lost." He then shoved him towards his companions. Bai Zhi gazed at Fan, giving him a thumbs up. She felt incredibly fortunate to encounter an old classmate, as any difficult problem now seemed effortlessly solvable. Fan delegated the task to his subordinate, then turned to Bai Zhi and said, "Come on, old friend. Let me take you out for a meal." "I can't. I have to return to the town." "I only took half a day off today," she replied. "What job do you have?" He inquired. "I'm a sales clerk at the Supply and Marketing Cooperative." "That's a decent job, just a quick meal. I'll drive you back afterward." "Let's go." He insistently pulled her into the car. "Comrade you're being unreasonable," she protested. "My car is fast. You won't need to wait for the bus. I'll get you home shortly. It's rare for old classmates to meet. Why are you being so awkward? You don't have a husband and kids waiting at home, do you?" Bai Zhi playfully tapped the back of his head. "I'm not married. So where would the children come from? But there is a man." Suddenly, Fan slammed on the brakes. Bai Zhi's forehead bumped against his back. "What? You have a man? Which farmer is worthy of you?" Seeing the look on Fan's face, Bai Zhi smiled calmly. "Yes, not just any farmer. Yes, Lu Ting, the one my father brought home. You know him, right? His academic achievements are remarkable. Bai Zhi was in school, and so was he. He initially had no qualifications for education, but her father found a way, and the teachers valued talent. He was intelligent, so the teachers discreetly opened doors for him and provided extra tutoring. He Fan suddenly recalled. Lu Ting? That little Lu? Yes. We're getting married in October. Bai Zhi radiated genuine happiness. He Fan observed her, distractedly murmuring, with such a complicated background. How did you choose him? I remember you used to dislike him. Has it only been a short time since we last met? And you've already changed your heart? Truly, a woman's sentiments are as unfathomable as the depths of the sea. With a hint of melancholy in his tone, he continued, Where have you been all this time? Lu Ting has always been by your side. Where is he now? Does he think every girl in the world adores him? As this thought crossed her mind, they arrived at the state-owned restaurant. He Fan parked the vehicle, ordered food, and sat across from her, earnestly stating, Bai Zhi, when women marry, they usually seek a good match. Why did you choose Lu? Luckily, you're not married yet. Consider me instead. I earn about 50 yuan a month, plus some bonuses. My father gave me the house in the West City. My parents are busy with work, so our marriage would just be the two of us, living quietly together. Regarding your job, how about I put in a word to get you transferred to the department store in the city? In this era, transportation was slow, and one lifetime seemed only enough to love one person. Yet, their affections always led to the same conclusion, once they found the right match. It was time to discuss marriage, settling down, and starting a family. Bai Zhi felt somewhat out of her depth, but also adapted to the customs. She forced a smile at Yi Fan and said, If I were to abandon Lu and marry you, wouldn't you think I'm one who despises poverty and loves wealth? Please, I know you well enough. We've been through many years together. I understand your character. Moreover, since I have taken you, it is unreasonable to claim that there is something amiss with you. Yi Fan displayed an air of indifference. Bai Zhi chuckled. Are you not aware that I previously had a relationship with He Jiqing from our village? Does that not bother you? If Lu Zaizi is untroubled, why should I be? Counting him, I have only been with 2 men, and you are my third. Does that not concern you? Upon hearing this, Yi Fan hesitated before responding. What I cherish is you as a person. I am indifferent to past affairs. His voice, once robust, now softened considerably. Bai Zhi smiled. Our friendship is quite delightful. Are you truly not considering it? What Lu Zaizi can offer, I can provide as well. You cannot, he replied. He offers a lifetime of unwavering devotion. His affection for her is boundless, to the extent that he cares for the entire Bai family. If she were to betray him, he would surely be condemned to the depths of hell. Moreover, she cannot bear to cause him pain. Listening to Bai Zhi express this sentiment, Yi Fan chose to remain silent and serve her soup. Noticing his displeasure, Bai Zhi teased, What's wrong? Has your father not arranged a wife for you? Is that something you must fret over? Yi Fan scoffed. He delights in orchestrating my life, but I shall not comply with his wishes. After all, you only need someone to marry. Why not heed his arrangements? Perhaps he knows best. Although she herself was not fond of arranged marriages, one must adapt to local customs. He is not a child anymore. Yi Fan shook his head. You do not understand my struggles. Throughout my life, he has shown no concern for me. Yet he insists on controlling my every action. I am a person, not his toy. Why should I follow his dictates? Bai Zhi chuckled. Such rebellion. This is not rebellion. This is living authentically. Indeed, living authentically. As they conversed, a car approached. Yi Fan looked up to see Jiang Jingyi stepping out. Bai Zhi also spotted Bai Meixiang and joyfully ran over and, what a coincidence! Uncle, she sweetly addressed Jiang Jingyi. He too had a fondness for this little niece. Little niece, are you here for a meal? With whom? With me. Yi Fan stepped forward, raising an eyebrow at Jiang Jingyi. Jiang Jingyi squinted slightly. He kid. Yi Fan smirked, turning to Bai Meixiang with a teasing remark. Forgetting your age. Aren't you ashamed? Bai Zhi glared at Yi Fan. What are you saying? This is my future uncle. What is there to be ashamed of? Yi Fan winced at Bai Zhi's reaction. Bai Zhi, do you not comprehend? This man has a daughter your age, yet he pursues your aunt, who is not even married. Is that not shameless? Bai Zhi paused, then retorted. That has nothing to do with you, and besides, Uncle Jiang is not a married man. How can that be considered shameless? Yi Fan still harbored a strong dislike for Jiang Jingyi, deeming him a hypocritical scoundrel. Bai Zhi was perplexed by Yi Fan's intense reaction. She smiled awkwardly. Uncle Jiang, my old classmate has this temperament. Please do not take it to heart. Auntie, you need not concern yourself with her. Bai Meixiang gazed at Yi Fan. Comrade, a good comrade would never resort to such coarse language. Be mindful of your demeanor. After all, you serve the people as a commendable public security officer. He Fan lowered his head, feeling a twinge of embarrassment. Ani, yes, I acted impulsively. However, you must remain cautious. Guard against him, for he is truly no good. With that, he pulled Bai Zhi, intent on leaving. Bai Zhi tugged at him. I wish to speak with my auntie. Where do you think you're going? Eat first, then leave. He Fan cast a reluctant glance at Jiang Jingyi. Bai Zhi prodded him. Stop being dramatic. Let us eat. Yet, He Fan was unwilling to sit at the same table as Jiang Jingyi, opting to hold his bowl at a distance. Bai Meixiang observed him as one would child. What happened? Why does he harbor such animosity towards you? He Fan chuckled softly. His father is a friend of mine, and he wishes for us to become in-laws. He resents the idea of an arranged marriage, which has led to his grievances. Bai Meixiang shook her head, laughing. Indeed, he is just a child. Jiang Jingyi glanced over at the pair, pondering. This lad has never treated any female comrade in such a manner. Surely, he cannot have any feelings for your niece. That is impossible. Zhi likes Lu Ting. He is mature and composed, while Jiang is far too juvenile. Bai Meixiang was the first to disagree. In our family, once someone is chosen, that is it. Bai Zhi would never waver in her affections. Jiang Jingyi observed her a moment longer, remaining silent. He had no intention of arranging his marriage. Although his father hinted at it, he had not acquiesced. He himself was an advocate for free marriage. How could he possibly desire an arranged one? Bai Zhi watched the sulking He Fan, internally deeming him too childish. After finishing their meal, she placed the money and tickets on the table. You may leave shortly. I wish to have a word with my auntie. I will drive you back. Are you not in a hurry for work? Your current emotional state makes driving unsafe. What severity? I am quite composed. I merely dislike that person. He Fan was like a foolish rich heir, having never faced hardship or adversity. Thus, he could afford to be so willful and reckless, embodying a lifestyle many aspire to, living freely. Yet in this world, how many truly live as they please? Bai Zhi acquiesced to his whims. After their meal, she seated herself before Bai Meixiang. Auntie, all is well at home. The items you sent nearly earned me a broken leg from my mother. Next time, you should deliver them yourself. Bai Meixiang laughed. Your mother is quite the stubborn one. I shall call her soon. And what of Lu? Why are you with him? He has gone away for work. Today, I came to visit an old classmate regarding a matter. I have also started working. Auntie, I must now attend to my own job, so I shan't linger. Very well, but remember what I told you. Understood, Auntie. Bai Zhi had plans in her heart. Once she resolved the matter of the canal, she would have a learning enhancement card, rendering the acquisition of those books a mere formality. Alas, being born with a dull mind, she could only rely on the system as her crutch. The work at the supply and marketing cooperative appears satisfactory, yet it lacks promising prospects. In this era, pursuing a university education is undoubtedly the most advantageous path for advancement. After bidding farewell to Bai Xiaogu, Bai Zhi hurriedly returned to her job. Upon alighting from the vehicle, she exchanged a quick goodbye with He Fan and was about to enter the building when, in her haste, she collided directly with an approaching individual. The newcomer, irate, bellowed, "Haven't you got eyes?" Despite being taller and more imposing than her, he knocked her back several steps, nearly sending her sprawling to the ground, yet he exhibited an even fiercer demeanor. Apart from that person, Ding Qin, there was no one else present. Fortunately, He Fan swiftly caught her, anxiously inquiring, "Are you all right?" Bai Zhi shook her head, gazing at the haughty Ding Qin. Before she could utter a word, He Fan had already stepped forward, exclaiming, "What a coincidence encountering you here, Ding." What? Chapter 090, A Great Deceiver. Ding? Bai Zhi was taken aback by this moniker, her eyes nearly bulging in disbelief. He Fan was truly an unpredictable individual. He was not part of the police force. His demeanor resembled that of a gun, aimed at others. Upon spotting He Fan, Ding Qin's expression darkened. "He Fan, what are you doing here?" she inquired, attempting to sidestep him. He Fan, quicker on his feet, grasped her arm. "Where do you think you're going? You bumped into my friend. Apologize to her. You seem quite capable just now. What misdeed have you committed?" Ding Qin, glancing at Bai Zhi, retorted, "I'm sorry, but I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave." However, He Fan firmly held on to her. Perhaps due to his role as a police officer, Ding Qin's unusual behavior raised his suspicions. Ding Qin, growing anxious, said, "Fan, let go. I have already apologized. What more do you want? You're a police officer. You can't bully a woman." Fan disregarded her protests, revealing handcuffs and swiftly securing them around her wrists. "Where are you running from? Feeling guilty?" Ding Qin, flustered, shook her head. "Captain, that's not it. I'm not guilty." Bai Zhi sensed something amiss and stepped forward. Fan, be gentle with Comrade Ding. She is with child. What? She is pregnant? Ding Qin, observing Fan's astonished expression, felt a wave of panic and stiffly nodded. "Yes, I am pregnant. As a people's police officer, you shouldn't treat a pregnant woman like this." Fan smirked slightly. "Somehow, I find that hard to believe." Ding Qin tugged at her hands. "Captain, the last time we met was 3 months ago. How could I not be pregnant? I am married." Bai Zhi interjected. Having destroyed someone's marriage and becoming a mistress. Now you're stirring trouble with the original spouse, seeking a divorce." Fan was utterly astonished by this revelation. "What? She possesses such capability?" Bai Zhi looked at Fan, sensing a rich story unfolding. She quickly realized, Fan, this public display of tugging is inappropriate. Let us step inside and discuss this properly. You are a people's police officer. Uphold justice for our sister Haiying. Bai Zhi felt as though her life was filled with fortuitous encounters. Every person and event she encountered seemed to be a blessing, providing support. When Haiying entered, she was immediately taken aback. As I gazed at Bai Zhi, my mind was engulfed in confusion regarding how she managed to summon the police. If it were true that she was carrying Tong Gui's child, the repercussions would be severe. I would be left with no explanation for my in-laws. Haizing contempet taking Bai Zhi asai. Fan interjected. Are you the legitimate wife? She claims to be your husband as mistress. Now she is pregnant and wants you to divorce. Haizing not that. Have you inquired about this with your husband? Haiying shook her head. He is preoccupied with numerous matters daily, so I refrain from asking. Fan scoffed. Are you aware that this woman has previously been in police custody for fraud? Haiying appeared perplexed, uncertain of what fraud entailed. Bai Zhi suddenly grasped the implication. A con artist? Indeed, Fan affirmed. Ding Qin interjected. Captain you speak recklessly. I may have erred in the past, but can I not seek redemption? Tong Gui and I are truly in love. I even know the mark of a black mole on his back. Upon hearing this, Haiying's complexion turned pale. Fan noticed her distress and leaned Ding Qin against a nearby iron frame. The group then exited the room. Bai Zhi turned to Fan. Captain please enlighten Haiying about this individual. Fan gazed at Haiying. She was indeed a fraudster. As for her relationship with your husband, you ought to investigate thoroughly. Haiying responded. Captain I appreciate your good intentions, but this matter cannot escalate. The Tong family values their reputation. And Tong Gui is soon to provide technical support in the Northwest. The Northwest? Fan expressed his admiration for those dedicated to national development. Sister Haiying, given Tong's line of work, I shall not make this a public affair. Rather, I will ensure a thorough investigation. I will ascertain whether she is truly pregnant, and if there is any validity to her claims regarding your husband. You will receive clarity. Haizing sighed, initially wishing to dissuade him. How had he suddenly decided to take her away? She looked at Bai Zhi, hoping she might intervene. Bai Zhi spread her hands. Captain, he is a commendable officer serving the people, and Brother Tong is contributing to the nation's development. This matter must be investigated. Rest assured, Sister Haiying. Haiying cast a worried glance towards the room, but Bai Zhi reassured her, do not fret. If you are still concerned, accompany me to the city tomorrow. Coincidentally, there is news from Nangua. Bai Zhi pondered whether Ding Qin was truly a fraud or merely a misguided mistress. Soon, the truth would be unveiled. Meanwhile, Yan Jia, overhearing this conversation, was utterly shocked. A fraud? I feel I have heard whispers of such a thing. My goodness, how terrifying. Haiying nodded in concern. She and Tong Gui were worlds apart, seeing each other only twice a year, occasionally receiving money and letters from him, with no means to communicate via phone. Thus, she believed everything Ding Qin said, never doubting the authenticity of her claims. Clearly, she had underestimated the complexity of the situation. Fan took Ding Qin away, leaving Haiying disheartened and unable to focus on work. Yin Jie anxiously suggested, why not call and inquire? He is on a project deep in the mountains. How could I possibly reach him? There is no way to make contact. Yin Jie shook her head and sighed, hoping that your man has not betrayed you. That woman is nothing but a fraud. Listening to Yin Jie's words, Bai Zhi understood that although her tongue was sharp, her heart was in the right place. She comforted Hai Ying, assuring her that results would be revealed tomorrow, and urged her to trust Captain He. Moreover, did you see how flustered Ding Qin was when she left? I have a feeling this matter may indeed be as we suspected. Hai Ying hung her head, remaining silent. Bai Zhi couldn't help but feel a pang of sympathy. After all, her partner had dedicated so many years to the country, contributing little to their family and her. One could only hope that this entire charade was orchestrated solely by Ding Qin and that there was no betrayal or infidelity involved. Hai Ying spent the entire day in a state of unrest. Bai Zhi took it upon herself to encourage her to rest well and sort out her emotions. The following morning, Bai Zhi and Hai Ying first convened at the supply and marketing cooperative before heading into the city together. Along the way, Hai Ying's hands were tightly intertwined, revealing her anxiety. Bai Zhi inquired, Sister Hai Ying, do you still harbor feelings for your partner? Love? What is love? All I know is that we grew up together, married, had children, and after 20 years together and 10 years apart, I seem accustomed to his presence, to our family. If he chooses to leave, I can let go. If he returns, I would still welcome him. It became clear that this was not about love. Rather, it was a matter of habit and responsibility. Bai Zhi recognized that many enduring relationships evolve into such a state of mutual understanding, where mere glance or gesture conveys what each desires. Chapter 091. Unveiling the truth, a glimmer of hope still flickered on Hai Ying's face. She yearned for him to come home, wishing that this entire ordeal was merely a one-woman play by Ding Qin. Bai Zhi shared that hope. For the world is filled with beautiful moments, not solely sorrow, distress, separation, and scheming. The car gradually approached the entrance of the police station. Just as the clock struck 9 and the officers were beginning their day, Bai Zhi anticipated a wait, but upon their arrival, He Fan appeared. You're right on time. The doctor's report has just come in. She was too scared to go to the labor reform facility and confessed. What? Hai Ying was taken aback. A fraud. This woman has not changed her ways. There is no pregnancy or infidelity. Technician Tong has been diligently contributing to the national project, while she spreads rumors behind his back. He Fan spoke through gritted teeth. Hearing this outcome, Bai Zhi couldn't help but smile. Hai Ying, overwhelmed with excitement, trembled slightly, looking at He Fan with tears of gratitude, clutching his hand tightly, and repeatedly bowing. Thank you, Captain He, thank you. He Fan gently patted her hand, saying, Sister, this is what we ought to do. Technician Tong is working for the nation's development, and you have contributed immensely for his family. We must protect you. Hai Ying wept tears of joy, smiling foolishly. It's what I should do. Bai Zhi felt a surge of happiness for Hai Ying. Although she was capable of letting go, she was ultimately relieved that things turned out well. A divorce would drastically impact their 2 children, something she wished to avoid. Bai Zhi never anticipated that Ding Qin would possess such audacity, gathering an abundance of information. Suddenly, Hai Ying spoke up. Captain He, I wish to meet Ding Qin. Very well, I shall arrange it for you. All right. Hai Ying turned to Bai Zhi. Xiao Zhi, come with me. Of course. Hai Ying grasped Bai Zhi's hand. Xiao Zhi, I owe you so much. If it weren't for you, I might have remained in the dark, creating so many issues that would hinder his focus on national development. Fate brings us together, and this is but a small effort on my part. There is no need for such formality. This time, Sister Yin has also put in considerable effort. Bai Zhi would not take all the credit for herself. Hai Ying smiled. Meeting you both truly feels like a blessing. Who says this world is filled solely with troubling matters? I find myself incredibly fortunate. Both you and Sister Yin are good people. Indeed, there are many good souls in this world. Even amidst the changes of later generations, goodness persists and warmth abounds. The world is not entirely shrouded in darkness. Hai Ying nodded in agreement. The two arrived at the meeting room. Ding Qin appeared devoid of her previous arrogance, looking quite disheveled. Upon seeing Hai Ying and Bai Zhi, her emotions fluctuated slightly as she glared at Bai Zhi, It's all your fault. If it weren't for you, I would have succeeded. Bai Zhi regarded the obstinate Ding Qin. We all have endured through difficult times. We are all striving to live grounded lives. Why must you seek shortcuts? Do you believe that deceiving sister Hai Ying and separating from brother Tong would grant you an opportunity? Yes, it would. I'm at least better than her. I can bear him a son. How could he not like me? Ding Qin declared confidently. Bai Zhi rolled her eyes, choosing not to engage further. Hai Ying observed Ding Qin's bitter expression. When did you become acquainted with him? What prompted such intentions? Ding Qin's face lit up with affection at the mention of Tong Gue. I fled in despair, seeking death, and he saved me. He told me that living brings hope. He is truly a gentle soul. He provides for me, cares for me, treats me well. I love him, and I wish to be with him. Yet, when he speaks of you, his face radiates joy. He mentions a childhood sweetheart and his 2 lovely daughters. He dedicates himself to the country's development while she supports my family from behind. In this lifetime, I have given myself to the nation, while she has devoted herself to me, yet I have never given her anything. He is so gentle, so wonderful. To be loved by him is such bliss. I also wish to be cherished by him, to hold a place in his heart. Thus, I thought if I deceive you into divorce, it would wound his heart. He will eventually see me. I am willing to study for him, to better myself. This was meant to be the last time, the final attempt. But why can't you both fulfill my wish? Why? As Hai Ying listened, realization dawned upon her that this was indeed a matter of Ding Qin's one-sided desire. You see only his good side. Have you considered his flaws? Flaws? Ding Qin looked at Hai Ying with curiosity. In the past, Tong Gue was quite unruly. When his mother urged him to attend school, he would prefer to catch loaches in the river. Upon returning, his mother would discipline him. Yet he wouldn't dare utter a sound. It was I who secretly tended to his wounds and helped him with his homework. In earlier times, he was oblivious to the essence of gentleness and the meaning of refinement. What you witness is the polished version of Tong Gue. However, you have never glimpsed the arduous journey he undertook to reach this state. You yearn solely to relish the fruits of his labor. Do you believe that is feasible? The trees I have nurtured, the fruits I have cultivated, are not yours to pluck. Do you possess the right? You and he ventured into the vast northwestern territories. Do you comprehend the nuances of his romantic experiences? Can you engage in a profound exchange of souls with him? Without a job, all you know is washing and cooking. Ding Qin harbored the belief that Hai Ying was unworthy of him. Upon hearing this, Bai Zhi scoffed. Unworthy of him? And yet, do you consider yourself deserving? A person of deceit and tainted past is deemed worthy of him. Do you know what lies in Tong Deji's eyes? He envisions the future of our nation and the infinite cosmos. Yet, in Hai Ying's gaze, there exists only him and their child. It is precisely because of supporters like Hai Ying that the refined and gentle Tong De Ge came into being. Ding Qin was unwilling to accept this. She could not believe that Hai Ying had shaped the man before her. No, no, no. Hai Ying smiled faintly. You have trapped yourself within your own dead end. Awaken. It is all over. With that, she rose. Ding Qin, in a fit of anger, overturned the table. Hai Ying, come back to me. Why can't you fulfill my desires? Why? Hai Ying did not look back, offering no response. Suddenly, a sound of impact echoed from behind. When Bai Zhi and Hai Ying turned, they beheld Ding Qin, her face drenched in blood, proclaiming, I offer my life as proof of my love for him. Let us see how you can live in peace. You are unworthy. This is utterly deranged, Bai Zhi remarked in disbelief. Yet, Hai Ying appeared relieved, stating, My beloved, and I owe you nothing. Why should I not live in peace? Take care of yourself. Ding Qin's eyes widened in shock, as if they might burst from their sockets. She had pursued so fervently, wagering her very life, and what had she gained? Nothing at all. Not even a ripple was stirred. Ding Qin felt as though she had become a grand jest. She stepped across the threshold. Bai Zhi sensed Hai Ying faltering and quickly supported her. Hai Ying, you have done nothing wrong. Do not fear. Hai Ying gazed at Bai Zhi. Taking a deep breath, would she perish? Her own choices, whether life or death, mattered little. Initially, Tong De Ge had saved her with good intentions, yet she had bitten back like the snake in the fable. Fortunately, She had not succeeded. She had delayed Tong Dagu's work. Haiying nodded. Indeed. This was thanks to you. Otherwise, adhering to my stubborn nature, I would have silently resolved this matter. At this moment, divorce does not entail a lengthy process. If she wishes to part ways, she can do so. Marriage is equally uncomplicated. One need not be present. Merely a signature is sufficient to complete the procedure. Ding Qin understood this and sought to deceive Haiying into making Tong Gue divorce her, so that she could then masquerade as a virtuous person and accompany him to the Northwestern Territories, believing she could eventually warm a cold stone. Such a beautiful illusion. However, unexpectedly, a twist of fate emerged in the form of Bai Zhi, altering the course of events and slipping beyond her control. Such is our destiny. Good sister. Bai Zhi smiled as she entered the hall. There, she spotted Nangua, who grinned and said, "Sister-in-law, have I been of assistance to you? Were these insights divulged by you to Captain He?" "Indeed, I inquired about this individual just as I learned that Captain He had apprehended him. I understood your intentions. Hence, I provided the information directly. This news was also relayed to me by a friend from the project. However, it is certain that Technician Tong had no romantic inclinations towards this woman whatsoever. He merely rescued her out of convenience, and she became attached to him. Technician Tong was likely oblivious to the myriad events transpiring around him. He was currently working overtime to revise the blueprints, as there seemed to be some issues with the project on the outskirts of North City. Haiying, overhearing this, grew anxious. "What problems? Are they severe?" Nangua replied, "Not serious, sister-in-law. Rest assured, it's just a minor issue. He is a national asset, and with him around, there will be no trouble." Bai Zhi began to comprehend. A prodigiously talented technician, young yet remarkably astute. Upon hearing this, Haiying discreetly sighed in relief. Noticing Bai Zhi's hesitance, Nangua appeared to have something on his mind. Understanding this, Haiying excused herself, leaving Bai Zhi and Nangua beneath the large tree. "Nangua, when will your boss return? Has Kai Feng and his group caused any trouble these past few days?" Nangua beamed. "Sister-in-law, you are truly formidable, having an old classmate like Captain He." Although Captain He did not detain them for long, he imparted a lesson, and they have been wary of causing disturbances lately. Peace has returned. The black market is open today. Shall we take a stroll? "Certainly," Bai Zhi replied, realizing how long it had been since her last visit. She also wished to see Zhu Shaoling, as it had been ages, and she was curious about her well-being. With Haiying needing to return to work, and Bai Zhi having the day off, she departed first. Tong Gue had wronged her in no way. All was well, and her spirits were lifted. As Bai Zhi was about to leave, He Fan emerged, scanning her from head to toe. "What are you doing with him?" Bai Zhi glared at him. "I am making friends. Do I require your approval?" He Fan seized Bai Zhi's hand. "What are you doing? He is affiliated with the black market. They're not good people. Keep your distance." Bai Zhi pulled away from He Fan's grasp. "I can discern who is good and who is not, Captain He. Thank you for your concern, but I am quite capable of handling myself. You truly exemplify a dedicated public servant." Before He Fan could retort, Bai Zhi had already dashed away. He Fan felt a tinge of frustration. How had Bai Zhi transformed so completely? In the past, she would blush while conversing with boys. Now, she mingled with such individuals. Just as He Fan contemplated chasing after her, he was called by someone nearby, forcing him to relent and watch her depart. Upon arriving at the black market, Bai Zhi found Zhu Shaoling selling goods. She appeared completely transformed. Once possessing a captivating beauty and graceful demeanor, she now radiated confidence, her eyes sparkling with a newfound brilliance. She had sold everything she had on hand when she finally noticed Bai Zhi, her face lighting up with surprise. "Xiao Zhi, it's been such a long time since I last saw you." Bai Zhi approached Zhu Shaoling, exclaiming, "Shaoling, you look absolutely stunning." Zhu Shaoling smiled shyly, glancing at Nangua. "Nangua, you carry on with your tasks. I wish to catch up with Xiao Zhi." Nangua, whose real name was Zhu Bing, was the eldest among Lu Ting's associates. When Lu Ting encountered him, he was in a state of despair, contemplating suicide. It was Lu Ting who rescued him, offering him a means to live and reassuring him that simply surviving was worthwhile. From that moment onward, he adopted the name Nangua and assisted Lu Ting in managing the black market. He was an astute man, brimming with both intelligence and courage. Upon entering, Bai Zhi noticed Nangua's gaze lingering on Zhu Shaoling. A thought crossed her mind. Was there a spark between them? Zhu Shaoling worked in the city daily. While he remained here, their paths crossing often, making the possibility of an attraction not entirely implausible. However, Zhu Shaoling had 2 children and was presently focused on their upbringing, likely not entertaining such thoughts. Their conversations primarily revolved around the children. Curiously, Bai Zhi inquired, "Sister Shaoling, everything seems to be going well now. Have you considered remarrying?" Zhu Shaoling shook her head. "I believe things are wonderful as they are, and I trust that the future will only improve. Therefore, I do not plan to remarry. My current mission is to raise my children well and live my own life." Indeed, she bore many scars, and her past in the village was well known. Remarriage was simply not a possibility for her, partly due to her lack of desire and partly because of her reputation. Nangua likely knew nothing of her previous circumstances, which may have led him to develop feelings for her. In such a conservative era, one could only wonder if he would be bothered by her past. Thus, it seemed best to let their relationship unfold naturally. Zhu Shaoling spoke extensively about her children. Her home was not far from hers, and, usually, Maya and Rong Er played together frequently, quickly becoming inseparable friends due to their compatible personalities. De Zhuang, on the other hand, bore the responsibility of caring for his younger sister. Occasionally, when he dined at Bai's home, he would bring along some grain to contribute. If Zhoulan refused it, he would diligently assist with various tasks. Compared to Bai Tai Dan, De Zhuang was remarkably sensible, drawing sympathy from those around him. Bai Tai Dan did not favor De Zhuang, and thus the 2 children had little interaction. Bai Tai Dan preferred play, while De Zhuang took pleasure in helping adults, or spending time with his sister, or even attending school clandestinely to listen in on lessons. When Zhoulan shared these details with her, Bai Zhi was somewhat astonished. Such a considerate child must be repaying a debt of gratitude, she mused. Fearing that Zhu Shaoling might become too preoccupied and forget important matters, Bai Zhi mentioned, "School will commence soon in September. De Zhuang has a keen interest in learning. Will you send him to school? He enjoys learning?" Zhu Shaoling replied, surprised. "I suggested he go, but he refused, claiming he despises studying and must take care of his sister and the household. I am troubled by how to convince him otherwise. Maya is growing up and hardly requires his care." Chapter 93. Saving the future villain this child truly understands, evoking a sense of heartache. In the city, one may remain unaware, he remarked, truly out of a desire to alleviate your burdens and care for your sister. He is, in fact, fine, merely attending classes clandestinely. My mother mentioned that he has already learned to write the characters for heaven, up, and down. He practices on the ground in front of our home with a stick. Skills acquired at school. Bai Zhi contemplated that this child must indeed be a promising talent, one not to be overlooked. Listening intently, Zhu Shaoling felt her eyes welling with tears. Gazing at Bai Zhi, she expressed her gratitude. "Thank you for sharing this with me. My De Zhuang is always like this, sacrificing his own needs for our family. He should be attending school. He is so intelligent, and it would be a shame to delay his education. Sister Shaoling, if you face any difficulties, please share them with us. We are neighbors, and we ought to support one another. Furthermore, as my mother ages, she may require your assistance." Bai Zhi's words were meant to ensure Zhu Shaoling felt no obligation to their family, while simultaneously planting a seed of thought in her mind. Zhu Shaoling, having no maternal family and no in-laws, now resided in the dilapidated home of her deceased husband, struggling with 2 children and possessing little else. If she were to become like an older sister to Bai Zhi and her mother-esque goddaughter, then her parents could help care for her children. In turn, as her parents grew older, she could reciprocate their kindness, thereby justifying her acceptance of their assistance. "Yes, I shall discuss this with my mother upon returning." Zhu Shaoling was reluctant to grow too close to others due to her poor reputation in the village, wishing not to burden anyone. However, the Bai family was unconcerned with such matters. After bidding farewell to Zhu Shaoling, Bai Zhi meandered through the black market, selling various items and earning 40 yuan before returning home. With Yifan dealing with Kai Feng and his associates, she felt a wave of relief. Once Lu Ting returned, all matters would be easily resolved. Kai Feng truly was a fool, blinded by greed. What a self-inflicted plight. Around 5 o'clock in the evening, Bai Zhi returned home. She had purchased a plethora of books for Xiao Taidan, including comic books and geography texts. For De Zhuang, she bought some character recognition cards, and for Xiao Rong, she acquired several rare tapes, including classical music not found in stores, all sourced from the black market. Bai Zhi's generosity towards the children was truly boundless. As she reached the village entrance, she spotted De Zhuang's figure. Just as she was about to approach him, the village ruffian, Tainyo, accompanied by a group of miscreants, approached, mocking De Zhuang with derision. De Zhuang, do you have no shame? If I were you, I would have hidden in a turtle shell by now. De Zhuang cast a dispassionate glance at Tainyo, clearly dismissing his taunts. Tainyo continued, your mother is shameless, flaunting her body to seduce men. She is nothing but a lewd woman. Such hurtful words from a child were indeed painful to hear. Bai Zhi's expression darkened as she prepared to confront Tainyo. However, De Zhuang swiftly picked up a stone from the ground and hurled it, exclaiming, shut your mouth. I have no mother. My mother works in the city. She's not that kind of person. In the city, she might attract attention, but look at her. She dresses so elegantly. Where would her money come from if not for seducing men? Children typically lack such malice. They would not utter such cruel words. Yet, these were merely adult conversations overheard by the children, and they had repeated them. No wonder De Zhuang has been feeling downcast these past few days. Sitting alone in a corner, tears streaming down his face. The other children are so hostile towards him, mocking him. How could he possibly feel at ease? Especially since he understands everything. Bai Zhi's hands clenched into fists, anger boiling within her as she approached and twisted Tainyo's ear. You little brat. Come here and repeat what you just said. Tainyo yelped in pain. Ouch. Let go of me, you old hag. Hearing this, Bai Zhi tightened her grip. Relenting, Tainyo cried out, Aunt Bai, I was wrong. I truly apologize. I won't say anything more. Only then did Bai Zhi release him. Tainyo's ear had turned red from the twist, and his face flushed with anger as he glared at De Zhuang. Then back at Bai Zhi, you wicked aunt. I'm going to tell my mom that you twisted my ear. De Zhuang's mom is already a shameless woman. The entire village knows this. Bai Zhi was furious and felt the urge to slap him, but she needed to remain composed. This time, Tainyo had learned. After hurling insults, he pouted and ran away. Bai Zhi felt like tearing off his pants and giving him a good beating. These unruly children are utterly uncouth. Turning around, she saw De Zhuang with reddened eyes, glaring at Tainyo with intense hatred, his small hands clenched into fists as if he were ready to exact revenge. Bai Zhi immediately grasped his hand. De Zhuang, look at me. He met her gaze, teeth gritted, his eyes filled with animosity, yet tears threatened to spill over. Aunt Bai, my mom is not that kind of person. She is really at work. I know because she doesn't have any mosquito bites. My mom is truly not like that. Hearing this, Bai Zhi's eyes instinctively welled with tears. Or mosquito bites. She understood. It was astonishing that such a young De Zhuang was aware of this. It seemed he knew about Zhu Shaoling's sacrifices for food. Yet he also understood that his mother was doing it for their sake. So he pretended to be oblivious. But in his heart, he was clear. Recently, as Zhu Shaoling went to the city for work, he had been quietly observing. How could there be such a sensible and well-behaved child? Bai Zhi couldn't help but stroke his head. Your mother is a good mother and a good person. They're just talking nonsense. It's all right. Aunt Bai believes you. Your mother's job is introduced by me. I am well aware. Ding dong. The voice of the system, Xiao Jiao, echoed, Master, congratulations on triggering a new side quest. Save the young antagonist. The young antagonist? De Zhuang? Indeed. Xiao Jiao played a scene for Bai Zhi, and she was filled with trepidation. De Zhuang actually committed murder, and it was none other than Tainyo. She instinctively loosened her grip on his hand. She knew that those who appeared most obedient and suppressed their emotions were often the most dangerous. They bottled up all their grievances, anger, and resentment in a corner. And as that corner filled, it would eventually explode. Thus, in a fit of rage, De Zhuang killed Tainyo, thereby ruining his own life. Bai Zhi looked further into the future. To her shock, after De Zhuang was released from prison, he fell into the underworld, engaging in smuggling, drug trafficking, and all sorts of wickedness. ultimately meeting his demise at the hands of others on the streets. After committing murder, Zhu Xiaoling succumbed to depression due to overwhelming guilt and soon met her tragic end. Xiao Jiao, turning off the screen, expressed a tinge of regret, saying, "In truth, Yin Dazhuang is an exceptionally intelligent child. However, his prolonged endurance of hardship led him to make grievous mistakes. Master, now that he has encountered you, is the final blessing of his life. If you can alter his fate, his existence will blossom into brilliance and splendor." Bai Zhi nodded, accepting the task. "All right, Master." Bai Zhi was not concerned with any rewards. Her heart ached for the boy before her. Chapter 094. He has been gone too long. Dazhuang listened to Bai Zhi's words in silence. The hatred etched on his face lingered, yet in her presence, he endeavored to mask his emotions. Observing Bai Zhi burdened with packages, he stepped forward to assist. "Auntie Bai, are you heading home? Let me escort you." Bai Zhi opened another paper bag to inspect its contents. "Auntie, this is for you." Dazhuang was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the item in her hand. It was a character recognition card. He immediately recognized the character from Mountain. While joy filled him, concern swiftly followed. "Auntie, this is quite expensive. Why did you spend so much on this? It's not worth it. Return it." "Auntie, I don't want it." Bai Zhi crouched down before Dazhuang, saying, "Dazhuang, Auntie also has a job. This cost hardly anything. I found it on the black market. It's secondhand. See how worn it is?" Dazhuang examined it and noted its aged appearance. Nevertheless, he shook his head. "There's no need, Auntie. I don't like learning characters, nor do I want to study. I only wish to grow up quickly, earn work points, and protect my mother so she doesn't have to suffer so much." Bai Zhi's expression darkened slightly upon hearing this. "Do not deceive Auntie. You do enjoy learning, and you do like recognizing characters." Dazhuang, feeling guilty, lowered his head to avoid her gaze. Bai Zhi took his hand and said, "From now on, your mother will be my mother's goddaughter, making you our family's godgrandson, which means you are also my little nephew. Shouldn't your aunt treat you well?" Dazhuang was baffled by this notion. "Aunt?" "Yes, your mother's sister." Dazhuang's eyes lit up, but he wondered why he was unaware of this. "In a few days, you will know. Keep these character cards. There are some things I wish to discuss with you. Life is fraught with challenges. There will be mockery, betrayal, and despair. But these are all temporary. If we grit our teeth and ignore them, everything will pass. For instance, when Tina mocks you, you feel infuriated and want to retaliate, right?" Dazhuang, alarmed by her words, instinctively took a large step back. He thought, how does Aunt Bai know? He shook his head in denial, but was filled with indignation at Tinyu's words. "He is vile. He insults my mother. She is not like that. My mother suffers greatly and is weary. They all bully her. Aunt Bai, aside from you, they all torment my mother. I only wish to protect her, to shield her from such hurtful words." Bai Zhi was well aware that Zhu Xiaoling would not mind, but Dazhuang remained oblivious. Bai Zhi could only continue to offer heartfelt advice, illustrating her points with various anecdotes, even referencing criminal law, emphasizing that one must take responsibility for their misdeeds. Life is long, and the future of our nation holds great promise. One must not ruin oneself. Bai Zhi remained uncertain about how much of her words had penetrated to Zhuang as consciousness. Having accepted this task, she was determined to earnestly guide him back onto the right path, resolutely preventing him from straying into grave errors. The images she had witnessed filled her with profound sorrow. Such a bright and promising child, turning away from the service of his country to become a criminal. What a tragic waste. Moreover, with Zhu Xiaoling sacrificing so much for her child, how could she not feel despondent? How could she not be driven to despair? That night, Bai Zhi made a special visit to Zhou Lan's room. "Mother, may I speak with you about something?" "What is it?" Zhou Lan, gazing at Bai Zhi, found herself increasingly captivated by her youngest daughter's beauty. She gently caressed her face, noting how working in town had indeed enhanced her complexion, making it fairer and more youthful. "When will Tinghua return? Didn't He say he would be back in a couple of days? Why has it been so long?" "I'm not sure." In the past few days, Bai Zhi had not thought much about Lu Ting. Perhaps other matters had occupied her mind. She proceeded with the main topic. "I wish for you to adopt Sister Xiaoling as a goddaughter." Zhou Lan paused, glancing at her daughter, surprised. "Ah, it seems my daughter and I are of the same mind. Your father and I have been discussing this matter lately. You see, Xiaoling has gone to work in the city. Maya and Rong Er get along well, and we can occasionally catch a glimpse of Zhuang. But Xiaoling always feels embarrassed, giving this and that. Raising a child is no easy feat if we adopt her as a goddaughter. She feels so awkward. I told her as much, saying that I have only one daughter, and having more daughters would bring her joy. Plus, when I grow old, there will be someone to care for me. Moreover, I believe it's time for Zhuang to start school. He is exceptionally bright. Once he begins his studies, he is bound to have a promising future. Upon mentioning schooling, Zhou Lan's expression grew solemn. My dear, please be honest with me. What exactly is Xiaoling doing in the city? Rumors are swirling in the village, suggesting she has returned to selling goods. People in the city have wealth and are willing to spend, which is why she doesn't need to work and can support 2 children. Mother, we didn't tell you this to avoid causing you worry. In truth, Sister Xiaoling is working in the black market as a saleswoman. There's a large store in the black market that doesn't require tickets, only cash. Zhou Lan was aware of the black market, but was unaware it contained stores. She nodded thoughtfully. After all, this girl had endured much hardship, and it was good that she had a job. It was certainly better than earning meager work points. Very well, let us proceed with this plan. Mother, with such unpleasant rumors circulating in the village, don't you mind the ridicule? Bai Zhi mused, reflecting on her mother's kindness. Always willing to lend a hand to others, she thought, what does it matter if they mock us? Can it take away a piece of our flesh? Besides, you were unaware that when Zhu Xiaoling's husband was still around, he helped us greatly. When her father-in-law was still alive, he too assisted us. There was a time when your elder brother had a fever, and we had no money. No one in the village could lend us any. It was her father-in-law who lent me money and even carried your elder brother to town for his injections. The life of your elder brother was salvaged by her father-in-law, and now that her family is no longer intact, should I not assist in nurturing the 2 children of the Yin family? Although Zhou Lan's words are often harsh, and her demeanor fierce,